having traversed dimensions, I find myself transformed into a diminutive Ultraman. Yet, something feels amiss. Gu Jia ponders the three sharp spikes adorning his head. He gazes down at the intricate patterns of red, silver, black, and purple that intertwine across his form. His chest bears a pulsating energy core that erupts with the same intensity as that of Seiga, plunging him into profound contemplation. Chapter 1. You know nothing, you foolish beast. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst the depths of uncharted space, lies a verdant asteroid. Within its sprawling forests, a striking silvered figure stands out prominently. Beside a rustic wooden cabin, a 30-meter-tall silver giant wields a head spike in one hand, meticulously trimming the claws of a grayish-yellow beast. Stay still, old bay. The head spike is quite sharp. I could easily injure myself if I'm not careful. The giant secures the upper limb of the colossal beast, Bamazatin, with one hand while wielding the gleaming head spike with the other, diligently snipping away. Yip! The restrained Bamazatin expresses its reluctance with a cry. The giant clearly comprehends the beast's sounds, retorting, "How could trimming reduce your power? Your claws are too long and cumbersome, they hinder your combat effectiveness. A trim will enhance both aesthetics and functionality. You know nothing, you foolish beast." With that, the giant releases Bamazatin's claws, proclaiming, "They're much more tidy." Yip. Bamazatin's response is rather subdued. Do not seek out those two red kings for a fight again. Those brutes are formidable. You can only harass them from the sky. Should you approach, they could easily crush you with a single blow. After offering this warning, the giant turns and strides toward a towering tree, etching a mark into its trunk with force. Upon completing this task, he counts the marks, the 562nd. I'm truly remarkable. It is time to depart. I have contemplated this for a week. Bamazatin tilts its head. Yip, I cannot remain here indefinitely. While adapting to this life is not easy, I lack the means to protect myself should any cosmic upheaval arise. Gu Jia gazes at the descending star in the distance, his resolve strengthening. Over a year has passed since he became an Ultraman. During this time, he has only developed the ability to fly and use the spikes on his head. Mastery of martial arts or energy beams is a distant dream for someone with the intellect of a middle schooler, likely unattainable for a century. After all, he was first a person before inexplicably becoming a wild Ultraman. He requires a mentor, someone to bestow upon him the skills necessary to survive in the perilous world of Ultramen. The swiftest path to achieving this is to seek out the Land of Light. Despite his appearance, his silver head adorned with three sharp spikes, his body marked by intertwining silvered patterns with hints of purple and black, and a pulsating energy. Core reminiscent of Seiga's explosive black hole, he remains hopeful that the benevolent Land of Light will not turn away a homeless wild Ultraman. Beside him, Bamazatin mutters, "Yip." Gu Jia scoffs, "What are you so proud of? You possess no means of self-defense, either. That I plan to leave in a couple of days. Will you accompany me? Oh, if you choose not to go, I can understand. This is your homeland, after all. I too am reluctant to part with mine." The next day, with determination in his heart, Gu Jia steals one last glance at the humble shelter he has called home for a year and a half. The shelter is modest, barely 50 meters high, so rudimentary that it lacks a door. One can easily see the sparse interior containing a bed, a small wooden table, and a stool, adorned with various wooden carvings. The corners of the bed are charred, likely from restless nights, as if something had exploded nearby. I will return once I find the Land of Light. With a heavy heart, Gu Jia waves goodbye to his small shelter. Turning to his first friend in this world, he says, "Old Bay, you must take care of yourself while I am away. When I return, I will help you exact vengeance on those two wretched Red Kings." "Yip," Bamazatin bellows, seemingly eager for the day of reckoning. After completing his farewell, Gu Jia lifts his gaze to the sky, determination glimmering in his blue-eyed eyes. "Land of Light, I am on my way." With a mighty leap, the silver giant ascends, swiftly breaking through the sound barrier as he soars into the heavens. Outside the verdant planet, Gu Jia contemplates his flight path. Surrounded by the vastness of the cosmos, he finds himself with choices in every direction. The distance to the Land of Light increases, and he must choose wisely. Let us fly towards the star. I refuse to believe this stellar system harbors only one planet. If I can locate another planet teeming with life, I may ask for directions. The land of light must be quite renowned in the universe. After muttering to himself, Gu Jia sets his course and accelerates toward a colossal orange-earth planet in the distance. Lacking measuring instruments and prior flight experience, Gu Jia has no concept of his speed, only feeling as if he has traversed the depths of space for an eternity. At last, he arrives beside the orange-earth star, feeling the intense heat radiating outward. It seems rather pleasant. What might incinerate ordinary life in the cosmos feels exceptionally warm to Gu Jia in this moment. Is it due to the unique physiology of Ultraman? After pondering this, Gu Jia suddenly spots another planet rotating around the star. This ochre-hued world aligns perfectly with the star and the green planet he once inhabited, forming a straight line, obscured from view until now. It doesn't seem to harbor life, but since I'm here, I might as well take a chance. With no other options available, Gu Jia makes a swift decision. Planet Babalu. This desolate world has languished for many years, devoid of water and vegetation, presenting a barren landscape of ochre when viewed from afar. At this moment, Gu Jia has just entered the thin atmosphere of the planet. Roar! A strange sound erupts from below. Upon hearing this noise, Gu Jia does not hesitate. He turns and flees. His year of life on the green planet has taught him that this sound unequivocally signals the presence of a monster. Regardless of its nature, he is ill-equipped to face it. When in doubt, retreat is the wisest course. After flying around the planet for nearly 2 hours, Gu Jia discovers the ruins of ancient structures. Judging by the weather remnants, it is clear that no one has set foot here for at least a millennium. This should be good news. It at least indicates that intelligent life once thrived here. After comforting himself with this thought, Gu Jia follows the exposed ruins, slowing his flight. Half a day later, he arrives at a grand site of antiquity. This area likely once served as a place of worship, as evidenced by the numerous proportionate and intricately carved stone columns scattered throughout the ruins. After all these years of erosion, the patterns on these columns remain remarkably clear. The ingenuity of the laborers is commendable. The silver giant navigates through the ruins, his curiosity piqued as he explores the remnants of a forgotten civilization. 2 minutes later, he suddenly halted, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. The very center of the ruins stood a remarkably preserved statue of a giant. The upper body of the giant was upright, with wings extending behind, its head slightly raised, and its compassionate gaze directed beyond the planet. Or rather, it appeared to be surveying the vast expanse of the universe. No, Noah. It seemed that Ultraman Guts had an inkling of where he had arrived. Chapter 2. Noah's lack of support. Planet Babalu. Within the dilapidated temple, a fierce wind swept up clouds of dust, casting a yellowish hue over the entire sacred site. In the central area of the temple, the small Ultraman lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he stared at the ancient and sacred stone statue before him. This scene felt as though it signified a passing of an ER.SO. This might be Planet Babalu, he murmured to himself. Logically, the Temple of Noah should be scattered throughout parallel universes. Yet he was only aware of 2 locations. One was the ruins on the Dimension Mirror Star in the two-dimensional world, and the other was the temple on Planet Babalu. The characteristics of his current location aligned with what he had seen on television before his journey. Even from the perspective of the multiverse, Noah is a godlike being. He must be able to perceive everything that transpires within the temple. That a flicker of anticipation crossed Guts' face, soon replaced by a reverent expression as he bowed before the statue of Noah, murmuring prayers. Great Noah Ultraman, can you reveal to me the location of the Land of Light? Guts was aware that his actions might seem somewhat foolish, yet he held faith that Noah could hear his pleas. A deity should possess such capabilities. Noah, after noticing the statue's complete lack of response, Guts called out several more times, all to no avail. How disappointing. Realizing this, he felt akin to a deflated balloon, his top body collapsing as he casually settled onto a low wall. Completely unhelpful. Just as he uttered these words, a piercing cry sliced through the air, reaching Guts' ears. Startled by the sound, he stood at attention. He had heard that noise upon arriving on this planet. Could it be it has pursued me this far? Following the direction of the sound, Guts spotted a glaring grayish-yellow figure in the sky. Noticing the monster's crimson eyes and bat-like wings, he recognized its identity. Sandria's, Sandrias, standing at 48 meters tall and weighing nearly 20 tons, possessed sharp beaks and fangs, capable of emitting powerful destructive beams from its eyes and mouth. Notably, this creature could fly at speeds nearing 10 Mach under Earth's gravity. Guts was uncertain of his own speed, but was sure it fell short of 10 Mach. Thus, upon confirming the monster's identity, he understood that he had to flee immediately. Run for it. The silvered warrior swiftly took off from the temple, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. To his dismay, Sandrias had locked onto him and was in relentless pursuit. As the chase unfolded in the skies, Guts realized just how much slower he was compared to Sandrias. Within minutes, the monster had closed the distance to under a kilometer. The good news was that despite the evident speed disparity, Guts did not succumb to despair. He believed that with training, he could exceed this creature's speed in the future. The bad news was that his future seemed increasingly uncertain. The third immaterial juvenile Ultraman now faced Sandrias, fully aware of the dire situation. Thus, Guts began to maneuver in the air, darting left and right in evasive maneuvers. Yet, given the overwhelming disparity in physical prowess, these actions only appeared as theatrics. Yip! Sandrias emitted another shriek, unleashing a laser from its eyes that grazed Guts' calf. After struggling for a moment, Guts plummeted from the sky. As he descended, he felt as if he could hear the ominous words, "Guts out!" Boom! After falling for several seconds, the massive figure crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater in the desolate terrain. Yip! Sandrias landed closely behind, gazing at the cloud of dust enveloping the crater. From within, a figure emerged, limping and with a voice hoarse from anger. "This is too much." Yip! Uncertain if it understood the words, Sandrias strode forward, opening its jagged maw to launch another attack. Faced with the approaching monstrosity, Guts hurled the dust he had clutched upon impact. Whoosh! Countless particles scattered in all directions. The sudden shift momentarily halted Sandria's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Guts swiftly drew two head spears from atop his head and aimed for the monster's abdomen. There was no escape. He had to fight back. Even in death, he would not allow this vile creature to triumph. Slash! The silvery head spear sliced into the monster's flesh, eliciting a pained cry as it instinctively recoiled. Yip! In its agonized shriek, Guts seized the moment to launch another spear. Unfortunately, this attack missed, deflected by Sandria's wing. Whoosh! The wing then swung, sending Guts flying several hundred meters away. This encounter profoundly illustrated the vast disparity in their physical attributes. Still unable to match it, Guts muttered, gripping the head spears tightly, his mind racing as he strategized for the impending confrontation. Across from him, Sandrias, having briefly recovered, glared with red eyes. Zing! Once more, a red destructive beam targeted Guts. Anticipating the attack, Guts swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike, then hurled one of his sharp head spears. Whoosh! The silver spear flew swiftly, tracing an arc through the air. Alas, before it could find its mark, it was deflected by a beam shot from Sandria's eyes. Ha! Taking advantage of the monster's diverted gaze, Guts grabbed the third spear from his head. With a powerful push from his legs, boom! The force propelled him from his previous position, leaving a small crater behind. Now airborne, Guts positioned himself horizontally, holding a spear in each hand above his head, spinning rapidly, transforming into a projectile aimed directly at his foe. A desperate strike. Guts' strategy was simple. If his attack power was insufficient, he would become the weapon himself. Yip! In the vast arena, Sandrias quickly regained its focus after deflecting the head spear, raising its wings in defense against the oncoming giant. Yet, just as they were on the verge of collision, buzz! Whoosh! A pure white wave emanated from the distant Noah temple, rapidly expanding outward and freezing the very fabric of space. Caught in the energy wave, both Guts and Sandrias, mid-action, were abruptly halted as if the universe had pressed the pause button. In this suspended realm, Guts' consciousness began to blur. Chapter 3. Rejoice. The most dashing and powerful Ultraman Gaia in an unknown realm. Gaia was utterly bewildered. Is this the afterlife? It is desolate, and indeed, does not seem like a place for humans. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something and quickly looked up. A glimmer of light had appeared ahead, expanding rapidly. Soon, The light transformed into a towering silver giant. Its unique head shape, the iconic wings on its back, and the prominent red crystal on its chest. It was Noah. Noah? Gaia murmured, as if in a dream, struggling to believe his eyes. This was not a mere statue. This was the true Noah, a manifestation of light. Upon this realization, a jolt coursed through Gaia, his bulbous eyes flickering as if he had heard something. Are you speaking to me? The enigmatic four guardians indeed exuded an air of authority. Communication occurred without words, directly transmitting thoughts into the mind. Observe, this is called Gra. In the ensuing silence, Gaia's bulbous eyes slowly dimmed, evidently concentrating on the information Noah was imparting. After approximately half a minute, a spark ignited in his eyes. You wish for me to inherit your power? Absolutely. Gaia responded without a hint of hesitation. This was Noah, one of the enigmatic four guardians. To claim the title of the universe's strongest might be an exaggeration, yet it certainly implied he was among the elite of the cosmos. With Noah's power, the likes of King Red and Sandria's would pose no challenge. In fact, even casting them a glance would be a concession. At that point, self-preservation would be a trivial matter, and dominance over the universe would be within reach. As Gaia envisioned a splendid future, he received another message from Noah's will. A question for me? After acquiring power, how would I deal with that Sandria's outside? Gaia pondered momentarily, but then abruptly halted mid-sentence. Noah's inquiry might be a test. If he answered with vengeance, would it not seem overly resentful? Would Noah bestow his power upon someone who frequently spoke of violence? Conversely, if he answered not to kill, would that not be somewhat foolishly virtuous? After all, Sandria's had nearly claimed his life. After a brief moment of hesitation, the astute Gaia devised a compromise. Of course. I shall heed your wishes. Upon receiving your power, I shall become your devoted servant, doing whatever you command. Gaia replied obediently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Noah, glowing in the distance, wave his hand. Simultaneously, Gaia felt a sharp sting on his backside, a searing pain. Ouch! After imparting a lesson, Noah reiterated his previous question, emphasizing the importance of honesty. Gaia replied, I shall heed your wishes. This time, the sting almost made Gaia cry out. He attempted to soothe himself, only to find that rubbing made the pain intensify. At that moment, Noah posed the same question again. Gaia, I genuinely shall heed your wishes. For after bestowing me with power, you shall become my greatest idol. Even if I have minor grievances with Sandria's, should you disapprove of any actions, I would certainly refrain. Upon hearing these words, the light-formed Noah finally nodded slowly. In the next instant, Noah's luminous form rapidly shrank, transforming into a streak of light that entered Gaia's body. Instantly, Gaia felt a surge of power swelling within him. Do I now have the qualifications for a significant transformation? Given that Noah possesses both a juvenile form, Nexus, and an adolescent form, Nexus, Noah's true form could be considered the ultimate state. Just moments ago, feeling Noah's essence penetrate his being, Gaia sensed he could wield Noah's formidable strength at will. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he received Noah's response. You can harness my power, but it can only be sustained for about a minute at a time. Furthermore, after using it, your body will enter a state of weakness, the duration of which depends on your physical condition. In other words, I can only be a true warrior for 1 minute? That seems rather brief and intense, doesn't it? Gaia could not help but voice his thoughts. It is not that you do not wish to grant me your power, but rather that my body cannot bear it. In the future, as I grow stronger, I shall be able to wield more of your strength. That seems quite reasonable. I certainly did not mean to blame you. I merely hope your unparalleled might can linger within me a while longer. Gaia understood the situation clearly. After receiving Noah's power, he must treat him as a benefactor to be cherished. The minor grievances endured in Noah's presence paled in comparison to the immense gifts received. By the way, Noah, why did you choose me? After securing your power, Gaia curiously inquired. Was it because of my kind heart, upright nature, and a spirit filled with justice and love? Ultimately, Noah did not answer Gaia's question, and his will faded away as if he had never been there at all. Unwilling to engage with me, yet the power remains. Gaia glanced at the radiant energy core on his chest, the timer. Wait, Noah, you have yet to return me. Planet Babalu. On the battlefield beside Noah's temple. Within a space ensnared by white energy, Gaia's previously extinguished timer and lights flickered back to life, his consciousness returning to reality. It was real. Everything that had just transpired was not a dream. He then realized he was still on the battlefield and promptly abandoned the idea of a self-sacrificing attack, retreating swiftly to create distance. With the timer ticking, there was no need to risk his life. Sandrius, your time has come. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated attack did not materialize. Sandrius, puzzled, opened his protective wings. Huh? At the same moment, Gaia, suspended in midair, unleashed a torrent of radiant energy from the torn wind timer on his chest. As this pure and divine energy manifested, the entire realm was illuminated. Amidst the brilliance, Gaia's form transformed. The intricate patterns on his exterior were replaced by a sacred silver hue, and he rapidly grew in stature, soaring from 30 meters to nearly 60. Simultaneously, silver wings sprouted from his back, and the energy core on his chest, which seemed to contain the cosmos, expanded, revealing flecks of red light like twinkling stars. The true deity has descended. Upon completing his transformation, Gaia felt that utilizing Noah's power for the first time required a sense of ritual. So he emulated the tone of his mentor to congratulate himself. Rejoice! Above all Ultramen, the most dashing and powerful Ultraman Gaia has officially graced the cosmic stage. Chapter 4. A flick of the finger. Gaia had initially believed that wielding Noah's power would allow him to transform directly into Noah's form. However, upon truly utilizing it, he discovered that reality differed from his expectations. He retained his unique characteristics, merely adorned in the silver patterns akin to Noah's, with the dual wings manifested at his back, and a heightened stature. Rather than becoming Noah, it felt more like he had unlocked a new form inspired by him. Naturally, Gaia mused that preserving his individuality was more gratifying than becoming a mere replica of Noah, to be oneself rather than another. Although he might not seem entitled to express such sentiments while relying on Noah's power, he believed that future endeavors would lead him to this realization. On the opposite side, Sandrias was utterly stunned upon witnessing the transformation of the once diminutive warrior. Where had that small, easily bullied Ultraman gone? How had he suddenly grown so large? Curious, are you? Gaia smiled at Sandrias, slowly raising his glowing right hand. With his index finger arched, he gently flicked it. A wave of light materialized out of thin air, colliding with Sandrias. Bang! With a swift motion, the once arrogant flying beast was sent sprawling. A shrill cry escaped Sandrias as it hung in the air, blood trickling from its mouth. Gu Jia's seemingly casual strike nearly brought about its demise. Then, Gu Jia's radiant form transformed into a beacon of light, teleporting before Sandrias, gazing down upon the wretched creature. Ah, the wheel of karma. Just moments ago, I was concealed from your sight, yet you pursued me relentlessly with lethal intent. Did I provoke you? Upon finishing his words, the merciful Gu Jia clenched his fist, poised to deliver a final blow to end the beast's suffering. However, before his fist could descend, a faint cry echoed from afar. With the powers of Noah enhancing his senses, his auditory range now encompassed almost half a planet. Confirming he had not misheard, Gu Jia smiled. Oh, so you have companions? Very well, they likely are no less malevolent than you. I shall send you all on your way together. Gu Jia was acutely aware that had it not been for Noah's intervention earlier, he would have faced a near-certain demise today. It was clear that Sandrias was a malevolent beast that could not be spared. With this thought, he cast a cold glance at the barely living Sandrias before accelerating towards the source of the sound. The wounded Sandrias emitted a ghastly cry, a hoarse lament that seemed to either alert its companions or plead for mercy. Upon hearing this, Gu Jia's flight slowed slightly as he muttered, "The only help I can offer you is to ensure you both perish together." On the planet Baburu, nestled beneath a range of towering mountains, lay a chilly, wind-sheltered slope. Below this slope, the earth had been disturbed by a great beast, forming a natural nest. At the very center of this nest lay a helpless little creature, barely half a meter long, its crimson eyes filled with innocent bewilderment, yearning for sustenance. At this moment, the silver giant, radiating holy light, stood beside the nest, gazing at the helpless little beast with a complex expression. If only you were a bit larger, Gu Jia released his clenched fist, adopting a fierce demeanor. If you were larger, I would not hesitate in my actions. In nature, many creatures become exceedingly aggressive post-reproduction, influenced by hormonal changes and the instinctual drive for survival. Upon seeing the little beast, Gu Jia understood that Sandrias' attack stemmed from this very instinct. It perceived him as an intruder threatening its offspring's safety. Recalling his conversation with Noah while absorbing power, Gu Jia murmured, "No wonder Noah posed that question to me. Noah, are you still there? Since you question me, you surely possess a definitive answer within. I shall heed your guidance. Since you have chosen me, you must be my mentor and teach me. Please respond. For this form cannot be sustained much longer. Gu Jia's tone grew increasingly urgent. Seconds turned into an eternity, yet Noah's presence remained elusive. Gu Jia felt the diminishing effects of Noah's power, the divine radiance fading visibly, his form retracting, and fatigue settling in. After a brief moment of silence, Gu Jia resolved to act. With a swift motion, he utilized light-based teleportation, returning to the place where Sandria's mother had fallen. Though your attack was driven by instinct, it was still misguided, and your current state is a result of your own actions. I will heal you now, and you must return to care for your young. Do not let me see you again, understand? As Gu Jia spoke, a renewed brightness glimmered in his eyes, fixated on the creature before him. The feeble Sandrias, barely able to respond, emitted a weak, eh? Without hesitation, Gu Jia's glowing hand rested upon the great beast. Warm beams of light seeped from his palm into Sandria's, stimulating its cells to accelerate division, mending broken bones and torn flesh. Time passed, and as Gu Jia's transformation neared its end, the energy output caused his head to grow heavier. Ultimately, his luminous eyes dimmed, and without warning, he collapsed. Using Noah's power had taken its toll. Exhausted, Gu Jia drifted into a long, tumultuous dream, surrounded by a group of burly figures assaulting him, every cell in his body aching. In the distance, he could see a hairy giant clad in black stockings, donning a bunny girl headband, dancing enthusiastically. It was a dream he had never experienced before, a torment of both body and spirit. On the planet Baburu, shortly after the small Ultra Warrior collapsed, Sandria's had fully recovered. With a delighted screech, it inspected its body, confirming its well-being, before turning its gaze towards the dimly glowing figure of the small warrior. With a cry, perhaps still harboring resentment, Sandria's opened its toothy maw and lunged at the little giant. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Jia finally shook off the nauseating dream, his consciousness returning to reality. His eyes flickered open, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Before him lay the massive, motionless form of Sandria's. Struggling to his feet and glancing around, Gu Jia realized his current predicament. Am I in its nest? Chapter 5. Monsters also have the right to exist once assured of his safety. Gu Jia exhaled deeply. He had to admit, he had gambled when he saved Sandria's. What if the creature bore a grudge and attacked him in his weakened state? He would have truly met his end. In the future, he should avoid such uncertainties. This admonition was directed at himself. Alone in an unfamiliar world, he should not place himself in perilous situations. Nonetheless, he pondered. The young Sandria's was scarcely larger than a mere snout. Had he harmed its mother, it would not survive long. Any creature with a semblance of humanity would hesitate. The large Sandria's in the nest had clearly sensed Gu Jia's movements, lifting its head to gaze silently at the small giant before it. We are even now. Gu Jia smiled, extending his hand. Sandria's, however, appeared confused by the gesture, tilting its head in inquiry. Care for your young well, and refrain from attacking every passerby. Not every warrior is as benevolent as I, Gu Jia remarked, awkwardly brushing off the dust from his clothes as Sandria's did not reciprocate his offered hand. Knowing that communication with the beast was difficult, Gu Jia prepared to depart. Although he now possessed the power of Noah, enabling him to be a true warrior for a minute, his overall strength remained insufficient. Finding the land of light was imperative. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at the sleeping youngling and the perplexed Sandria's, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Surely, all that he had done bore significance. Suddenly, the previously quiet Sandria's emitted a high-pitched screech. Is that a thank you? Gu Jia mused, accepting it. Yet, he soon noticed a peculiar expression on the creature's face. Sandria's had tilted its head skyward, its red eyes seeming to penetrate the heavy clouds. Remembering his own experiences upon arriving on this planet, Gu Jia immediately thought, could there be others coming? To his astonishment, Sandria's nodded in affirmation. Oh, wait, do not be overly excited. Not all life forms that arrive on this planet intend to harm your child. Allow me to investigate. You simply need to safeguard your child here. After soothing the agitated mother monster, Ultraman Jinga soared into the sky. During his flight, he muttered, bring an Ultraman, not a monster, bring an Ultraman. In the high altitude, a silver-red giant floated, engaged in long-distance communication with someone. Hikari, how are things on your end? I'm fine. I'm merely conducting a routine patrol, replied Ultraman Bess. A new monster has appeared on planet Baburu, exhibiting high aggression. I'm here to assess whether it poses a threat to ordinary life in the universe. Rest assured, I will prioritize safety. I must go. I believe I've spotted my target. With that, the giant's body shot downward like an arrow released from its bow. However, as he discerned the target's form, his speed noticeably diminished. Ultraman, which planet do you hail from? Why have you come to planet Baburu? It is perilous here. Ultraman Jinga, astonished at the sight of the small giant, could hardly believe his eyes. Is that Mebius? Mebius, one of the 10 Ultraman brothers. An outstanding warrior of the new generation from the Land of Light. With his guidance, I may find my way into the Land of Light. You know me? Mebius inquired with curiosity upon hearing the small giant utter his name. Well, the name of the Ultraman brothers is known throughout the universe, Jinga expressed with admiration. Indeed, Mebius nodded subtly, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. But you still haven't told me which planet you are from. You are quite small. Roaming alone in such a vast universe is dangerous. I forgot, Jinga said, raising a hand to rub his forehead, feigning a troubled expression. Regarding this question, revealing his true identity as a traveler was out of the question. Claiming to be a naturally born wandering Ultraman would undoubtedly lack credibility, as all Ultraman possess a lineage, such as the Plasma Spark Tower of the Land of Light or the Ultraman Heart-Strengthening Device. The notion of a wild Ultraman was simply implausible. Hence, playing the fool was the best option at that moment. I have floated in the universe since I became conscious, with no recollection of family or homeland. Only a vague memory of the name Jinga. How have you survived in the universe all this time? Mebius asked, seemingly empathetic to the little warrior's plight. Jinga, sensing Mebius's sympathy, put on a sorrowful expression and forced a smile. It's been quite good. I just wander alone in the vast, deep, dark universe, searching for anything familiar, hoping to establish a connection with this alien world. I often face attacks from indigenous inhabitants when landing on planets, but fortunately, I run fast enough. After listening to Jinga's account, Mebius bowed his head in silence. That is truly tragic. How can a little warrior, with no means of self-defense in the universe, survive? Must you smile even in such adversity? You are indeed a resilient little warrior. In that case, I shall take you back to the Land of Light. We will help you find your family, Mebius decisively declared. Really? Jinga's face lit up with joy, but he hesitated. But wouldn't that trouble you? Hearing this, Mebius felt even more compassion. The first thought upon receiving help was to consider others. Little Jinga, how remarkably thoughtful. Why must such a considerate child endure such hardship? It is no trouble at all. With a population of 10 billion in the Land of Light, supporting your needs is effortless. I can assure you that until you find your true family, the Land of Light will be your home. Jinga was nearly moved to tears, overwhelmed by genuine gratitude. Thank you so much, Commander Mebius. Mebius extended his arm around the little warrior. No need for such formality. Just call me brother, Mebius brother. Jinga tightly embraced his newfound ally. All right, Mebius brother. Mebius reassured him. All right, once I finish my patrol, we shall return to the Land of Light. Jinga, filled with concern, asked, Are you patrolling this planet? I just circled around it, and there are only a mother and child monster here. The mother monster seems quite irritable, possibly due to just giving birth, but she is not malevolent. Will the Land of Light deal with them? This aligned with the intelligence Mebius had received. I see. Rest assured, the Land of Light respects the nature of monsters and will not harm the mother and child. However, to ensure the safety of the universe's populace, we will place a warning sign outside the planet for passers-by to exercise caution. Monsters are also a part of the universe. They certainly have the right to exist. Chapter 6. The Son of Taro? Indeed extraordinary. Although their acquaintance has been brief, Mebius is certain that little Jinga possesses the essential qualities of an exceptional warrior: kindness, resilience, and humility, traits that many who have trained for years in the Land of Light lack. It must be acknowledged that he finds himself increasingly fond of this child. Shortly after completing the inspection of planet Baburu, Mebius contacted the relevant departments of the Land of Light and established a warning sign outside the planet. He then took the little warrior, who had no past, back to the Land of Light. On the journey, Jinga experienced his second happiest moment since traversing through time. The first was being chosen by Noah. I've heard that the Ultraman arena in the Land of Light is vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of warriors, Jinga remarked. Indeed, the Cosmic Patrol must be well trained to protect the entire universe, Mebius replied. I also heard that Ultraman 7 had a profound romantic relationship with a human woman in his early years. Mebius responded, the cosmic gossip even spreads such tales? Haha. But that's not something to be ashamed of. Everyone experiences emotions. I heard that Ultraman father bravely fought against the Ampelins during the Ultraman War and was severely injured. And he still hasn't recovered? Mebius nodded. Yes. Thus the captain has delegated authority to Brother Zoffy over the years, as his body requires rest. But why are both Ultraman father and Ultraman mother from the Ultraman Silver clan, while Taro is from the Ultraman Red clan? Is that also due to Ultraman father's injury? Jinga asked. Mebius explained. Genetic throwbacks can occur, so any couple in the Land of Light may give birth to a child exhibiting traits from all three clans. Oh. I see, I thought. Mebius, harboring respect for the captain, interjected. Let's not pry too much. That is a matter between them. And Commander Mari is certainly not that kind of person. What I meant to say was that injury could affect a child's appearance. Brother, what do you mean by that? Mebius realized he was overthinking. After all, how could a child ponder such ethical dilemmas? No, it's nothing. We are almost at the Land of Light. I have reported the matter of bringing you back to the higher-ups, so the outer defense barriers will not hinder us. We will soon land at the Ultraman spaceport. Jinga gazed at the bright emerald planet ahead, unable to contain his excitement, his body trembling. All right, the Land of Light, initially just a name, became synonymous with the entirety of the Ultraman star due to its expansive territory. In truth, Mebius had understated the population of the Land of Light. The latest census indicated that the total populace had exceeded 18 billion. In this utopia crafted from light, despite the vast population, everyone fulfilled their roles, maintaining order and harmony. Light and smiles are the most common sights on this planet. In such a vast nation, the cosmic port designated for receiving spacecraft and extraterrestrial visitors is, naturally, quite expansive. Within the Ultraverse port, Ultraman Jinga and Mebius entered the hall to undergo immigration checks. As the 10th brother of the Ultraman, Mebius enjoyed considerable recognition in the Land of Light and effortlessly passed through upon showing his face. In contrast, Jinga was subjected to a meticulous examination by various instruments. Do not be afraid. The inspection is necessary, Mebius reassured him. Jinga nodded, showing no signs of discomfort, and raised his head, his bright eyes curiously surveying his surroundings. His first impression of the Land of Light was its brilliance. The luminosity of the plasma spark towers was already striking, and the buildings of the Land of Light were adorned with reflective coatings. This resulted in the entire city appearing as if it were constructed from crystal. Enchanting, yet exceedingly dazzling. Having become accustomed to the profound darkness of the cosmos, Jinga felt he would need some time to adapt. In addition to the brightness, there was an overwhelming crowd. The port hall was bustling with tens of thousands of individuals, showcasing a myriad of planets and diverse racial features. During the time Mebius awaited Jinga's completion of the checks, a familiar yet youthful voice called out from a corner of the hall. Mebius, brother? Seiga? Mebius turned towards the direction of the voice, his expression filled with surprise. Look at you, you've grown so much. Upon hearing this familiar name, Jinga also turned to look. Seiga, the son of Ultraman Taro and the crown prince of the Land of Light, appeared quite different from the Seiga he had seen on television. He was shorter, his proportions more childlike, and his large head gave him an innocent appearance. Seiga looks to be about my age, Jinga concluded after comparing their sizes. Mebius inquired with curiosity. What brings you to the port? Waiting for Taro, brother? Jinga momentarily lost his train of thought, his mind slipping like on a banana peel. Seiga was Taro's son. Calling Mebius brother, while Mebius referred to Taro as brother, making Seiga akin to his own uncle? Never mind, it's just a title, no need to overthink it. It's an extracurricular activity. Our teacher arranged for us to come here for social practice, Seiga explained. I find it quite interesting. Lowering his voice, he gestured discreetly towards a small warrior with a unique pattern in the distance. I just saw you bring that little warrior in. What's his situation? Mebius briefly responded. He's lost his memory and has been adrift in space for quite some time, though he's around your age. I couldn't just leave him, so I brought him back. He might even become your classmate, he added. Seiga's mind raced as he utilized his knowledge to make a judgment. Three-headed shuriken, a uniquely shaped timer, and that peculiar pattern on his form. He doesn't resemble a warrior from the 78th galaxy. Ordinary warriors from the 40th galaxy lack black stripes. And even if they have them, they wouldn't have purple stripes. Perhaps he could belong to the 50th, but why would a child receive powers from the light ring? How strange. You're quite knowledgeable, Mebius gently patted Taiga on the head. Just then, Jinga completed his inspection and walked towards Mebius, confidently extending his hand to greet Taiga. "Hello. I am Jinga." Taiga replied, grasping Jinga's hand and tilting his horned head slightly. "You don't seem to have lost your memory. Was it truly amnesia? Or was he deliberately concealing something? The son of Taro is certainly extraordinary. His ability to perceive is remarkably strong." Chapter 7. Jinga's reluctance for school. If Jinga were to select a quintessential example of a precocious youth, he would undoubtedly choose Taiga. It is hard to fathom that the naive boy he once knew could possess such wisdom at a young age. However, upon reflection, it is reasonable. Taiga's youthful naivete pales in comparison to the cunning of Torbakia. Furthermore, his lineage and the education he has received are considered top tier in the universe, making his maturity relative to his peers quite normal. Faced with Taiga's skepticism, Jinga could not think of a suitable response to alter Taiga's impression of him. So he chose to feign ignorance. "Huh? What do you mean? It's nothing. Taiga is just joking with you," Mebius interjected. Compared to Taiga, Mebius appeared to be the one lacking guile, as he took Jinga's hand and led him towards the exit of the port hall. "You continue with your business. I will arrange a place for him to stay." As the two departed, Taiga's glowing eyes remained fixed on Jinga's retreating figure, filled with curiosity. 2 days later, at the population registration office in the Land of Light, Mebius brought Jinga to register for his identification. He initially intended for Jinga to stay for a couple of days, utilizing the powerful information network of the Land of Light to assist Jinga in locating his homeland. However, to his surprise, during these 2 days, he contacted various Ultraman stars, but received no reports of any missing warriors resembling Jinga. Since finding the child's home in the short term proved elusive, it became necessary to prepare for Jinga's long-term residence in the Land of Light. Thus, Mebius brought him to register for an identification card, and they would later proceed to handle enrollment procedures. Outside the service hall, Jinga, having successfully obtained his identification, clutched his ID card, reluctantly being led forward by Mebius. "Brother, do we really have to go to school? Can't we skip it?" Before his crossing into this world, Jinga had not yet reached 20 and was naturally resistant to the monotony of structured learning. This sentiment persisted even after his arrival in this new realm. Mebius patiently explained, "Children need knowledge. What will you do if you don't go to school? Just wander aimlessly through the universe? There are children in the Land of Light who have strayed from the right path due to neglecting their studies. Let's not dwell on that. Do you possess the ability to protect yourself? Listen, school will teach you everything you need for your future life in the cosmos. Haven't you always wanted me to teach you about light techniques and physical skills? These schools will provide that." "Really?" Upon hearing that school could aid him in becoming stronger, Jinga's resistance waned slightly. "Of course," Mebius affirmed, "but if you go to school now, you will likely struggle to keep up with your peers and will have to start from the beginner class." A sudden wave of apprehension washed over Jinga. "How much younger are the students in the beginner class?" Mebius smiled reassuringly. "You will find out once you go. If you can adapt to the harsh conditions outside, schooling will surely be a breeze for you." 2 days later, at Ultraman Primary School, in the beginner class, Jinga gazed despondently at his classmates, who were all significantly shorter than him. This was not a beginner class. It resembled a kindergarten. Being such a large figure in the classroom made him rather conspicuous. Fortunately, despite the youthful environment, the overall quality of the children in the Land of Light was quite high. On the first day of school, not a single child cried. Each one sat obediently at their little desks like miniature figurines. Finding this situation absurd, Jinga leaned over to his deskmate and whispered mischievously, "Your mom doesn't want you anymore." As proven, regardless of the world, that phrase wields an incredible power over children just starting school. Wah! Jinga's blue-skinned deskmate burst into tears immediately. "Mommy, I want my mommy." The first cry ignited a chain reaction, and the classroom devolved into chaos. "I want my mommy. I don't want to go to school. Wah! I want to go home." At the height of the commotion, the female teacher entered, holding her head. Taking a deep breath, "This is what I feared most. It has happened." In the midst of the uproar, Jinga remained aloof. Like a wooden statue. This is more like it. This is how children should behave. However, he could not remain in the beginner class for long. He needed to devise a plan to catch up to his peers and advance quickly. Otherwise, where would he place his little face? At the headquarters of the Cosmic Security Force, in the captain's office, Mebius entered to meet Zoffy. "Zoffy, brother, you called for me? I heard you brought back a child and have enrolled him in Ultraman Primary School." Zoffy smiled casually and commented, The matter of adopting children is quite contagious. Ace was like this in the past, and now you are too. Indeed, that child was someone I encountered on planet Babalu. Although he has lost his memory, he is remarkably talented. As Mebius recalled Ultraman Jinga, he couldn't help but smile. Diligent and eager to learn. He is currently striving to catch up with his peers in studies. Zoffy remarked, I heard you've been searching for that child's home planet. Have you made any progress? None at all. I have scoured all the planets in the universe capable of giving rise to giants. Mebius sighed. After a lengthy discussion, Zoffy raised his hand and summoned a waveform chart on the virtual screen before him. This is the energy fluctuation detected by the Energy Monitoring Department of the Science and Technology Bureau on planet Babalu a while ago. Take a look. Mebius' eyes widened in astonishment. A month ago, the energy surged thousands of times in an instant? Zoffy nodded. Such energy fluctuations far exceed that of large stars. It arrived without warning, and I remain uneasy about it. Could it be related to the temple on planet Babalu? Mebius thought instantly. Zoffy acknowledged. I have considered this possibility as well, but the history of that temple predates even the Land of Light. Since the inception of the Land of Light, there has never been a record of it emitting such fluctuations. Let us make bold conjectures and verify with caution. If that child was indeed on planet Babalu during that time, he should have insights into the cause of these fluctuations. Mebius finally understood why Zoffy had summoned him today. Understood. I will inquire with him. Reflecting on it now, it occurred to him that the child's memory loss might also be linked to this matter. Zoffy continued. By the way, I have a hypothesis regarding that child's origin. If he is not an Ultraman from our universe, could he possibly be a being who drifted here from a parallel universe due to some unforeseen incident? The archives of the Land of Light contain numerous cases of parallel universes and multidimensional universes influencing our world. That is a possibility. Mebius's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of clarity. This would indeed explain the child's peculiar appearance. However, the quest to find his homeland would become even more challenging, considering the vastness of multidimensional and parallel universes. Zoffy added, there's one more matter. A significant riot has erupted in the Scorpius Nebula. After discussion, we believe you are the most suitable candidate to lead the investigation. Having defeated the Ampila aliens, you are now among the elite of the Galactic Security Force. All right. Mebius replied. Zoffy instructed, then make the necessary arrangements and depart at 2 this afternoon. Mebius hesitated before speaking. Zoffy, perceiving the young warrior's concerns, said, worried about that child? We will take good care of him. Chapter 8. Learning leads to progress. After settling in the Land of Light, Ultraman Jinga, having been taken in by Mebius, naturally resided in Mebius's home. In this regard, he was far more fortunate than Zeta. Upon arriving in the Land of Light, he made a point to inquire about several Ultramen he was familiar with. Zeta, who was brought back from the battlefield by Ace, still lived in the orphanage of the Land of Light. Of course, it cannot be denied that the orphanage is also a loving family environment. In fact, Jinga was originally destined for the orphanage as well, but the kind-hearted Mebius could not bear to let that happen. Thus, when comparing the two situations, Ace appeared rather cold. However, Jinga could understand that when Zeta was brought back, he was likely just a small child. Ace, a rough man who only knew how to disperse light, would have surely caused psychological issues for Zeta if he had raised him. Speaking of children, each Ultraman family indeed has its own unique circumstances. The Taro family is relatively peaceful. However, Seiga has a loving father but lacks a mother-esque affection, which leads him to often challenge his father. Conversely, the Seven family has a son but left him in the orphanage, resulting in psychological developmental issues for the child. Zero. Even now, Jinga can hear tales of Zero's mischievous antics while in school. Ultimately, this misguided path nearly led Zero to a grave mistake, landing him in a juvenile detention center on Planet 76. Nonetheless, this incident is known only to a select few within the Land of Light. Jinga, viewing the situation from a godlike perspective, is able to discern the underlying issues. Inside Mebius's home, Jinga, while memorizing his lessons, rested his chin on one hand, his glowing eyes blankly gazing at the ceiling, momentarily lost in thought about the familial relationships among the Ultramen. Oh dear, I seem to be overthinking things. I must focus on my studies. The curriculum in the Land of Light is extensive and varied. I have diligently worked for over half a month and have barely reached the level of a third-grade elementary student. Seiga and Zeta, who are of the same age, are already in the 3rd grade, so I must hasten to catch up. Regaining his focus, Jinga redirected his attention to the textbook commencing a fervent bout of rote memorization. Jinga was fully aware that understanding would yield more effective learning. However, he lagged far behind his peers in various subjects, making intensive memorization the quickest means of improvement. He certainly did not wish to remain in kindergarten any longer. Fortunately, the minds of Ultramen are highly developed, and on his first day of school, Jinga discovered that he possessed an extraordinary memory. Mathematics. The energy conversion formula during the energy mobilization of Ultramen is 872,355. History of the universe. Scientists from the land of light have established that the known universe originated from a Big Bang approximately 13.6 billion years ago, involving a process that included singularity explosions, inflation periods, formation of fundamental particles, photon decoupling, and subsequently the birth of stars and galaxies. The sound of recitation echoed from Mebius's room. Outside the room, Seiga paused with his hand raised upon hearing the voice and hesitated before knocking on the door. Knock. Knock. The recitation abruptly ceased within. Coming. The door swung open, revealing Jinga and Seiga, two similarly aged warriors of nearly equal height, locking eyes. Upon seeing the displeased expression on Jinga's face due to the interruption, Seiga suddenly felt a bit sheepish. I came to find Mebius. He left 3 days ago for a mission. Did you not know? Jinga opened the door wider, inviting Seiga inside. Oh, I just found out, Seiga responded, his demeanor somewhat awkward. In truth, Seiga had come specifically to see this young warrior taken in by Mebius. Ever since their encounter at the Ultraman spaceport, Seiga had sensed something amiss with Jinga, prompting him to immerse himself in research at the library for several days. Eventually, his findings confirmed his suspicions. There were no records of any Ultraman race in the universe that resembled Jinga's unique appearance. The young detective Seiga had reason to suspect that Jinga might be a cleverly disguised alien attempting to approach Mebius to obtain secrets of the Land of Light. Inside the room, Jinga said, "Feel free to play around. I will continue studying." After inviting Seiga in, Jinga made no further moves, instead sitting at his desk, scanning line after line of text with unwavering focus. It was not that Jinga lacked enthusiasm. Rather, he was uncertain how to express warmth towards Seiga. Taro was the chief instructor of the Galactic Security Force, and Mebius was his prized student. Seiga likely knew Mebius better than he did, so as an outsider, Jinga felt it would be unwise to impose. Seiga, however, did not consider himself an outsider. Approaching Jinga from behind, he glanced at the densely packed text on the virtual screen. "Fourth grade curriculum? I thought you were still in kindergarten." Jinga replied, "I need to catch up. I can't possibly stay in kindergarten forever." "Until when do you plan to catch up?" Seiga inquired curiously. Jinga cast a glance at him, and clever Seiga quickly compared his size to that of the young warrior before him, realizing, "To reach my grade level? That's why you're working so hard." "There really is so much to learn," Seiga remarked. Jinga, engrossed in his memorization, did not respond. Seiga, undeterred, continued to seek conversation. "Just rote memorization? No notes? Can your brain hold that much information? My intention is to express that your superficial approach to learning may suffice for examinations, but what about real-world applications? Gu Jia, why should I concern myself with that? Children raised under the constraints of exam-oriented education have their own methods of learning. If you truly have nothing better to do, perhaps you could water the little flowers at the entrance, which were brought back by Brother Mebius from the third plant planet." Jia was momentarily speechless. "Do not misunderstand. I meant that I might be able to assist you. My learning methods are equally efficient." Gu Jia nodded perfunctorily. Although his acknowledgement was merely verbal, internally, he recognized Jia's academic prowess. This individual excels in every aspect. It is said he possesses the 10 talents of a primary school student, ranking first in his class year after year, an achievement his father had never attained. Seeing Gu Jia nod, Jia continued, "I can teach you, provided you share with me your true origins." Upon hearing this, Gu Jia's recitation faltered, inwardly exclaiming that it had come to this. From their first encounter, he sensed that Jia had his sights set on him. Just as he was beginning to adapt to life in the Land of Light, Jia was probing into his background. What origins could I possibly have? Gu Jia knew he could not reveal his identity as a traveler and feigned calmness. Jia looked into Gu Jia's eyes. "I have scoured all literature regarding the ultra races in the universe, and none match your appearance. Speak. From which planet do you hail, and what is your purpose in infiltrating the Land of Light?" Chapter 9. Jia, am I one-sided? Upon hearing this question, Gu Jia exhaled in relief. Indeed, Anyone with a normal thought process would not conceive of the idea of time travel. Considering oneself a spy is a more reasonable assumption. What are you talking about? In order to solidify his identity as an ultra, Gu Jia feigned confusion. Tai Jia, with the confidence of an intelligent individual, retorted, "Stop acting. An ultra race that does not exist in this universe claims not to be an extraterrestrial? What are you trying to hide, deceitful alien? Do you think I'm easily deceived?" Haha. Gu Jia chuckled awkwardly. The world, do you not realize that it has many facets? To presume another's identity based solely on your own narrow conclusions is inherently short-sighted. The astute Tai Jia probably had never faced criticism from anyone other than his father. Gu Jia shot back. What about me? Do you think you are the only clever one in the land of light who doubts my identity? Do you assume the high-ranking members of the Cosmic Patrol are fools? If I had issues, they would have apprehended me long ago. As for your assertion that no ultra race matching my appearance exists in this universe, it further illustrates your arrogance. Just because your known universe lacks such a being, does that mean the unknown universe does as well? With so many parallel and multidimensional universes, can you conclusively deny the existence of an ultra race resembling me? Are you aware that miracles within the universe can give rise to warriors of light? Just as the light of planets can? This world has many facets. What you have witnessed is but a minuscule part of it. You dare to define me based solely on your subjective conclusions? Tai Jia, with the fabricated charges you have concocted against me, can I continue to reside in the land of light? Tai Jia was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the little warrior brought back by Brother Mebius would be so articulate, momentarily at a loss for words. I did not think so much. Initially intending to continue criticizing Tai Jia, Gu Jia shifted his tone. You need not think at all. You are carefree. He then feigned disappointment towards Tai Jia, shaking his head and waving his hands. I am feeling somewhat unstable emotionally. May I have a moment alone? After being thoroughly challenged, Tai Jia complied obediently. Very well. Cosmic Patrol Headquarters. Captain's office. Zoffy, who was diligently reviewing documents, suddenly smiled. This little warrior brought back by Mebius is quite intriguing. It has been a while since I have seen Tai Jia encounter such a setback. Haha, the younger generation in the land of light is becoming increasingly interesting. That evening, Tai Ro's home. Tai Ro returned home exhausted after a day of work, only to find his son sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the white wall as if in a daze. Tai Jia, did something happen at school today? Tai Ro was well aware of his son's intelligence and diligence, knowing that he rarely faced challenges. When he did, it was a significant concern. With Tai Jia's mother absent, as a father, he felt the need to provide more care for his child, assuming the responsibilities his wife would have carried during their child's upbringing. Father, have you met the child brought back by Brother Mebius? Tai Jia turned his head to ask. With so much happening in the patrol recently, I have not had the chance to meet. You must have seen him, right? Tai Ro sat beside his son, embracing him. I have heard that this child is extraordinary, drifting alone in the cosmos at such a young age. Tai Jia, drifting alone in the cosmos. Tai Ro nodded, patting his son's head. Yes. Mebius informed me immediately upon bringing the child to the land of light that he had encountered some mishaps and had been wandering alone in the universe for over a year. Just think of the challenges he must have faced. A child of about 3,000 years old has managed to endure. Tai Jia nodded. His father had repeatedly warned him about the dangers of the universe. In the vast cosmos, peril lurks everywhere. A young ultra without self-defense capabilities. Should he attract the attention of malevolent forces or monsters harboring enmity towards the Ultra clan, the consequences would be dire. Recalling Gu Jia's words from not long ago, Tai Jia felt a wave of shame wash over him, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In comparison to him, I am indeed carefree. What did you say? Tai Ro asked. Puzzled, Tai Jia, not wishing to divulge such an embarrassing matter, replied, It's nothing. Father, could you share more about what you know? It seems you are quite interested in him. Tai Ro smiled. His academically gifted son appeared to unite with his classmates, yet internally, he was exceedingly proud. He needed a true friend to help him recognize the importance of bonds. Perhaps, the child brought back by Mebius would be an excellent choice. Tai Ro, Mebius also mentioned that he possesses an exemplary nature, being kind and brave. Recently, Asandrius has become highly aggressive while giving birth on planet Babaru. Interestingly, Mebius encountered him there. Hearing this from his father, Tai Jia's heart involuntarily quickened. Did Brother Mebius rescue him? It was mentioned in the textbooks that maternal beasts are extremely aggressive during the nursing period. Is Gu Jia all right? Tai Ro deliberately remarked. You think he would be in danger, right? Yet, that child's remarkable ability lies in the fact that he emerged from planet Babiru unscathed. According to Mebius, he seemed to have formed a good relationship with the maternal beast. Although the child has been striving to conceal it, Mebius's perception is infallible. Tai Jia was astonished. This was far from the answer he had anticipated. Not only was he unharmed, but he also befriended a monster. Tai Ro trusted Mebius, and Mebius trusted Gu Jia. Thus, although Tai Ro had never met Gu Jia, he was generous with his praise. Indeed, quite impressive, isn't it? Such a young warrior, if nurtured in the land of light, will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength in the future. Tai Jia nodded. The more exceptional Gu Jia appeared, the more it highlighted his own narrow and one-dimensional perspective. Father, I seem to have made a mistake. I thought the books I read in the library were sufficient, that my breadth of knowledge was wide enough. Yet, it is still inadequate. This world has many facets. What I have seen is merely an insignificant fragment. The once proud son was now able to articulate such thoughts? Has he suddenly matured so much? The child brought back by Mebius has indeed had a remarkable impact. It appears necessary for Seiga to interact more with Gu Jia. In Dream Bias's home, Gu Jia, who has been forcing himself to study with his head hanging and a needle pricking his thigh, feels that he ought to take a brief respite. The exhaustion from using his powers still lingers, and the place where Sandria struck him seems to throb with a dull pain. He has been studying diligently during this time, leaving his body unable to recover properly. Today, he decides to call it a day and rest. Chapter 10. You don't have to come to school anymore at Ultra Elementary. Gu Jia trudges into the school gate with a zombie-like gait, yawning as he raises his hand. I studied too late last night, so I'm in poor spirits today. Fortunately, there are hardly any academic classes in kindergarten, allowing him to catch some sleep during lessons. At the school entrance, students of all ages stream in, brimming with youthful vigor. Against this backdrop, Gu Jia, who is on the verge of dozing off by the roadside, stands out conspicuously. However, he is not the only one feeling this way today. Seiga also had a restless night, though he manages to appear less exaggerated than Gu Jia while standing with friends. Seiga, I know you usually keep a regular schedule. What happened last night? Asks a small Ultraman, dubbed the half-hearted one-third by his peers, standing beside Seiga. Before Seiga can respond, the small Ultraman looks curiously toward Gu Jia. Hey, look over there. That guy looks just like you. After a moment of puzzlement, he adds, he seems to be about our age. Why don't I remember him? Seiga glances at Gu Jia and quickly averts his gaze. It's because he just transferred here, and he isn't in the same grade as us. The small Ultraman nods. Oh, it's normal to be a grade or two apart. Zeta, don't you recognize him? Inquires another silver-skinned Ultraman following the two. That guy was picked up by the Dream Bias from the security team. He just started kindergarten half a month ago. Zeta instinctively finds this amusing and wants to laugh, but suppresses it due to his moral compass. Well, he has to start from scratch. He has lagged behind us by 300 years. But considering the lifespan of an Ultraman, that's not much. With his level of effort, I believe he can catch up in 2 to 3 years, Seiga adds. Aware of Gu Jia's learning pace, Zeta, who has experienced the burdens of progressing through primary school 1 grade at a time, expresses skepticism. 2 or 3 years to catch up to our 300 years. Are you still asleep? That's not something sheer diligence can achieve. If it were, the Science and Technology Bureau would probably have made exceptions for him. Seiga, do you have a bit of blind faith in him? Seiga remains silent, hesitating before stepping toward Gu Jia. After his father spoke with him yesterday, he mentioned that Gu Jia had wandered the universe for a long time before arriving in the land of light, feeling no sense of belonging. Expressing doubts about him would only push this excellent little warrior away. He must make amends for his mistakes by engaging in conversation and deepening their bond, ideally leading to friendship. At the school gate, Gu Jia looks bewildered at the sight of Seiga blocking his path. What is this about? Is he so persistent in finding fault with me? Don't block the way. Sensing Seiga's unfriendly demeanor, Gu Jia's tone is naturally not very pleasant. Wow, this guy speaks quite forcefully, Zeta observes, slightly surprised. It seems they know each other, as Seiga appears unfazed by Gu Jia's attitude, which another student has clearly noticed. Zeta remarks, not sure, let's observe a bit longer. Not far away, Seiga clarifies, don't misunderstand. I'm here to tell you that I can tutor you. Understanding why Gu Jia might be unfriendly. Seiga continues patiently. You don't want to stay in kindergarten, right? I can help optimize and accelerate your learning pace. You can trust me. I have that capability. When it comes to learning, Seiga nods slightly, clearly confident in this regard. Upon hearing this, Guga instinctively wants to decline. However, before he can voice his refusal, Taiga adds, "If you're willing, I'll come find you tonight." With that, Taiga turns and walks away, not giving Guga a chance to refuse. Meanwhile, Zeta hears Taiga say, blah blah blah. "I'll come find you tonight." "Taiga, what is wrong with you?" he questions as Taiga passes by him. "You two seem to be quite close. Usually, when I invite you, you don't come." Zeta's voice carries a hint of resentment. "Are you inviting me for studying?" Taiga poses a profound question. To this, Zeta responds perfectly, "School's out. Why study?" Not far away, Guga recognizes Zeta, who stands next to Taiga, before his journey across dimensions. He had quite liked this half-hearted one-third and initially planned to greet him. However, seeing their little group so engrossed in conversation, he decides it would be too awkward to approach and refrains. He hurries into the classroom to sleep, feeling his droopy eyes might close at any moment. As students from various grades gradually enter the classroom, a tall figure cloaked in a cape strides through the school gate. That afternoon, after school, Guga groggily lifts his head from his desk. "School's out, huh?" As he speaks, he notices a shadow beside his desk, and an uneasy premonition arises within him. He stiffly raises his head to see a robust figure with a silver-red body. The first Ultraman? Guga's eyes widen, and his pupils tremble. He cannot fathom why the first Ultraman, a professor at Ultraman University, would appear at an elementary school and stand before his desk. "How did you sleep?" Although high in stature, the first Ultraman's voice is gentle and warm, radiating approachability. Guga feels a bit embarrassed by the inquiry and awkwardly scratches his head. "Well," the first Ultraman continues, "I heard from your teacher that you wish to advance to a higher grade quickly, so you've been studying tirelessly, often dozing off in class." Guga senses something amiss from the conversation and hastily stands. "I apologize. I will manage my time better next time." "No, what I want to convey is that, after discussions with the primary school leadership, it has been decided." The first Ultraman maintains his gentle tone. "You will no longer need to attend." Guga, huh? Admittedly, sleeping in class does show a lack of respect for the teacher. However, he had been allowed to sleep during this time. And given that the lower grades are typically less strict, he hadn't thought much of it. He never anticipated the consequences would be so severe, directly leading to his expulsion. Guga's mind races. What can a young person do if they don't attend school? Continue to drift aimlessly through the universe until encountering an insurmountable existence, leading to a sudden demise? Or remain idle in the land of light, like Zero, fixated on plasma sparks? Unlike Zero, who has the safety net of his father, 7, Guga has no such protection. If discovered, he would surely be expelled. Of course, he may be overthinking and exaggerating, but these scenarios could very well be a part of the future. Although people often say that life allows for ample mistakes, Guga understands that opportunities are hard to come by. Thus, he strives to plead. "Teacher, could I have another chance?" Chapter 11. Hand over your brain to me. When Guga utters the plea for another opportunity, his mindset mirrors that of Mitsui when he fervently exclaims, "Coach, I want to play basketball," filled with remorse and hope. Not attending school may not be life-threatening, but for a brighter future, to thrive in this unforgiving universe, schooling is essential. The first Ultraman quickly clarifies. "Is there a misunderstanding?" Guga eagerly raises his head. "So, can I come to school normally tomorrow?" The first replies, "No need." Guga, what? Is old Den playing tricks on me? Halfway through a conversation, is it not merely a means of seeking amusement? The original Ultraman continued. "Special events require special handling. You may self-study at home and report your progress to me. I will periodically assess your understanding. Each time you pass the corresponding grade level exam, you will advance to the next tier until you feel ready to join a school." Upon hearing this, Guga immediately transformed his expression, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher. You're the best. I can manage my own study time without going to school. This will undoubtedly enhance both my learning efficiency and progression. The school will retain your student status, and feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Do you agree with this decision?" The original Ultraman lowered his head, smiling as he asked. Guga replied, "I agree. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, school. Thank you, Ultraman." The original Ultraman, curious, inquired, "You know me?" Guga's little head spun rapidly. "Of course. I have heard tales of the Ultraman brothers while wandering through the cosmos, and the one I admire most is the calm and wise Ultraman. Is that so?" The original Ultraman found himself increasingly fond of this child. "Mebius mentioned you wanted to systematically learn martial arts and light techniques. Initially, that was reserved for students in the 200th grade, but since you meet the age requirement, It is time to begin. Come to Ultraman University at this time every day, and I will guide you through the basics. Can you make time for that? Upon hearing that he would soon enhance his combat abilities, Guka controlled his excitement and nodded vigorously. Of course. The original Ultraman ruffled the child's head adorned with 3 spiky hair strands, chuckling, "That's good. Now go home and rest." On the way home, Guka skipped joyfully, humming a tune, feeling utterly elated. No need to attend school. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "What do you mean by not needing to go to school? Are you giving up already?" Guka jumped, turning to glare at Seiga, who had mysteriously appeared beside him. "What are you doing here? Didn't we agree I would help you with your studies?" Seiga felt innocent. "You were so conspicuous bouncing around at the school gate, so I followed you." "What was that you just said? You're not going to school anymore?" Guka explained. "It means I can self-study at home until I am eligible for the appropriate grade." Seiga nodded, considering the plan. "Oh, that actually sounds convenient. But are you capable of self-studying at home?" Guka retorted. "Who do you look down on? Not wanting to attend school is one thing, but before my travels, I was among the top students. I am quite capable of self-motivation." Seiga replied, "Well, I can accompany you. That way, you'll have someone to supervise you, and I can reinforce my own knowledge." Guka did not refuse this time, silently nodding. Seiga's academic prowess was indisputable. Catching up to the learning pace of his peers would allow Guka to rest easy at night. In his room, Guka's draft paper was filled with scribbles as he became frustrated. Why must it be understood this way? Can't I follow my own interpretation? Seiga displayed a calmness far beyond his years. "Of course, you can, but clearly my method is more practical and efficient. Trust me, I can help you catch up to us at the quickest pace." Guka countered, bringing his face close to Seiga's, "But I believe my approach is correct. High efficiency does not necessarily equate to correctness. What matters is what suits me best." At that moment, their faces were less than an inch apart, their noses nearly touching. Seiga, usually composed, felt his cheeks flush as he discreetly turned his head. "Why are you getting so close?" Guka shrank back slightly. "All right, you speak." After regaining his composure, Seiga continued, "You are right, but my methods form a cohesive system that provides you with ready-made answers. Trust me, I assure you. You will catch up to us within 2 years. Will you entrust your mind to me?" Guka felt slightly swayed by Seiga's solemn promise, but Seiga interjected. "A year and a half." With his last hesitation dissipated, Guka agreed. "All right." Completing the curriculum of 300 years of regular students in a year and a half is indeed audacious, yet exhilarating. Seiga replied, "First, I will explain the underlying logic of my learning method." A month later, under Seiga's guidance, Guka successfully passed the 50-year exam at the Light Country Elementary School. It was evident that Seiga's learning method was effective. Guka had previously approached learning by memorizing layer by layer, relying heavily on his formidable memory. However, Seiga's approach involved dissecting the content from grades 1 to 300 into distinct knowledge points, categorizing them into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and graduation levels. Guka truly admired Seiga for the immense effort he put into this planning, as Seiga prepared the entire teaching plan in just 3 days, all while continuing to teach. What weighed on Guka's conscience was the fact that Seiga had taken a short leave from school for this endeavor. Guka had once asked, "Won't this affect your studies?" Seiga's response was quite impressive. "I've already completed the courses before university. It doesn't matter whether I attend elementary school." Indeed, Seiga's answer was somewhat boastful. Yet it was the truth. This revelation eased Guka's mind considerably. Furthermore, throughout the month, Guka did not neglect his martial arts training. He had been consistently engaged in basic physical training under the original Ultraman. Unfortunately, they had only covered running and flying. However, the original Ultraman explained, "Becoming stronger cannot progress as rapidly as academic studies, so we must first develop training habits and enhance your physical fitness in preparation for the future." Guka could not refute this. Thus, despite finding the training tedious, he persevered daily. Chapter 12. Zeta, can you perform that act from earlier again? The brightness of the plasma spark tower dimmed, casting a warm hue. The Light Country entered dusk. At the entrance of Ultraman Elementary School, Zeta hastened to catch up with Seiga. "You can't escape today. Let's go play video games. I met a great guy at the arcade a few days ago named Brother Gu Jia. He was really nice to me." "No time," Seiga replied hurriedly, preparing to tutor Guka at Mebius's home. Curious, Zeta blocked Seiga's path. "Seiga, what's going on with you? What have you been busy with lately? You're always the last to arrive at school and the first to leave. You never used to be like this." "It's all about studying." Seiga quickly walked away. Poor academic performance did not mean Zeta lacked curiosity. He maintained his distance, following Taiga closely. If you don't tell me, I'll just follow you. Taiga sighed. You're like a stubborn gum. I'm going to help a classmate with their studies. Now that I've told you, can I leave? Taiga explained. Which classmate? You're the only one from our class who has taken leave recently. Does someone need tutoring? Zeta was even more puzzled. After a moment of thought, Zeta deduced. Could it be a transfer student brought back by Brother Mebius? You did mention going to see him that night. When did you two become so close? Taiga shrugged. It's quite understandable. After all, Brother Mebius was originally my father's student. Now please step aside. After a moment's hesitation, Zeta decided to get to know the person who had been taking up so much of Taiga's attention. I'm going with you. Taiga replied, Are you going to study? Zeta grinned, just to observe. Taiga produced his identification card and skillfully unlocked the door. Inside the room, a small warrior with 3 head spikes, whose body patterns bore little resemblance to that of the Ultraman from the Land of Light, was troubled by the documents displayed on the virtual interface. Why didn't you train with Uncle Ultraman today? How did you return so quickly? Taiga inquired, somewhat astonished. Previously, after finishing school, there was a period of time when he could prepare for his lessons while waiting for Gaia to return. Adequate preparation was crucial for success. However, Gaia's learning pace exceeded his expectations, with a memory and comprehension level among peers that was perhaps only second to his own. This resulted in Taiga having to cover more material each day than originally planned, necessitating meticulous organization. After a month of training, which consisted of either running or flying, he expressed to his mentor that he wished to learn light skills or martial arts techniques. The elder, perhaps perceiving his aspirations as lofty, handed him a basic introductory book. You are being a bit too hasty, Zeta interjected as he entered alongside Taiga. Gaia responded, No, what I mean is, Zeta continued. You must understand that many warriors from the Land of Light do not unleash their first beam of light until after graduating high school. Among the hundreds of millions in the Land of Light, only 1 in 10,000 can wield light techniques, most of whom are in the security forces. The systematic light courses only begin in middle school. Even for Taiga and me, our understanding of light remains purely theoretical, with no practical application. If you wish to learn martial arts, I might have some insights, Zeta offered. Really? Gaia asked, surprised. Zeta raised a finger, at 3,000 years old. Being able to manifest light energy is already a rare talent. He demonstrated a soft, blue-white glow at his fingertip, which flickered like a candle flame, unstable and poised to extinguish at any moment. Nevertheless, achieving such a feat at his age was enough for Zeta to bask in his moment of glory. Taiga advised. The manifestation of light skills is, in essence, an external representation of an Ultraman's control over their own body. Uncle Ultraman is correct. The body is the foundation of everything. A solid foundation in martial arts will facilitate your future studies in light skills. You cannot neglect practice entirely. If you learn gradually over a millennium or two, you too may shine at your fingertips, marking your entry into this discipline. Zeta approached Gaia, adopting a senior's demeanor as he patted him on the shoulder. Gaia questioned, Is glowing considered entry-level? Zeta nodded. Of course, glowing signifies that you can sense the light within and can direct it with your will. Gaia timidly remarked. Then I must have already entered this stage. Zeta pointed at Gaia and turned to Taiga with a playful expression. Just kidding. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a blinding light erupted from Gaia's fingertip, filling the space with an overwhelming brilliance. After a brief moment, Gaia quickly retracted the glow, uncertain. Does this count as entry level? Zeta, nearly blinded by the radiance, exclaimed, This is utterly unreasonable. Beside him, Taiga was equally astonished but could not contain his laughter upon seeing Zeta's expression. Letting out a chuckle, Zeta, could you demonstrate that again? You know, the part about taking a millennium or two to reach my level. Zeta stiffened, instinctively wanting to retort. But the recent spectacle left his mind blank, rendering him speechless. After the laughter subsided, Taiga turned to Gaia, his expression serious. This fellow is a genius. Not only is he intellectually adept, but his aptitude for light is astonishing. I had my father teach me directly, and it took decades. Yet Gaia, having just touched the textbook for less than an hour, can emit such light. It seems it will only be a few years before he can shoot beams of light. The disparity may stem from the physical differences among various Ultraman races, but it must be acknowledged that in terms of light comprehension, Gaia surpasses me. Noticing the silence between the two, Gaia finally voiced a question he had been pondering. What I truly wish to ask is about the process described in this book. from sensing the light energy within to unleashing the first beam of light. The steps seem rather abstract and difficult to grasp. Could you provide some guidance? Why not ask a teacher about such matters? What do I know? Being at the bottom of the class? Zeta lamented, squatting on the floor and drawing small circles with his finger. He felt aimless and regretted following Seiga to tutor the transfer student, merely compounding his own frustrations. Seiga, however, was akin to a walking encyclopedia, able to address every query. Reading alone does not suffice for understanding. You need someone to demonstrate, allowing you to feel the flow of light energy within your body during the emission of light. Gaia looked at Seiga with anticipation. Could it be that you? Chapter 13. The plan to leave the land of light. Regrettably, Seiga shook his head. What are you thinking? Many individuals in the land of light have failed the rigorous pre-assessment for the security forces simply because they could not emit light. How could an ordinary elementary student like me possess such capability? What I mean is, you could observe when Brother Mebius emits light, or perhaps at the training grounds of the security forces. Do you have a way? Gaia asked eagerly. Seiga, being the son of the chief instructor of the security forces, surely had some privileges. Seiga replied, I cannot access the training grounds either. However, it shouldn't be hard to find someone nearby who can emit light. Uncle Ultraman, Brother Mebius. Or I could ask my father. Then let us go now, Gaia exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The first beam of light was within reach, and he could hardly sit still to study. Seiga understood Gaia's enthusiasm. With Brother Mebius absent and my father on a mission yesterday, we should seek Uncle Ultraman. Gaia responded. He should be at the headquarters of the Cosmic Security Forces, which we cannot access. Zeta, puzzled, remarked, is it really that difficult? It's not hard to find an Ultraman warrior who can emit light. Seiga interjected. It is indeed challenging. The security forces are understaffed, with most combat personnel stationed outside the land of light. The remaining guards are stationed at various critical locations we cannot access. Moreover, even if we fortuitously encountered a busy warrior who would expend energy to demonstrate light for us, their light is reserved for combat. Seiga reassured, let us wait another day. Tomorrow, when you attend class with Uncle Ultraman, you can bring it up then. There's no need to rush. Take some time to reflect. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. Gaia nodded in agreement. The following day, at the entrance of Ultraman University, Gaia checked the time. At this hour, the teacher would have already arrived. Today, he is over half an hour late. Just as he spoke, he received a signed message from the teacher. Class suspended? The security forces are overwhelmed? Upon receiving this news, Gaia felt more disheartened than if he had suffered a major setback. Why did this have to happen today? At the entrance of Ultraman Elementary, Seiga, Zeta, and Gaia gathered. There's no helping it. Uncle Ultraman must prioritize safeguarding the universe, Seiga consoled. Let us wait a couple more days. Perhaps Brother Mebius will return soon. All right, Zeta suggested, raising a finger. If Brother Mebius cannot return, we can go look for him. At the very least, Ultraman warriors patrolling outside the land of light must be able to emit light, right? If we happen to encounter one, the situation will resolve itself. You believe that light is akin to a game cartridge available in a shopping mall, easily purchased with money? Seiga finds Zeta's notion to be rather naive. I mentioned that Ultraman guy should experience it, yet a single encounter may not suffice. It is entirely normal to require hundreds or thousands of attempts. Therefore, we must not rush. Let us return and study instead. Today, I shall teach you intermediate monster theory. Ultraman guy remained silent, standing still for a considerable time, as he contemplated the feasibility of Zeta's plan. The first beam of light was tantalizingly close, and he yearned for progress. The universe poses dangers for ordinary elementary students. Yet he is different. He has previously navigated the cosmos. Although he had not encountered any formidable adversaries during his year of existence, perhaps due to a stroke of luck, one could optimistically consider that the vicinity of the land of light is heavily patrolled, thus posing minimal danger. Moreover, even if peril were to arise, he has a trump card. On the other hand, Seiga perceptively discerned Guy's thoughts and hastily advised, hey, do not heed Zeta's words. Such ventures cannot be taken lightly. The area beyond the land of light is fraught with peril. Guy nodded, feigning compliance. Of course. I shall not listen. Foolish Zeta, what ridiculous schemes he proposes. How perilous it is beyond the land of light. I have scarcely managed to attain my current safe environment. Why would I venture outside? Zeta, dissatisfied, retorted, if you choose not to go, then so be it. My plan remains sound. Seiga scrutinized Guy's expression with skepticism. asking, "Do you truly believe that?" Guy resolutely affirmed, "Indeed, let us hasten back to our studies." As time passed, the brilliance of the plasma spark dimmed until it was extinguished. Under the auspices of the Bureau of Science and Technology's Research Optimization, the plasma spark tower was capable of simulating the diurnal cycles of a normal planet, fostering a healthy biological clock for the residents of the Land of Light. Although it was nighttime, the radiation from the plasma spark diphyllida particles persisted, albeit not manifesting as visible light. On this seemingly ordinary night, when the residents had succumbed to slumber, the door of the Mebius household creaked open. Guy stealthily peered out, ensuring the surroundings were clear before stepping onto the street, making his way towards the Ultraman cosmic port. After only a few steps, a familiar voice echoed from the corner. "What are you up to at this late hour?" "Just taking a stroll." "Haha, I've consumed too much light and need to digest," Guy replied, nonchalantly swinging his hands, attempting to appear relaxed. "Seiga, why are you still out so late?" "Uncle Taro must be worried. Father is on a mission and is not home." Seiga replied with a forced chuckle. "Fortunately, I'm here to keep watch tonight. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if you attempted to leave the Land of Light." Guy, caught off guard, feigned calmness. "I had no intention of leaving. I am merely out for a walk." "A walk, and yet you have the spaceship key?" Seiga questioned. Guy, puzzled, responded, "What spaceship key? Are you confused? Without a spaceship key, how do you plan to leave the Land of Light?" Seiga pressed. Guy blurted out, "Of course. I would fly myself." "Oh, I've said too much." Seiga, ever perceptive, was still the same Seiga. The child raised by Taro was indeed exceptional. Guy had no choice but to confess, "Seiga, I am desperate for progress. Please allow me to go. After all, I have navigated the cosmos before, and I assure you, I will be fine." Seiga warned, "If something goes awry, it will be too late. Can you truly guarantee that?" "Yes, allow him to go." Another voice chimed in from the shadows. Both Guy and Seiga turned in astonishment to see Zeta, who had mysteriously appeared. "What are you doing here?" Seiga asked. "Hee. I climbed over the orphanage wall," Zeta replied with a goofy grin. I knew Guy wouldn't be able to suppress that excited little heart. To reassure Seiga, Zeta patted his chest and declared, "If you are truly worried about Guy's safety, I will accompany him." Seiga retorted, "Oh, knowing you are going only heightens my concern." Chapter 14. Zeta, me? I have nothing. Guy appreciated Zeta's good intentions, but felt that his remarks were merely complicating matters. "I can go alone. This is my own affair." "And I cannot drag you along," Guy insisted. "No one is allowed to go," Seiga declared firmly, raising a hand with his thumb pointing downward. "If I let you two leave today, I will be in trouble." He then turned his thumb upward, stating, "If you two manage to leave today, you will be in even greater trouble." Is this a form of acknowledgement? Zeta pondered. Though Seiga appeared approachable, his peers found him difficult to connect with, as his prowess and talent radiated an unmistakable pride. Zeta and Seiga had attended school together for 300 years, yet Zeta had never received serious praise from Seiga. "Is this when we are studying?" Seiga commanded, "Return at once." Zeta remained silent, inching closer to Guy and whispering, "In our plan, you distract Seiga and create an opportunity for me to leave." Guy questioned, "Why would I create an opportunity for you?" Zeta smiled bashfully. "I have never been out to play, but you have. You are different." Guy realized that the current situation involved his desire to venture out without Zeta. Zeta was eager to go as well, with anyone, just as long as he could escape. Meanwhile, Seiga's stance was resolute. No one could leave. Guy hesitated to respond to Zeta, but after a moment, his expression shifted to one of seriousness and anxiety as he greeted someone behind Seiga. "Uncle Taro, you have returned?" Seiga, intrigued yet surprised, turned around. "Huh? Father?" "Not at all." Just as he finished speaking, he heard laughter from behind. "Ha ha, you've been tricked," Zeta mocked. Seiga turned to find Guy had vanished, and he was immediately infuriated. "Why are you still laughing? Guy has escaped." Zeta turned around, realizing that the guy who had just been by his side had already disappeared. "What? Hey, we are in this together. Wait for me." Seiga swiftly took flight. Racing towards the Ultraman cosmic port, "We must pursue him. If he gets out, it will likely result in severe consequences." Beneath the night shroud of the Land of Light, a small glimmer darted forward at an astonishing speed. Guy's daily flight training proved invaluable, as he reached the Ultraman cosmic port in under 5 minutes. However, upon arriving at the brightly lit port, Guy encountered a new dilemma. The Ultraman cosmic port operates around the clock, with ships arriving even at night. As a child, how could he possibly slip out undetected? Guy pondered. Not using the Ultraman cosmic port? That would not suffice. The Land of Light is protected by an outer defense barrier, and damaging the barrier to escape would be a grave offense. After a moment of contemplation, Guy recalled the circumstances of his first meeting with Seiga. Perhaps that could work. With a plan forming in his mind, Guy walked straight through the port's entrance. As he passed the staff lounge, he glanced inside but continued towards the exit. Naturally, a child arriving at the port in the middle of the night was stopped by the staff near the gate. A silver-clad female officer looked down and inquired, "Young one, at your age, you require parental accompaniment to leave the Land of Light. Miss, do you not recognize me?" Guy asked, feigning confusion. Have we met before?" Karen pondered, recalling that this child had a distinctive appearance. If they had met, she should not have forgotten. "I am Zeta, some time ago. I accompanied Seiga here for extracurricular practice." Guy maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of deceit. Karen contemplated, though she did not recall this little warrior. She distinctly remembered Seiga's visit for extracurricular practice. Guy continued, his face contorting into a look of distress. "It was probably during that time that Seiga and I accidentally dropped Uncle Taro's star medal." The star medal is an award for significant contributors to the Land of Light. Each medal is numbered, and every award recipient is a distinguished figure worthy of respect in the Land of Light. The loss of such an important item would be disastrous. "Guka, recently, Seiga has been in a frenzy, searching everywhere. I have been helping, yet we have found nothing. I wonder if it was lost near the gate or perhaps discarded before the exit. Sister, could you lend a hand? Seiga has been unable to sleep for days over this, and I cannot bear to see my friend in such distress. So I wish to find the lost medal as soon as possible." Karen hesitated, glancing at the sparsely populated hall and then at the wide-open exit ahead. "All right, come here. There is no one arriving at the port right now, so I will help you search." "Thank you, sister. You are truly kind," Guka exclaimed, feigning the innocence of a romantic child. With the turnstile recognizing Karen's employee card, Guka was successfully granted passage. Upon exiting the turnstile, Guka immediately began searching, mumbling to himself. "I remember it was around here." Karen reassured him, "Don't worry. If needed, I can help you check the surveillance later." Guka stepped back slightly, saying, "Sister, I'll check ahead. You search this area." Karen replied, "All right, if you find it, come back quickly. If not, and you see a ship arriving, be sure to return promptly." Guka obediently agreed. Okay. 2 minutes later, Seiga and Zeta entered the port hall. After flying 1,000 kilometers without a break, Zeta was exhausted and collapsed upon entering the station. "Phew, I'm dead tired. We didn't T-stop at all. How can Guka fly so fast? Did he take another route?" Seiga replied, "Impossible. Guka isn't foolish enough to break through the outer defense barrier of the Land of Light." A woman nearby caught their attention, and they decided to ask her. At the turnstile, Zeta inquired, "Excuse me, what are you looking for?" Seiga, frustrated, thought about giving Zeta a smack on the head. Is this really the time to be asking that? The woman, Karen, stood up, her tone noticeably cooler than when speaking to Guka. "It's sister, not aunt." "Oh, Seiga is here too. That makes sense, considering the loss of such an item. Don't worry, we are all doing our best to find your father's star medal." Seiga asked, "What star medal?" Taking it as a sign that the child wanted to keep this matter private, Karen said, "Your good friend Zeta mentioned it to me. Don't worry. We will definitely help you find it." Seiga looked over at Zeta, who appeared completely bewildered and raised his hands. "I didn't say anything." "Wait, no, I'm Zeta. You've been misled." Chapter 15. Since we're here, let us have some fun. After confirming that Guka had left the spaceport, Zeta exchanged glances with Seiga. "How ungrateful. You didn't bring me along." Zeta's expression was one of anger. "Enough chatter. Let us hurry," Seiga exclaimed, pulling out his father's identity card like a magician. The identity card of the chief instructor of the space police holds considerable authority within the Land of Light, easily opening the turnstile. Zeta exclaimed, "Wow. You carry your dad's card with you? Have you had it for a while?" Seiga responded, "Zeta, you stay here. Sister, could you try to contact the authorities to intercept that brat? He doesn't have permission to board the spaceship. He can only fly out. I'm going to get my father's ship to pursue him." With that, Seiga dashed toward the docking area. Half a minute later, Seiga boarded the ship and inserted the identity card into the control panel. After swiftly activating several switches, the anti-gravity system of the ship began to work, slowly rising into the air. "How can you operate a spaceship when we're all classmates?" Zeta, in the back seat, exclaimed in astonishment. Seiga turned sharply. "Weren't you supposed to stay there? Why did you come along?" Zeta replied with a grin. I'm worried about Guka's safety too. Enough talk. Time is of the essence. Let us get this ship moving, or we'll lose that guy. Taiga knew not to waste time, so he focused on controlling the ship, accelerating toward the Land of Light. As they journeyed from the port to the exit of the Land of Light, Taiga kept his eyes glued to the front window, while Zeta leaned against the side window. How fast are we going now? Zeta asked curiously. Around 10 Mach. Taiga glanced at the dashboard. Guka's flying speed is quite extraordinary. We haven't even caught sight of him. Taiga agreed with Zeta's observation. Indeed, I've noticed that too. It seems like that guy's energy is inexhaustible. Outside the Land of Light, after breaking through the gravity's influence, Guka's speed continued to increase. Just as Taiga had said, it seemed as though the energy within him was never-ending, having flown for such an extended period without any signs of fatigue. During this high-speed flight, the irregular timer, energy core, on his chest began to show hints of turning purple. Focused on flying, Guka did not notice this change. He was busy checking the map on his virtual computer. The Scorpius Nebula is in that direction. After pinpointing the location, Guka turned and accelerated once more. A few minutes later, Taiga and Zeta piloting their spaceship also exited the outer defense barrier of the Land of Light. Wow, this is the universe described in textbooks. It really is vast, empty, and dark. Zeta, who was experiencing space for the first time, was awestruck, although he was not a native of the Land of Light. Having been rescued by Ace at a young age, he had never seen the limitless expanse of the universe. Are each of those points of light a planet? How many people must be out there? So where should we go next? Zeta pondered aloud. Are we here just to have fun? Taiga, at the control seat, was studying the virtual map. Once Guka is out, he will most likely head to Scorpius to find Brother Mebius. Inside the Land of Light, his speed might not differ much from ours due to gravity's effect. But outside, the spaceship can reach near-light speeds and even perform spatial jumps. So we will definitely catch up to him. Then, while examining the map, Taiga suddenly changed expression as if he had seen something alarming. Zeta, fasten your seatbelt. We need to accelerate. We must catch up to him. If we let him go further, he'll be in danger. At the headquarters of the Space Police. Late at night, Zoffy was still busy processing documents when he received a message from the Ultra Spaceport. After reading the content, Zoffy leaned back in his chair, sighing heavily. There have been so many troubling matters lately. First, Hikaru, who was investigating the monster graveyard, encounters trouble, and now Taro and Ace, who went to provide support. Haven T reported back. And now these three little rascals have recklessly left the Land of Light. The outside world isn't as pleasant as it seems. Saying this, Zoffy opened the virtual control panel to contact the Science and Technology Bureau for spaceship signal tracking. Soon, he grasped the real-time location of the spaceship piloted by Taiga. Upon noticing the ship's position on the map, Zoffy stood up abruptly. Where are they headed? If they fly any further, they'll reach the monster graveyard. Oh right. Mebius was originally supposed to head to the monster graveyard for support. I need to have him intercept these three kids. On the way to the Scorpius Nebula, Taiga finally spotted Guka flying ahead. Hurry and stop. Taiga sent an ultra signature to Guka while maneuvering the ship to block Guka's flight path. Guka, noticing the sleek silver ship ahead, was startled. After confirming that only Taiga and Zeta were aboard, he let out a sigh of relief. Taiga issued a definitive command. Board the ship. We can no longer proceed forward. Ultraman Guy understood that he could not surpass the vessel, thus he obediently entered the cabin. Inside the silver spacecraft, the audacious Guy found himself subjected to a stern reprimand from Taiga. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Departing the Land of Light without a guardian is unlawful. Moreover, it is profoundly disloyal of you to abandon us without a word. Zeta shared the indignation. Taiga, I can appreciate your perspective, but your actions were misguided. You even deceived Sister Karen. Lies are utterly reprehensible. Zeta added, indeed. And you misused my name in your deceit, tarnishing my reputation. Guy retorted, I merely intended to venture out alone. Taiga responded, alone? The Land of Light does not endorse individual heroism. We are a collective. If something were to happen to you out there, do you believe Sister Karen would not face repercussions? Do you think she would not feel guilt? Guy, recalling his previous admonitions, found himself confronted with his own words. You are excessively self-assured and selfish. Meanwhile, Zeta observed with a hint of amusement. Oh, I can't believe Guy once said that to you. You're not angry? Taiga replied. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must return immediately. Guy recognized his mistake, realizing he had acted impulsively today, yet having come this far. How could he turn back? Zeta chimed in, agreed. Since we are already out, why not enjoy a couple of days? Taya shot Zeta a disapproving glare. Whose side are you on? Zeta replied casually. Of course, I'm on your side. Just then, Zeta glanced out the window. Hey, look. What is that white figure amidst the meteorite cluster? Chapter 16. The new generation is a failed generation aboard the Silver spacecraft. The young warriors departing the land of light discovered an unusual silhouette within the meteorite field. Let's get a closer look, Zeta suggested as he reached for the control stick. Before he could touch it, Taya swiftly slapped his hand away. No. Ahead lies the monster graveyard. Regardless of what that thing in the meteorite cluster is, it is beyond our capacity to investigate. Zeta felt Taya was overly cautious, lacking the thrill of adventure. Is it really that exaggerated? Guy, what do you think? Run. Guy echoed Taya's decision for a simple reason. He had come to witness Ultraman unleash his beams, not to engage in combat. If that entity within the meteorite field turned out to be a vicious monster or extraterrestrial, the three of them, mere children, lacked the ability to defend themselves. They could potentially expose the light of Noah, a secret Guy was keen to protect. Undoubtedly, Noah held a transcendent status among the forces of cosmic justice, and revealing himself would lead to intensive training from the land of light. However, there were downsides. Once exposed, he would inevitably attract the attention of various sinister forces in the universe, leading to bounties and constant threats. For safety's sake, it was best to keep this secret. With only 3 individuals aboard the spacecraft and 2 voting for retreat, Zeta conceded. All right, let's maintain our distance and observe. Suddenly, Guy leaned closer to the side window, gazing at the white figure in the meteorite field. That fellow seems to be watching us. And he has companions. Something's approaching. Taya. In the meteorite field, Grozum, one of the Dark Four, stood alongside Impliza, observing the silver spacecraft not far off. Why have they suddenly stopped? Have I frightened them away? Grozum, a veteran of the Ultraman War and a commander of the Dark Empire, regarded the Land of Light as his sworn enemy, and he would not let any citizen of the Land of Light slip away easily. Thus, he decisively commanded, Impliza, do not let them escape. With a metallic grinding sound, Impliza, upon receiving the order, activated his upper body, and the 3-barreled cannon on his face began to rotate, gathering energy rapidly. Soon, a brilliant golden beam shot forth from the cannon. The 3-barreled Gatling cannon. Impliza, a military robot under the command of the ambulance, was composed of a special alloy that granted him self-repair capabilities and formidable combat abilities. Both Mebius and Taro had suffered at his hands. The firepower of his 3-barreled Gatling cannon could rival Taro's Strium beam. In the pitch-black cosmos, the emergence of the yellow beam was blinding. Within the spacecraft, Zeta watched as the beam, thicker than his head, reflected in his eyes, causing his diamond-like pupils to flicker rapidly. Simultaneously, Taya sensed the imminent danger and jerked the control stick. The thrusters roared to life, tilting the front of the vessel upward. Just as they were about to escape the beam's attack range, the ship jolted violently, and the control panel began to display error messages. Taya's silver-white face turned ashen. The main engine has been hit. That beam's speed was far too rapid. Zeta's throat tightened as he realized that throughout the years he had lived blissfully in the Land of Light, he had never felt death so close. Does this mean we cannot escape today? After a brief moment of despair, Taya began to draft a distress signal. It is highly likely we won't make it, but we must try. After sending the message, Taya devised a feasible plan. The ship's engine is destroyed, and this place is no longer safe. We can split up and escape. Whoever can leave, leaves. At that moment, Guy opened the spacecraft door, stating, our only means of transport is destroyed. We cannot outrun them. If they attempted to flee, they would likely be killed under their long-range attacks. So what should we do? The usually decisive Taya unconsciously began to follow Guy's lead. Delay for time. Haven't you already sent out a distress signal? Guy suggested, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender as he exited the cabin. What? Zeta was appalled. He had expected Guy, with his experience of cosmic life, to have some clever trick up his sleeve. We are ready to fight to the death. Why is Guy surrendering? Guy seemed oblivious to Zeta's expression, merely exchanging a glance with Taya. At that moment, Taya had just recognized Impliza and Grozum and, after a brief internal struggle, nodded at Guy. Thus, Zeta, unwilling to surrender, was escorted out of the spacecraft by Taya and Guy, each holding one of his arms. Within the meteorite field, Grozum, seeing the ship that had been struck by Impliza remain inactive, began to gather energy in his mouth, preparing to unleash a freezing breath. Before he could release the energy, 3 small Ultraman warriors emerged from the ship, trembling in place with their hands raised, seemingly attempting to surrender. Grozom, finding the scene amusing, swallowed the energy he had gathered. Grozom gazed with pride at the 3 small Ultramen before him. Are you 3 little Ultraman reinforcements? I know that due to the recent surge of negative energy in the universe, there are no capable individuals left in the Land of Light. But surely, you wouldn't resort to deploying Boy Scouts, would you? Ha! Zeta, filled with indignation, growled. Even Boy Scouts could knock your teeth out. You have quite the bravado. Do you know who I am? Grozom sneered. Zeta retorted, ugly extraterrestrial. I don't care who you are. Taya, why do you keep hitting me? I said surrender is a poor decision. At least as warriors, we could retain some dignity. If we surrender, we would merely be at their mercy. Quite insightful, Grozom remarked, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze, reflecting the rigid and stubborn ideology typical of the Land of Light. I find myself utterly intrigued as to why these 3 children, who have undergone an education in justice, would choose to surrender. It is precisely because of my dealings with the people of the Land of Light that I am compelled to inquire. I must concede that the overall combat prowess of the residents of the Land of Light is exceptionally high. During times of great war, nearly every individual is a soldier, each one fiercely resolute, preferring to advance to their demise rather than retreat a single step. So, what could possibly cause these young warriors to capitulate? Could it be that the new generation of the Land of Light has diverged from the norm? Chapter 17 Grozom, you ask me? Upon inquiring about their surrender, Zeta's gaze naturally fell upon Guka. Guka responded candidly, because I do not wish to cause unnecessary sacrifices. I had already heard of Grozom's reputation among the 4 heavenly kings. The 3 of us are certainly no match for him, especially with the formidable Emplazer at his side. By voluntarily surrendering, we might just secure a glimmer of hope. Grozom cruelly scoffed, so, you are wagering your life on my benevolence? Guka replied, no, I am wagering on our significance. He is the son of Taro, the grandson of the father of Ultra. Guka directly revealed Taiga's identity. Grozom tilted his head. Oh, Kane's grandson has grown up so much. I wondered why this little one bore those bothersome Ultra horns. Guka then introduced himself. I am the brother of Mebius. He gestured toward Zeta. He is an exceptionally talented elementary student. Zeta interjected, what? Am I without any backing? At least concoct a story for me. This makes me appear utterly useless. Guka continued, with us as hostages. Regardless of what you plan to do with the Land of Light, you will possess leverage for negotiation. It seemed to carry some weight. Grozom's mind began to churn. It appeared that these children could indeed be kept alive for a time. Reason 1, they possess some utility. Reason 2, children lack combat capability, making them easier to control. You make a valid point. For now, you may live. As the 3 children beamed with smiles, Grozom's tone suddenly shifted. However, everything you say makes me feel quite embarrassed. After all, with 3 of you, it should be no issue to eliminate one, right? Grozom reveled in the sensation of controlling their fates, eager to witness fear etched upon their faces. To his surprise, the 3 children, upon hearing his words, not only showed no fear, but instead began to bicker. Taiga exclaimed, choose me. I cannot bring shame upon my grandfather and father. Zeta insisted, select me. Logically, I possess the least status, the least value. Taiga argued, the Land of Light does not operate on such reasoning. As long as you are an Ultra, you are deemed sufficiently important. Choose me. I was picked up by my brother Mebius, and I do not even count among the people of the Land of Light. Guka chimed in. Enough of this. Grozom, now with a headache from the children's commotion, remarked, this is hardly a favorable situation. He then raised his hand, clad in silver armor, and casually pointed at Guka. You appear entirely unafraid of me. This irks me. Very well. Guka straightened his posture, boldly accepting his fate. I can die, but before I do, may I have the honor of witnessing something? Grozom tilted his head. Speak. Guka, with utmost seriousness, said, I have heard that during the Ultra War, one of the 4 kings, Hao, froze a significant portion of the Land of Light. His mastery over icy energy is unmatched throughout the universe. Today, it would be my privilege to behold this. Grozom pursed his lips, evidently struggling to suppress a smile. This little one speaks quite eloquently. However, he thought, this child clearly possesses a cunning mind. Noticing Grozom's hesitation, Guka earnestly continued, if you could fulfill this wish of mine, I would die without regret. Grozum retorted, to die without regret? You're being overly formal. Very well. I shall grant you a proper demonstration. With that, Grozum turned to face a large asteroid in the distance, icy blue energy rapidly coalescing in his mouth, soon transforming into a small orb radiating coldness. Guka watched intently. Were it not for Grozum's prohibition, he would have leaned in closer to the glowing orb. How marvelous! Though it appears to be an ordinary biological entity, it can condense such frigid energy. May I feel it? Guka asked politely before placing his hand upon Grozum's chest without waiting for a response. The last time Grozum had such close contact with an Ultra, it was when Mebius punched him in the face. Now, feeling the warmth of the small Ultra's hand against his chest, an unusual sensation stirred within him. After a moment of stiffness, Grozum queried, "Hey, are you done feeling?" Guka replied, "Not quite. Could you unleash a shot for me to see?" Grozum had awaited this request for some time. "Huh, watch." The icy blue orb shot forth at blinding speed, striking a massive asteroid thousands of meters away in less than half a second. Upon impact, the cold energy within the orb erupted, instantly encasing the asteroid in a thick shell of ice, adorned with spikes of ice that jutted out. "Cool," Guka exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Grozum smirked. "As long as you recognize its might, that suffices." "All right, you should be." Before he could finish, Guka eagerly interjected, "Could you do it once more? There are still aspects I do not fully comprehend. Is the orb purely cold air or a special kind of energy?" Grozum thought to himself. Being pestered by a child feels rather undignified. Yet, confronted with the fervent gaze of the young one, he found it hard to refuse. Ultimately, Grozum chose to explain. In areas with high humidity, pure cold air can indeed achieve freezing effects. However, in the universe, relying solely on pure cold air for an attack is rather foolish. One must fuse cold air with energy to instigate elemental changes in the universe, thus creating an explosion of ice. Upon hearing this, Guka's eyes widened with understanding. So that's it. The method of attack must be adapted to the environment. One cannot be rigid in thinking. "Very well, I shall demonstrate once more." Grozum nodded, gathering energy again. Guka's attention intensified. His small frame circled around Grozum several times as he reached out to touch Grozum's back. The sensation of coldness enveloped him as the energy coalesced. "I'm about to fire," Grozum called out. Guka nodded eagerly. In the next instant, a blast of cold energy manifested upon an unsuspecting asteroid in the asteroid belt. Guka's bright eyes flickered with excitement. "I understand now. This method of energy transformation, I've seen it in that book on light. It merely involves some physical variations due to the incorporation of strong elemental reactions into the light. Simultaneously, Grozum's species, the Grozum Nebula, possesses significant physiological differences from the inhabitants of the Land of Light." Guka concluded, "Thus, to utilize it, adjustments must be made to several aspects." With that, Guka clasped his hands together and extended them forward, aiming at a nearby asteroid. Blue and white energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips. Moments later, swish, a beam of icy light shot forth. After successfully firing his first beam, Guka turned back, exhilarated. "Did I do it right?" At that moment, Grozum stood aghast. "Huh? You're asking me?" Chapter 18, A Young Genius? How infuriating. The good news is that Guka, through diligent study and perseverance, has finally fired his first beam of light. The unfortunate news is that the one who taught him was Grozum, one of the four kings of darkness. Of course, this development did not dampen Guka's spirits. He held gratitude for Grozum's patience. However, within Grozum's heart, the situation was entirely different. "Why you learned that so quickly?" Grozum's ice-blue eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had only demonstrated twice, yet the child had already grasped it. "It's all due to your excellent teaching," Guka replied, still basking in the joy of having unleashed a beam of light, effortlessly showering Grozum with flattery. Behind the two individuals, the massive iron block, in Plaza, remained utterly still. Zet and Seiga exchanged bewildered glances, realizing the reason behind Guka's decisive surrender. He had set his sights on Grozarm's abilities. However, the extent of this learning capability was rather extraordinary. As an ultra warrior, Guka had not yet mastered his own light abilities, but had swiftly acquired the elemental techniques of his adversary. Such talent was undoubtedly unparalleled in the Land of Light. During the month Seiga spent teaching Guka, he had already discerned Guka's exceptional gifts. Yet at this moment, Witnessing the icy blue beam collide with the meteorite and freeze it entirely left him speechless. He had underestimated him. On the opposite side, Guka, who had just unleashed his first beam, looked down at his hand, awakening to the realization of what it felt like to wield energy skills. The moment the light surged from his hand, he truly sensed the disparity between two worlds and understood that there was no turning back. Meanwhile, Grosarm quickly adjusted his mindset, a hint of reluctance flickering in his gaze. I admit you possess some talent, but you still must perish. If the child were merely ordinary, with such charming words, perhaps he could have spared him. Yet, his formidable learning ability posed a significant threat if allowed to mature. I understand. To learn Grosarm's freezing technique before death is a sufficient accomplishment. Guka's brilliance dimmed, as if he had resigned himself to his fate, ready to embrace death. Grosarm slowly raised his hand, the blade-like protrusion on his forearm glinting with a chilling gleam. Guka, Seiga, and Zet shouted in unison. Grosarm simply waved his hand, and Emplaza instantly comprehended. With a resounding clang, its powerful mechanical arm grasped both children, unyielding to their struggles. On the other side, Grosarm's arm blade hesitated for 2 seconds. Setting aside other considerations, it would indeed be a pity for the little one to die. However, the Dark Empire could not permit such a threat to exist. With a swift motion, Grosarm's arm blade descended, exerting all his strength. A successful strike would likely cleave the young Ultra in two. Yet, just as the razor-sharp blade was about to sever Guka's head, it inexplicably halted. Grosarm snapped back to reality, slightly turning his head to observe his right arm. The expanding solid ice, resembling an uncontrollable vine, swiftly spread from the crook of his forearm towards his torso. In less than half a second, it encased his entire arm and right chest in ice. Grosarm stared in disbelief at the little warrior who had just moments ago resigned himself to death. Oh, I truly do not wish to die, Guka replied, simultaneously unleashing a second concentrated beam of icy energy. This time, the beam shot towards Grosarm's mouth. With a swish, Grosarm, attempting to speak, found his mouth frozen shut, producing an enraged sound. Guka did not cease his assault. His energy seemed inexhaustible as he hurled another beam, encasing Grosarm's legs in ice. After 3 icy beams struck, the spreading chill locked Grosarm's entire body, transforming him into a colossal ice block. Knowing Grosarm's affinity for ice, Guka understood that this feeble trick would not restrain him for long, so he immediately dashed towards Emplaza, intent on rescuing his friend. However, Emplaza's mechanical head reacted with remarkable speed. The moment Grosarm was encased in ice, its tri-barrel cannon began charging. As Guka approached, the cannon completed its charge. Tri-barrel Gatling, fire. With a whoosh, the golden entangled beam locked onto its target and shot forth at a speed nearly impossible to perceive. Previously, the spaceship managed to evade Emplaza's fire due to sufficient distance and reaction time. But now, the gap between Emplaza and Guka was far too close. Guka realized he could not evade this attack, so he raised his hand. Crackle! The ice blue light rapidly spread from his forearm, solidifying into a heavy ice shield. Moments later, the tri-barrel Gatling struck, and the ice shield shattered with a resounding explosion. Guka's body was uncontrollably hurled away. Guka, are you alright? Zet shouted anxiously. Seiga, aware of Emplaza's firepower, felt a sense of regret and sorrow. The odds are grim. Such a pity. Guka's talent had only just begun to unfold. But pondering this is futile. Soon, Zet and I shall meet a similar fate. Where's the support you called for? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Zet cried out in desperation. If reinforcements could arrive now, Guka might still have a chance. Not so soon, Seiga replied. Zet kicked the ground in frustration. Is there nothing we can do? In the face of absolute power, it seemed so. Seiga's tone turned somber. During their conversation, the massive ice block restraining Grosarm exploded. Grosarm successfully extricated himself and flexed his arms. That little brat certainly possesses remarkable learning capabilities, but against such a deadlock, he stands no chance. Having said that, he turned to the direction where Guka had been blasted away. How far has he flown? I can't even see him. Emplaza, what energy did you expend with that shot? Emplaza did not respond, its head swiveling as it engaged in target acquisition. Beep beep. 2 seconds later, it detected a new attackable target. Simultaneously, Grosarm felt a chill on his back and quickly turned around. In the dark, profound cosmos, 2 figures of light were soaring towards them. Seiga, held captive by Emplaza, exclaimed with excitement, Brother Mebius? And Guka, be quiet. Gro's arm interrupted coldly, simultaneously opening his mouth to rapidly accumulate energy. He noticed that before the two figures of light, an ice-blue energy sphere was also approaching. Soon, Gro's arm unleashed a beam. Whoosh! The two icy beams collided in midair, transforming into a massive ice ball that blocked the space between the two parties. Chapter 19. Can you compete with my energy? Within the asteroid belt, Mebius had been observing Guka with a peculiar gaze since the appearance of the ice ball. It had only been a month since he last saw him, yet the child had undergone such a transformation. In just a month, he had barely grasped the fundamentals of light, and yet this boy had learned the elemental beam. Not only that, but he had managed to hold his own against Gro's arm, one of the four kings of darkness, in a beam clash. What kind of monster was this? Mebius was inundated with questions. You brother. This is not the time for chit-chat. Zet and Seiga are still in enemy hands. Guka, unwilling to engage in conversation at this moment, calmly replied. Mebius nodded in embarrassment. Right. It's true. How has this turned into you admonishing me? In just 1 month, what had this child experienced? On the outskirts of the monster graveyard within the asteroid belt, on a massive asteroid, Mebius and Gro's arm stood at opposite ends. Mebius, what a fine you have raised. Gro's arm's tone was rife with resentment. Using my light against me, just moments ago you were feigning surrender. When did the warriors of the land of light become so despicable? Mebius turned his head, clearly unable to reconcile Gro's arm's description of a treacherous student with the kind-hearted, pure, and brave he had in mind. Did you do this? Guka answered candidly. To protect Seiga and Zet, I had no other choice. Dreambius, well done. He is no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Thousands of years ago, he might have found treachery disgraceful. However, now, as long as victory can be achieved with minimal sacrifice and the strategy does not contravene his principles, it is acceptable. The issue is the insights he gained after millennia of training with the guard. How is it that this young lad seems to possess such innate wisdom? Grozum, frustrated by his failure to report, seeds in anger. Dreambius, how surprising that the self-proclaimed righteous ultra-warrior has also succumbed. You might as well join our dark empire. Enough chatter. Release those two children at once. Dreambius shouted. Don't you ultra-warriors find it foolish to utter such words? As if your command could compel me to comply, Grozum scoffed. Standing silently behind Dreambius, Guka focused intently, gathering an icy beam of light. Once Grozum finished speaking, Guka completed his charge, concealing his hand behind his waist, and, with a swift motion, released a beam of light. Whoosh! The tiny beam flew with remarkable speed, striking the tri-barrel cannon of Impraises squarely in the face. Ice spread instantly, blocking the cannon's mouth. Guka, brother, go rescue them. I will hold off Grozum. Dreambius, is that something a child should say? Guka, why are you just standing there? Hurry up. Do you really think you can hold me off? Remember, your beam is a technique I taught you. Your confidence is rather misplaced. Grozum's voice was frigid as he spoke, his mouth opening and closing incessantly. A flurry of icy beams shot forth, obstructing Dreambius' flight path. The breath of frost surged toward him, and Dreambius instinctively tried to evade. However, before he could react, a beam shot from behind him, precisely intercepting Grozum's icy breath. Swish! The two forces collided, resulting in a massive chunk of ice. At that moment, Dreambius turned to meet Guka's earnest gaze. Guka confidently stated, Brother, have faith in me. With that, he raised both hands, accelerating the firing frequency of his icy beams. As the beams shot forth, Guka even found time to vocalize, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Under Guka's relentless barrage, all of Grozum's attacks were intercepted. How long can you sustain this rate of fire? Grozum seethed, hastening his own attack frequency. I refuse to believe your energy reserves exceed mine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the meteorite, beams of icy light clashed repeatedly from various directions, until the meteorite, under the influence of the chill, transformed into a towering iceberg. During this interval, Dreambius successfully defeated Impreza, whose cannon had been blocked, rescuing Zeta and Seiga. At this moment, the trio of Ultras, one large and two small, focused intently on the battle between master and apprentice. Zeta nudged Seiga beside him. In a pure contest of energy reserves, who do you think will ultimately prevail? Seiga replied with precision. In the past, I would not hesitate to say Grozum. One is an elementary student, the other a Dark 4 king. There is simply no comparison. But now, I cannot provide an answer, for Guka's presence defies all logic. It seems as though his energy is inexhaustible. Could it be related to the explosive appearance of the energy core on his chest? Taiga pondered, perplexed, then suddenly turned to the side. Wait. Zeta and I are merely spectators. But why is Brother Dreambeus not lending a hand? I too wish to witness Guka's potential. Dreambeus felt a twinge of embarrassment. He genuinely wanted to see the outcome of this master-apprentice duel. However, considering the greater good, it was imperative to intervene now. Whoosh. With a gentle flick of his left arm, an orange-yellow sword of light extended from Dreambeus' aura. With Guka drawing Grozom's full attention, Dreambeus could strike from behind without any risk, delivering a chilling blow to Grozom. A treacherous thought took root in Dreambeus' mind, though he felt a twinge of shame. He proceeded nonetheless. Thus, with a thrust, the Dreambeam sword pierced through Grozom's back and emerged from his chest, delivering a grievous wound to this formidable warrior. Dreambeus understood Grozom's regenerative abilities, so after the sword penetrated, he exerted force, pressing down to widen the gash. With a ripping sound, Dreambeus' sword carved through Grozom's torso down to his groin. After delivering the first strike, he even swung a second time. Whoosh. 2 strikes cleaved Grozom's body into 3 segments. Don't forget to take the head, Guka shouted from afar. One of the 4 kings, known as the Undying Grozom, demonstrates just how formidable his self-healing ability is. Yet, no matter how potent his regeneration, he remains bound by the laws of the universe. Regeneration is energy-driven. And once the core of his head is damaged, it cannot be restored. Hey, don't. Grozom, caught off guard by the brothers' ambush, felt utterly stifled. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed. Seizing the opportunity, Guka aimed at Grozom's head and unleashed another icy beam, encasing it in ice. Simultaneously, Dreambeus crossed his arms, channeling the orange-red dream beam energy directly into Grozom's frozen head. Boom! The ice-encased head exploded, dispersing into a flurry of frost. Thus, the 4-king, Grozom, revived by negative energy, met his demise. Chapter 20. Quelling danger in its cradle. The immediate danger having passed, Dreambeus finally had time to inquire. What was that light technique you just used? I have only been gone for a month, yet in that short span, you have learned to wield light? Taiga, Zeta murmured beside him. It hasn't even been a month. Guka has only had the light technique book for a single day, mastering light manipulation in just 1 day, and even executing elemental techniques? Dreambeus repeated, glancing at Taiga for confirmation. Zeta's account may have been exaggerated, but Taiga's description should be more objective. Indeed, it has only been 1 day, Taiga affirmed, rubbing his brow. Guka received the light technique book yesterday and has already grasped the fundamental essence of the light energy within him. I told him he needed to observe others in action to shoot the light, but we could not find suitable candidates in the land of light, which is why the 3 of us ventured out and encountered Grozom. Dreambeus, I have never heard such a far-fetched excuse. You left the safety of the land of light to witness others firing light? Setting aside other considerations, this decision was rather rash. Couldn't you have waited a few days before returning? Wait, so Guka's icy beams were truly learned from Grozom? Zeta's tone grew calm. Yes. Grozom demonstrated twice and answered 2 of his questions, and then Guka, a new friend, learned to harness light in 1 day, awakening the energy within him, his fingertips glowing. He couldn't help but compare himself to others, feeling a twinge of envy. Yet, on the 2nd day of his new friend's light training, he was astonished to see Guka achieve light projection and felt an instant sense of serenity wash over him, for he understood there was no basis for comparison. Though they appeared similar on the surface, the internal disparity was greater than that between an ultra and a monster. After comprehensively understanding Guka's experience with learning light, Dreambeus remained silent for a full half-minute, his bright eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After that interval, he raised his head and, with great reluctance, uttered, You do possess some talent. Yet, recklessly abandoning the land of light is inadvisable. I was wrong. Guka, satisfied with his mastery of light, displayed a sincere attitude of contrition. Indeed, Dreambeus feigned seriousness, though internally he felt elated. He had merely picked up a small ultra by chance, and unexpectedly, he had discovered a treasure. After gaining a basic understanding of the situation concerning the children, Mebius contacted the headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol. Moments later, he devised a plan for the children. I must proceed to the monster graveyard and cannot escort you. You all should remain here in the asteroid belt. and someone from the land of light will come to retrieve you shortly. Do you understand? Mebius gazed sternly at the three children. Both Gaia and Taiga nodded simultaneously, while Zeta, filled with curiosity about the monster graveyard, inquired, "The monster graveyard, is that the resting place for the souls of great monsters? Can I go inside to take a look?" No. Mebius firmly rejected the idea. The distress signal from Hikaru originated from the monster graveyard, and it was unclear what dangers lurked within. Very well, Zeta lowered his head. As Mebius turned to leave, he reminded Gaia and Taiga, "You too. Keep an eye on him." Understood, Gaia and Taiga replied, their bodies rigid with resolve. Soon, Mebius's figure vanished completely from the children's sight. The three children sat atop the asteroid, awaiting their rescue. At that moment, Zeta transformed into a fountain of inquiries, asking everything about the monster graveyard. "Taiga, do you think all monster souls end up in the monster graveyard? If there is a monster graveyard, is there also an Ultraman graveyard? Are there gravestones for the monsters there?" After a barrage of questions, Zeta proclaimed his ultimate desire. "Why don't we just sneak into the monster graveyard for a look?" "Absolutely not," Taiga replied, his face darkening. "Because of your reckless behavior, we almost perished moments ago. The monster graveyard is undoubtedly chaotic right now. Our presence would only exacerbate the situation." Zeta then nudged Gaia. "Gaia can handle it. He just faced Grozarm head-on without faltering. With such combat prowess, he should be able to lend a hand, right?" "No means no," Taiga insisted with unwavering principle. "Gaia, say something. Don't you want to go inside?" Zeta turned back, attempting to rally Gaia's support. "Not particularly," Gaia replied calmly, shaking his head. He had already mastered the light beam technique, fulfilling his own aspirations. Furthermore, having read the script, he knew Grozarm would resurrect, and the monster graveyard would undergo a transformation, as depicted in Mebius, Resurrection of the Evil Spirits. In the original storyline, the Dark Four Kings had already been revived and were formidable adversaries. By the way, the ultimate battle instrument, sealed by the King of Ultra, re-emerges at this juncture. Gaia murmured, recalling a crucial point. Following this battle, the loss of the ultimate battle instrument would directly lead to Belial's escape. Perhaps stopping Belial could be achievable, Gaia pondered. In the original tale, Belial single-handedly challenged the entire Land of Light, with a track record to prove it. Since he would inevitably reside in the Land of Light, if it were to be frozen, he would be among the countless pawns to suffer. If it were merely freezing, it would be manageable, as thawing would be possible. However, if misfortune struck and he were to take a hit from Belial or a beam of light, the outcome would likely be dire. In the original story, even Max, the fastest and strongest, could not withstand it. What hope did he have with his fragile frame? After contemplating these matters, Gaia clenched his fists and made a decision. Zeta, keenly sensing Gaia's change in demeanor, asked, "What's up? Have you come to a realization?" "Taiga, it's 2 against 1. We're going to explore the monster graveyard." "Agree to what?" Gaia tilted his head. The most efficient way to prevent Belial's escape was to locate the lost ultimate battle instrument after the battle. Thus, he need not participate in the combat. He could simply guard the entrance of the monster graveyard. "No, if I can't keep my eyes on the ultimate battle instrument, who knows where it could end up?" The world is ever-changing, as evidenced by Grozarm's recent demise. Not everything will unfold according to the predetermined path. Since he had traversed into this realm, he was now a resident of this world and could not always view events from a bystander's perspective. "I will go in," Gaia resolved. Zeta's face lit up with joy. "Exactly. Gaia is indeed my good brother." However, the next words from Gaia doused his enthusiasm. "I will go in. But you two must stay here." "Why?" Zeta asked. Gaia responded pragmatically. "I can shoot light beams and have some means of self-defense. Can you?" Chapter 21. You two should discuss something serious. Zeta was momentarily silenced by Gaia's words and ultimately turned to Taiga for assistance. "Taiga, look at him. If I can't enter, then he shouldn't be allowed either." Taiga did not explicitly state whether Gaia could enter. He merely gazed into Gaia's eyes and asked, "Have you made your decision?" Gaia nodded. "Yes, if things go awry, I will retreat. I won't cause any trouble for the seniors inside." Taiga replied, "All right, stay safe." Zeta interjected, Is this a case of double standards? When it comes to me, you're adamant about not allowing entry, but with Gaia, it's all about safety. He can use light beams, can you?" Taiga provided a similar rationale to Gaia's. Zeta felt utterly frustrated. "You can't do this. When it comes to light beams, aren't you just as incapable, Taiga?" Taiga shrugged. "Exactly. which is why I'm not going in. Gaia stated, enough of this. I must take my leave. Suddenly, another voice interjected, wait. I shall accompany you into the monster graveyard. Who spoke? Zeta looked around in confusion. A beige figure emerged from the asteroid belt. Floating before the three children, introducing himself, I am the wandering swordsman, Mechazam. Gaiam. Indeed, events had not unfolded as originally planned. Everything had spiraled into chaos. Mechazam, also known as the resurrection of evil spirits, was a soul vessel created by the Dark Four Kings for the Ampelra people. This being possessed independent consciousness and, in the original narrative, became friends with Mebius. It was due to this bond that he self-sacrificed when the Ampelra people sought to consume his true essence. Now, Mechazam's late appearance had caused him to miss his encounter with Mebius. Could it be that I caused this outcome? Gaia pointed at himself. It was highly likely that news of his departure from the Land of Light had reached Mebius, prompting his premature arrival at the asteroid belt. This is troubling. Where did you spring from? Zeta inquired, his curiosity piqued by the towering robot. I have been observing from the shadows since you set foot in this place. Mechazam replied earnestly. Zeta. So, you were watching us get beaten up? Mechazam, indeed. Zeta, perplexed, asked, why didn't you come out to help? You look like a wandering swordsman from the cosmos. You're not very helpful. Helpful? Mechazam echoed the term. I do not possess such digestive organs. However, my core processor does generate heat while processing information. Listening to their exchange, Gaia's eyes blinked rapidly. One was discussing gates, while the other spoke of axes. Gaia interjected. Wait a moment. Why did you not reveal yourself before, and why are you exposing yourself now? I just witnessed you learning and mastering techniques. Mechazam pointed at Gaia. My sole purpose in wandering the cosmos is to grow in solitude, to strengthen through trials, and to reach the pinnacle of cosmic martial prowess. If I possessed your learning ability, I would ascend much faster. So what do you want? Gaia still did not grasp the intent. Mechazam declared, to protect you, to learn your thought processes, to imitate everything about you, ultimately acquiring a learning capacity equal to yours. The prerequisite for all this is that you must not perish. If you die, I would have to conduct experiments on your brain, which I do not favor. Zeta interjected. So, you want to learn how others learn? Seems complicated. Why not just connect your processor directly to Gaia's brain? Mechazam fell silent, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this idea. Gaia turned back. Zeta, are you foolish? Zeta realized his suggestion was ill-conceived and retreated, retracting his neck. Never mind, forget I said anything. In the silence, Seiga pulled Guga aside and inquired, what do you think? Guga replied, let him follow us. Having an extra bodyguard is beneficial. Guga surmised that the mechanical Zam, with his ironclad mind, harbored no ill intentions. Seiga cautioned, be careful. The craftsmanship of this robot resembles that of Impreza. Guga, taken aback, gazed at Seiga with surprise. You noticed that? Impreza, a legion robot of the Ampelans from the Dark Empire and mechanical Zam, created by the Dark Four Kings, both possessed self-repair capabilities, sharing many similarities in their manufacturing processes, though their appearances differed greatly. Seiga, with just a few glances, discerned the connection between them, showcasing his keen insight. In the monster graveyard, Ace and Taro were bound to stone pillars, while Hikaru, who had initially sent a distress signal, was now free to move. One of the Dark Four Kings, Destrium, looked skeptically at Hikaru, who had just defected. Are you certain that Mebius can procure the ultimate battle instrument for us? Hikaru nodded. Among the Ultramen, he is the only one capable of such a feat. The Mebius killer, embodying the spirit of the Apparents, threatened, should you deceive us, you will regret it. As they conversed, a spatial distortion appeared at the twisted entrance of the graveyard. A silver-red Mebius burst forth, exclaiming, brothers, I have arrived. The Mephiles, one of the Dark Four Kings, sensed something amiss. Isn't Grozum supposed to be on guard outside? Why hasn't he reported your arrival? Mebius replied, he has been sent back to hell. Don't worry, you will soon meet him. Destrium disdainfully remarked about Grozum, what a failure. He was tasked with watching and ended up vanishing. Mebius's newfound strength surprised the Mephiles, who was aware of the powers of both Mebius and Grozum. While he was not surprised that Mebius could best Grozum, he found it hard to believe Grozum, with his formidable recovery abilities, would have had no chance to escape. The Mephiles deduced, something is off. Reinforcements from the Land of Light may have arrived. The Mebius killer interjected, that doesn't make sense. If reinforcements had arrived, Mebius wouldn't be the only one coming in. The Mephiles' mind raced. This is too suspicious. Destrium speculated. Perhaps someone passed by and assisted Mebius, then left. Or maybe Mebius prevented that person from entering. The Mephiles waved dismissively. Proceed with the plan. As long as we secure the ultimate battle instrument, the rest are mere trifles. In the sky, Mebius shouted, "Release my brothers." Destrium raised his massive claw and slammed it onto Taro's abdomen with a resounding thud. The immense pain caused the battle-hardened Taro to convulse, yet he stifled any cries of agony. Mebius warned, "If you dare to harm Taro any further," before he could finish. Destrium's claw struck again. Taro remained silent despite the pain. Destrium taunted, "What will you do now?" Witnessing this, Mebius's rage ignited, seemingly ready to unleash fire from his eyes. Destrium struck once more. Taro gasped, "You two should discuss matters more seriously." Chapter 22, Mechanical Zam. I feel deceived. In the dimly lit monster graveyard, after Taro's remark, Destrium struck him again. "Who asked for your input?" After receiving 4 consecutive blows, the already wounded Taro gasped, "Mebius." Hikaru stepped forward from the ranks of the dark forces, greeting Mebius. "Hikaru, are you all right?" Mebius exclaimed in surprise. Hikaru nodded and, after a brief hesitation, stated, "We wish to propose a deal. You enter the Valley of Flames and retrieve the ultimate battle instrument. We will release your 2 brothers." "We?" Mebius felt a sudden estrangement from Hikaru. "What do you mean, we? When did you ally with the Dark Four Kings?" Hikaru, with a cunning demeanor, replied, "Is it so hard to accept? Previously, you were a hunter knight filled with hatred, traversing the cosmos. Now, to study the ultimate battle instrument. You willingly embraced the Dark Empire. Isn't that normal?" Mebius raised his hand, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. "Do you comprehend what the ultimate battle instrument signifies for the Land of Light? It is the weapon once wielded by that demon." Hikaru, with an air of determination, responded, "Precisely because I understand its significance, I wish to study it further." He spread his arms, casting aside justice and camaraderie, resembling a rogue willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. "What are you waiting for? Enter the Valley of Flames," urged the Mebius killer, firm in his principles. Mebius declared, "I cannot agree. Thousands of years ago, the demon Belial, possessed by the thoughts of the Robrando people, sought vengeance upon the Land of Light. That battle was catastrophic. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Ultra King, the Land of Light would have faced dire consequences and a significant decline in power. The ultimate battle instrument contained terrifying powers. If the Dark Four Kings obtained it, chaos would ensue across the universe." The Mebius killer pressed his elongated claw against Ace's neck, threatening, "Refusal means watching your brothers die before your very eyes. Choose wisely, Mebius." Hikaru urged him on. "You must decide." After much deliberation, Mebius, who valued emotions deeply, hesitated but ultimately nodded, transforming into his burning brave form, and slowly approached the entrance of the Valley of Flames. Casting one last glance at Hikaru, now allied with the Dark Four Kings, he resolutely leaped down. As he entered, the heat surged from the entrance of the Valley of Flames. The remaining 3 Dark Four Kings watched in trepidation. With such high temperatures, can Mebius truly endure? Questioned the Mephiles. "Hikaru, why do you trust him so?" Hikaru replied, "Mebius, in his burning brave form, is the only warrior from the Land of Light capable of withstanding the valley's extreme heat. Let us wait and hope he succeeds." As everyone stood guard at the entrance to the blazing valley, a spatial disturbance re-emerged at the twisted entrance of the monster graveyard. Gu Jia emerged, curiously surveying his surroundings. The land of slumbering monsters was indeed eerie and dark, with soil of a blackish-gray hue. There, he noted, were the ethereal souls of monsters. Upon entering, he sensed a stagnation in the flow of energy within him. He could still harness it, albeit with diminished efficacy. Was this due to the unique environment or the presence of a barrier? Mechanical Zam exclaimed, "I see them, those people by the lava valley." Just as he spoke, Gu Jia quickly covered his mouth. "Shoo, don't let them notice us." Thus, the duo managed to evade the vision of the Dark Three Kings, landing stealthily behind a protruding boulder. The peculiar geography of the monster graveyard provided ample hiding spots. "What are your plans now?" asked Mechanical Zam curiously. "I suggest we charge in. I am confident I can hold off all 3 of them. Testing their strength continuously is also a means of becoming stronger." Gu Jia replied, "Not yet. They have set up barriers that can reflect light, which is disadvantageous for Ultraman. Furthermore, they have taken my companions hostage. My brother Mebius has already entered the Valley of Flames. Once he retrieves the ultimate battle instrument, that will be our moment to act. Remember, our sole purpose in coming here is to protect the ultimate battle instrument. Mechanical Zam nodded, understood. After agreeing, he suddenly realized something was off. Why should I listen to you? Ultraman Guga provided an answer that the Mechanical Zam could not comprehend, because safeguarding the ultimate battle apparatus also means safeguarding oneself. Well, you need not understand. Simply follow my instructions. Only by acting in accordance with my thoughts can you grasp my way of thinking, right? The Mechanical Zam, in all honesty, conceded there is a modicum of truth to that. In the monster graveyard, the Dark Three Kings engaged in a desultory conversation with Hikaru, occasionally glancing toward the entrance of Flame Valley. Nearby, the brothers Ace and Taro dangled from a protruding rock. Ace's condition remained stable, but Taro was in peril. The recent onslaught had rapidly depleted his energy, and he was already flashing warning lights. Where is Ultraman Mebius? Dejerum is growing impatient. If you're truly anxious, just go in and find him, retorted the Mebius Slayer. Let's wait a little longer. After all, it is something sealed by the King of Ultra. The Mephilas aliens were acutely aware of the King's formidable nature. Guga, concealed behind the stone. Since that Mebius had been inside for an extended duration, how much time has passed? Even if Jedon is obstructing the way, it shouldn't take this long. With a sudden realization, he cast a glance at the Mechanical Zam beside him. Indeed, in the original tale, Mebius descended into Flame Valley with the Mechanical Zam at his side. Together they shattered the seal and retrieved the ultimate battle apparatus. Now, Mebius is fighting alone, enduring the dual torment from the environment and the task at hand. The challenges he faces are undeniably formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Guga resolved to offer assistance. The question remained, how could they persuade the Dark Four Kings to allow them entry? The solution is simple. I will distract them, and you can leap down, suggested the Mechanical Zam. Guga shook his head. My entry serves a purpose. Without utilizing the brilliance of Noah, I cannot withstand the intense heat of Flame Valley. You are the one who should go in. Guga proposed, let's switch roles. I will draw their attention while you enter. The Mechanical Zam, reluctant to be led about, countered. I have already gone above and beyond to assist you. Why should I venture in there? Chapter 23. The battlefield shifts. Victory seems possible. Do you know why you feel your growth has reached a bottleneck? Guga inquired earnestly. The Mechanical Zam responded, you know this? He sensed that this small warrior was no ordinary child. Guga elucidated. It is because you have nothing to protect. You do not understand why you must grow stronger. Thus, you must enter Flame Valley and see how powerful you can become while safeguarding others. The Mechanical Zam appeared deeply contemplative, as if struck by the profundity of Guga's words. According to his observations, the Ultraman clan thrived under such a mentality. Very well, he finally nodded in agreement. To draw attention away, Guga suddenly sprang forth from behind the boulder, exclaiming, damn dark monsters. His shout instantly captured everyone's attention. Where did this little creature come from? Dejerum rose, clearly dismissing the suddenly appeared young Ultraman, his face etched with mockery. Could this be the reinforcements sent by your Light Kingdom? Ha! Meanwhile, Ace and Taro were equally bewildered. Where did this little one come from? He doesn't even resemble a warrior from the Light Kingdom. Taro recalled. He is the child brought back by Mebius. It matters not who retrieved him. He has come to the monster graveyard, which is tantamount to courting death. Ace sighed. We ought to properly educate these children in the ways of battle. As Ace lamented, Taro spotted another figure and whispered, look, there is a robot. That child has appeared to provide cover for that robot. At the same time, Hikaru noticed the Mechanical Zam attempting to enter Flame Valley but remained silent, even diverting the attention of the Mephilas aliens. I recognize that child. According to our investigation, he does not belong to any existing Ultraman race in the universe. He may hail from a parallel universe. What relevance does that hold for us? Since he has come to us willingly, I shall not hold back, Dejerum declared, advancing with a sinister smile. Stay back. Guga feigned fear, retreating step by step, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the Mechanical Zam. Now you realize fear? It's too late. Dejerum relished the feeling of dominating another's life, his smile becoming increasingly deranged. At that moment, Guga noticed the Mechanical Zam had entered Flame Valley. Sighing in relief, he shifted his approach, boldly declaring, do you truly think I am afraid? I shall challenge you one-on-one. His objective was to buy time until Mebius and the Mechanical Zam emerged, ensuring a reversal of the battle's tide. Daejerum laughed heartily. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Do you know my name? I am Daejerum, one of the Dark Four Kings, a cunning strategist under the command of the Ampera aliens. I am well aware, Guga deliberately scoffed, among the Dark Four Kings, you lack the cunning of the Mephiles, the combat prowess of Grozum, and the resentment and vitality of the Abhorrents. You stand as the weakest among the Four Kings. Daejerum, taken aback by the audacity of the once timid child, retorted, You wish to die? That sentiment is quite accurate, the Mephiles alien affirmed. The Mebius Slayer concurred, indeed. And his disposition is rather vile. Which side are you on, anyway? Daejerum demanded in frustration. Moments later, this insidious strategist regained his composure. Even if what you say is true, what then? I may not compare to them in those respects, but crushing you is as easy as breathing. With that, Daejerum raised his enormous claw. Just as his claw was about to descend, Guga interjected, Wait, will you dare to show me the structure of your claw? Faced with such a peculiar inquiry, Daejerum refused. You will understand when it lands upon you. With a swift motion, Daejerum unleashed his claw covered in a hardened exoskeleton. Nearby, Ace and Taro, bound and helpless, gasped in alarm. No? On the other side, Hikaru clenched his fists, ready to intervene. There's no helping it. The child's life is paramount. In the next instant, clang, swish. Daejerum's claw struck down, generating a powerful shockwave that caused the ground beneath Guga to collapse by several meters. Daejerum, perplexed, questioned as he withdrew his claw. An ice shield? When did that happen? Guga remained silent, enduring the pain as he relentlessly infused frigid energy into the contact point between the ice shield and Daejerum's claw. The Dark Four Kings had established a barrier in the monster graveyard, causing all emitted light to be repelled. Hence, Guga could only unleash his energy attacks at close range for them to be effective. As he flooded Daejerum with cold energy, the unprepared villain soon felt the chill, his physiological activities slowing as frost began to coalesce upon his surface. Daejerum attempted to launch another assault, but the cold had completely seized control of his body. Crack, crack. The sound of ice forming echoed as the frost morphed into solid blocks, rapidly encasing Daejerum in a thick layer of ice. From the moment Daejerum's claw fell to the point where his body was frozen, the entire process spanned less than 2 seconds. Gasping, Daejerum found himself thwarted, and Guga, standing behind the ice barrier, taunted him mercilessly. Not far away, the remaining Dark Two Kings sensed something amiss. Hey, Daejerum. Guga raised his head, assessing the number of combatants. Wait, it seems we need not delay for Mebius and the mechanical Zam. The situation has evolved to a point where we can prevail without them or the ultimate battle apparatus. The crux of the matter lies in rescuing Ace and Taro. At present, having encased Disraim in ice, the Dreambow's killer and the Mephiles aliens are rapidly approaching. This moment presents an opportune time for Hikaru to intervene and save them. With a clear understanding of the fluid nature of the battlefield, Guga swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with Hikaru. Although Hikaru is not a member of the combat unit of the security force, his ability to assess the situation is remarkable, and he quietly moved closer to Ace and Taro. Little one, are you a warrior from the Land of Light? The Mephiles alien approached Guga with deliberate steps. Your freezing technique resembles that of a friend of mine. Come, let Uncle take a closer look. Upon hearing those words, Guga felt a chill run down his spine. What a peculiar uncle. Such frivolous talk. With such remarkable elemental skills at such a young age, what would he become when he matures? The Dreambow's killer, a man of few words but fierce demeanor, lunged directly at Guga. Faced with this aggressive foe, Guga felt a twinge of anxiety. He spread his hands before him, channeling icy energy into a shield that soon enveloped his entire form. Bring it on. Chapter 24. A shift in offense and defense, securing victory in the monster graveyard. Guga held his shield high, his back devoid of support. Before him stood one of the most fearsome figures in the cosmos, the Dark Four Kings, the Dreambow's killer. At that moment, the young warrior's gaze was resolute. Despite being only a slender figure, he seemed to erect a formidable wall against the dense dark energy surrounding the monster graveyard. Witnessing this scene, Taro was momentarily dumbfounded. This little one, Ace, with his bulbous eyes aglow, completed his sentence, is truly a prodigy. Though not a native of the Land of Light, this child is undeniably a genius in the realm of light. As the foremost expert on light in the Land of Light, no one could fathom the treasure Ace had just uncovered in that moment. Bang! Two sounds erupted simultaneously. The Dreambow's killer's assault struck the ice shield, shattering it into fragments. Meanwhile, Hikaru seized the opportunity created by the young warrior, brandishing his knight's light sword and slicing through the massive stone binding Taro and Ace, successfully liberating them. Just ahead, the Mephiles alien, slightly positioned behind, regained his composure, his voice trembling with rage. Damn it. It seems your nefarious scheme is about to fail. Taro flexed his arms, mocking them. Capture that little brat. The Mephiles alien swiftly analyzed the situation and commanded the Dreambow's killer. However, there was no need for the Mephiles alien's reminder. The Dreambow's killer was already in motion. With a flash, a sharp light sword appeared in his right hand. He raised it high and swung down toward the flying Ultraman. You! Guga cursed just as he was struck by the Dreambow's killer's eye-shattering blow. When it came to sheer physical prowess, even 10 of him combined would not withstand the Dreambow's killer's might. Hence, to protect himself, he had no choice but to envelop himself in icy energy. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice grinding filled the air as Guga encased himself in a block of ice. Taro, who had just been worried about the young warrior's predicament, felt a surge of admiration for the child's quick thinking. Such high combat intelligence and swift reflexes. Just as Taro spoke, Ace darted forward, exclaiming, "We cannot let this child come to harm." Although several Ultramen wished to assist Guga, they were too far away, and their speed was insufficient. The Dreambow's killer's light sword struck the icy shell encasing Guga with a resounding impact. This thin layer of ice, it was clear, could not withstand the onslaught of the Dreambow's killer. With a single slash, the light sword shattered the ice shell, landing squarely on Guga's right arm. Zing! Light particles erupted from Guga's wound, dispersing rapidly, creating a fountain-like spectacle. In no time, the battlefield was awash with luminescent particles, draping the entire space in a brilliant veil of light, a truly magnificent sight. "Ah, what is this?" Taro exclaimed. "Such an immense outpouring of light. It's as if he severed an artery. Can this little one endure such a wound?" Ordinary Ultramen would emit light particles when injured, but their flow resembled blood, slow and limited to a small area. This child, however, was extraordinary. The brilliance emanating from him illuminated the entire monster graveyard. For a typical Ultraman, such an output would likely signal imminent failure. Yet this young warrior appeared unfazed. He hadn't even activated his warning lights. My goodness, just how much light energy does he possess within him? Meanwhile, Hikaru and Ace had reached the Dreambow's killer. Just as the Dreambow's killer prepared for another strike, Hikaru positioned his light sword before Guga, blocking the impending blow. "You did well." With admiration in his eyes, Hikaru uttered these words before pushing aside the Dreambow's killer's sword and launching a counterattack. "Now, we shall take control of the battlefield." Finally, having endured until the moment for a counteroffensive, Guga exhaled in relief and quickly retreated. The dynamics of the battlefield had completely shifted. Taro and Ace were freed, and Hikaru had turned against the Dark Forces. On the side of the Dark Kings, Disraim remained frozen, with only the Mephiles alien and the Dreambow's killer able to act. With numbers on their side, the advantage was now theirs. Guga let out a sigh of relief. Wait, Uncle Taro is low on energy. Once Disraim is freed, the battle may become challenging. With this thought, Guga maneuvered through the chaotic battlefield to Taro's side. "Uncle, catch my light." With that, he concentrated the luminous energy from his wound and directed it entirely into Taro's timer. Taro, momentarily taken aback by the surge of light, soon let out a joyful exclamation. Realizing all eyes were on him, his face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly explained, "The young warrior's light is impressive and pure." By the time the Dreambows and the mechanical Zam emerged from the depths of the Valley of Flames, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Hikaru, Taro, and Ace each faced one of the Dark Kings. Although they could not utilize light, they fought valiantly. Nearby, Guga served as their stimulant. If this elementary school student could perform so admirably, how could these seasoned warriors lag behind? It wasn't like this when I entered. The Dreambows, who had painstakingly retrieved the ultimate battle device, was still trying to comprehend the situation. "Give me the ultimate battle device." The Mephiles alien, intent on resurrecting the Emperor, suddenly shifted targets and charged at the Dreambows. However, just as his attack was about to connect, Guga, anticipating this moment, deftly seized the ultimate battle device. The instant his palm made contact with the ebony rod, he was engulfed in a blinding white light, his eyes glowing with purple radiance as countless monsters flickered through his mind. Finally, The images coalesced into a figure with a bifurcated head. Are you all right? Mechanical Zam inquired. Guga snapped back to reality, shaking his head and appearing somewhat dazed. I'm fine. Hikaru shouted. Try using the ultimate battle device to break the light barrier. Are you mad? The ultimate battle device is not for just anyone. Ace quickly interjected. The Mephiles alien charged once more. Give it to me. You cannot withstand the formidable power of the ultimate battle device. You nearly fainted just from touching it. Huh? Facing the menacing Mephiles alien. Guga's eyes sparkled mischievously as he smirked, who said my moment of daze was due to being overwhelmed. In the next moment, he raised the ultimate battle instrument high. Zing. The top of the ultimate battle instrument shone brilliantly with electric sparks. Chapter 25. Am I illiterate? No one could have anticipated that a mere child could wield the ultimate battle instrument. Yet, Ultraman Giga accomplished just that. Zing zing. As he lifted the ultimate battle instrument, chaotic blue-violet lightning indiscriminately struck everything around him. Even the hard, dark soil of the monster graveyard was cleaved into deep ravines, turning charred and blackened. When Giga regained his senses, both foes and allies lay sprawled on the ground. Naturally, the light-shielding device that had previously existed within the monster ranch was rendered utterly ineffective by his indiscriminate lightning barrage. Coughing and covered in dust, Ultraman Taro rose from the ground and couldn't help but quip. You didn't perish at the hands of the Dark Four Kings, but almost met your end at the hands of this child. The power within the ultimate battle instrument was difficult to control, Giga sheepishly admitted as he stowed the instrument. After the lightning had swept across the battlefield, the remaining Dark Kings completely lost their combat capabilities. The Ultraman warriors united to unleash a beam of light, sending them back to the depths of hell. As the Melphorans turned to ash, Ace sighed deeply. It's finally over. How did you just do that? Hikaru inquired, gazing curiously at Giga. He had merely urged the boy to attempt breaking the light blockade in a moment of desperation, never expecting that Giga could truly master the ultimate battle instrument, seemingly without any adverse effects. You just have to lift it, Giga replied innocently, readying himself for another demonstration. That's enough. Mebius swiftly snatched the instrument away. Giga had already surprised him far too much today. Subsequently, several Ultraman warriors joined forces to seal the ultimate battle instrument and return it to the Valley of Flames. Giga, under the guidance of the adults, departed the monster graveyard. However, given his outstanding performance in this battle, he was naturally bombarded with questions. Ace asked, that ice beam, who did you learn it from? It feels oddly familiar. From Grozom. I learned it just by watching him use it a few times, Giga replied proudly. Mebius thought to himself, this little brother has certainly earned me a reputation. Taro's primary concern was, why are you kids not in the Land of Light? What are you doing in the monster graveyard? Giga responded, it's not just me. Taiga is here too, waiting in the asteroid belt ahead. Hearing this, Taro broke into a cold sweat. What? Why did you children leave the Land of Light? If you run into the Dark Four Kings, what will you do? Do you even realize how dangerous this is? Giga bowed his head, unsure of how to respond, while Mebius sheepishly raised his hand. Actually, we've already encountered them. Hikaru, being perceptive, pieced together the Dark Four Kings' earlier remarks, suddenly realizing something. Could Grozom's disappearance be? Mebius replied, feeling ashamed. It was Giga who defeated him. Ace visibly shuddered mid-flight. Alone? The strength of Grozom was well known among the seasoned Ultraman warriors in the Land of Light. A child defeating the Dark Four Kings? One wouldn't dare to fabricate such a tale. Mebius responded, more or less. After all, I didn't contribute much. During the battle with Grozom, Giga had been engaged in direct confrontation, at most claiming a single victory. Ace asked, you're not being modest? Brother, when have I ever lied to you? Mebius responded sincerely. You're still in school, aren't you? Ace suddenly turned to Giga. Giga, who was conversing with the King of Light, nodded earnestly. Ace insisted. Stop going to school. Train with me from now on. Mebius exclaimed, what? Brother, it can't be done like this. While Giga indeed possessed some talent in light manipulation, his education should not be neglected. Ace reasoned. School is meant to enrich oneself, to strengthen oneself, to safeguard the peace of the universe. Training in light with me would equally enhance your strength and serve to protect the universe. Greater speed would be advantageous. Isn't that wonderful? Taro interjected. But what about the enrichment you just mentioned? We can't let the child become an illiterate who can merely shoot beams. Am I illiterate? Am I not composed, introspective, and knowledgeable? Ace felt a surge of indignation at this remark. Am I illiterate? Yelling, of course. I will also impart some cultural knowledge to the child. Taro remained silent, as he understood that silence spoke volumes at this moment. Hikaru added, cultural knowledge is indeed vital. Subjects like cosmic geography, monster studies, and science must be learned. Being able to use the ultimate battle instrument so swiftly indicates you possess a talent for precision devices. Pursuing development in this direction would also be commendable. The Science and Technology Bureau has combat divisions too. Mebius muttered. You shouldn't be butting in at a time like this. Taro discovered a new issue and pointed at Mechanical Zam. Wait, after all this discussion, where did this robot come from? Mechanical Zam is a friend I encountered in the universe. Can I bring him back to the land of light? Giga said, looking eagerly at the adults present. There's no problem with Mechanical Zam. I was able to bring out the ultimate battle instrument thanks to him, Mebius assured. Hikaru, intrigued, approached Mechanical Zam. Do you know who created you? Mechanical Zam shook his head in confusion. When I became conscious, I was already adrift in the vast universe. Hikaru remarked, your memory archives must have been altered. If you wish to stay in the land of light, you'll need to come with me to the Science and Technology Bureau for an investigation. Mechanical Zam glanced at the mini Ultraman present, then at Giga, ultimately choosing to shake his head. I do not like being investigated. Giga asked, didn't you say you wanted to be by my side? Mechanical Zam, firm in his principles, replied, however, I do not like being controlled. In this encounter with you and Mebius, I have learned much. On the path to becoming stronger. Merely imitating others will not suffice. I believe it is time for me to leave. With that, Mechanical Zam turned and departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Ace commented, this fellow has quite a character. He resembles a wandering swordsman. Giga waved his hand sadly, bidding farewell to Mechanical Zam. The wandering swordsman did not wish to be confined to a small place, which was understandable. Their encounter was fleeting. He could not truly expect Zam to remain as a mere enforcer, even though he had considered it just moments ago. As Mechanical Zam walked away, he suddenly turned back, looking at Giga with a stiff tone. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Chapter 26. I too possess the potential to be a good teacher outside the monster graveyard. Giga and his companions reunited with Taiga and Zeta, flying back to the land of light under the guidance of the adults. Shortly after these luminous giants disappeared, golden particles appeared in the dark universe. The particles then expanded, transforming into a golden portal. From within, a tall figure, exuding an air of nobility, stepped forth, gazing curiously at the monster graveyard before him. This was not in accordance with historical records. The land of light has been progressing too smoothly. My plans may be hindered. At the Ultraman Cosmic Port, amidst the bustling crowd, Giga was led by Mebius to apologize to Karen. I'm sorry, miss. This child has caused you trouble, Mebius said apologetically. Afterward, with a dignified demeanor, he gently pushed Giga's head. What are you dawdling for? You should apologize too. Giga had demonstrated extraordinary talents in the monster graveyard, prompting Mebius to believe that it was essential to focus on the child's psychological education. Lying to one's enemies serves the purpose of victory, yet deceiving allies embodies a rather unscrupulous approach to achieving one's goals, which is highly undesirable and necessitates a correction in the child's mindset. I sincerely apologize, Sister Guka. The objective of our outing has been accomplished, and compared to that, the act of apologizing is quite trivial. Moreover, upon reflection, my actions were indeed inappropriate. When Guka saw Dreambos arrive in person, she was taken aback and waved her hand, indicating that as long as the child was unharmed, all was well. Dreambos courteously inquired, has my presence caused any disturbances to your subsequent tasks? If so, I am willing to make amends. No, it's just that the higher-ups have particularly emphasized the need to enhance border control, Karen replied with a smile. After saying this, she turned to Guka beside her and remarked, you acted convincingly. You truly deceived me. Guka answered honestly, I won't dare to do it again. Following the battle against the four kings of darkness, Guka's life returned to tranquility. Studying remained the focal point of his existence. At Dreambo's residence, Guka was engrossed in memorizing. Behemoth, as a cosmic plankton, possesses an energy absorption organ in its abdomen responsible for sustenance. Learning like this every day is so monotonous. Let us go out and have some fun, Zeta said, lounging on the sofa and flipping over, feeling quite bored. No, I've recently discovered that this knowledge is becoming increasingly fascinating, Guka replied earnestly, swiping through the data on the three-dimensional projection. Zeta shook his head and sighed. You must be getting dull from all that study. With such a remarkable talent, What if you turn into a bookworm? Just then, Zeta's eyes lit up with curiosity. Hey, aren't you practicing your light techniques? I was hoping to see you demonstrate again. Without lifting his head, Guka replied, I have a scheduled training time for that. Taiga acknowledged Guka's determination to learn, saying, at your current pace, in another 6 months, you will be able to keep up with our curriculum. It's even faster than I anticipated. Zeta posed a new question. You all mentioned that Guka, at such a young age, learned to use light. The school must surely prioritize nurturing him. So why has there been no news from the school lately? Taiga shifted his gaze to Guka. My father mentioned this matter to me. Guka's talent is extraordinarily pronounced. Once exposed, he could potentially attract hostility from adversarial forces in the land of light. Therefore, their suggestion is to keep it a secret for now. As for Guka's training, the higher-ups are likely still deliberating. At the same time, in the office of the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, the Ultra Brothers convened a small meeting. The mood of the original Ultraman was rather complex. So, that kid is not merely ambitious. I just handed him the book, and he has already grasped the basics of light techniques. Moreover, he even learned from Grozum's 2 uses of the ice breath and managed to triumph over him in the clash of icy breaths. Taro added, not only that, but he also played a pivotal role throughout the monster graveyard battle. I lacked sufficient energy at that time, and it was he who provided the necessary boost. It's hard to imagine he still had so much residual light energy left after facing Grozum in a pure light duel. Ace expressed a decision he had long contemplated. Whether it's an abundance of inexhaustible light energy or an extraordinary talent for light, that child is perfectly suited to my guidance. I have resolved to teach him personally. The original Ultraman retorted, am I not capable of teaching light techniques? Am I not proficient in physical arts? I had already commenced his training before you. Ace usually yielded to his older brother, but on this matter, he stood firm. Your failure to recognize the child's light talent from the start indicates that you are not fit to be his instructor in that regard. The original Ultraman, displeased, replied, nonsense. Did you expect that the child could shoot light after just a day with the book? In the history of the Land of Light, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, can you find another like him? Besides, the child still needs to acquire knowledge. I am a professor at Ultra University. Do you believe you are more suited to teach than I? Ace countered. Then Taro is the chief instructor of the patrol. By your logic, would he not be the most suitable to cultivate that child? The original Ultraman, taken aback by his brother's retorts, stood up. Ace. You are the Ace Ultraman, who instills fear in countless super beasts and monsters. Observing this, Ace shifted his seat slightly. We are discussing the child's education. Look at you. Getting all worked up. Can you effectively teach a child in such a state? After a long silence, Zoffy finally spoke. Ace has a point regarding education. Ace beamed with joy. See, even brother Zoffy agrees I am more suitable. Zoffy, adept at maintaining balance, replied. Yet, the original Ultraman's perspective holds merit as well. In my view, whoever has the time should teach that child. You all are clamoring for the opportunity, but do you truly have the time to mentor him? Ace articulated his thoughts. As long as you agree to let him accompany me, I will take him along on my missions and integrate learning into our daily lives. 7 Ultraman interjected, that might not be appropriate. The child has great talent, but he is still quite young. Moreover, you all overlook a crucial point. At the age of 3 to 4,000, one's worldview, social perspective, and values are being shaped. If a warrior's outlook becomes distorted, strength becomes irrelevant. The situation with Zero from years ago has served as a reminder. Dreambose interjected, my opinion is that before he reaches adulthood, that child should remain at school. If you brothers wish to teach him, you may do so, but it should be during his spare time. He is not only an amnesiac and a wanderer, but has also recently entered the Land of Light and must separate from his peers. I fear this may impact his psychological development. Zoffy regarded Dreambose with appreciation, recognizing his insightful perspective on education. Taiga smiled. Indeed, just look at who has trained him. Dreambose can now assist me in training the reserve team. Chapter 27. A day in Guka's life after a brief discussion. The Ultra Brothers established a plan for the education of the new prodigy, Guka. During school hours, Guka would attend classes as usual, for it was essential for him to socialize with peers his age. In his spare time, Ace would take the opportunity to instruct him in light techniques, while 7 would be responsible for his physical training. The original Ultraman would oversee his cultural studies and ideological education. As the rays of the plasma spark tower shifted between light and darkness, the pages of the learning materials on the three-dimensional projection turned one after another. and the unknown plant nurtured by dreambows in the corner sprouted new leaves. Half a year had passed since Guka arrived in the land of light. At Ultra Primary School, grade 300, class 601, the arrival of a new student was finally announced. After over half a year of self-study at home, Guka returned to school, greeting many of his classmates as introduced by the teacher. At this moment, Zeta, seated below, seemed even more delighted than Guka. Guka, yo-ho. Faced with such a uniquely featured ultra warrior, the classmates inevitably engaged in a flurry of chatter. This guy doesn't he look like a citizen of the land of light? He is quite handsome, this young man. 3 heads. Can I have one? What's with that timer? It looks like a chasm. How strange. Haven't you heard of him? He was brought back from the universe by our senior dreambows 6 months ago. He studied in kindergarten when he first arrived, then transitioned to homeschooling. And now he has jumped to our grade, probably because he has caught up with the learning pace. Are you kidding? In 6 months, he has learned what took us 300 years. Our class genius, Seiga, might not even manage that. Honestly, he'd be better off in kindergarten than in our class, listening to lessons he can't comprehend. The 300-year age gap is not significant for ultra warriors. There's no need for you to worry about his studies. The fact that he can transfer to our class indicates that he can certainly keep up with the curriculum. Seiga turned around, smiling at his classmates. Seiga's demeanor was amiable, yet for some reason, his classmates could sense a hint of warning in his smile. With Seiga's endorsement, the murmurs in the class subsided considerably. Subsequently, Guka was assigned a seat in the back row by the window, next to a lively girl from the Blue Tribe, a stark contrast to his preconceived notions about them. I'm Felina. Before coming to the land of light, which star did you live on? Are the 3 head spikes unique to your species? If I were to live on your planet, would I also grow head spikes? I truly desire a head spike. After all, it would serve as a handy weapon. Unfortunately, Blue Tribe warriors lack this trait, although some mixed bloods of the Red and Blue tribes might possess it. Regardless of his past or present life, Guka found it challenging to engage with such enthusiastic girls. Oh, what a pity, he replied, feeling that he might come across as difficult to approach. He added, why are you so concerned about head spikes? Even without them, you could wield other weapons. Felina responded promptly, her sparkling eyes full of dreams. Because they are so cool. Plus, the practicality of head spikes is significant. If I could control them freely, they would yield unexpected results in battle, much like my idol, Ultraman 7. I aspire to be a warrior like Ultraman 7. First as a planetary civilization observer, and then join the Cosmic Patrol to become a frontline fighter. Guka was uncertain how to respond. The more advanced Blue Tribe warriors seemed better suited for research. Felina appeared as talkative and unreliable as Zeta, yet her thoughts were evidently much more intricate. Isn't it naive? A Blue Tribe girl, lacking in both light and physical prowess, aiming to become an elite in the Cosmic Patrol. But I will definitely achieve it. I believe in you. Guka offered her a thumbs up. I believe in you too, even though I have no idea what your dream is. The day's classes concluded swiftly. After half a year of intense study, digesting the knowledge from class was remarkably easy for Guka. Outside the elementary school gate, he stared blankly at the dim glow of the plasma spark tower in the distance, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Seiga approached Guka, ostensibly curious but actually reminding him. What did Felina talk to you about today? You both shared a lot of common topics in class. Guka replied, we talked about her dreams. She spoke most of the time. I've never met a girl who talks so much. Indeed, she was nothing like his brother. Seiga nodded. Zeta, with a curious expression, leaned in beside Seiga. Do you know her brother? Why have you never mentioned this before? Seiga answered candidly. Her brother works at the Cultural Relics Bureau. I sometimes visit, and we became familiar over time. Guka glanced back at the large clock atop the school building. Let us not chat anymore. I need to return to class. Today seems to be Ace's light class. Both Ace and Win are strict. Do you two want to join me? Zeta appeared to recall something unpleasant and quickly shook his head. No, we can't handle that kind of education. Last time I attended a 90-minute class with you, Ace scolded me for 89 minutes. I can't comprehend what I did to annoy him. He seems to have a grudge against me. Guka remarked. It seems like Ace treats Zeta with a father's sternness, frustrated by his lack of progress. Zeta, often appearing half-hearted, would naturally irk him. All right then, I'll head back. The Ultra Arena, undoubtedly the largest structure in the Land of Light, was designed to provide ample training space for warriors, a necessity given the long-standing martial traditions of the Land of Light. The arena alone could be divided into over 20 venues based on training requirements. with each venue nearly the size of a human city. Ace Ultraman held a unique status in the Land of Light, and when training Guka, he had a dedicated space. In the Light Training Hall, Ace pointed to the hundreds of rapidly moving targets ahead while resting a hand on Guka's shoulder. Do you see those targets? Yes, Guka nodded, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Ace stated seriously, the speed, accuracy, and proper energy distribution of light are crucial in actual combat. However, based on my observations of your training over the past 6 months, you can largely disregard the third point. Now, I want you to hit those targets using all the light skills you are familiar with within 30 seconds. For every second you exceed, you must start over, with both the time and attempts accumulating. Guka exclaimed, huh? If that's the case, I might not be leaving today. Chapter 28. The elementary student's holiday plans. Around 5 o'clock in the Land of Light, Guka finished school. By midnight, he was still at the Ultra Arena. Eye beams, hand beams, timer beams, and concentrated light beams. Whoosh, 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 a series of beams shot forth, hitting various targets. Ace, trying to maintain a serious demeanor, found it impossible to hide his amusement. Guka's talent for light had transcended the definition of genius. Not only was he gifted, but he was also diligent and aware of his efforts. In just 6 months, he had mastered nearly all his light skills. As long as he passed today's test, Ace was prepared to teach him his most advanced techniques. Moments later, with intense concentration, Guka successfully hit 188 targets within 30 seconds, each beam striking true. Guka celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. The training was arduous, but the exhilaration of success was unparalleled. Ace nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. If you can replicate this success 342 more times, then you can sleep. All right. Just 300 more times is perfect for consolidating my success. After speaking, the brightness of his chest timer increased as he adjusted his internal energy, preparing to continue firing beams. All right. I was just teasing you. Ace quickly restrained Guka's arm, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Go get some sleep. You're still young, and lack of sleep can hinder your growth. You can make up for the remaining attempts tomorrow. But tomorrow I have other matters to attend to. You must remember to come back yourself. Yes. Guka nodded obediently. Training was ultimately for his benefit. There was no reason not to attend. In the training area, saying farewell to Ace, Guka pondered another question and softly called out, Ace. Is the patrol team very busy lately? Teacher 7 mentioned that they have been occupied for the past 2 weeks, and my martial arts class will be with the others at school. Indeed, Ace replied honestly, having initially intended to take Guka under his wing. Since the surge of negative energy activity in the universe began 6 months ago, monster disasters had become more frequent. The existing patrol force of 1 million proved insufficient. Upon hearing that the patrol was understaffed, Guka felt a surge of eagerness. Oh, do I need to? After 6 months of training without practical experience, he yearned for the opportunity to test his skills in real combat. If I were the only one teaching you, I would certainly bring you along, Ace lamented, recalling the meeting that discussed Guka's education. However, they all agreed you should spend time with your peers. Focus on your studies for now, and when you come of age, I'll have you start as a squad leader in my Nebula branch. Great. Guka understood that the honest Ultraman would not make empty promises. Ace's offer of a squad leader position for the novice was already a considerable privilege. The only regret was that Ace would be leaving soon, and he wouldn't have the chance to learn the coveted decapitation technique in the near term. 2 days later, after a day of study, Guka and Seiga seemed lost in thought, likely contemplating the questions posed by their teacher at the end of class. Zeta, brimming with energy, bounced around and even chuckled aloud, exclaiming, "We're off for a holiday in a couple of days. Where shall we go for fun?" The rather dull Guka and Seiga replied in unison, "To train." Why must you make life so dreary? Zeta clearly had plans for the break and moved closer to the more easily persuaded Guka. Since we returned, we've been cooped up for 6 months. Soon, we'll be in middle school, mature ultra-middle school students. I believe we can go out and have some fun. Guka appeared to heed the teacher's instructions. They had explicitly advised against going out due to the frequent disturbances of negative energy in the universe and the active dark forces. Do you just do whatever the teacher says? Are you that obedient? The teacher tells you to study hard, but Zeta was cut short. Guka had indeed been diligent in his studies, having scored second only to Seiga in the recent test. What the teacher says doesn't apply to us. Seiga chuckled from the side. Perhaps sensing Zeta's loneliness in the orphanage, Seiga added, "If you find yourself bored alone, you can join me at the Cultural Heritage Preservation Bureau this weekend." The mention of the Preservation Bureau sounded rather dull. Zeta repeated the name, then smiled. But since you've sincerely invited me, I accept. Taiga turned to Guka. What about you? Want to join? Sure, Guka replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Following the recent test, he only had one lesson left in light studies. His physical training still needed improvement, but with the teacher absent, he figured he deserved a break after practicing so hard. The three of them would be able to hang out together again, and Zeta was ecstatic, declaring, "Then it's settled." Taiga set a time. Tomorrow morning at 8, at the entrance of the Cultural Bureau. Let us not be late. Night always passed quickly. The next morning, the three children gathered at the entrance of the Bureau of Science and Technology. After a brief check-in with the guard, Guka and Taiga followed Zeta into the bureau, having been in the Land of Light for over half a year. This was Guka's first visit to this hub of cutting-edge technology. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast exhibition area, with guiding robots the size of heads floating beside the display stands, showcasing peculiar research protected by special barriers. The staff seemed oblivious to the three children, each hurrying about their tasks. "Everyone here is so busy," Zeta remarked after surveying the area. Taiga explained, "After all, this is their workplace. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I come here often." Guka approached a display, pointing at a red and silver sphere held aloft by an anti-gravity device. "What does this machine do?" he inquired. Taiga patiently explained, "It's a monster ball. Though small in size, its subspace can contain a 50-meter 78 nebula monster, releasing it during battles. Quite practical. The only drawback is that it can only be active for about a minute, and once retrieved, the monster needs 50 hours to rest inside the ball. Can it hold ordinary cosmic monsters?" Guka continued, pondering when he could acquire one to bring along Baymonston. He wondered how Baymonston was faring on that green planet without him, possibly being bullied by King Red. Chapter 29. Guka. "Brother, I want to play with a ball." Taiga answered Guka's question. "Yes, you can, just upgrade the ball. But keep in mind that ordinary monsters aren't as gentle as the 78 nebula monsters." Just then, Zeta spotted something new. "Look at this," he exclaimed, glancing at the accompanying description. "It's called Taiga Spark, just like your name." The description also mentioned that it can fuse with life from other planets to enhance cross-species cooperative functions. How fascinating. The creator is Torquia? I don't recall hearing that name before. Meanwhile, upon hearing the name, Guka perked up, realizing he had overlooked this philosopher of the Ultra clan while focusing on Baymonston and his desire for a peaceful life. Torquia, the second rebel Ultra of the Land of Light, was known for his contemplative nature and keen insights. Influenced by personal experiences, he began exploring the connection between light and darkness, ultimately leaving the Land of Light in search of universal truths and sealing the chaotic beast Grimder within himself. At this juncture, was this researcher still in the Land of Light? Guka turned to Taiga. Before Taiga could respond, a familiar voice echoed from behind Guka. "He has left." Guka turned to see Hikaru entering through the door, greeting him with a respectful nod. "Commander." Hikaru waved dismissively. "No need for such formality. If you can call Driambius brother, you may certainly call me brother as well. Calling Driambius brother is because he is indeed younger. As for you, Hikaru, you seem only slightly younger than Zoffy." "The younger Taro has sons who are nearly my age," Guka retorted, hesitating for a moment before switching to a different address. "This Torquia Ultraman once worked alongside me and was an exceptional researcher," Hikaru explained with great admiration for Torquia. "He is currently on an assignment due to certain matters, possibly not wishing to expose the children to the adult world too early." Hikaru fabricated a small lie. Zeta, curious, asked, "Is that so? But why does this device share a name with Taiga?" Taiga fell silent. Hikaru responded tactfully, "Because the name embodies light and hope. Meaningful names often share commonalities." Zeta glanced at Taiga, his eyes filled with a mix of wonder and envy. "Wow, such a beautiful name. Mine doesn't hold much significance." Noticing Zeta, usually so lively, display a rare look of disappointment, Guka stepped forward to console him. "It does have meaning, of course. However, the significance of your name requires a specific person to explain it to you." As Taiga and Zeta continued to admire the exhibits at the Bureau of Science and Technology, Hikaru pulled Guka aside. "What prompted you to visit the Bureau of Science and Technology all of a sudden?" "I heard from Ace that your light studies are progressing well. I also inquired about your academic performance. You've completed 300 years worth of elementary content in just 6 months. And you've consistently ranked at the top of your class. You're quite bright." Hikaru had long recognized Guka's intelligence, but was astonished by the extent of his capabilities. Do you have any aspirations to pursue research? I could arrange for a dedicated teacher for you. Not at the moment, Guka replied, politely declining. His studies were solely for personal enrichment, facilitating his future endeavors throughout the universe. While he could endure the monotony of research, he lacked genuine interest in it. Hikaru remained unperturbed. Very well. Whenever you wish to pursue this path, feel free to seek me out. As Driambius's brother, you can always come to me for assistance whenever you encounter difficulties. Hikaru patted his chest reassuringly. Upon hearing this, Guka's eyes drifted toward the monster ball on the nearby display. Brother, I actually do have a bit of a dilemma. Hikaru was taken aback. Not expecting Guka to seize the opportunity so quickly, his expression momentarily bewildered. What is it? Guka elaborated. During my early years of wandering the universe, I made friends with a monster. Now that I have settled in the land of light, I wish to bring it with me. However, keeping a monster here poses many challenges. If only I had a container. All right, I understand now, Hikaru replied, a bit exasperated. If you want a monster ball, just say so. You're quite clever. Upon seeing Hikaru's expression, Guka sensed hope and excitedly rubbed his hands together. I will bring it back to you later. The items on the display should not be touched, Hikaru generously stated. Gaia sincerely replied, Thank you, Brother Hikaru. You truly are the best friend of Brother Dinah. Just as Hikaru felt a twinge of displeasure at the child's audacity, it immediately dissipated. Of course, I have other matters to attend to, so enjoy yourselves. After giving a final wave, Hikaru turned and departed. Zeta curiously approached Gaia. What were you two discussing? You seem quite happy. Gaia replied, I will tell you later. Seiga glanced at the time. The Cultural Relics Management Office should be opening soon. Let me take you to meet an old friend of mine. In the Land of Light. At the Cultural Relics Management Office, a small department under the Bureau of Science and Technology, primarily responsible for managing artifacts related to significant historical events. In Seiga's words, it was akin to a junkyard. Upon entering the office, Gaia saw countless neatly arranged shelves, resembling the delivery racks from his previous life, but in numbers that were exponentially greater. Among these countless shelves, the three children found Phyllis, who was busy cataloging artifacts. Seiga pointed toward the diligently working blue-skinned Ultra and introduced, This is Phyllis, the relics manager, my friend. Phyllis, these are my classmates. This is Gaia, whom I mentioned before. And next to him is Zeta. Hello, Phyllis said, putting down the artifact he was sealing with a special device and extending his hand to greet the two children. Upon seeing Phyllis's familiar face, Gaia recalled the chatty little girl. Phyllis, the brother of Felina? Phyllis nodded gently. Yes, I have heard Felina mention you. The Gaia with many headbands. Gaia remarked, sounds just like something that chatty girl would say. Phyllis replied, feel free to play while I finish cataloging these artifacts. I will entertain you later. Seiga, feeling quite relaxed in the Cultural Relics Management Office, expressed his casual attitude. All this junk needs to be counted and inspected every day. Is it really necessary? No one would care if a few went missing. Phyllis answered earnestly. These artifacts hold significant historical value. You will understand when you are as old as I am. Chapter 30. Understanding the Security of the Land of Light? At the Bureau of Science and Technology, Cultural Relics Management Office, Gaia was curiously examining the ancient artifacts on display. Having traversed from another world, Gaia had yet to witness much of the Land of Light's advanced technology, making some of the artifacts appear quite remarkable to him. This is an earlier version of the ultra-long gun, used during the Ultra War thousands of years ago, Seiga explained, accompanying Gaia. It can extend and retract at will, transforming into a bracelet. Even now, it would not be outdated, would it? Gaia pointed at the long gun, his eyes reflecting desire. Who could resist a weapon that could transform into a fashionable accessory? Seiga remarked, the materials are average. It may lack power against tougher monsters. The new standard long gun has much better penetration. Furthermore, there is now a more advanced Ultra bracelet, which renders this one somewhat obsolete. Upon hearing Seiga mention the Ultra bracelet, Gaia's spirits lifted. Is every recruit of the Cosmic Guard equipped with an Ultra bracelet? I may not have joined the Cosmic Guard. But you were thinking too much, Zeta interjected. Seiga nodded, rarely affirming Zeta's words. The Ultra bracelet, capable of transforming into any weapon, is made from rare materials and is challenging to produce. Only a select few in the Land of Light possess one. Gaia appeared slightly disappointed. The ability to change size at will was something he had envied since first watching Ultraman Jack. While the children were conversing, Phyllis suddenly grew tense. Commander Hikaru has summoned me. Please guard this place for me. I will return shortly. As Phyllis departed, Gaia expressed his confusion. What could be so urgent? Taiga, accustomed to visiting frequently, shrugged. He probably needs to retrieve ancient documents. Phyllis often assists with such tasks. Gaia pondered. Why is he so concerned about this pile of old relics? To the land of light, they may be antiques, but to other planets, they are invaluable. Any beam gun from here could dominate a planet with average technological development, Taiga mused, acknowledging Gaia's point and recognizing his own lax attitude. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, since Phyllis will be gone for a while, I know this place better. I will take over the remaining cataloging work. I will help you. Zeta eagerly volunteered. Taiga cautioned, with Zeta's careless nature, he may end up causing more trouble. Taiga began to coax the unsuspecting child. No need, just guard the entrance. You are now the guardian of the Cultural Relics Management Office, and it is a significant responsibility. Zeta pondered. What you say makes a lot of sense. I will ensure the safety of this place. With that, Zeta scampered to the entrance, mimicking the stance of a guard, standing rigidly at attention. Gaia couldn't help but chuckle as he continued to explore the museum. An hour later, feeling weary from wandering, Gaia found a chair and sat down. Hey, he called, hoping Zeta would join him to rest. However, before he could finish, Zeta's loud shout echoed from nearby. Who are you? This is a restricted area of the Bureau of Science and Technology. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited. Taiga, who was organizing artifacts, jumped at the sudden commotion. Assuming Zeta was merely being mischievous, Zeta, stop fooling around. People may come in here for serious business. When Zeta's voice returned, it was trembling, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Why you too? Come look. Sensing something amiss, Gaia hurried to the entrance. Upon seeing the figure standing at the door of the Cultural Relics Management Office, Gaia quickly pulled Zeta beside him. Zeta, come here. That person does not look friendly. Before them stood an alien. Little boy, how dare you speak to me like that? Taiga rushed over upon hearing the commotion. What do you mean by not friendly? Turning around, he recognized the Niculian alien with large red eyes. What are you doing here? While visitors from outer space were not uncommon in the Land of Light, Niculians were known for their treachery and rarely interacted with the Land of Light. I came to collect something, the Niculian replied, glaring at Taiga. Taiga questioned. What could you possibly need from here? This is the Cultural Relics Management Office. The Niculian responded, I know, that's exactly why I'm here. With that, he brushed past the children and walked straight to the display shelves, beginning to make selections. The first-generation beam gun researched by the Bureau of Science and Technology has a long charging time and weak power. Useless. The previous standard long gun of the Ultra clan is too picky, also useless. This one looks good. After a brief selection, the Niculian took 2 older beam weapons from the shelf and departed. Before leaving, he added, I have already spoken to your superior. I am Bondiro. Gaia found the name strangely familiar. Watching the Niculian's retreating figure, he approached Taiga, his face filled with suspicion. Is he really not an invader? Taiga, confident in the Land of Light's defense systems, replied, Do you think the defenses here are made of paper? This is the Bureau of Science and Technology, the most secure place in the Land of Light. Who would dare to swagger in here as an invader? And look at the Bureau staff. They showed no sign of alarm when the Niculian passed by. After bidding farewell to Bondiro, Taiga patted Guka on the shoulder, reassuring him. Thus, you have been overly apprehensive. If that individual were indeed an invader, he would have alerted the authorities by now. No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the Cultural Relics Management Office abruptly shifted to red, followed by the piercing wail of an alarm. A female voice announced, Breaking news, the Defense Department of the Land of Light has confirmed the infiltration of a Niculian alien. He may currently be active anywhere in the Land of Light. Residents are advised to remain vigilant. Simultaneously, the Bureau of Science and Technology must enhance security measures to ensure that our research findings do not fall into the wrong hands. Upon hearing the announcement, Guka covered his face. I knew something was amiss. Beside him, the previously confident Taiga was left stunned. We must pursue. We cannot allow that thief to escape. Chapter 31. Zeta, Uncle, take me with you. Based on Guka's experiences from his previous life within the Ultraman tales, he deduced that the security of the Bureau of Science and Technology was akin to a corked bottle of laxative, ineffective. As anticipated, the theft had occurred right under the noses of the public. At that moment, in the streets of the Land of Light, a furious Taiga floated above, exclaiming, Where's that guy? How could he vanish so quickly after appearing? Can Niculian aliens camouflage themselves like barbarians? Guka maintained his composure, responding that shouldn't be the case. But since he dared to come to the Land of Light, he must have made thorough preparations, perhaps equipped with some cloaking device. Taiga's mind raced, gradually calming. No worries. To leave the Land of Light, he must pass through the ultrametric port. Let us stake out there. Zeta, initially expecting a rather dull day, was thrilled to encounter such an event, pumping his small fist in excitement. Hooray, the thief-catching squad. Let's move. At the ultrametric port, where all vessels entering and exiting the Land of Light dock, throngs of people gathered, especially due to the holiday. Amidst the crowd, 3 children pushed eagerly toward the turnstiles. Excuse me, coming through. Taiga called out. Wait, something furry and warm keeps brushing against my face. Zeta exclaimed, noticing a creature resembling a giant ape turning around, its bashful expression contrasting with its rugged appearance. My apologies, little one. I didn't notice you, it said. Zeta remarked, I think I'm not clean anymore. Taiga, anxious, urged. Forget about that. We must find the Nakal alien. Guka had a sudden inspiration. I'll check the surveillance. It should be more efficient. Taiga found Guka's suggestion sound. All right. We'll keep watch here. If anything unusual arises, send me an ultrametric signal immediately. Understood. Guka nodded swiftly and dashed off. Upon reaching the surveillance room, Guka realized that his identity was not as beneficial as Taiga's. To his surprise, the surveillance officer, upon seeing him at the door, immediately called out his name. Guka? Guka was taken aback. Huh? When did I become so well known? The officer introduced himself. I'm Chana, a peer of your brother Mebius. He joined the combat unit of the security team, while I barely missed the cut and remained as a security guard at the port. Ever since your brother brought you back to the Land of Light, he often reminds us old classmates about you. Such an outstanding and diligent child. By the way, what brings you to the surveillance room? Fantastic. Guka exclaimed, excited to encounter someone connected to his brother Mebius. Brother, the situation is as follows. He briefly explained his connection with the Nakal alien. Chana quickly grasped the situation. You believe he might come to the port to board a ship and could check the surveillance in advance. That's not a problem. Come in. Inside the surveillance room, Guka stared intently at the hundreds of holographic projections before him, as Chana also worked diligently to identify the culprit. This one doesn't look right. This one's behavior is suspicious, yet he doesn't seem to be a Nakal alien attempting to leave the Land of Light. Suddenly, Guka pointed at a particular projection. Look here. The area is clearly empty, yet the surrounding people seem to scatter as if something has disturbed them. Someone is utilizing optical cloaking. Chana's mind whirred. He's already passed through the turnstiles. I will pursue him. Brother, you must report immediately to intercept him. With that, Guka dashed out like the wind. Chana nodded and promptly relayed the information. After completing this, he turned to the door. Exceptional insight. No wonder Mebius appreciates him. At the departure turnstile of the ultrametric port, Guka, disregarding the guard's attempts to stop him, soared above the crowd. Taiga, still struggling to locate the Nakal alien, spotted Guka and decisively followed suit. Hey, wait for me. In the crowd, Zeta, nearly squished out of shape, struggled to raise his hand. Meanwhile, Guka hovered above the boarding area of the ultrametric port, his eyes scanning each individual below like a scanner. Finally, he spotted the Nakal alien, who had just deactivated his cloaking device. Unfortunately, the Nakal alien was already boarding a small hovering ship, waving cheerfully at Guka through the transparent window. Wait. Guka immediately accelerated in pursuit. However, the small vessel had already lifted off. Despite Guka's swift flying speed, he could not catch up to a machine designed for flight. In a critical moment, Taiga appeared, grabbing Guka's arm. You intend to rely solely on your physical abilities? We have a ship, after all. As he spoke, Taiga retrieved his father's identification card once more. Guka turned back, puzzled. Didn't Uncle Taro already? Taiga, clearly not the conventional good child, replied. If he doesn't give it to me, am I not entitled to take it myself? After the last one was damaged, the security team provided my father with a new ship. Since he prefers not to use it, we might as well take advantage of it. Relax. We can consider this a work-related matter. With that, Taiga led Guka to his father's new ship. Upon boarding, he expertly inserted the identification card and activated the anti-gravity system, causing the ship to ascend. Moments later, with a whoosh, the silver vessel expelled a blue, high-temperature tail flame, shooting skyward like a bullet. Just as Guka and Taiga piloted the ship away, Zeta arrived late, crying out in despair, "Wait for me. I didn't board the ship." While Zeta wept, a guard approached him. "Young one, Do you know that flying is prohibited at the ultrametric port? Moreover, can you just force your way through the entry control turnstiles? What is your name? Heartbroken, Zeta lowered his head and muttered, Zeta. Upon hearing this name, the guard's voice rose by 2 degrees. You again? Zeta quickly defended himself. No, that previous incident wasn't me. I was wrongfully accused. The guard took Zeta by the hand, leading him away. Come with us for an investigation. Today's children are truly troublesome. However, they had not gone far when they received an urgent order from higher-ups. Wait, you're not here to cause trouble. You're here to pursue a criminal? The guard, turning to Zeta, apologized. I must be off to attend to matters. Zeta, suddenly inspired, thought, Uncle, take me with you. Chapter 32, Returning to the Cosmos, beginning the wanderlust in the 78 Nebula, beyond the land of light. The Nacal alien Bondiro successfully piloted his small ship through the outer defense barrier of the land of light, entering the boundless universe. At this moment, his ship was approaching sublight speed, yet Bondiro noticed another vessel trailing closely behind him. The sleek, black exterior and unique hull design of the spacecraft immediately caught Bondiro's discerning eye, suggesting it likely belonged to a high-ranking officer of the Cosmic Guard. Recalling the trio of persistent Ultramen hot on his trail, Bondiro activated the wormhole jump switch on his ship and remarked, shaking off the young ones. Only to be pursued by the old. I wonder how long you can keep up. As the switch engaged, a beam of light shot forth from the ship's front, warping the fabric of space and creating a minor spatial distortion. At first glance, the distortion seemed subtle, as the vastness of space lacked any reference points to indicate movement. However, while imperceptible to the naked eye, the ship's instruments could detect it. On board the silver ship trailing closely behind, Seiga observed the display screen. His expression shifting, that guy's opened a wormhole, preparing for a spatial jump. Once he completes that, it will be exceedingly difficult to track him down. Shall we shoot him down? Ultraga inquired tentatively. Seiga shook his head. My father's ship is not equipped with any high-damage weapons. Its only advantages over a standard vessel are its defensive shield and speed. I'll take care of it. Ultraga reached for the hatch handle, thinking simply that if the ship lacked effective weaponry, he could unleash a beam himself. Wait, we're traveling at high speed. If you extend your head out, it will disrupt our velocity. Seiga quickly grasped Ultraga's arm. We cannot prevent him from jumping through the wormhole, but we can keep up. With that, a resolute Seiga yanked the control stick. The ship's speed surged once more, drawing closer to the vessel piloted by the Nicarians. Just as Ultraga felt a collision was imminent, the Nicarian ship vanished mysteriously into the dark expanse of space. What's happening? Ultraga exclaimed. Fasten your seatbelt. We are about to enter the spatial distortion. You will feel the pull of space on your body. Do not be alarmed, Seiga shouted, but the ship had already disappeared before he could finish. When the guards from the land of light arrived at the scene, the spatial distortion had long since dissipated. The lead reconnaissance vessel's pilot gazed at the energy fluctuations on the screen and sighed. We missed him. Zeta, agitated, exclaimed, how could we have missed him? My friends are still pursuing him. Those 2 elementary school students chasing a dangerous criminal. It's obvious how perilous that is. At that moment, Zeta regretted not flying faster. Without his strategic mind beside them, what would those 2 foolish companions do? Don't worry, I'll contact the Science and Technology Bureau to track the spatial fluctuations. Everything will be all right, the pilot reassured. Inside the ship, Ultraga raised his hand, noticing his fingers bending at odd angles, stretching and pulling, making him feel like a rubber figure. It's fine. As long as we manage the controls properly, we should survive, Seiga reassured. Though it seemed to be his first experience with such a phenomenon. Hearing Seiga's voice, Ultraga turned to see Seiga's body morphing bizarrely, contracting and expanding, creating an otherworldly appearance. Seeing this comical scene, Ultraga was initially inclined to laugh, but before he could, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The distortion of space was not measurable by time. So Ultraga had no idea how long they lingered in that strange realm. In a daze, he heard Seiga calling to him, and when he came to, everything around them had returned to normal. After traversing through, Ultraga peered out the viewport, curiously surveying the cosmos. Where are we now? Seiga was busy adjusting the instruments. Due to the spatial distortion, the ship's navigation system is temporarily malfunctioning. The worst news is, we lost the target. Never mind, let us explore ahead. He shouldn't have gotten too far, Seiga said, placing his hands back on the control stick, attempting to restart the extinguished engine. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The engine vibrated several times without any sign of ignition. Even the usually composed Taiga couldn't contain himself, letting out a frustrated cry and banging the control panel. Regaining his composure, he turned to Ultraga, feeling guilty. It's my fault. I didn't activate the wormhole traversal device before entering the distortion, and now the engine seems unable to adapt. It appears to be malfunctioning. After a brief silence, Ultraga comforted him. It's a minor issue. If the operating system is still functional, we should be able to send our coordinates back to the Land of Light. That's difficult. The system has been ravaged by the distorted space, so even if we send coordinates back, they may be incorrect, Taiga admitted, looking downcast. Ultraga suddenly understood. Oh, I see. We've lost our way. Taiga lamented. It's all my fault. My inexperience in piloting led to this oversight, and I brought you along with me. Ultraga placed a reassuring hand on Taiga's shoulder. Apologies won't help now. We should abandon the ship. There are many warriors from the Cosmic Guard executing missions in space, and we're bound to encounter one. Having spent considerable time in the cosmos since their initial traversal, Ultraga felt no trepidation. Or we might just encounter a technologically advanced planet. With their guidance, we could find our way back. I did something similar when I traveled to the Land of Light. All right, Taiga nodded, pressing the button to open the hatch. Unfortunately, the internal systems were damaged, and the hatch remained sealed. Don't be disheartened, Ultraga said, patting Taiga's cheek before raising his hand, light radiating from his fingertips. With a resounding boom, the energy beam struck the hatch, blasting a large hole through it. The edges glowing crimson with molten metal dripping down. Taiga knew Ultraga had been training under Ace for the past 6 months, yet he had never inquired about his progress. Witnessing Ultraga wielding the light with such finesse, he exclaimed, "Your control over the energy beam is remarkable. Ace's decision to train you was indeed sagacious." Chapter 33. A reunion with old friends. Initially, Taiga felt apprehensive about being stranded in space with Ultraga, uncertain of their safety. However, after observing Ultraga's adept use of energy, he gained a measure of confidence. Let us go? Thus, the two young students embarked on their cosmic exploration journey. At first, they flew side by side. But soon Taiga's energy reserves began to dwindle. In this desolate, starless void, they could not replenish their energy. Determined to make progress, Ultraga decisively hoisted Taiga onto his back. "Why are you doing that?" Taiga asked. "This will speed things up. The sooner we find a planet, the sooner we have a place to land," Ultraga replied, securing Taiga's legs with one arm, his stance exuding reliability. With Ultraga's seemingly inexhaustible energy propelling them, the two became a streak of light, soaring rapidly through the cosmos. During their journey, Taiga repeatedly leaned forward to inquire, "Can your energy hold out? Do you need to rest?" "I feel my strength returning. I can carry you now. We've been flying for 3 cosmic hours. Do you still have enough energy?" "I think it's wise to conserve some energy. If we encounter a ferocious cosmic beast, we'll be in trouble." To this, Ultraga simply replied, "I'm not tired. Don't worry, my energy knows no bounds." Upon initially entering this world, Ultraga had discovered this unique trait. However, at that time, he lacked any beam techniques, and the only way to expend energy was through flight, preventing him from confirming it. Yet after 6 months of training with light, despite the magnitude of his daily exercises, he had never experienced signs of energy depletion, only occasionally suffering from fatigue that affected his beam accuracy. After witnessing Guka's outrageous maneuvers, Ace remarked that he seemed to harbor a spark core within him. Thus, after several days of flight, Guka and Taiga arrived at a meteor belt. Taiga leapt from Guka's back, standing atop one of the largest meteors to survey the area, ultimately concluding, this was once a planet. The so-called meteors were formed by various factors, and these stones exhibited distinct planetary characteristics. Guka was taken aback. Was this a shattered planet? What could have caused such a transformation? Taiga picked up a small rock from the floating meteors and examined it closely. There could be numerous reasons. Perhaps an imbalance of gravitational forces within the planet led to its collapse, or it could have been subjected to tremendous external forces, such as a collision. Furthermore, it may have been attacked by some weapon. As he spoke, Taiga handed the small rock to Guka. "Observe the surface. It bears remnants of metallic substances." Guka pondered this. Curiosity piqued as he looked around and discovered similar metals. Does this imply that a massive metallic object shattered this planet? Taiga nodded, responding with precision. It is highly likely. But to reach a definitive conclusion, specialized testing from the Scientific and Technological Bureau is required. Strangely, The land of light would never turn a blind eye to such occurrences. Why had he never heard of this? Guka felt this was only natural. The universe is vast. The coverage of 1,000,000 members of the Cosmic Patrol is limited. This is an uninhabited star domain, and after flying for so long, they had yet to see a single soul, underscoring its desolation. That makes sense. I think we should head in that direction next, Seiga suggested, pointing towards a distant light after surveying the area. That light might be the star around which this planet once revolved. Perhaps we could find a planet with intelligent life nearby. If all goes well, we might even learn the whereabouts of the Nakul aliens. Seiga was still preoccupied with the culprit that had left him adrift in the universe. Why are we just standing here? Let us go. Guka grasped Seiga's small hand, unwilling to wait even a second longer, and took off decisively. However, as they flew to the edge of the meteor belt, the two children halted. Seiga swallowed hard, seemingly struggling with his nerves. The cosmic behemoth, Mismatched, originating from the Crab Nebula, typically feeds on cometary dusttails and is known for its ferocious nature. It seems that Mismatched is currently feeding. Let us navigate around it. Seiga whispered. Guka did not rush to respond, but instead tilted his head to scrutinize a distant pentagonal avian creature. After observing for a full half-minute, he seemed to resolve upon a certain determination, hoisting Seiga and edging closer to the creature, while shouting, "Old Bay, hey, why provoke trouble at a time like this?" Seiga's heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from his mouth. Even if you can wield light now, you shouldn't taunt a cosmic behemoth. The creature, Mismatched, turned its head towards them, opening its beak to emit a sharp, resounding cry. Then, it flapped its small wings and soared swiftly towards the two Ultra warriors. Seeing Guka remain motionless beneath him, Seiga urged, "Hurry and move. This is not the time for a battle with a monster. Guka, what is wrong with you? Don't panic." Guka reassured Seiga with a smile, offering calm comfort. At that moment, the fast-approaching Mismatched had already swept in front of them, raising its sharp beak as if to attack. No, Seiga struggled to break free from Guka's back, intending to intervene. However, the anticipated assault did not occur. Instead, Mismatched emitted a gentle call, "Eh." Seiga, bewildered, quickly turned around to find Guka's hand resting atop the behemoth's head. Furthermore, Guka was speaking softly, "Old Bay, it's been so long since we last met. Have you missed me? What brings you here? Are you unable to stay on that planet? No worries. I'll look after you. I've become quite capable now." Seiga and Mismatched cautiously approached Guka, bewildered, and asked, "What on earth is happening? I forgot to introduce you. This is a friend I made in the cosmos before entering the land of light," Guka said, wrapping an arm around Mismatched's neck. Mismatched, slightly choked, still managed to respond, Indeed. Seiga, huh? Wasn't it said that all monsters are difficult to communicate with? For instance, I've read about the friendly treasure beast Piggyman, who enjoys eating coins, and even Uncle Seven can command capsule monsters to fight. But that is predicated on the monsters having gentle dispositions. The colossal Mismatched seems to fall outside this category. Seiga, may I ask how you two became friends? Guka reminisced. We first met when it was being pinned down and pummeled by Red King. Chapter 34. The Holiday of the Dragon Ship. Perhaps recalling this incident made Mismatched feel embarrassed, as it covered its face with its wings. This scene elicited a smile from Seiga. It turns out that even a monster with a fearsome reputation can be amicable. "You still Haven T answered my previous question. Did you leave that green planet because Red King made life unbearable?" Guka inquired of Mismatched. Mismatched shook its head. Guka, huh? You're not joking, are you? Monsters on the green planet suddenly vanished in large numbers? Seiga looked between Guka and Mismatched. Wait, how did you understand that? Guka did not respond to this question. Instead, he turned to Mismatched, continuing to probe. Can you describe the situation in detail? Mismatched. Guka, the monsters all believed this to be a supernatural phenomenon, so they were unwilling to remain on that planet, and you left as well, leading to a life of wandering through the cosmos. This is truly bizarre. Pondering the mystery, Guka murmured. In any case, you will accompany me from now on. I'll have Hikaru prepare a monster ball for you, so you can stay by my side. Mismatched, Hearing Mismatched's question, Guka felt a bit shy. You're wondering why I'm in the cosmos? That is a long story. Old Bay, you've been drifting through the universe longer than I have. Do you know if there are any nearby planets with intelligent life? Upon hearing this, Mismatched raised its hooked claw and pointed towards a distant light. What does that mean? Seiga looked at Guka with curiosity, evidently having accepted that Guka could comprehend the language of monsters. It indicates that there is intelligent life on that planet over there, and it has even scavenged there before. Guka translated. Taiga, that is fantastic. As long as we can ascertain the coordinates of that planet, we can send an ultra signature back to the Land of Light, enabling our elders to come retrieve us. Your monster friend is truly remarkable. Taiga gave Baymonston a thumbs up. Having interacted with intelligent life, Baymonston clearly understood the gesture's meaning. Raising its proud head, enough with the boasting, let us set off. With that, Guka climbed onto Baymonston's back, pulling Taiga up as well. After completing this, Guka asked Old Bay, can you manage? Baymonston responded weakly. Guka, in that case, I'll fly myself while you carry Taiga. Planet Brahm, humans, having entered the era of cosmic exploration, discovered this beautiful and resource-rich planet 30 years ago. Consequently, they established resource extraction stations and tourist spots on this planet. At this moment, the crew of the Dragon ship, affiliated with the organization, was taking a respite on this planet. The salty sea breeze swept through, creating ripples upon the ocean, yet inexplicably instilling a sense of tranquility within. Upon the golden sands, Captain Hinata of the Dragon ship, First Officer Heyman, and the human, Leonix Raymond, who had been fortuitously discovered, were reclining by the shore, resting. Not far off, the mechanic Komano was adjusting equipment, while the monster expert Inji was inquiring about the latest monster sightings from colleagues on the planet. Inji asked, are you suggesting that a pentagonal monster has emerged from the resource warehouse, devouring the natural gas you have developed? The workers, adorned in work attire and safety helmets, recalled the incident. Indeed, this creature appeared rather foolish, yet it was quite ferocious. Thankfully, our combat forces valiantly resisted and ultimately drove it away. Based on your description, Inji surmised that monster must be Baymonston, a planktonic life form from the Crab Nebula, feeding on cosmic energy. Upon visiting this desolate star system during my vacation, I observed that Baymonston lacks sufficient sustenance, hence it may return. Captain Hinata, basking in the sun, took a hefty sip from a coconut drink. Given that, we shall extend our stay here, he declared. Heyman, please notify our superiors that we need to remain here a while longer to safeguard Planet Brahm. The environment here is so delightful. An extra day is akin to an additional day of vacation. Why not indulge? With that, Captain Hinata, for the first time feeling such contentment in life, lazily turned over. Heyman, sensing the captain's decision was somewhat hasty, interjected, but how shall we protect Planet Brahm? Captain Hinata did not respond directly, but called out, Ray, can you manage that? I, along with Gamora, shall certainly do our utmost. The stellar radiance here is simply delightful, replied Leonix, momentarily lost in the blissful ambience. The colossal monster Baymonston is not particularly rare in the cosmos, and Inji persisted in questioning the workers. During your time here, have you encountered any other life forms? The workers pondered and replied, occasionally, alien spacecraft pass by, but upon noticing that this planet has been developed, they leave. The most recent occurrence was just days ago. Are you referring to that meteor? Another worker clarified. As they debated, a dispute ensued. It was not a meteor. It was a spacecraft. No, it truly was a meteor. I saw it streak across our sky. I have a feeling it landed on the planet. Before they could continue, an alarm suddenly blared along the shore. Amidst the piercing sound, the crew of the Dragon ship sprang into action. What is happening? Captain Hinata inquired anxiously. Inji heard a voice from the walkie-talkie warned by a nearby worker. Attention, all units. The large monster that previously appeared has returned. All units, be vigilant regarding our energy storage facilities. The captain sighed heavily, realizing the urgency of the situation. Had the monster not come, he could have extended his vacation under the pretense of aiding Planet Brahm. Just as he had settled down, the monster's arrival dashed his hopes for leisure. Where is the energy storage facility? Raymond, wielding a combat instrument, approached the workers. I will accompany you, Heyman said, concerned for Ray. Inji raised his hand. I will join as well. Although I have encountered Baymonston before, I wouldn't mind seeing it again. Chapter 35, Capturing the Nakul Alien. At Brahm's energy storage site, Guka observed the natural gas tanks ahead and the Baymonston beside him, saying, You were supposed to guide us, yet you brought us directly to the warehouse? You cannot consume it. I assure you, we are here seeking assistance. With that, Guka exchanged a knowing glance with Taiga. The astute Taiga instantly understood and reached out to obstruct Baymonston's energy-absorbing organ. Meh, Baymonston lamented, disheartened by the turn of events. Having missed a meal previously, it had hoped to indulge this time, only to find its companion unwilling to share. Guka reassured, "Fear not, upon our return to the land of light, there will be an abundance of high-quality energy for you." Saying this, Guka unleashed a beam of light from his hand, striking Baymonstan's abdomen. With a swift motion, the pentagonal energy-absorbing organ of Baymonstan opened, delightfully absorbing a morsel. Meh. Now with sustenance, the monster instantly became lively. As the two Ultramen conversed, the warehouse door swung open, revealing a throng of small beings armed with weapons. Simultaneously, the roar of engines filled the sky as several fighter jets emerged, encircling the two Ultramen and the monster. Standing at the entrance, Inji was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Ultramen are indeed accomplices of Baymonstan? The Ultramen we encountered before were valiant warriors of justice." Heyman was evidently intrigued by the small warriors. "Wait, there are two young Ultramen here, a rare sight indeed." Captain Hinata remained silent, pondering whether there might be a misunderstanding. "There can be no misunderstanding. That large monster injured several of our personnel during its last visit." A defense officer in combat gear raised his weapon, finger poised on the trigger, ready to strike. On the other side, Guka's eyes lit up upon spotting the crew of the dragon ship. "What an unexpected reunion," he exclaimed, extending an olive branch. "There is indeed a misunderstanding." Kumano queried, "Is he speaking to us?" "Captain Hinata, I hail from the Land of Light in the 78th Galaxy." Guka introduced himself. The Land of Light is renowned throughout the universe. Merely uttering its name typically dissuades peaceful races from hostility. "You know me?" Captain Hinata asked, astonished. "Certainly. I've heard tales of the esteemed crew of the dragon ship from my elders," Guka asserted earnestly. Meanwhile, Taiga, bewildered, whispered, "Which elder mentioned that? I've never heard of it." As Guka engaged in dialogue with the humans, he could not address Taiga's inquiry, but continued, "Ultraman 7 and Ultraman are my mentors in the battle of the giant monsters. Both Ultraman 7 and Ultraman had crossed paths with the crew of the dragon ship and had even received their aid. By invoking these familiar names, Guka aimed to establish trust. "We come in peace," he affirmed. Upon hearing the small warrior mention two familiar names, Captain Hinata raised his hand in a gesture. "Everyone, lower your weapons." The defense personnel, having experienced the monster's attack, were understandably hesitant. "But that monster. This is a misunderstanding. We brought it here to apologize." Guka explained proactively. "Indeed, Ultramen would never harm ordinary cosmic beings. There must be some confusion," Captain Hinata added quickly. "Everyone, lower your weapons. If anything goes awry, we of the dragon ship shall take responsibility." With assurance and the sincerity of the young Ultraman, the defense personnel reluctantly lowered their weapons. To facilitate better communication with the humans, Guka shrank to a human-like size, addressing the gathered crowd. "My name is Guka." Inji, curious, inquired, "Are you truly a student of the Ultramen? Why have I never heard them mention this?" "Heyman, why are you nudging me?" Captain Hinata remarked, exasperated. "It's a miracle I haven't struck you. You've barely spoken to the Ultramen." Inji scratched his head. "I was merely concerned that someone might impersonate an Ultraman, given our past encounters with the Zerabalians." Captain Hinata, exhibiting his intellect, concluded, "Just the fact that this young warrior can call me by name is enough for me to trust him. I comprehend the concerns of everyone. Yet we truly are warriors from the Land of Light." As he spoke, Ultraman Guga presented Taiga, who had similarly shrunk in stature. "Indeed, he is the son of Ultraman Taro among the Ultraman brothers." Taiga's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? The son of Ultraman Taro?" Upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to Taro. "Hello," greeted Taiga with an awkward yet polite smile, as he had not interacted much with beings from other worlds. "That fellow over there, Baymonstan, is our friend. The last time he visited this planet, he was simply at his wit's end due to hunger, and I apologize on his behalf." Guga then turned to address the defense personnel of Brahm. "Are monsters and Ultramen friends?" One of the uniformed defense members furrowed his brow in disbelief. The previously silent Lei chimed in. "I too have monster friends. Not all monsters embody cosmic evil and engage in reckless behavior." The defense personnel exchanged glances at the dazed Baymonstan not far off and nodded. "All right, as long as he behaves himself from now on." With the small misunderstanding resolved, Guga and Taiga inquired about the coordinates of this planet in the cosmos and other relevant information. After receiving a response, Taiga excitedly began sending Ultraman signatures. Meanwhile, Guga asked further questions. "Are you implying that other spacecraft have recently traversed the skies above this planet?" In E, who had just spoken with the staff, replied, yes. Several witnesses claim that a spacecraft landed within the planet's interior. That individual is likely the alien who stole from the Land of Light, the very criminal that Taiga and I are pursuing. Guga immediately became intrigued. Could you indicate approximately where that individual landed on the planet? I wish to investigate. I shall accompany you, Taiga declared, having completed his Ultraman signatures. The staff of Brahm interjected. The direction of the landing is an undeveloped area of this planet. Not only is the natural environment harsh, but there are also ferocious monsters present. If that criminal is alone, he has likely met with misfortune. Guga insisted. That individual is equipped with optical cloaking devices. He is not so easily dispatched. Just point the way. We cannot rest until he is apprehended, Taiga stated. His determination fueled by thoughts of the detestable Nakul aliens. The staff nodded, retrieving a tablet to display a three-dimensional map of the entire planet. Very well. I shall guide you. Chapter 36. Finally found you after a brief respite in the human habitation zone. Guga and Taiga, equipped with the holographic map recently provided by humans, prepared to set off. Initially, Guga intended to embark alone, accompanied only by Taiga and Beaminston. However, the crew of the dragon ship was insistent on joining them. As they had voiced their desire, it would seem unkind to refuse. Moreover, Lei's ability to control monsters contributed to their combat strength. Thus, the group set out together. During their journey, Beaminston carried Taiga while Guga held onto the dragon ship. Although the crew had previously interacted with the Ultramen, they were still brimming with questions along the way. The most inquisitive was the monster expert E. Guga, is it alright if I call you by your name directly? You appear significantly smaller than typical Ultramen. Are you still juveniles? Haruna chimed in. Yes, how old are you? Just over 3,000 years, Taiga responded. The crew of the dragon ship fell into silence, nearly forgetting that Ultramen were a long-lived species. The ship's mechanic, Kumano, inquired, is there a difference in how you calculate age compared to us? Or is there a disparity in time units? Taiga continued, actually, there isn't much difference. We also have 24 hours in a day, following standard cosmic time, which is roughly 2 minutes longer than your human hours. Captain Hinata remarked, so, your 3,000 years would translate to an even longer duration in human years. Taiga explained that these differences were negligible, glancing at the slowly descending star nearby. Speaking of which, a day on this planet seems considerably shorter. Captain Hinata confirmed. Indeed, a day on planet Brahm is only half that of Earth. We still have 2,000 kilometers to the predicted landing point of the meteor. I need to accelerate, everyone, Guga declared. In the southern region of planet Brahm, Guga, holding the dragon ship, quickened their pace, soaring over vast expanses of forest. The intrusion of unfamiliar life forms stirred discontent among the indigenous creatures, resulting in thunderous roars echoing from the woods. Beaminston, confident in his ability to fly, roared back defiantly. Wait until you are surrounded, then you will behave. Guga sighed, glancing back at the oblivious Beaminston. Just as the words left his mouth, a wave of searing heat surged from below. Watch out, Taiga shouted in alarm. Guga swiftly evaded, even managing to kick Beaminston aside to prevent the oblivious creature from becoming a roasted meal. On board the dragon ship, E craned his neck to catch a glimpse of the monster below. Brahm truly has a fierce disposition. They attack at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, Beaminston, nearly scorched by a giant beast's fiery breath, voiced his frustration. Enough. We have serious matters to attend to. This is not the time for fighting, Guga asserted, glancing at the three-dimensional map in his hands, deciding to ascend higher to avoid the disturbances caused by ground monsters. After flying over 2,000 kilometers, Guga and the group finally arrived at the predicted landing site of the meteor. It should be nearby. Let us split up into pairs and regroup here in half an hour, Guga suggested. I'll pair with you, Taiga declared, leaping off Beaminston's back to fly toward Guga. Guga shook his head. No, it must be an Ultraman accompanying Beaminston. He has become familiar with you during this time. Simultaneously, Beaminston, having been singled out, protested. Why am I being called? I've hardly eaten or slept these past days. Do I not appear sufficiently compliant? All right. Taiga agreed with Guga's reasoning, taking Beaminston's hand as they flew in another direction, leaving Guga and the dragon ship to search nearby. Before departing, Guga briefly conferred with the crew of the dragon ship. That individual likely does not expect us to follow, so I suggest we land and conduct a ground search. Being airborne makes us too conspicuous and could alert the target. E agreed. That makes sense. Moments later, Guga cradled the crew of the dragon ship in his palm, commencing the search. The environment of planet Brahm was lush, with many trees reaching heights of 100 meters, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight. At this moment, the gigantic Guga traversed the dense forest, nearly losing sight of the stars above. "It's rather quiet in here," he remarked while standing in the palm of the giant's hand. Lei noted the unusual silence. "Indeed, throughout our journey, we encountered signs of monster activity at regular intervals. Why is it absent here?" Captain Hinata speculated. "Perhaps the recent fall from the sky frightened the monsters away?" He countered. "That seems unlikely. Monsters are generally quite bold." While the members of the dragon ship conversed, Guga suddenly tensed, placing a finger to his lips to signal for silence. "Listen, it seems there are voices ahead." After confirming the direction of the sound, Guga felt the need to reduce his size. "Let us move in that direction." Thus, a group of diminutive figures advanced for over 10 minutes. The voices that Guga had initially heard gradually became clearer. In a clearing within the forest, a silver spacecraft had cratered the ground upon impact. The ship's front had been severely deformed, nearing the point of being inoperative. Beside the spacecraft, a naked alien brandished a communicator, seemingly engaged in a conversation with a client. "Hello? I have provided everything you requested. Would it be too much to ask for a definitive response in return? Even if these items have been discarded from the Kingdom of Light, they once constituted the equipment of that esteemed realm. Regardless of the galaxy in which they are placed, they embody cutting-edge technology. What grounds do you have to express disdain? In any case, you must remit the payment punctually. Otherwise, I shall wield this weapon against you. Furthermore, why has the ship I requested days ago yet to arrive? I have been waiting here for several days." Captain Hinata remarked. "It appears there is no one else around. It is just him." Although the crew of the Dragon Plate had followed him, Gu Jia did not wish to endanger anyone. "You all wait for me here." With that, he slowly maneuvered to the side of the bushes, adjusting his stance and extending his hands forward in a gesture of prayer. Buzzing, waves of energy emanated from the core of his chest, flowing through his hands and ultimately coalescing at his fingertips to form a blue-white energy ring. Throughout this process, Gu Jia maintained his aim. After 2 or 3 seconds, the targeting was complete and the immobilization ring was fully formed. Fire. Whoosh. A series of 4 or 5 rings shot from Gu Jia's fingertips, rapidly expanding and ensnaring the distant Naquil aliens. Chapter 37. The sandbag arrives the immobilization ring. A technique for controlling light was the first time Gu Jia had employed this skill against a living target. On the open ground, a Naquil newcomer, engaged in a phone call, heard the sound of wind rushing from behind. Years of living on the edge had honed his reflexes. He swiftly drew his weapon while sidestepping. Swish. 2 energy projectiles were fired, colliding with the immobilization rings and successfully slowing their velocity, allowing him to evade. Having completed this, the vigilant Naquil alien aimed at the direction from which the immobilization rings were approaching and unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles. Faced with the deluge of energy projectiles, Gu Jia thrust his hands forward, summoning a resplendent shield of light before him. Ultraman barrier. Then, Gu Jia braced the shield with one arm and charged toward the Naquil alien. While charging, he did not cease emitting energy from his hands. "It's you." The Naquil alien Bonduro recognized the Ultraman student who had been trailing him, his red eyes gleaming with intrigue. "I initially intended to acquire a few scraps from the Science and Technology Bureau to sell. Now that you've come to me, I might as well consider you for the trade in living beings." Before he could finish, a fast-moving beam struck beside him. Boom. An explosion of energy created a massive crater in the ground, and the powerful shockwave sent the Naquil alien tumbling. The Naquil alien never imagined that this seemingly harmless young warrior possessed such formidable energy attack capabilities. After rolling several times on the ground, he cast aside his earlier contempt and shouted, "King Black." At this proclamation, the earth trembled. From the irregular terrain, a pitch-black beast with a single horn roared as it emerged from the ground. Roar. The bodyguard beast King Black made its entrance. As King Black appeared, the Naquil alien clumsily rose from the ground, pride evident on his face as he regarded his bioweapon. "I concede you possess some skill. It is surprising that one so small can wield energy abilities. However, you will not withstand my King Black. Child, surrender now, and I may consider sparing you some suffering. A young Ultraman like you should fetch a fine price on the black market." Meanwhile, the crew of the Dragon Plate, concealed behind the bushes, felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the arrival of King Black. They had seen the true form of the young warrior, which stood at just over 30 meters tall. In stark contrast, King Black, with its horn, towered at 65 meters, nearly double the height of the young warrior. Moreover, its weight of 60,000 tons made it resemble an iron tower. It was not that they distrusted the young warrior. They simply could not perceive any chance of victory. "I will assist him." Lei retrieved his battle device. Gamora. Whoosh. A brilliant light burst forth from the blue-gold battle device, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a massive horned beast. The ancient beast Gamora stood 40 meters tall and weighed 20,000 tons. Adorned with 2 horns atop its head and a horn at its snout, resembling a triceratops yet closer in form to a T-Rex, a formidable opponent indeed. However, when compared to the 65-meter King Black, it seemed somewhat diminished. "Another ally, is it?" The Naquil alien chuckled softly. "Then let them come together. King Black, do not hold back against that beast. I want the little Ultraman alive." Gamora's horns gleamed as Lei turned to the young warrior, suggesting, "If we join forces, we might have a chance." "No need." Gu Jia, regaining focus, began to enlarge his form while replying, having spent so much time in the Kingdom of Light. "Opportunities for real combat are rare. King Black's tough exterior makes an ideal target for my energy. This is not the time for bravado. King Black is not an opponent to be taken lightly." Lei frowned, displeased by the young warrior's arrogance. "Quite audacious, aren't you?" Not far away, the Naquil alien overheard their exchange. "King Black, teach that little warrior a lesson. Just break one of its legs or something. It won't matter." Roar. Upon receiving the command, King Black let out a thunderous roar, raising its massive leg and charging toward Gu Jia's position. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with the movement of the colossal beast, causing the spectators from the dragon plate to nearly lose their balance. "Be careful," Captain Hinata shouted with concern. "Inayoshi, stay alert," he warned. "If King Black collides with you, even an adult Ultraman cannot endure it." Not far away, Gu Jia observed the towering King Black approaching and smiled confidently. "Shall I evade its might?" With that, he extended one arm forward. This simple action caused the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Moments later, a beam of icy light formed. Gu Jia aimed at the gigantic King Black and decisively fired. Swish. The beam struck King Black's large belly with precision. Clearly, it lacks sufficient combat experience, the Naquil alien Bondiro observed. "King Black has withstood energy attacks from my kin without issue. How could yours pose a threat?" Gu Jia nodded. "I understand. Which is why I did not anticipate ending it in one blow." As Gu Jia spoke, the ground was filled with the sounds of ice cracking. Crack. The icy beam struck King Black's abdomen, causing frost to rapidly spread across its form. Within 2 seconds, the ice encased the towering beast, entombing the 60-meter creature within a massive block of ice. Although Gu Jia claimed he did not intend to defeat the creature in one strike, the reality was that his attack rendered King Black incapable of further combat. Bondiro, who had been so boastful moments ago, now exclaimed, "Choosing to freeze it because you knew the energy attack would be ineffective? How shameless. Do you think you can keep it frozen long?" Gu Jia shook his head and shot another immobilization ring. "I don't need to hold it for long. During its frozen state, I can capture you." Understanding that the immobilization rings traveled slowly and could be easily evaded, Gu Jia accompanied them with energy beams to restrict Bondiro's movements. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. Amidst the explosions, the diminutive Bondiro fell to the ground, ensnared like a dumpling. Captain Hinata could hardly comprehend. "Is it over? Wasn't the battle just beginning?" Bondiro struggled fiercely. "Let me go? Hurry, release me. King Black, have you perished? Can that little bit of ice hold you for long? Hurry and rescue me." Not far away, Gu Jia checked his watch, awaiting King Black's thaw. 30 seconds have passed. The freezing beam has held King Black for quite a while. Chapter 38. Has something happened in the Kingdom of Light? When Seiga hastily arrived to meet Ultraman Jinga, the situation had already reached its conclusion. The culprit, the Naquil alien, was bound nearby, writhing like a maggot. Not far away lay the bruised and battered King Black, whose horn had even been broken. At that moment, the once ferocious beast exhibited no trace of its prior menace. Instead, its eyes reflected clarity and a sense of grievance. Witnessing this scene, Seiga first glanced at Gamora, summoned by Rei, and then, guided by Rei's direction, turned his gaze towards Jinga. "I suppose I still possess some combat prowess," he mused. In response to Taiga's astonished expression, Jinga smiled reassuringly. It was all handled by me. We did not intervene. Ray, still recovering from the moment, took a deep breath. The Ultra race truly becomes stronger with each generation. The impact brought by the earlier Ultraman and Seven pales in comparison to that of this young warrior. On the ground, the incapacitated Nakal alien crawled ominously towards its ally, King Black. You still can't manage it? No worries, I don't blame you, my friend. You did your best. Although he wanted to chastise King Black for being ineffective, having been frozen before even confronting the young warrior, Bondiro couldn't muster the heart to voice his reproach upon witnessing King Black's current state. The blame lies solely with that despicable little Ultraman, devoid of martial ethics. Truly unbelievable, Jinga remarked, his expression one of bemusement as he swiftly approached Bondiro, rummaging through his belongings. Soon, he produced a metallic energy gun and a peculiar orb. Taiga, we have a case of human and goods caught red-handed. Let us transport him back to the land of light. I recognize this energy gun, but what is this orb? Jinga inquired, holding the small sphere, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the device. It's an outdated version of a monster ball, obsolete due to prolonged disuse, Taiga noted. Having spent considerable time in the artifact management department, immediately identifying its origin. Why steal this? Jinga turned to Bondiro, his gaze filled with confusion. Do you wish to keep King Black by your side? Bondiro defiantly turned his head away, clearly unwilling to answer. Realizing that further questioning would yield no results, Taiga resolved. Interrogating him is not our duty. We simply need to take him back to the land of light. Just as he finished speaking, a series of cracking sounds emanated from Bondiro's skeletal structure. Sensing something amiss, Taiga turned to Jinga, only to find Jinga manipulating the restraining ring with energy, tightening it. Ugh! Bondiro writhed in agony under the pressure of the ring. While the cosmos is not devoid of tough individuals who can withstand torture, Bondiro was evidently not among them. I'll talk. That's a brutal method. You little fiend are naturally wicked. Is this what your elders taught you? I knew the land of light was not as pristine as it appeared. The crew of the Dragon of the Spiral exchanged glances, bewildered. Taiga was rendered speechless, stealing a glance at Jinga, who remained silent, awaiting Bondiro's next words. There's a monster bomb already existing in the universe that can only be used once after enclosing a monster. Someone commissioned me to steal this from the land of light to optimize existing technology. Who was the buyer? Jinga pressed further. We connected through a black market forum that conceals identities, Bondiro replied. The term black market forum was new to Jinga, who had not encountered it since his arrival. I've heard of such places from my father: human trafficking, unethical experiments, robbery. Essentially, anything unsavory in the universe can be found there, murmured a member of the Hidden Ones. With a pleading gaze, Bondiro turned to Taiga. Noble Ultraman, I have divulged all I know, yet you have harmed my companions so severely. I merely stole a trivial item from your land of light. It shouldn't be considered a grave offense, should it? The distance to the land of light is quite far. Taking me and King Black back would be quite troublesome. How about I compensate you for your losses, and we settle this privately? That does sound somewhat reasonable. A member of the Hidden Ones interjected quietly. Taiga, raised with a strong sense of justice, firmly shook his head. No, if you do not escape, will you not face punishment? Your guilt must be judged by the courts of the land of light. Our responsibility is merely to escort you to trial. Moreover, your actions extend beyond mere theft, Jinga added. Did you not intend to sell me? Attempted human trafficking can earn you an additional 200 years in prison. You shall return with us to face justice in the land of light. A bystander remarked, truly commendable, the righteous Ultraman. Even I find myself somewhat swayed by what this alien says, yet they remain unperturbed. Captain Hinata interjected. Well, since the matter has been satisfactorily resolved, we should be on our way. On their journey back, Jinga escorted the Nakal alien while Taiga took charge of the monster ball containing King Black. Despite apprehending the criminal, Taiga appeared somewhat discontented. Chirp? Inquired the behemoth beneath Taiga. Though Taiga could not understand its avian language, he recognized the curiosity in its call. I am pondering why the land of light has yet to respond. Given that my ultra signature was sent quite some time ago, Taiga explained. Jinga turned curiously. To whom did you send your signature? Taiga's eyes flickered. To Uncle Zoffy, of course. My father is on a mission and cannot arrive in time to receive the signature. That does make sense, Jinga nodded. Zoffy, who spends his days in the office, surely must have time to respond to his nephew. Wait. Could it be that something has happened in the Land of Light? Jinga suddenly recalled, turning back to ask, "Where is your father on his mission?" Taiga thought back to his father's words before he left. He mentioned something about rotating shifts guarding the cosmic prison. Speaking of the cosmic prison, there is a notorious individual confined within who is linked to several significant events in the history of the Land of Light. Do you know who it is, Jinga? Not only do I know, but I suspect I also understand why Zoffy has been unable to reply. The individual confined in the cosmic prison has likely escaped. Besides, what other reason could there be for Zoffy not responding? Though he had a strong suspicion, Jinga could not reveal his prior knowledge of the script. His expression grew grave as he turned to Taiga. "With no one to meet us, it seems we must fly back slowly together. Furthermore, we will need the assistance of Rayonix." As he spoke, Jinga looked towards the dragon of the spiral flying beside him. Chapter 39. We need a spaceship. Years ago, Jinga sat before the television, captivated as Belial single-handedly challenged the entirety of the Land of Light, leaving a profound impact on his young mind. Now, as he prepared to confront Belial, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Given the current timeline and the original narrative, it was evident that the Land of Light's silence likely indicated it had already been encased in ice. This meant that Belial was now in command of all the monsters within the monster graveyard, wielding the plasma spark core, a power comparable to endless energy. To defeat such a formidable Belial, two elements were essential. First, the presence of Rayonix's light, and second, the conceptual deity known as Ultraman Zero. Jinga had contemplated the Noah radiance within himself, but the limitations of its form rendered it a backup option. Moreover, if he were to confront Belial alone, how would history unfold thereafter? Would it disrupt the timeline too significantly? If history diverged from the path he knew, he would lose the inherent advantage of having read the script. Huh? The crew of the Dragon of the Spiral seemed puzzled by the young warrior's words. "What do you mean?" Captain Hinata inquired. Jinga needed the crew to accompany him without revealing his knowledge of the crisis in the Land of Light. So he fabricated a story. "Taiga and I are escorting a dangerous criminal back to the Land of Light, and we are quite fearful." As soon as this was stated, silence enveloped the group. "You are afraid? As you unleashed a relentless barrage upon the tyrant Blake, did fear not cross your mind? When you nearly severed the bones of the Nacal alien with a stopping ring, where was your trepidation then? What has suddenly changed? We could simply be patient here on this planet, awaiting a response from the Land of Light. Perhaps Uncle Zoffy has not replied merely because he is preoccupied." Taiga, perceptive as ever, sensed something amiss with Jinga and curiously approached his friend, whispering. Jinga inquired, "Do you think it's normal for the captain of the space patrol not to respond to a request for an Ultraman signature?" Taiga, bewildered, replied, "That's perfectly normal. Uncle Zoffy is incredibly busy every day." Jinga retorted, "You seem to be downplaying your own significance. The disappearance of a young Ultraman would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Land of Light, especially given that the missing individual is none other than Taro's son." Taiga then recognized the gravity of their situation. Upon reflection, it does seem rather concerning. We are essentially counted among the missing. Are you suggesting that Uncle Zoffy's silence could indicate danger for the Land of Light? Jinga commended Taiga's intellect. "Clever. We must return swiftly," Taiga urged. "However, it won't suffice for just the two of us. We need assistance." Jinga gestured toward the crew of the dragon vessel. "This is precisely why I called upon them." Taiga understood. Although he harbored doubts about the effectiveness of these humans in the conflict of Ultraman, Jinga had made the decision, and he would follow his lead. "Could you aid us in this endeavor?" Jinga sought the opinion of the dragon vessel crew. "Of course, but I need to consult with my superiors," Captain Hinata generously replied. The sudden plea for help from a young Ultraman was indeed unusual, yet when an Ultraman requests aid, refusing would be unreasonable. Shortly after Jinga and Taiga pursued the Nacal aliens, the Belial prison break unfolded. After an indeterminate period of confinement, Belial, armed with the ultimate combat device and fueled by rage, stormed from the cosmic prison straight to the Land of Light. Any Ultraman he encountered was no match for his might. Upon entering the Land of Light, Belial became increasingly emboldened, taking on 100 foes, and made his way to the Plasma Spark Tower to seize the core of the Plasma Spark. With the artificial sun removed, the heat source sustaining the Land of Light vanished, plunging the luminescent planet into a freezing tempest. Subsequently, the sole survivor of this battle, Mebius, under the directive of the original Ultraman and 7 Ultraman, ventured to seek out the human Leonix, somewhere amidst the asteroid belt of the 78th galaxy's boundary. On his mission, Mebius discerned a faint glimmer and was able to hear the sound of quiet sobs. Approaching, he discovered a small warrior, Zeta. Zeta, the child rescued by Ace, was a friend of Jinga, and Mebius was quite familiar with him. "What are you doing here?" Mebius asked. "Brother Mebius?" Zeta cried helplessly, wiping away tears. And upon seeing Mebius, he lunged forward as if grasping a lifeline. After calming Zeta's emotions, Mebius inquired, "You still Haven T? Answer my earlier question. How did you end up outside the Land of Light?" Zeta explained, "Brother, you must have returned after the prison break incident, right?" Mebius nodded in confusion. "Yes. I was on a patrol mission." Zeta recounted the theft of artifacts from the museum and how he became separated from Jinga and Taiga. When the emergency alert from the Land of Light was issued, I had just arrived at the 78th Galaxy's boundary with my brothers, who were searching for the Nakal aliens. Upon learning that the Land of Light had turned into a battlefield, they recognized the severity of the situation and left me here, promising to return once it was safe. However, they have yet to return, which leads me to suspect that the Land of Light might be. After briefly summarizing, Zeta looked at Mebius with hope. "Now that you're here, does that mean the Land of Light is safe?" Mebius wished to comfort the child with a lie, but the situation was too dire for deception. "No, things are worse than you think. Belial has escaped, the plasma spark core has been stolen, and the Land of Light is entirely frozen. You and I may be the last survivors." Remembering his friends, Zeta added, "and Jinga and Taiga, who are still missing." "Indeed." Mebius replied with a wry smile. Zeta clenched his fists. "Then let us return and save the Land of Light." Mebius remained rational. "No, after taking the plasma spark core, Belial will likely head to the monster graveyard to resurrect his legion of monsters. Alone, we cannot save the Land of Light. We need allies. 7 and the original Ultraman instructed me to seek out the human Leonix. Zeta, will you join me?" "Of course." Zeta nodded eagerly. "Let us depart and rescue the Land of Light." On planet Brahm, Jinga recalled a pressing matter. The distance from here to the Land of Light spans nearly 2 million light-years. Even with my ability to traverse the cosmos at superluminal speeds, returning would still take considerable time. We require a spacecraft capable of spatial jumps. Taiga also recognized this dilemma, but there are no technologically advanced civilizations near planet Brahm. Where can we find a spaceship? Jinga lowered his gaze to the Nakal alien in his palm. "Do you remember when the Nakal alien called for help, mentioning that someone would come to collect him?" Chapter 40. Is the little demon ready? Jinga, eager to return to the Land of Light, found himself confronted with yet another challenge, the absence of a vehicle. He resolved to employ cunning strategy. The individual who hired the Nakal alien to steal from the Land of Light would soon arrive for the delivery. Jinga and Taiga could confront them and seize the spacecraft. After formulating his plan, Jinga briefly discussed it with Taiga. "This has to be considered theft, right?" A voice from the dragon vessel interjected, though quiet. Taiga clearly registered the comment. Indeed, how could a righteous warrior of the Land of Light engage in such unscrupulous behavior? Jinga, however, was determined to explore alternative methods. "How can this be considered hijacking?" Jinga patted Taiga on the shoulder. "This is merely requisitioning. First and foremost, the Nakal alien is hardly a virtuous being, and the individual who commissioned him to steal from the Land of Light is undoubtedly equally nefarious. Once that villain is apprehended, all their assets will be confiscated. We are merely expediting the process, especially given the current crisis facing the Land of Light." Noticing that Taiga had fallen silent, Jinga took it as tacit approval. After concluding discussions with his companion, Jinga turned to the bound Nakal alien. "Where is your communicator? The individual coming for the delivery should be arriving shortly." While Jinga and Taiga deliberated, the Nakal alien had been eavesdropping intently. Upon being addressed, he promptly stated, "I can help you establish contact." Jinga smiled. "No need for you to reach out. Just inform me how to make contact with him. I've seen enough crime dramas to know that if you and the buyer have any secret code I don't comprehend, my plan to commandeer the spacecraft would be foiled." With that, Jinga dangled an enticing offer before the Nakal alien. "Upon successful completion, I shall grant you your freedom." Taiga interjected, "What?" Whether it's commandeering a spacecraft or releasing a prisoner without due process, none of this aligns with the proper operating procedures of the Land of Light. Is this truly acceptable? Jinga raised his hand to silence Taiga's impending protest. Special circumstances warrant special measures. "Wow, this little Ultraman seems small yet remarkably mature," remarked Haruna aboard the dragon vessel, observing the small warrior with 3-headed projectiles making arrangements. No wonder Seven and the original Ultraman took him under their wing. Half a day later, in the southern region of the planet Brahm, an open space, a colossal black starship disengaged its optical camouflage and descended slowly. Every legitimate spacecraft in the cosmos bore identification codes painted on their hulls for easy recognition at various ports. On this vessel, traces of such coding were evident, yet intentionally obscured. At this moment, Gu Jia and his companions, utilizing the optical cloaking devices carried by the Nakul aliens, concealed themselves in the shadows. After surveying the immense ship, Gu Jia turned to Tai Jia. What is the legal consequence of deliberately concealing the vessel's identification code? Tai Jia responded promptly. The ship is suspended from operation, subject to inspection, the captain prohibited from commanding any vessel for a decade, and a fine ranging from 30,000 to 100,000 cosmic coins. Gu Jia remarked, "You see, they have violated the law, and we are entitled to detain their vessel. However, we lack the authority to enforce the law," Tai Jia muttered softly. Gu Jia, seemingly unfazed, declared, "Now it is time for you to perform. I will release the Nakul aliens, and then I will bind you with the restraining ring. You two will distract them outside the ship. Lei and I will use the optical cloaking devices to infiltrate the cabin and attempt to seize control of the entire ship." After delineating their roles, Gu Jia released the Nakul alien and returned the energy pistol, cautioning, "Be obedient. Your companion, King Blake, is still in my possession. If you wish for him to live and regain his freedom, you must assist me in this endeavor." "I understand," replied Nakul alien Bandiro, taking the weapon with a serious expression. In the open space, with a resounding clang, the colossal ship's hatch opened. A group of well-equipped, masked extraterrestrials descended the stairs, escorting a large robot. A voice emanated from the robot. "That fellow promised to deliver here. Where is he?" Shortly after this inquiry, Bandiro emerged from the woods, escorting Tai Jia, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "You arrived rather late." The robot's voice echoed again. "Enough chatter. Where is the item I requested? And what is the deal with this little Ultraman?" Bandiro laughed heartily. "I will provide the item shortly. For now, we can discuss a new business arrangement." Raising his pistol, he struck Tai Jia's head lightly with the butt. This little creature overestimated himself, attempting to capture me, only to be apprehended instead. "You are financially robust. Why not purchase him as well?" The robot retorted, "You know I do not engage in the trade of sentient beings." Meanwhile, as the Nakul aliens drew the buyer's attention, Gu Jia and Lei, using their optical cloaking devices, stealthily entered the ship's cabin. As they navigated the alloy corridor, Gu Jia moved cautiously, his keen eyes scanning for the ship's defensive capabilities. "There must be around 200 personnel," Gu Jia whispered to Lei after a brief assessment. 200 well-equipped space warriors could easily conquer Earth, Lei remarked. "This is problematic," Gu Jia admitted, rubbing his forehead in thought. "To successfully take command of the entire ship, we must secure the control room, as it regulates the internal and external defense systems. Let us proceed forward. We will reassess upon locating the control room," Tai Jia suggested. "Typically, the control room is situated at the front of the ship, so it should not be difficult to find." With that, Gu Jia quickened his pace. Outside the massive ship, the robot's voice grew increasingly impatient. "How many more times must I repeat myself? I do not engage in the trade of sentient beings. It is too easily scrutinized. Do you not understand the nature of scientific research? I do not need such lowly methods to generate revenue. What about Taro's son? Are you truly not considering it?" Bandiro, desperately stalling for time, acted like a dutiful insurance salesman. Observing that the Nakul alien was still stalling, the robot lightly gestured with a finger. In an instant, armed guards raised their weapons, aligning several energy pistols directly at Bandiro's head. The robot urged, "Hurry up and present the item I requested." Bandiro trembled. The monster ball was currently in the possession of that wicked little demon. How could he possibly produce it? "Hey, little demon, are you ready yet? Hurry up," the robot urged again, this time with a slightly distorted voice. With the distorted voice of the robot echoing, a tremendous noise erupted within the ship. Immediately afterward, thick smoke billowed from the bow of the vessel. Simultaneously, the robot began to shriek. "What are you doing? Do not approach. Stay back." Following this desperate cry, another voice emerged from the robot. "Oh? So it is a Shiburstar being. Due to its lack of combat prowess, it controls the robot for external operations. Now that I am close, will you not detonate?" Despite the distortion, Bandiro instantly recognized this as the voice of the wicked little demon. They had succeeded. A weight lifted from his heart. Bandiro exhaled. The next moment, a chorus of cold gun barrels pressed against his head. Hey, what is the meaning of this? The officer has been captured. Why are you not attempting to rescue him? Why are you confronting me? Bandiro exclaimed. You are our hostage, a warrior clad in alloy armor replied. Hey Gu Jia, your plan has flaws. Think of a way to save us. Realizing their predicament, Bandiro shouted at the robot. We have become captives. The robot emitted Gu Jia's voice. Do not panic. Following this was a cacophony of wails. Ouch. The cries were so pitiful that Bandiro felt a twinge of sympathy. Soon after, the Shiber alien's voice re-emerged. Noticeably weaker than before. Release them. What is the deal with this little Ultraman? I have followed your instructions. Why are you still trying to sever my tentacles? Gu Jia responded. They have not yet reached me. How can I know if they have been released? Thus, the Shiber alien, utilizing the robot's transmitter, reiterated. Listen to me. Hurry up and release those individuals. Gu Jia added, and ensure that all your subordinates leave the ship. Once I confirm everyone has departed, I will grant you your freedom. Do you understand? The Shiber alien responded. You all heard that, right? Do as he says. Before long, Gu Jia announced. All set. You may enter. In the ship's control room, Gu Jia looked at Tai Jia expectantly. Can you operate it? When I breached the door, I did not gauge my strength properly and accidentally shot the control console. Tai Jia, thoroughly inspecting the console, took some time to respond. No problem. Gu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The Shiber alien, restrained by Gu Jia, interjected. Hey, the ship is now yours. And my people have disembarked and are under the control of these humans. It is time to set me free. Gu Jia retorted. Why the rush? Do you no longer want the ship? We merely wish to borrow it. Once we are done, you can still pilot it back, correct? Would you be so kind? The Shiber alien gazed down at his severed tentacles. Gu Jia remained silent, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. Of course, he had no intention of being benevolent. The ship belonged to the Shiber alien, who was a highly intelligent being. If he left the vessel, what if he had a contingency plan? Keeping him aboard was primarily to ensure that if any issues arose with the ship, they could immediately seek his assistance. Furthermore, this creature posed no significant threat, provided he was properly contained. I have done what I needed to do. Now can I leave? Nakal alien Bandiro looked at Gu Jia and Tai Jia. Though he inquired, he had little hope. One cannot measure the wicked little demon's actions by the ordinary code of conduct observed by Ultraman warriors. This despicable little creature was likely to renege on his word. Unexpectedly, the boy nodded. Sure, let us go. After saying this, Guka took out the monster ball and released King Black. Remember to refrain from illegal activities in the future. Otherwise, I will come to apprehend you again. Bandiro exclaimed. Huh? Taiga echoed. What? Guka replied. I keep my promises. He helped us earlier, so he should be allowed to go now. He is a character. Bandiro didn't anticipate that the boy would choose to honor his word at this moment, and promptly gave a thumbs up. But you wouldn't take the opportunity to zap me while my back is turned, would you? Guka warned. If you don't leave now, I truly will do just that. Hearing this, Bandiro hurriedly jumped onto King Black's head. Quickly run. As Bandiro's figure vanished from sight, Taiga turned back, his face filled with confusion as he looked at Guka. You just let that guy go? Guka replied. I promised him, and besides, he indeed assisted us in sneaking into the cabin. Keeping him around would only distract us. We might face a significant battle upon our return, and that distraction could put us in danger. Of course, I had considered eliminating him too. But if it were you, would you be able to take action? Taiga fell silent. Upon reflection, he found some merit in Guka's reasoning. Suddenly, a crew member from the dragon ship interjected. We could hand him over to us. Guka responded, I want to honor my promise just once. Is that acceptable? Enough of this talk. We must hurry back to the land of light. All right. Taiga took the pilot's seat. The space jump system is functioning normally. Curvature fluctuations at 33. Destination, the 78 Nebula. Land of light, initiating. Guka suddenly raised his hand. Wait. We still need some helpers. Taiga, do you know which warriors are stationed outside the land of light? For instance, those undergoing training or training others. Guka nearly hinted. Taiga's eyes lit up, clearly having found a purpose. Now that you mention it, I do have a cousin, whom I'd mentioned before. He is currently training on planet 76. It's isolated and designated as a training ground by the Ultra King, under normal circumstances. Even Ultra signatures cannot be received there. We can head to 76 first. They might still be unaware of the situation back in the land of light. Great. Guka had been waiting for that affirmation. Do you know the coordinates? Taiga shook his head. 76 is in a concealed location. I only know its approximate position. Let's head there first and search gradually. Sometime later, at the edge of the 78 Nebula, a gigantic spaceship landed on an unknown desolate planet after several space jumps. With thick smoke billowing from its bow, Taiga, wearing a distressed expression, sorrowfully informed Guka beside him, the spaceship itself is damaged. The space jump exacerbated the damage. We ruined another ship. Guka felt fortunate that the ship had brought them this far. It's a minor issue. Didn't you say we're already near 76? Approximately where? Let us split up to search. Chapter 42, Cosmic Dragon Nas. On an unknown planet. Thick smoke billowed from the bow of the enormous black spaceship. On the side of the ship, Guka and his team were planning their next course of action. Guka addressed everyone, since we don't know the exact location of our target. We'll need to scatter and search. Let us follow the previous groupings used for locating the Nakul aliens. Once found, immediately transmit the Ultra signature. Taiga suggested. We could actually split into more groups. Baymonston has flight capabilities, and the Dragon ship is also quite fast. We could divide into 4 groups to enhance our search efficiency. Let's just do 2 groups. Guka understood Taiga's intentions, but splitting into 2 groups was already the limit. Searching in the current universe requires balancing search efficiency with personal safety. If the conjecture is accurate, Belial has resurrected countless monsters from the monster graveyard. After that, Belial would surely command the monsters to purge all remaining warriors in the Land of Light. After assigning tasks, Taiga mounted Baymonston and took off first. Guka, cradling the dragon ship, discerned the direction and followed suit. Sometime later, Captain Hinata's voice echoed through the dragon ship. This is a place never tread by humanity. Hence there are no relevant maps. We are nearing the homeland of the Ultras, 3 million light years from your home planet, Earth. It's normal that humanity hasn't developed this far. Guka explained. The homeland of the Ultras. No wonder everything here is so beautiful. Every planet shimmering with a dreamlike glow. Inchia yearned for the Ultra Star, finding everything here remarkably splendid. Actually, you don't need to hold the Ultras in such high regard. Guka lowered his head to glance at the dragon ship and recounted the history of the Land of Light. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the life forms in the Land of Light were akin to you humans. Inchia asked curiously, similar in size? Guka replied, both in size and appearance. The crew of the dragon ship fell silent. The average height of normal humans is below 2 meters, while the height of Ultras generally exceeds 40 meters. What could cause such a drastic change in a species? Inchia muttered softly, is that a lie? The turning point occurred 200 to 300,000 years ago. I can't recall the exact year, but during that era, the star around which the Land of Light revolved died. Without the light and heat of the star, the Land of Light was doomed to perish. Yet, the ancestors refused to give up. They vowed to carve out a path for the Land of Light. Thus, through countless researchers working tirelessly, the Land of Light created artificial suns and plasma spark towers. The original inhabitants of the Land of Light underwent mutations under the plasma sparks radiation, transforming into the beings you see today. Inchia, holding a notebook and pen, jotted down the history he had just heard, feeling a sense of wonder. So this is the reason for the emergence of giants. Harna had a thought. Wait. If humans and Ultras were originally similar species, will we also undergo mutations and become like you if we go to the Land of Light? Not possible. Guka decisively shook his head, although he wasn't a scientist. Deducing the outcome of this matter was not difficult for any citizen of the Land of Light. The current plasma spark towers are different from those of hundreds of thousands of years ago. And furthermore, there were still slight differences between Ultras before evolution and you humans. Thus, if you were exposed to the radioactive plasma rays now, the probability of immediate death is incredibly high. All right. Inchie appeared somewhat disappointed upon hearing this response. As several of them were conversing, the ship's mechanic, Komano, suddenly exclaimed, "Look! What is that ahead?" Ahead? Guka quickly raised his head, having been so engrossed in conversation that he hadn't noticed the peculiar flying object ahead. Captain Hinata, peering through the observation window of the dragon ship, spotted a disc-shaped flying object not far away. Is that a UFO? Inchia remarked, a golden UFO? The creator is quite ostentatious. Just as those words left his mouth, whoosh, a red energy projectile shot out from beneath the golden UFO. Guka reacted swiftly, raising his hand to create an ultra barrier. As the ultra barrier materialized, the energy projectile struck, creating a ripple of energy on the blue-white shield. Inchia indignantly protested. How unreasonable, attacking us right away. At that moment, Guka finally recognized the identity of the golden UFO ahead, cosmic dragon Nas. Capable of freely switching between dragon and spaceship forms, it had once encountered 7 Ultra during his mission on Earth and was quite formidable. In the original narrative, a creature of this kind had also appeared at this time, dispatched by Belial to eliminate the crew of the dragon ship. Gu Jia was perplexed as to why the dragon had appeared earlier than expected, yet he firmly believed this was not a favorable omen. It was heading straight for us. Captain Hinata, eager to assist, proposed, "Release the Panlong. Our spacecraft is equipped with weaponry. We need not fear this bizarre flying saucer." There was no need for such elaborate measures. Gu Jia discarded the ultra barrier in his hand, seamlessly channeling energy through his fingertips. The cosmic dragon Nas, while appearing agile, possessed a singular combat method, making it manageable to thwart. With a swish, in the profound darkness of the universe, the beam emitted from Gu Jia's hand swiftly approached the golden disk. Just as the beam was on the verge of impact, a cacophony of mechanical grinding resonated from within Nas, maintaining its saucer form. As the sound intensified, Nas's body coiled tightly, rapidly unfurled, transforming into a golden dragon. With a whoosh, Nas's dragon form was more slender, and Gu Jia's beam narrowly grazed its body, failing to inflict any substantial damage. A triumphant roar erupted from Nas, having successfully evaded the beam through its transformation. Was it too soon for a display of power? Gu Jia remained unfazed. It was merely a solitary beam expended. Did Nas truly believe it could evade the subsequent hundreds of my energy blasts? Hand beam, timer ray, cluster beam. No, let's unleash 100 consecutive hand beams. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The azure energy stream surged forth, illuminating the surrounding void. Chapter 43, The Cosmic Street Rogue. Dana in an unknown expanse of the universe. A pristine blue-white radiance abruptly manifested. This brilliance gradually expanded, revealing an aperture that transformed into a portal. From within, a colossal figure of light emerged. This giant bore a significant resemblance to the warriors of the Land of Light, adorned in silver with interwoven patterns of red, blue, and gold. And its head featured a crescent-like protrusion. Dana, the Ultra, was a new entity forged from the mysterious cosmic light, blended with the essence of the Super Victory Team S member, Shin Asuka. Years ago, he had been drawn into a black hole while attempting to thwart the core of the Sphia Mother, from which he gained the ability to traverse space, becoming a wandering soul of the cosmos. In the universe of light, he could distinctly sense the surge of negative energy permeating this realm. Dana had previously communicated with the warriors of the Land of Light, and was not unfamiliar with this universe. He wondered how the giants back home were faring. As he pondered, Dana noticed an anomaly in the distance. To his left front, bursts of light flickered, and energy surged, indicating a battle was underway. Upon recognizing the disturbance, Dana, committed to maintaining cosmic peace, accelerated towards the source. Before long, he spotted a uniquely shaped small warrior. This little being appeared to be merely 20 to 30 meters tall, adorned with 3 head spikes, and covered in dark purple patterns. Unlike those of the warriors from the Land of Light, the timer on its chest displayed an irregular crack, adding to its mystique. Before this enigmatic warrior, countless golden metallic fragments floated. What transpired here? Dana inquired curiously. "Is that you, Dana Ultraman?" Gu Jia exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the giant's sudden appearance. He had not expected to encounter his childhood idol here, gaining a significant ally. "You know me?" Dana asked, intrigued. "Of course," Gu Jia nodded. "You are the Cosmic Street Rogue Dana, renowned for maintaining peace across the universe. My name is Gu Jia, a warrior from the Land of Light, or rather, the Land of Light took me in. Dana, my brother, the Land of Light is likely facing unforeseen peril. Could you assist me?" Gu Jia earnestly requested, carefully omitting any mention of his foreknowledge from the script. Dana pondered for a moment. Is it due to the surge of negative energy in this universe? I shall certainly lend my assistance. Dana Ultraman. It is indeed him. Within the Panlong, the excited Raymond shook with enthusiasm. I have heard legends of him back on planet Bopi. Greetings to you all. Dana raised his hand in salutation to those within the Panlong. He then turned to the small warrior. The recent fluctuations of light were caused by you, correct? You shattered the cosmic dragon Nas with your beam. Remarkable. Warriors of your age from the Land of Light typically only master basic light beams. Gu Jia smiled shyly. Although they all bore the title of Ultraman, the disparities among their races were vast. As a time traveler, Gu Jia certainly stood out when compared to the warriors of the Land of Light, but theoretically, he should have been able to unleash light upon his first transformation, just like Diga and Dana. However, his talent was not extraordinary. It took him a year or two after his arrival to shoot his first beam, a fact he found rather insignificant. Returning to the matter at hand, how might I assist you? Dana continued to inquire. Gu Jia directly asked, Brother, do you know where Planet 76 is? 76? That rings a bell. Some years ago, a warrior from the Land of Light attempted to tamper with the plasma spark core. After being discovered, the Ultraman brothers unanimously decided to send him to 76 for rigorous training. I had to consult my brother Leo at that time, so I made a trip there. Give me a moment. Let me think. I just arrived in this universe and am still acclimating. Dana lowered his head, his bright eyes dimming as he recalled the route. After about half a minute, he excitedly slapped his thigh. Using the nearby planets for orientation, he declared, Got it. Follow me in this direction. Wait, brother, let me call a friend. With Dana as their guide, Gu Jia no longer needed to search painstakingly. He sent an ultra signature to Seiga, summoning him to assemble. Soon after, Seiga arrived riding on Bimonston, and upon seeing Dana, he displayed even greater excitement than Gu Jia. Dana, brother, what brings you here? Dana, so you are the friend Gu Jia mentioned. Dana remarked, I heard that the Land of Light is in trouble. Your father must be overwhelmed. At this, Seiga's expression instantly dulled. I cannot reach my father. Dana gasped in surprise. He had just heard from the small warrior that the Land of Light was in distress, but he had not anticipated the severity. After all, the Land of Light faced countless foes in its quest for justice, and attacks were commonplace. Yet, he never expected it to be this grave. A father not responding to his son's messages could indicate dire circumstances. Seiga forced a calm demeanor. We'll only know the full extent of the situation when we return to the Land of Light. For now, let us head to 76 and seek assistance from Uncle Leo. What of this monster? Dana directed his gaze towards Bimonston. The creature felt uneasy under the scrutiny of the unfamiliar Ultra Warrior and let out a feigned roar. Eek. Dana immediately assumed an attack stance. That beast looks fierce. It isn't safe for it to accompany you. Gu Jia quickly stepped in front of Bimonston, clarifying, Wait, brother. This is my friend. Dana remained skeptical. Can it be trusted? Seiga interjected, attempting to change the subject. It can, absolutely. Brother, let us set forth. Planet 76. This was a planet with a harsh environment, barren and dry, yielding barely a drop of water. When the wind blew, sandstorms obscured the sky, rendering visibility extremely low. In such a grueling environment, a warrior had undergone years of training. Clad in training armor, he faced the onslaught of two martial arts masters, remaining calm and defensively poised. Ultimately, the bout concluded with Zero, donned in training armor, being sent flying. To withstand our attacks, you are nearly ready to graduate, Leo remarked as he kicked Zero away. His gaze filled with approval. Boom. Young and impetuous, Zero struck the mountainside behind him. Enough already. You always say it's almost time. When will I finally escape this wretched place? Astra pointed at Zero. After all these years, your temper remains as volatile as ever. Do you really think you'll graduate? Zero retorted, What's wrong with being a bit hot-headed? Isn't that the nature of youth? As long as I pass the assessment, that's all that matters. Why shout so loudly? Astra stretched his limbs, preparing to discipline this unruly disciple who had yet to learn the importance of respecting his teacher. Fine, take a breather. Soon, you will face a joint assessment from me and your master, Leo. Chapter 44. Enduring the Master's trials during the precious break before the assessment. Zero did not reflect or warm up. Instead, he amused himself with a small creature. Leaning against the mountainside, he held up a reddish-brown little beast in his palm. This creature lacked a nose and arms, sporting large eyes and a sausage-like mouth, its body covered in coral-like spines. To call it ugly would be an understatement. Yet Zero affectionately referred to it as adorably foolish. Little one, once I escape this dreadful place, I'll take you out to see the world. What do you say? Zero spoke confidently, brimming with assurance for the upcoming assessment. The creature in his palm, Piggyman, chirped twice, seemingly unaware of Zero's words. You don't believe in me, do you? Zero asked, dissatisfied with its response. Piggyman chirped again. Hey, why bring that up? Just because I couldn't leave before doesn't mean I can't this time. Once I'm out, I'll have a good chat with that meddlesome Ultraman 7. Piggyman, chirp. Zero clearly ignored the creature's input. All right, I don't need your guidance on what to do or not do. Just encourage me, understand? With that, he gently flicked Piggyman on the head and carefully set the little beast aside. Stay here and behave. Having completed this, Zero, clad in heavy training armor, rose slowly. Even through his visor, others could perceive the fierce fighting spirit emanating from his glowing eyes. Nearby, Astra commented, perhaps this young man truly stands a chance. As the child of a remarkable lineage, Zero possessed extraordinary talent and a rapid learning curve for combat skills. We both know he hasn't left yet because the issue lies within him. Leo gestured to his chest, indicating that until this internal conflict was resolved, Zero would never escape. Astra casually mentioned, speaking of talent, Brother Seven once mentioned during a mission that a child picked up from the cosmos by Mebius has astonishing potential, capable of utilizing freezing beams at such a young age. Leo responded, the new generation of warriors from the Land of Light is developing rapidly. I'm quite eager to return and see how they are doing. I, more than anyone, wish for Zero to leave. That way, we too could gain our freedom. I share that sentiment, but training Zero is a task assigned to us by the King of Ultra, Astra's side. By the way, it seems the King hasn't checked in on Zero's training progress for quite some time. Perhaps he feels there's no need. As Zero has already reached graduation level, Leo replied with a faint smile. The two brothers had barely exchanged a few words when Zero, donned in silver-gray training armor, approached. Hands on his hips. Hey, masters, are you ready? Astra could only respond with 2 words, arrogant. You might want to ask yourself if you are prepared to endure the trials of your masters. Let us begin, Leo remarked, shaking off the dust and instantly transforming from a reliable elder into a formidable warrior. You're done for. This time your master Leo is going to be serious. Astra appeared quite pleased at the prospect of Zero being challenged, a smile gracing his face. The distance between teacher and disciple quickly diminished, and the clash was imminent. Watch out. After a brief moment of silence, Zero launched a punch, his body becoming an arrow released from its bow, charging fiercely toward his 2 masters. Wait. Leo suddenly raised his hand, looking skyward. Zero halted abruptly. What's wrong? Just then, a colossal fist struck him squarely on the forehead. The force of the blow sent Zero reeling backward several thousand meters, spinning 5.5 times. Astra retracted his fist, wearing an expression that conveyed Zero's naivety. Did you think you could just charge in without waiting? Zero clenched his fists in frustration. How despicable. I wasn't trying to play tricks. There really is something up there. Leo tapped Astra on the shoulder and pointed skyward. You two should look. I want to fall for the same trick twice. Zero charged again. The creature, already agitated, was further incensed by Zero's temper. Having just been ambushed, he was in no mood to listen. As he barreled forward, Zero swung his fist, generating a gust of wind. Astra, who had been looking up, felt the rush of air and quickly sidestepped while shouting a warning. This time I'm not deceiving you. Just turn around and look. I don't believe you. Zero continued his assault. Thus, once again, a fierce physical confrontation erupted on the plains of 76. Nearby, Leo shook his head in resignation, his attention fixed on several lights in the sky. You two continue practicing. I need to check that out. On the open ground, a group led by Ultraman Dyna descended on his 76. Having witnessed the fierce skirmish between Zero and his masters from above, they chose a slightly distant spot to land, wishing to wait until it was appropriate to greet them. However, as soon as they touched down, Leo Ultraman was already there. Uncle, Taiga called out, rushing forward. Taiga, don't you have classes? Leo asked, astonished. And Dyna? How come you're back? Dyna replied, it's a long story. Let these 2 children explain. There may be danger in the Land of Light, Uncle. It all began a few days ago. Taiga recounted his and Jinga's experiences and their speculations about the current situation in the Land of Light. Dyna added, we just encountered the cosmic dragon Nas, likely sent by the enemy of the Land of Light to thwart us. After listening to their accounts, Leo fell silent for several seconds. All these assumptions, just because your father and Uncle Haventy responded? Taiga, you know we can't leave it well. If something were truly wrong, the Land of Light would find a way to contact us. Although 76 doesn't receive ultra signatures, the Land of Light has other methods. If the situation is dire, 7 could send a signal. Taiga was willing to trust his and Jinga's deductions. I understand. But the Land of Light may already be in trouble. I agree that you both should return to the Land of Light and check it out, Dyna stated. Of course. With Astra here to watch over things, I can accompany you. Chapter 45. life is hard, abandoned by one's father before Leo could finish his sentence. A red figure soared past the group. Uncle, is that Astra flying over there? Jinga innocently inquired. Leo raised a hand to his forehead, reluctant to respond. At that moment, Zero, who had just sent Astra flying with a punch, shouted, "Hey, you can't fly over there." Piggyman. Jinga, hearing the commotion, turned back to Astra. Boom. At that moment, the airborne Astra crashed into the peak of a mountain. The tremendous impact shattered the mountaintop, sending debris flying in all directions. Among the fragments, the largest piece plummeted rapidly downward. By a twist of fate, the defenseless Piggyman found itself directly in the path of a falling rock. This was dire indeed. Upon realizing this, Guga could not stand idly by and watch Piggyman perish before his eyes. He swiftly gathered the energy within him and unleashed a freezing beam. Whoosh. Crack. After half a year of rigorous training under Ace, Guga's freezing beam had significantly improved in speed. Less than half a second after being fired, it successfully struck its target. The freezing beam hit the descending boulder, causing a wave of cold to spread rapidly, encasing the once plummeting rock in an icy grip against the mountainside. Zero, who was preparing to rescue Piggyman, conveniently passed by the others. After confirming that Piggyman was unharmed, he slowed his pace and exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness," he murmured. Seiga, gazing at his long unseen cousin, called out softly. However, the renowned young genius from the Land of Light seemed to lack confidence while conversing with Zero. "Who are you?" Zero turned, gazing at Seiga with curiosity. The small Ultraman with horns looked somewhat familiar, his features reminiscent of the Ultraman brothers, particularly Taro. Seiga turned to Leo. "Uncle Leo." "Haven to you." At that moment, Leo was too preoccupied to respond, his eyes fixed intensely on Zero, as if he had uncovered something significant. "Zero, what were you just doing?" Upon hearing the question from his master, Zero clearly felt guilty. "I was practicing with Master Astra." "All right. I understand I might have been a bit rough, but such things are unavoidable in battle." Leo pressed further. "I meant, why were you flying so fast just now? Where were you headed?" "My friend is over there," Zero replied, pointing towards the mountain peak that had just been shattered by Astra. As Leo asked this question, his eyes brimmed with anticipation and encouragement. "So, you intended to save that little Piggyman?" "Of course," Zero nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. "That's my friend. I can't just watch it get hurt." "Good. I finally see the change in you," Leo said, a look of satisfaction on his face. Nearby, Guga had clearly grasped the situation. Was this the triggering of the main storyline? Given the current tension, it seemed Leo would soon announce Zero's graduation. However, could wanting to save a friend truly be considered a change? Surely, Zero wasn't a delinquent in the past, was he? Recognizing that Zero had already internalized the importance of protecting others, Leo approached him, solemnly patting his shoulder. He then revealed everything he had kept hidden over the years. "What you just did is akin to what Seven did for you many years ago. Seven acted to protect you." Zero felt a surge of resentment. "Protect me? Did that mean leaving me in this situation for so many years?" Upon hearing this, Guga couldn't help but think, be grateful. The last person who sought to touch the plasma spark tower was expelled from the Land of Light. You, on the other hand, faced no real consequences. You were merely confined for some education and even gained 2 exceptional martial arts mentors. How fortunate you are. Leo, echoing Zero's earlier phrasing, stated, "He is your father. He could not bear to see you stray from the path of power." "How could I have strayed?" Zero's mind struggled to process the information. "What father?" Seiga interjected. "Ultraman 7, my Uncle 7, is your father." The once arrogant Zero appeared flustered upon hearing this revelation. Is he really my biological father?" "Let us not delve into ethical jokes," Leo replied. Zero, like a powder keg ignited, exploded with emotion. "Then why did he leave me in an orphanage? Why didn't he raise me himself? Why did he send me here?" After Zero's 3 questions, a heavy silence fell over the scene. On board the Dragon Emperor, several humans watched in rapt attention, unable to tear their eyes away. "I never expected this dashing armored warrior to have such a convoluted backstory," Yingi remarked. "So, why did Ultraman 7 place his son in an orphanage?" Haruna, puzzled, racked her brain to understand his motives. Captain Hinata asserted, "Only Ultraman 7 can answer that question." In the wilderness, Leo gazed at his disciple, whom he had nurtured for many years, with compassion. "Your father has his own struggles." Zero shook his head, unwilling to speak. At that moment, Leo gently placed his hand on Zero's back. Clang, clang. The training armor Zero wore emitted a series of metallic clinks, as if innumerable locks were being released in an instant. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the armor disintegrated into orderly fragments, falling from Zero's body and creating shallow craters on the ground. Thus, after years of arduous training, Zero regained his freedom, and his once hidden handsome face was finally revealed to the light. Remarkable, Gu Jia marveled, admiring Zero's chiseled features, the aggressive triangular eyes, the distinct lines of his eye sockets, and the unique double-headed spear atop his head showcased Zero's pride and individuality. Astra flew over to the group, astonished to see his brother freeing Zero from his training armor. Graduated? So the reason you didn't allow Zero to graduate before was because he didn't hit me hard enough? Brother, your words don't match your actions. Didn't you say this kid should focus on his heart? Leo shot his brother a glare. Hold your tongue. Let Zero gather himself. He has just learned of his lineage. Astra nodded, shifting his gaze to Seiga and the others. Hey, little Seiga, why aren't you studying diligently in the land of light? What brings you here? And Dinah, it's been a while. Wait, where did this dim-witted Beaminston come from? Such audacity to trespass. Gu Jia quickly interjected. Wait, uncle, this is my friend. Astra nodded. Oh, your friend? Who are you? Chapter 46. Brothers United, who are you? Faced with Astra's inquiry, Gu Jia introduced himself with confidence. After hearing the introduction, Astra circled Gu Jia twice, exclaiming, So it's you. I thought you didn't look like a local from 78. Hey, I heard you can use beams at such a young age. Show your uncle a trick. Of course. But given the uncertain circumstances in the land of light, I believe we should hasten there to investigate, Gu Jia replied. Astra, puzzled, asked, What's wrong in the land of light? Leo stepped forward to recount what Seiga had just informed him. Astra nodded. Then we should certainly return to check it out. Now that Zero has graduated, let us all head back together. Leo then turned to his disciple. Zero, are you ready to depart? I understand this reality is hard to accept. When I reunited with Astra, I too struggled to accept his transformation. However, some people and matters, once seen and felt, will naturally resolve themselves. A visit to 7 will clarify everything. Zero nodded, appearing to have adjusted his emotions. If that old man doesn't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I'll make him feel the fruits of my growth, using what my 2 masters have taught me over the years. You're truly something. Gu Jia gave Zero a thumbs up. A son seeking out his father is quite the audacious venture, yet it feels particularly fitting for the relationship between 7 and his son. Earlier, Leo's words had abruptly interrupted Zero's thoughts, causing him to regain his composure and engage Gu Jia in conversation. Hey, it was you who saved Piggyman just now, right? Impressive, little one. Your reaction speed is commendable, and your use of the freezing beam is quite adept, only slightly less proficient than others of your age. Too kind, brother. Gu Jia humbly replied. All right, without further ado, let us set off swiftly, Leo urged. At the boundaries of the 78 Nebula, Zeta followed his brother, Mebius, in search of the human Leonix. At this moment, the last hope of the land of light had been wandering in the boundless cosmos for quite some time. Brother, when the Ultraman commander asked you to locate someone, did they not provide any clues? At our current search efficiency, by the time we find that human, Belial would have already dominated the entire universe. Give me 2 possible locations where he might appear, but we found nothing at either place. And now we can only search based on characteristics. Leonix is extremely combative, surrounded predominantly by negative energy, explained Mephius. Do you really think my planet is just an arbitrary place? I only ventured in to investigate because the negative energy was so dense, he continued. While that may be true, in this vast universe, there are countless planets saturated with negative energy. Our search is still exceedingly slow, Zeta sighed, having expressed his opinion for the 13th time. If you ask me, even without Leonix, we can still obliterate Belial's forces. Once we locate Gu Jia and Seiga, we can strike back. What do you think? Mephius regretted bringing Zeta along. He should have left him in that asteroid belt, returning to retrieve him once the dust settled. Now, having this little fellow by his side felt akin to carrying a loudspeaker, as Zeta incessantly chattered. The frustration of not finding Raymond was compounded by Zeta's constant interruptions. Zeta, this is a critical time for the land of light. I have no inclination to jest with you, just trying to lighten the mood. Besides, my plan is quite feasible, Zeta murmured. Who knows? By the time we find Gu Jia and the others, the person we are looking for might just be beside Gu Jia. Moreover, Gu Jia has a comprehensive strategy ready against Belial's galactic empire. Although Zeta spoke softly, he was earnest in his belief. Seiga stood out among his peers with his high intelligence and exceptional talent, truly a hexagonal warrior among his contemporaries. Giga was even more extraordinary, displaying intelligence, resilience, and an unyielding work ethic, with combat prowess surpassing Seiga's, although he occasionally played tricks on his friends. Zeta, unable to fathom Giga, instinctively felt that if miracles existed in the universe, Giga would undoubtedly be one of its architects. Beside them, Mephius had grown weary of conversation. Even children should have limits to their daydreaming. Giga indeed brought surprises, but what could a child contribute to the crisis facing the Land of Light? If Giga can accomplish what you claim, I will eat the asteroid in front of me, Mephius declared, attempting to silence Zeta. No sooner had he spoken than Zeta exclaimed, "Brother, look, there are many lights ahead." Indeed, as Mephius followed Zeta's pointing finger, he saw several swiftly moving points of light in the cosmos. Encountering surviving comrades in the vastness of space filled Mephius with joy. That familiar energy fluctuation belongs to the warriors of the Land of Light. Let us investigate. At the boundary of the 78 Nebula, near planet Arca, Mephius led Zeta and Giga to meet. After hearing Giga's account of recent events, he fell silent for a while. You sensed the potential danger to the Land of Light, gathered several powerful Ultraman warriors, and even located the human Leonix we have been searching for? Zeta interjected, his eyes alight with excitement as he gazed at Giga's dragon spiral. What do you need Leonix for? Giga feigned curiosity. That is a long story. I'll explain on the way back. Zeta chuckled, but before we return, my brother Mephius has something to deal with. Zeta then pointed toward a massive asteroid. Brother Mephius said he wants to eat an asteroid. Mephius replied, in my moment of frustration, I didn't anticipate Giga would perform so extraordinarily at such a time. This kid not only brought Leonix, but also gathered two powerful brothers from 76, and the little tyrant Zero who was sent for modification many years ago. Astonishingly, he even encountered Dinah by chance. Even more incredible, he managed to bring back a cosmic behemoth, Beaminston. Mephius responded to Zeta, if the Land of Light can overcome this crisis, I will not only eat one asteroid, but 10 to prove my commitment. What asteroid? Giga, who had just reunited with his brother, asked curiously. Zeta replied, nothing, just that you, Giga, are truly remarkable. Hey, this pentagonal creature, is it the friend you often mention? Beaminston, it certainly looked rather dim-witted, no wonder it was often bullied. Chapter 47. The frozen Land of Light. Beaminston tilted its head upon hearing others speak of it. Being identified as a mouthy little warrior of the Ultraman race, posing no threat. Peck. It pecked at Zeta's head. Zeta, taken aback by the sudden action, exclaimed, ouch. What are you doing? Beaminston remained silent, continuing its pecking assault. Nearby, Giga and Seiga covered their eyes. The encounter between Zeta and Beaminston was an epic meeting of two oblivious beings. Mephius, aware of the preciousness of time, urged, since we have already found Raymond, let us hurry back to the Land of Light. The Land of Light, once viewed from the outside as a vibrant emerald planet, now lay transformed into a frigid blue. On their way back, Leo listened to Mephius recount the changes to the Land of Light, but upon witnessing the icy planet before him, this battle-hardened warrior felt sorrow, anger, and regret. Astra, is this all the doing of Belial? That scoundrel deserves retribution. Zero chimed in. Despite having trained for many years at 76, the Land of Light remained his childhood home, offering him much warmth and kindness. Mephius remarked, the Ultraman brothers and Seven are still waiting for us. Zero murmured, Seven. Having learned that Seven, one of the Ultraman brothers, was his biological father, Zero struggled to reconcile his emotions as he prepared to meet his biological father. Leo, understanding his disciple's temperament, suggested, if you're not ready, you can wait outside. You need time to gather your thoughts. Stop underestimating me. Zero's pride was evidently strong, and he was easily provoked. He's just an old man. When we meet, I'll show him who's boss. Given Zero's reckless nature in his early years, Mephius had always harbored reservations about him, fearing he might act foolishly upon encountering his father. You need to remain calm. Save your energy for the battlefield. Zero responded. I don't need you to remind me. Zeta, observing Zero's antics, whispered to his friend, your cousin seems quite formidable. The fierce warrior with two head spikes appeared rather intimidating. Seiga and Giga exchanged knowing smiles. Throughout the history of the Land of Light, only two individuals had dared to plot against the core of the plasma spark and acted upon it. One was Leonix, the greatest traitor who caused the Land of Light to be frozen, now the new Dark Emperor of the universe, Belial. The other was the sharp-tongued, brazen, triangular-eyed figure ahead. "Let us go?" Mephius, unperturbed by Siro's retort, took the lead and flew into the Land of Light. The Land of Light, now entirely encased in ice, appeared as an expansive white expanse, the surface covered in thick layers of snow, beneath which lay an ice layer of unknown depth. Upon entering this familiar planet, Giga shivered from the cold. "What is the current temperature?" Taiga answered with precision. "It feels like -60 or 70 degrees. At this moment." The dragon plate on Guga's ship was covered in frost. Inside the cabin, the crew activated the insulation system, showing little sign of distress. The ever-curious Inji was in awe. "Is this truly the Land of Light?" Captain Hinata replied, "This is the Land of Light after its persecution. It surely was not like this before." He then prudently reminded everyone, "We might need to leave the cabin soon. So make sure to wear an extra layer of insulating clothing." Since humanity embarked on the era of cosmic exploration, they frequently faced extreme temperatures on various planets. Surviving in frigid conditions had become a minor issue for them. Haruna, possessing a deep sense of empathy, spoke with a melancholic tone. The entire planet was shrouded in white, devoid of any hint of light, making it difficult to fathom the plight of its inhabitants. Upon returning to the long-forgotten Land of Light, Siro's first inquiry was, "Why are there no buildings in sight?" Mebius silently bent down, brushing aside the snow on the surface, and pointed to the ice layer beneath. "Look down." Siro complied, and upon a mere glance, his body froze in shock. Beneath the ice layer lay familiar structures of the Land of Light, along with countless residents encased in ice. Clearly, the global freeze had occurred so swiftly that many Ultra Warriors were caught unawares, frozen in various poses, some soaring high, others hastily dodging, many maintaining their combat stances as they were encased. "I will not let that fiend escape." Leo seethed, clenching his fists. "Will everyone be able to revert back?" Zeta asked cautiously. Taiga nodded, suppressing his sorrow and striving to conceal his emotions. "Yes, the freezing time was not long. If the plasma spark core can return in time, everything can be restored." Zeta sighed with relief. "That's good. What about 7? Siro inquired. "Our brothers should have sensed our return and will likely appear shortly," Mebius responded. Just then, a mocking voice emerged from the rising ice. "Shortly? It seems you are still oblivious to your current predicament." "Who?" Guga aimed in the direction of the voice, raising his hand to unleash an 8-point light wheel. With a buzz, the rapidly flying light saw sliced through the ice protrusion. Moments later, a silver figure emerged, grumbling from behind the ice pillar. "Who is it? Do you have any manners? I greet you, and you attack me with light?" Guga recognized the identity of the intruder, a Sharprian. Sharprians, greedy and malevolent extraterrestrials, bore a resemblance to locust-like insects, as if masked by a facade. Indeed, the Sharprian boasted, "Lord Belial predicted that the stragglers from the Land of Light might return, and he specifically sent me to wait here. It appears Lord Belial's foresight was accurate. Surrender now, and you may avoid some pain." "Are you kidding? We are so many. Why should we fear you alone?" Zeta assessed his companions, feeling quite confident. "Do you really want to compare numbers?" The Sharprian scoffed. "Roar. Ah, Gur." From the thick mist, the roars of several colossal monsters echoed. Soon, immense shadows loomed before them. Zeta glanced around, calling out the names of the monsters, his voice dwindling. Zaragas, Salmondora, Dorakaw, Pajira, and there are indeed quite a few of them. Chapter 48. The terror of Siro. As several monstrous figures emerged, Zeta silently compared the combat capabilities of both sides. Leo, Astra, Siro, and Dinah, along with the energy-depleted Mebius, could be counted as 4.5 fighters. Guga, possessing light capabilities, could be considered half a fighter, totaling 5. Then there was himself and Taiga, which could be counted as half, making it 5.5 in total. As for the humans aboard the ship, Zeta categorized them as mere adornments. Those small beings hardly seemed capable of combat. Lastly, there was Bim and Satan. Zeta thought it was unlikely that the fog monster would turn traitor, so it could not be counted as significant combat strength. Thus, summing it all up, they had 5.5 combat capabilities. While 4 large monsters had already appeared on the opposing side, and more beastly silhouettes flickered through the gray mist, accompanied by spine-chilling roars, likely outnumbering their combatants. The key was that these monsters were not the entirety of the adversaries they had to face. They still needed to find Belial. Zeta's mind raced, clarity unprecedented. Ultimately, he concluded, "Should we retreat?" Guga looked at Zeta in surprise. So Zeta can actually think. The energy-depleted Mebius agreed. That's right. Our immediate task is to reunite with our two brothers and devise an effective plan to save the Land of Light. Avoiding confrontation is the wisest choice. Zero bristled at this. Avoid him? With that, the two head projectiles above Zero's head spontaneously soared, transforming into two icy beams aimed at the menacing beasts behind Sharpray. The young Ultra Warrior was indeed fearless. The Sharprian sneered, stepping back slightly. He was confident that the monsters dispatched by Lord Belial would handle everything perfectly. Attack! The Sharprian commanded, assured of victory. The monsters, however, seemed disobedient, lingering in their positions. The Sharprian, feeling humiliated, grew enraged. I'm talking to you, move. Lord Belial said you must obey my orders. During the delay, Zero's previously thrown projectiles had already reached the comet monster Dorika. Roar! Dorika bellowed, raising its hooked claw to swat the flying object away. Unfortunately, the swiftly gliding silver blade was quicker. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed, and Dorika's limb fell to the ground. Scalding blood gushed from the wound, melting a small patch of ice. So fast, Taiga and Zeta exclaimed in unison. Such efficient and swift attacks were unprecedented for the two young warriors. This mastery of projectiles is something I need to learn, Guga mused, recognizing his gap with Zero. On the opposing side, Dorika shrieked in agony, having lost one of its upper limbs. Then Zero's forehead glowed green, and an ultra-fine Emilium ray was unleashed. Buzz. Boom. The ray swept through, instantly obliterating Dorika into fragments. After vanquishing one monster, the beam did not cease, continuing forward. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 successive explosions, Salmondora, Pajira, and Zaragas also met their demise, joining Dorika in the afterlife. Guga froze at this scene, swallowing hard. To annihilate 4 colossal monsters in an instant. Was this the prowess of Zero from 2009? Why bother searching for 7 and the first generation when they could head straight to the monster graveyard to confront Belial? Aboard the Dragon Plate, the humans witnessing the might of the Ultra were left in a state of disbelief. Inji nudged his companion Kamano. Did you see that? The warrior with the 2 head projectiles is so powerful. His name is Zero. Please refrain from referring to him in such a manner. It is quite disrespectful. Captain Hinata reminded the 2 crew members, then expressed, indeed, he is the son of Ultraman 7. This is a warrior we have trained. At this moment, Leo and Astra were filled with pride, their faces beaming with joy. The Land of Light had gained yet another formidable warrior. And Dinah felt elated for the Land of Light. In the competition, the dream of the ancient Rhoda and the formidable Bias seems almost inconsequential. Especially now that Zero has demonstrated such exceptional combat prowess. On one hand, it brings joy to his brother, Siwin. On the other, it prompts reflection on whether his own talents may be lacking. The recent display of skill by Zero is something he could potentially emulate with effort. Yet it would undoubtedly not be as effortless and enjoyable as Zero made it appear. It is not mere boasting from Bias. After enduring the trials of earthly missions, his combat capabilities are already among the elite within the defense forces. Regrettably, his growth rate pales in comparison to that of Zero, who is trained for merely 76 days. He wonders if he too should have pursued the path of plasma sparks. What are you thinking about, brother? Guka keenly observes the shift in his brother's emotions and curiously approaches him. Bias responds, I simply feel that there are truly many geniuses in this universe. Guka replies, you are one of them too, a figure many warriors in the Universe Defense Force admire. Indeed, Bias nods with a smile, feeling as though he has been enlightened by his younger brother. He acknowledges that he has already attained much and should focus on being himself. Meanwhile, four monsters are swiftly dispatched by an unknown warrior, leaving the sharp ray aliens paralyzed with fear, trembling in place, unable to flee or kneel and surrender. Hey! Zero calls out. The sharp ray alien jolts, attempting to feign calm as it shouts, what do you want? Is it appropriate to speak so loudly at a time like this? Zero had initially intended to inquire about something, but upon witnessing the alien's demeanor, he decisively gestures, directing his flying weapon to obliterate it. Thus, the sharp ray alien meets its demise. Zeta remarks, this brother is undeniably powerful, yet his temper is exceedingly poor. If you utter one more word, his weapon may very well end up on your head. Guka chuckles teasingly. Zeta shrinks back, feeling a tinge of fear. Taiga reassures, you're overthinking it. Zero only behaves this way toward enemies. The younger Taiga, though a couple of thousand years junior to Zero, gazes at him with a sense of admiration. I wonder what expression Siwen would wear if he were here now. As if on cue, a familiar voice emerges from a nearby corner. Zero? Taiga recognizes the voice. Having just mentioned Siwen, he is surprised by his swift arrival. However, as he turns to search for the familiar figure, he finds none. Where is he? Right beneath you. Siwen shouts from the snowy ground. Siwen-sensei. The sharp-eyed Guka is the first to spot the two small figures bouncing in the snow. Chapter 49 Zero. So what? After Belial seized the core of the plasma spark, a cold wave swept across the land of light. The Ultramen, along with Siwen, nearly exhausted all their energy to combat the chill, reluctantly activating low-power modes to operate in human forms. At this moment, within the frigid confines of the land of light, above the original Ultraman arena, Siwen and the first Ultraman await the return of Bias, reuniting with the crew of the Dragon ship and the Leo brothers. We failed to protect the land of light and must seek your assistance, which is truly embarrassing. The first Ultraman converses with Captain Hinata. Such words are unnecessary. Captain Hinata gestures dismissively. Many years ago, Ultraman assisted Earthlings on numerous occasions. Now, we merely return the favor. There should be no feelings of guilt. Regardless, we owe you our gratitude, the first Ultraman says, his gaze sweeping over the Earthlings before settling on Ray. I entrust this to you. Ray nods with a smile, showing no trace of the ferocity associated with Rionix. I will. The atmosphere at the Dragon ship is reminiscent of a diplomatic meeting, rather plain and devoid of dramatic moments. Guka turns to observe the father-son duo of Siwen and Zero, only to find their interaction strangely even more subdued. At this moment, the humanoid Siwen stands in the palm of Leo, casting a complex glance at the silent Zero before him. You already know, Zero murmurs, his head bowed in uncertainty on how to face his father. Siwen states, let us discuss the details later. For now, we should head to the Plasma Spark Tower to retrieve the final remnants of light sealed within by Taro. It can provide us with the strength to counterattack. Zero remains taciturn. All right. Witnessing this exchange, Guka mumbles, you just said you wanted a genuine father, yet in person, it's still all about the son. Even Zero cannot escape the weight of bloodline pressure. Meanwhile, Taiga notices another issue. Uncle, what did you just say? My father, Siwen clarifies. After Belial took the core of the plasma spark, your father burned himself to contain the last spark of light within him. Then, Taiga contemplates a terrifying possibility, urging Siwen to continue. Once we defeat Belial, everything will be fine. Guka comforts Taiga. Not far off. Having concluded negotiations with the Earthlings, the first Ultraman calls out, let us depart, everyone. On the icy plains, several Ultraman warriors hasten toward the Plasma Spark Tower. After conversing with Bias, Siwen and the first Ultraman turn their attention to Guka and Taiga. So, you two are the greatest contributors to this endeavor. It was your efforts that discovered Earth's Rionix and gathered all available combat power. Guka rubs his hands together, inquiring, does this count as a merit? The first Ultraman acknowledges the two young warriors. Of course it does. Once this matter is resolved and you return to school, I shall ensure you receive commendations. Taiga remains composed. No need for accolades. Just ensure we aren't held accountable for sneaking out of the land of light. Guka continues, also, the unauthorized release of suspects and the illegal commandeering of the Chiburian spaceship should also be overlooked, right? The surrounding adult Ultraman warriors are taken aback by the revelations from the two young warriors. In this segment, why didn't you mention this when you explained it to me earlier? Bias looks at his brother, bewildered. Because earlier, you didn't mention my contributions. So I didn't dare to speak up for fear of punishment, Guka admits candidly. Siwen probes deeper. Elaborate on those two matters you just mentioned. Taiga and Guka exchange glances, with Taiga ultimately taking the lead in recounting the events. During the narration, several adult Ultraman warriors continually confirm the details with the crew of the Dragon ship, who also experienced the events firsthand. Taiga concludes, that's the general outline of what transpired. After hearing the children's account, Zero's first response is, you two actually damaged two spacecraft, one of which was a massive interstellar battleship? Zeta counts, including the one from 6 months ago. That makes 3. Bias interjects, is that the crux of the matter? The real issue is why you let that suspect go free. Guka, you acted recklessly. Moreover, is it appropriate for an Ultraman to hijack a Chiburian ship to control an entire battleship? Bias gazes at his brother. realizing from their first encounter that this child was no ordinary being. Now, it seems Guka has evolved beyond merely being remarkable. He has truly unleashed his potential. Siwon, as Guka's martial arts instructor, remained silent for a long while. It's hard to imagine that a child orchestrated such a series of events. He then directs his gaze toward the elder Ultraman. If memory serves, Guka's moral compass is under his brother's guidance. The first Ultraman comprehends the meaning behind Siwon's gaze and finds himself at a loss for words. Given the special circumstances, the handling of the situation can be understood, but letting the suspect go was a bit excessive. Your commendations are hereby rescinded, and you will receive a demerit. Guka and Seiga exclaim, "Wait." Dyna Ultraman suddenly discovers a loophole. So these two actually captured the Nakal alien and defeated King Black? Most of it was the achievement of Guka alone, Seiga replies. Dana, I was already astonished that this young lad could single-handedly defeat the cosmic dragon Nas. But to my surprise, he has also bested King Black. Such remarkable talent at such a tender age. That hardly counts as a victory, murmured Yingi softly. The diminutive sound was naturally detected by the keen ears of the warriors from the Land of Light. At that moment, the original Ultraman, still maintaining his human form, inquired, "So, was it merely a tactical win? Could you enlighten us about the battle you witnessed?" "I meant to say it was a complete annihilation," Yingi added. Now the focus of attention. That encounter was nothing more than a one-sided display of light from the young warrior. King Black had no chance to retaliate, resembling a target for beams, almost reduced to a mere hive of holes. Mebius discerned a different implication from the youth's words. "Are you suggesting that after achieving victory, this lad continued to humiliate his opponent with light? An ominous premonition weighs heavily upon me," exclaimed Gaia, before Mebius could voice criticism. Ultraman 7 interjected, "Such a lack of martial virtue. You may slay the monster, but you must not humiliate them. Didn't T-Ace teach you more about combat? This is also your oversight." The original Ultraman regarded 7, who found himself at a loss for words and could only tease the younger ones. "Gaia, once this matter concludes, I will ensure you receive proper training." Thus, Gaia became the focus of the elder's moral admonitions due to his behavior towards King Black. At that moment, Zero spoke up. "So what? Dear readers, I implore you to share your thoughts as you read, comment, review, or critique. Your participation is valued, and the author will take time to read your insights daily," continued the narrative. Chapter 57. What mischief are you causing, young ones? Gaia's actions of using King Black as a test subject for light were now exposed, drawing ethical rebukes from the elders and brothers. Zero, undeterred, remarked, "So what?" Upon hearing this, Gaia tilted his head, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Unexpectedly, the previously disliked phrase now offered a sense of redemption, akin to being rescued from impending doom. Zero's statement naturally commanded the attention of all present. Unfazed by the collective gaze, he confidently expressed his perspective. Training with monsters to observe the feedback of light upon living beings is hardly wrong. Ultraman 7's prior assertion has its flaws. One can kill, yet not humiliate. Regardless of the method, who cares how they perish? Besides, this young lad didn't even deliver a fatal blow. I see no fault in his actions. Gaia mused, is this Zero? Rebellious, yet dashing. Lacking refinement, his words may be rough, but he stands up for his younger brother in critical moments, truly admirable. 7 regarded his son with a complex expression. This impudent child was clearly opposing him. Meanwhile, the original Ultraman fell into deep contemplation. This issue merits reflection. Which holds greater significance, dignity, or life? Among the group, only Dana paid keen attention to the path ahead, pointing to a rise on the icy surface. That ahead is the Plasma Spark Tower, isn't it? Indeed, both the original and 7 nodded in agreement. Moments later, the group descended upon the pinnacle of the Plasma Spark Tower. The nearer they approached, the weightier the mood became among the Ultramen. The Plasma Spark Tower housed the grandeur of the Land of Light, and its plight directly influenced the fate of their realm. Thus, as they neared the now coreless tower, the Ultraman warriors fell into a solemn silence. Behemoth did not comprehend why the lively conversation had suddenly ceased. Gaia promptly silenced the foolish creature. Hush! The original Ultraman suddenly shouted, lifting the spirits of the group. Let us advance. We shall restore the radiance to the Land of Light. Within the Plasma Spark Tower, the interior had thickened with frost due to the cold wave. The thickened walls had drastically reduced the available space at the tower's apex. necessitating that the towering Ultraman warriors diminish in size. Inside the apex of the tower, Gaia and his companion shrank to the dimensions of ordinary humans, cautiously advancing against the icy wall. On their journey to the storage site of the plasma spark core, Gaia beheld Ace, frozen in ice, 100 meters below, his hands pressed against a timer as though he were charging his light. With a complex gaze, Gaia called out, "Teacher," seeing someone dear encased in ice. Gaia finally comprehended the devastation wrought by this calamity, feeling as though an invisible hand were constricting his heart. "We can save them," declared Seiga resolutely. Gaia lifted his chin, of course. Traversing the icy tunnel, they finally arrived at the storage site of the spark core. At this moment, beneath the storage platform lay the frozen forms of Father and Mother Ultra. Above, encased in solid ice, was Ultraman Taro. As Gaia and his companions entered, a warm glow flickered from Taro's chest amidst the icy hell. Moments later, Taro awakened, his voice resonating in their ears. "You have arrived." The original Ultraman bore a face of regret. Long ago, Taro had been the younger brother under the care of his elder siblings. Even now, though Taro had become an outstanding warrior and father, he remained a younger brother. With the Land of Light now in peril, the elder siblings had failed to protect their brothers and their realm, leaving him filled with shame. Taro's voice resounded once more. "I hope the light I leave behind will be of use to you." Upon finishing, brilliant light emanated from his chest, dividing into 6 portions. The original 7, Dana, Leo, Astra, and Zero each received a share. After all these years, Zero has truly matured, Gaia reflected. Once the light had been distributed, Taro's voice noticeably weakened. "Once this is all over, Uncle will have a proper talk with you." Indeed, the rebellious Zero now behaved like a well-mannered child. "Father, what about me?" Suddenly stepped forward Seiga, who had remained silent. "What am I like? I too wish to fight for the Land of Light." Seiga was acutely aware of his limitations on the battlefield, yet as his homeland transformed into an icy hell and his loved ones were imprisoned by frost, he refused to be a passive bystander. To tread upon the battlefield, even if he could only shield another warrior from a beam, was worth it. The worst outcome would be to disappear completely alongside the Land of Light in the cosmos. Yet that was preferable to mere survival. "And I," Zeta chimed in eagerly. "What mischief are these children causing?" 7 chastised. "Soon we shall venture to the monster graveyard. You will remain here in the Land of Light, awaiting our good news. The elders will handle everything." "Yes," Zero surprisingly acquiesced to his father's words. Zeta, indignant, retorted, "I am useful too. Although I cannot wield light, I consistently excel in physical assessments. Stay here and obey." 7 raised his voice, lacking patience. "Not a chance," Gaia interjected suddenly. "Are you not aware of the danger?" 7 turned to the small warrior with 3 heads, who he had previously regarded favorably. "On the battlefield, you will only hinder us." Gaia countered. "There are likely many monsters sent by Belial still lurking in the Land of Light. It is too perilous to remain here. Let us also go to the monster graveyard. We can stay with the humans." "Sounds reasonable," Mebius nodded. "I think it's feasible. I will ensure everyone has safety." Leo added after hearing this plan. The original Ultraman lowered his head in contemplation. Gaia and the human youth, Rado, possessed a certain level of combat capability. And with the addition of a behemoth, they should be able to protect the humans and the 2 young Ultras without issue. The first generation, there are no safe havens left in the universe. It seems this is the only course of action. I entrust these little ones to your care. Captain Hinata. Captain Hinata solemnly nodded, feeling the weight of his responsibility. The first generation then admonished the 3 children. "You must listen to the captain. Jinga, Zeta, Seiga, yes." After finalizing the action plan, the humanoid first generation produced the beta magic wand. 7 followed suit, revealing the 7 glasses. In a burst of brilliance, the 2 legendary Ultramen transformed into their colossal forms. Chapter 51. That soft persimmon over there, the warriors of the Land of Light predominantly exhibit silver red and silver blue hues, a characteristic of the Ultraman race. However, Belial's appearance, influenced by the possession of the Rheoblendonians, diverges starkly from any species of the Land of Light. He is entirely black and red, with a purple-black timer and striking orange-yellow eyes. The inner corners split, rendering him easily recognizable. Additionally, this nefarious being bears a slight hunch. Yet, his hunch does not appear feeble or grotesque. Rather, it exudes an air of regal authority. At this moment, in the monster graveyard, This new cosmic Dark Emperor held the ultimate battle instrument in one hand and a radiant core of plasma sparks in the other, gazing triumphantly at the fully revived legion of monsters below. With the Land of Light and the Ultraman warriors out of the way, this time, I shall undoubtedly become the sovereign of the universe. The cacophony of resurrected monsters and extraterrestrials echoed in response. Some, eager to attract Belial's attention, raised their hands high. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Silence. After relishing the worship, Belial calmly stated, to truly dominate this universe, a detailed battle plan is imperative. Although the Land of Light has been obliterated, many other meddlesome Ultraman races still inhabit the cosmos. The likes of 40, 50, and 95 remain our adversaries. He further noted, moreover, there is an old fellow from the Land of Light, known as the King of Ultraman. Belial vividly recalled the scene when the king effortlessly suppressed him, an absolute demonstration of power. Even though he was possessed by the ultimate life form, the Blandonian, and wielded the ultimate battle instrument, he had no strength to retaliate. Fortunately, the King of Ultraman seldom intervenes, often remaining hidden for many years. It is precisely due to his absence that Belial managed to vanquish the Land of Light. However, just because the king has not appeared now does not mean he will not resurface in the future. This remains a latent and formidable threat. Thus, Belial resolved to take the initiative. He dispatched the most elite squad of monsters to the legendary King Star, intent on annihilating the King of Ultraman. Belial, those whose names I read, accompany the Magma people to King Star. Should you succeed, each of you shall be hailed as a hero of my dark empire, Red King, the Betelgeusian, the Nicolean. As the list of sacrificial names continued, a spatial fluctuation emerged at the entrance of the graveyard above the monsters. Subsequently, several figures of light surged forth from the monster graveyard door. Belial looked up, his calm demeanor betraying no surprise. He had anticipated this moment. Indeed, there were still survivors. Belial, surrender. The first Ultraman bellowed. He was the oldest among them, and one of the warriors closest to Belial's era. He distinctly remembered Belial as a hero of battle, even possessing the qualifications to vie for the captaincy of the First Universe Patrol. How could such a valiant warrior have metamorphosed into a demon? Across from him, Belial retorted, still spouting meaningless drivel. I destroyed the Land of Light. I am the one who killed. Do you truly believe I would submit? In the Land of Light. Nearly every educated Ultraman was aware of Belial's terror. Yet, to his dismay, Zero, although educated, had read little and showed no fear. If you do not surrender, we shall fight until you do. The audacity of the youth today. Let me see if you possess the ability to match your bravado. Belial raised the ultimate battle instrument in his hand. Originating from the Blandonians, this ultimate weapon gathered energy at its tip, transforming from a mere stick into a cannon of energy. With a humming sound, the energy was charged, and the light was unleashed. In the face of such an assault, no one would be foolish enough to remain stationary, so all Ultraman warriors swiftly dispersed, akin to bowling pins struck by a ball. The three young Ultraman children aboard the dragon ship, under the guidance of Mebius's gaze, retreated to the rear of the battlefield, hiding behind a prominent boulder. At that moment, Jinga felt an uncanny familiarity with the rock before him. Half a year ago, during the crisis of the resurrection of the four Dark Kings, he had hidden behind this very stone. Beside Jinga, Zeta trembled, whether from fear or excitement. It's happening. It's happening. I've never seen so many monsters before. There must be over 100. Simultaneously, a voice from the dragon ship echoed. This is my first encounter with so many monsters. Is this what a colossal war feels like? How exhilarating. Once the excitement subsided, Zeta discerned a grave issue. We only have 10 fighters on our side. Can we truly win? The overwhelming disparity in numbers threatened to drown them in a tide of beasts. Should I join the fray? On the dragon ship, Lei clutched his battle instrument, seemingly eager for combat. Tiger responded, all we can do now is trust them. But at that moment, Jinga voiced a differing opinion. Actually, if you can use your battle instrument to disrupt the monsters in the graveyard, it would greatly ease their burden. If you wish to go, feel free. I will hold the fort here. Captain Hinata added. Indeed, I believe in the first Ultraman and 7 for a reason. With mutual agreement, the young human, Raymond, stepped out of the spacecraft, his body exposed to the sweltering air of the monster graveyard, immediately feeling as though he would be scorched. However, the genetic traits from the Blandonians endowed him with remarkable adaptability, and he quickly adjusted, raising his battle instrument. Gamora, he called out, summoning the monster Gamora. Yet, compared to the other colossal beasts in the graveyard, the ancient dinosaur-like Gamora appeared as though a primitive man had encountered a Trisolaran. Zeta quietly remarked, "It seems that joining the battlefield won't make much difference. Belial's monsters each possess exaggerated appearances, and none seem weak. That one over there with the bulbous face looks like a soft persimmon." Taiga's face darkened at this remark. "Don't make foolish judgments. Can't you see? That is the biological weapon Jet 1. There are likely very few monsters in the graveyard that could rival it." Jinga observed, "That monster indeed appears quite formidable. It has been seeking opportunities to launch fireball attacks at Uncle Leo. I must intervene." Captain Hinata shouted, "Children, do not go." Dear readers, as a new book sets sail, please remember to offer your support after reading. Thank you. Chapter 52. Infinite Energy, the Monster Graveyard. The battle between the surviving Ultraman warriors and Belial's monstrous legion officially commenced. In this confrontation, Belial's army held an overwhelming numerical advantage. Jinga recalled watching Ultraman Galaxy Legend years ago, where the advertisements claimed Ultraman battled against 100 monsters. To young Jinga, 100 monsters had been a tremendous shock. Yet, standing amidst this battlefield, he realized that the 100 was merely an approximation. As for how much more, that was not for you to determine. Thus, prior to entering the fray, all elements of victory had been assembled, yet he made a spontaneous decision to assist others. At that moment, upon noticing a formidable creature among the horde, Guga determined to intervene. With a swift motion, he emulated the charging stance of the Diga Zai Pali Ao light beam, positioning his hands at his waist, then crossing them before him, opening and uncrossing. A brilliant white-purple ray of scorching light surged forth, hurtling towards the distant Jaden. Unbeknownst to Jaden, who was preparing to ambush Leo, he too found himself caught off guard by the onslaught of light. However, with his extraordinary defensive capabilities, Jaden quickly exhaled a sigh of relief upon feeling the impact of the beam. The force was moderate, merely a strong push against his body. Yet, this was inconsequential. Once he regained his mobility, a single fireball would suffice for retribution. The white-purple ray propelled Jaden's form, scattering monsters and rocky outcrops alike, showing no signs of abating. Realizing the severity of the situation, Jaden emitted a peculiar cry. "Was it not over yet? Little one, you best never cease, or once I recover, you shall face dire consequences." The unprecedented duration of this beam persisted for over 30 seconds. Such an extended discharge of energy was enough to overwhelm even Belial, who would be reduced to a mere puff pastry by such a force. A tremendous explosion resonated from the farthest corner of the monster graveyard. Jaden, in his final moments, was unable to unleash his own abilities. The explosion, though significant, failed to stir much commotion amidst the chaotic surroundings of the graveyard. Nevertheless, the sudden energy surge captured the attention of several creatures. Upon discovering that the source of the beam was merely a young Ultraman, the monsters and extraterrestrials hastily shifted their focus. Faced with a menacing adult Ultraman capable of annihilation at any moment and a defenseless child, the choice was painfully simple. In the midst of the creature horde, the knife-wielding tyrant magma alien swaggered, a sinister grin adorning his face as he approached Guga. Captain Hinata aboard the dragon was filled with anxious helplessness. It was difficult to manage the youth of today. They had agreed to heed his guidance before their departure. Yet now they had reconsidered. The child indeed possessed a good heart, deliberately distancing himself from the dragon, likely to avoid detection by the others. However, this left him vulnerable to danger, rendering timely assistance impossible. "Ray, go help him." As the multitude of monsters closed in on the young Ultraman, Captain Hinata prepared to pilot the dragon towards the fray, simultaneously calling for Ray. Just as they were about to move, Guga, cornered by the monsters, raised his hand and firmly declared, "Do not interfere. You all must hide. Your contributions in the ensuing battle will be vital. I can handle this." With that, Guga crossed his hands once more, super concentrated beam. Yin-style missile, Ultraman light wheel. A dazzling display of light illuminated the monster graveyard, leaving the crew of the dragon, as well as Zeta and Taiga, in awe. "I know Guga possesses a vast reservoir of energy, but this is simply terrifying," Taiga exclaimed. How could one even articulate Guga's energy reserves? To put it simply, he treated others' ultimate moves as mere warm-ups. Typically, an Ultraman would unleash 2 or 3 concentrated beams during a battle, which would already signify an ample energy supply. Thus, Many Ultramen opted to deplete their physical stamina in combat, reserving their beams for a climactic finish. Yet Guga had unleashed at least a dozen powerful moves thus far, showing no signs of fatigue. Rather, he seemed to grow increasingly adept as the battle progressed. What on earth was happening? On the battlefield, Guga continued his barrage of energy attacks. Frost Breath, Timer Beam, Super Eye Beam, Meat Egg Impact. The young human, In-E, sensed an anomaly, curiously observing the small warrior charging into the monster horde with his shield. Hey, that last move didn't sound like an Ultraman skill. Come on, if it doesn't resemble an Ultraman skill, could it be a ninja technique? Captain Hinata remarked. As for the names of his moves, he can choose whatever he likes. They may sound odd, but they certainly have character. On one side of the battlefield, as Guga faced several monsters, he activated his shield and charged into the heart of the horde. The adult Ultraman, who had been preoccupied with combating the creatures, finally noticed the little Ultraman's spirited presence and became alarmed. Why is the little guy out here at a time like this, charging straight into the center of the beast tide? Does he wish to perish? 7 Ultraman exclaimed anxiously. I will take Guga away. You all be careful. Mebius sighed subtly, hastening towards Guga, who was engulfed by the monstrous tide. However, upon nearing Guga, Mebius was taken aback by the scene before him. Guga, surrounded by the creatures, was clearing them with a speed that even surpassed his own. Each beam he fired resulted in new wounds for the monsters, and each light will manifested severed limbs or heads from the extraterrestrials. The efficiency of his cleansing was almost on par with Zero's, exaggerated indeed. Brother, you've arrived? Guga, amidst the battle with the gigantic monsters, looked up and noticed Mebius in the sky, offering a childlike smile. He then inquired, Brother, are you running low on energy? I still have plenty. Let me share some with you so you can fight more valiantly. Without offering Mebius a chance for refusal, Guga placed his hand on the cracked timer on his chest and extracted the purest light within, launching it directly towards Mebius. Mebius, invigorated by the energy infusion, involuntarily let out a contented hum. He quickly regained his composure. Wait, what did Guga just do? After unleashing a barrage of beams at a horde of monsters, he still had enough energy to share with him? Furthermore, the timer showed no signs of fluctuation, indicating that his reserves were far from depleted. Mebius was utterly astonished. Just how much energy resided within Guga's body? Chapter 53. The moment of intense assault with his energy instantly replenished. Mebius began to reevaluate the extraordinary treasure he had acquired. This boy possessed an absurdly high aptitude for light, an unfathomable reservoir of energy, and was caring and considerate towards others. Such a child, committing to the heist of 2 spaceships, seemed acceptable as he had not attempted to meddle with the plasma sparks. Brother, be careful. On the battlefield, the number of monsters was overwhelming. During the moment Mebius was lost in thought, the fiery attack of the volcanic bird, Barton, approached from behind. As Guga shouted a warning, he conjured a massive ice shield behind his brother. The ice shield quickly melted under the intense flames as Mebius regained his senses, hastily drawing the light sword from his Mebius breath and executing a horizontal slash. A flash illuminated the monster graveyard, and the nightmare of Zoffy, the volcanic bird Barton, fell to the ground. Guga, you cannot remain here. Quickly return. Before departing, the usually gentle Mebius spoke in an almost commanding tone. As long as the Land of Light could weather this storm, Guga, this precious gem, would undoubtedly play a significant role in the future. Although his energy seemed inexhaustible, his strength was still too feeble. He must not be allowed to come to harm. Understood. Brother, if you run low on energy, just come find me. Guga nodded obediently, though in his mind he plotted where to hide behind a stone pillar to deal damage later. The battlefield was ever-changing. Before long, the Ultra Warriors found themselves at a disadvantage. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Astonishingly, lurking behind the throng of beasts was Belial, who, utilizing the nearly boundless energy from the plasma spark core, could resurrect the monsters even after their demise, rendering him a perpetual motion machine. The Ultra Warriors understood that this battle could not continue in such a manner. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Only by dealing with Belial could there be a glimmer of hope in this war. The challenge lay in the fact that Belial was shielded by numerous formidable monsters and possessed considerable combat prowess himself, making it difficult to approach him. I will go. You all cover me, volunteered Ultraman Zero. In this grand battle, The fledgling Zero emerged as a pivotal force, having already vanquished more than half of the defeated monsters. Therefore, upon uttering those words, many of the present Ultra Warriors nodded in agreement. Sevenger looked at his son, now grown, with a face full of pride. Zero. It's up to you. Yes, leave it to me. Also, after this battle, it seems you might be due for retirement, Zero jested with his father. Then readied his throwing disc and resolutely charged towards Belial. Simultaneously, the other Ultra Warriors employed beams and physical strikes, doing their utmost to shield him from the monster's onslaught. In a corner of the battlefield, Ultraman Jinga hid behind a massive stone pillar, his beams of light unceasing. At a certain moment, he noticed something unusual about Zero's condition. The light of the timer on Zero's chest had noticeably dimmed compared to its initial brilliance, suggesting that it would soon flash red. While some Ultra Warriors might become stronger when the red light activated, pressure can indeed unleash a warrior's potential, ordinarily. The red light indicated limited combat time and the need to conserve energy, which would affect combat effectiveness. Therefore, considering the battlefield, Jinga utilized his power as a living battery, channeling pure light from his chest to shoot towards Zero, behind the horde of monsters. At last, Ultraman Zero stood before Belial, shielded by numerous predecessors. Impressive. A rare and exceptional Ultra Warrior. Even in our era of war, you would have been among the elite, Belial acknowledged. I am the singular pinnacle. No one can compare to me, Zero retorted haughtily, casting forth his throwing disc. With swift precision, the disc, having previously felled countless monsters in the recent battle, now aimed for Belial's neck. Belial had been observing Zero all along, discerning his combat habits. Thus, when confronted with Zero's disc attack, he remained remarkably composed, merely lifting his dark ultimate combat device with a casual air. With a swift motion, Belial single-handedly maneuvered the device, effortlessly deflecting Zero's disc with a couple of crisp sounds. Following this, he redirected the device towards Zero. Whoosh! Energy projectile launched. Belial exclaimed, "You require tools to barely contend with me?" Facing the rapidly approaching energy projectile, the proud Zero did not evade. Instead, he accelerated his forward charge, slightly tilting his body as the projectile was about to strike. With a near miss, the energy projectile zipped past him, and Zero, embodying his bold and tenacious combat style, successfully closed the distance to Belial, thrusting forth his fist, though wielding only one weapon. Belial's defense was impenetrable, utilizing his ultimate combat device to block the attack, while simultaneously seeking a counterattack opportunity. Zero, however, would not allow him to exploit any openings. Maintaining his relentless barrage, the fierce clashes echoed in the rear of the monster horde. In a fleeting moment, a resounding boom erupted. Everything unfolded rapidly, and as the others regained their senses, they found Zero had retreated several kilometers from Belial. Not only that, but the once brilliant blue crystal on his chest now displayed hints of red. The timer finally emitted its ominous sound, and Zero's body trembled imperceptibly. Running low on energy was indeed no pleasant experience. Submit. Belial, having just concluded his bout with Zero, laughed triumphantly. Your energy is limited, while mine stems from the entirety of the plasma spark core. You have no chance of victory now. No sooner had he spoken than a pure beam of light pierced through the ranks of monsters, arriving before Zero from an unexpected angle. Subsequently, before Zero even registered what occurred, it merged with the timer on his chest. In an instant, the energy replenishment was swift. Almost at the moment the unknown energy integrated with him, the crystal on Zero's chest ceased to flicker. Well done, Mebius gave a thumbs up to Jinga behind him. Jinga nodded in acknowledgement, never imagining he would one day assume the role of a healer. On the other hand, having received the energy boost, Zero felt a pang of discomfort. He had witnessed the light that replenished his energy emanate from that child. As a seasoned Ultra Warrior, and especially trained elite, it was indeed humiliating to be saved by a mere child who couldn't even comprehend the light on the battlefield. What a rapid energy replenishment! Who could it be? Belial pondered, confusion evident. What does it matter to you? Prepare to receive my attack. Zero unleashed his two throwing discs once more, launching a vigorous assault. In the monster graveyard, Jinga's nurturing light fully restored Zero to his peak condition, allowing him to confront Belial head-on. While Belial was momentarily constrained, Zero's absence undoubtedly increased the pressure on the remaining Ultra Warriors facing the multitude of monsters. After all, Zero had been the absolute mainstay in eliminating those beasts. Simultaneously, The ongoing combat had caused the already low-energy Ultra Warriors to start flashing red lights. Jinga, ever generous, noticing everyone's plight, initiated an enhanced version of a mutual energy replenishment, restoring the vitality of all allied characters present. Beams of light surged from Jinga's chest, coursing into the valiant Ultra Warriors engaged in battle. Thus, the atmosphere on the battlefield underwent a peculiar transformation. How delightful. The typically stoic Ultraman felt his cheeks flush. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say anything just now. How much energy does that kid possess? Sevenger queried. To restore one person's energy is already absurd. Can he truly replenish that of a group? On the other side, Jinga's collective energy restoration inadvertently revealed his position, drawing the attention of Belial, who was engaged with Zero. When did the Land of Light produce such a creature? My army of monsters has been worn down for half a day, victory within reach, and you instantly restore their condition? What becomes of my previous efforts? All monsters, heed my command. Prioritize the elimination of that boy with the 3 throwing discs, Belial ordered. Logically, it seemed impossible for an Ultra Warrior to share their energy with so many and still retain more. Yet the small warrior's recent actions defied expectation. Behind the stone pillar, Jinga anticipated that he would become a target for the collective. Targeting the healer first is a standard strategy. However, knowing this did not quell his anxiety. Which child could withstand the onslaught of hundreds of ferocious monsters and alien beings? Amidst the throng of monsters, a magma alien brandished a long blade with a wicked grin, charging forth. Boy, just wait. I'll slice open your chest and see just how much energy you possess. Jinga remained silent, channeling all his energy into the palms of his hands. Then, with a sudden clap of his hands, a resounding boom echoed. The ice-blue radiance merged with the earthy brown expanse of the monster graveyard, sending forth rippling waves akin to a crashing tide. In the next instant, a resounding crash. The blue glow erupted on the ground before Guka, as towering ice walls sprang forth. Amidst the cacophony, the thick ice walls, measuring dozens of meters, rapidly ascended to several hundred meters, effectively separating Guka from the encroaching beast horde. Dana, who was busy clearing the soldiers with the Soljet beam, gazed in astonishment at the suddenly risen ice walls. Goodness, if I had possessed such energy levels back when I battled Sphaya, would I have been drawn into a black hole? Roar. In front of Guka, the monsters howled at the jagged ice walls. Many lacked the ability to fly and could only leap to limited heights, allowing the ice walls to obstruct them for quite some time. As for those capable of burrowing underground, Guka had anticipated this as well. The ice did not merely crystallize on the surface, but also beneath it. However, for some flying monsters and extraterrestrial beings, the ice walls would offer limited protection. With a shrill screech, the volcanic bird monster Barton, along with other members of the beast horde, such as Baymonton, Sandrias, the ancient monster Melba, and the frozen beast Pajura, flapped their wings and soared above the ice walls. Guka had foreseen the emergence of these formidable flying monsters when he conjured the ice walls. His optimal strategy was to call upon his brother for assistance. Mebius had already been racing toward Guka and, upon hearing his thunderous shout, instantly transformed into his burning brave form. Do not harm my brother. With a whoosh, searing flames ignited upon Mebius's surface, transforming this valiant young warrior of the defense team into a blazing meteor, landing amidst the flying beasts above the ice wall. Mebius bomb. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his self-destruct technique. Boom. The shockwave generated by the Ultraman's self-detonation effortlessly sent a cluster of flying monsters plummeting. In quick succession, the remaining Ultras arrived to finish off the fallen foes. Guka seized the opportunity to catch Mebius after his explosion. Brother, you were so cool just now. Let me recharge your energy. When you explode again, we will surely triumph in this battle. The flashing red light on Mebius's chest signaled a cough, as if he were being choked by something. What are you doing, using your self-destruct technique so casually? Do you think I still have a life left after that? Such skills inflict significant damage on the body, Seven explained. Then let us forego it for now. You should focus on your recovery, brother. Guka placed his small hand on Mebius's chest. Mebius's eyes sparkled with appreciation, a smile gracing his face. Who said this boy was troublesome? He was simply wonderful. So considerate of his brother, the best little brother in the world. Guka pondered. After recovering, you should still be able to use the bomb once more, right? I have an idea. If I transfer energy to you at the moment of your self-detonation, Could it not elevate the bomb's power to a new level? Mebius replied. You spoke too soon. Guka reassured. Brother, do not fret. We are not using it now, just contemplating for future emergencies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Belial, engaged in a duel with Zero, found it difficult to ignore the commotion unfolding nearby. That lad with the spiked head was truly adept at creating surprises. A collective rejuvenation, coupled with an enormous ice wall. Was such power truly characteristic of an infant Ultraman? No, such maneuvers seemed far removed from the realm of fledgling warriors. Even distant from seasoned Ultramen. He himself was chosen by the Cosmic Sovereign, the Reblondo aliens, yet his energy output could not compare to such exaggeration. Why are you looking over there? Just as Belial momentarily lost focus, Zero's fist struck his face. Bang! The punch sent Belial sprawling, the immense force nearly straightening his hunched back. Following that, Zero swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Belial's left hand, which clutched the plasma spark core. Smack! As anticipated, the kick landed successfully. Belial's momentary distraction proved costly, sending the plasma spark core soaring into the air. As the core ascended, Zero, despite having the chance to intercept it, hesitated briefly and chose not to reach out, allowing it to fall to the ground. When the core hit the ground, it produced a crisp sound. To Zero, that sound was akin to a starting gun. No sooner had it rung out than his body transformed into a radiant streak, charging once more at Belial. This time, as Belial raised his ultimate battle device to defend, he lacked the previous ease. The fierce exchange of blows between the two elite Ultramen began anew. This time, Belial found himself on the defensive. It was hard to fathom that a veteran Ultraman with millennia of combat experience could be steadily subdued by a newcomer. Do you have any idea what I have endured over these years? Do you comprehend the efforts I exerted to attain true power? Do you know how grueling the winds and sands of 76 can be? Amidst the relentless onslaught, Zero's words flowed. Ultimately, with a stylish punch, he sent Belial flying. This time, Belial's ultimate battle device slipped from his grasp, spinning through the air before crashing down near the stone where the members of the Dragon's Spiral and Seiga were hiding. Belial, struck hard, felt a surge of frustration. What does your suffering have to do with me? I was only released from prison days ago. Though he was battered, Belial maintained his villainous demeanor, brushing off the dust and feigning nonchalance. Very well, what is your name? Zero. Zero shouted back. I am Zero Ultraman, the son of 7 Ultraman. With that, he delivered another flying kick. Bang! Belial, caught off guard, was struck again, nearly losing his balance. Zero's assault showed no signs of abating. He capitalized on Belial's momentary stiffness with a flurry of jabs. The rapid-fire punches left Belial bewildered, almost forgetting to defend. That lapse in defense proved disastrous as Zero followed up with a powerful kick. After concluding his combo, he raised his hands, deftly catching the 2 head darts that had been circling above. Then, with a clang, the head darts locked onto the timer. Zero's robust dual beams shot forth from his chest. Buzz! The potent beams propelled Belial backward with tremendous force. Moments later, he plunged into the lava gorge, splashing molten rock everywhere. Having watched the battle unfold, Zeta exclaimed in disbelief. Did he win? So cool. Zero Ultraman is incredible. I want him to teach me. I must become his disciple. Seiga sighed in relief, feeling the weight lift off his shoulders. Is it over? Captain Hinata still seemed a bit dazed. What role did we play in this battle? Surely, Ultramen do not require an audience. Time felt both fleeting and interminable. Inji shared the same thoughts as his captain. The Ultramen had triumphed. What a relief. Ray felt genuine joy for the Ultramen. On the battlefield's opposite side, with Guka providing support, the remaining Ultramen had nearly vanquished the beasts. After defeating Belial, Zero joined the fray, effortlessly dispatching the remaining monsters as though he were playing a simple mowing game. So impressive. Guka gazed at Zero with admiration. He had no worries regarding energy, yet his beam power paled in comparison. If only one could wield the radiant power of Zero, complemented by unparalleled endurance. Who in the cosmos would dare to be their rival? Yet, perhaps it need not be so convoluted. One could simply accompany Zero and serve as his charming power bank. How unambitious. Suddenly, a voice emerged beside Guga's ear. He recognized it as Noah, having not heard him speak for half a year, almost forgetting his presence entirely. You are the one I have chosen. Being merely an accessory is beneath you. I know. Can I not even entertain such thoughts? Guga replied mentally. Hey, why are you speaking now? What have you been doing for the past 6 months? Noah's voice resonated again. I am but a lingering thought. tasked with correcting any erroneous notions you may harbor. Guga comprehended that this was Noah's surveillance buried within him. As Guga pondered, he heard the teasing voice of Dina Ultraman. Hey, why so silent? Great contributor. Huh. Guga snapped back to reality, nodding robotically. Indeed, Dina praised. This battle owes much to you. Just as you told Mebius, you are. We have all marched towards victory under your leadership. Impressive indeed, young one, Siban added. Meanwhile, Zero remained silent. Right. The little one has indeed triumphed effortlessly. Why concern oneself with energy replenishment? It merely distorts one's contributions. He has vanquished so many monsters, yet no one acknowledges that. Zero is truly the great benefactor, Guga asserted. Without him, we would not have triumphed. Let alone his solitary defeat of Belial, the undisputed champion of the Land of Light. First generation? Champion? I suppose it signifies a warrior, Guga replied. Indeed, Zero humbly accepted. I shall retrieve the plasma spark core. We must return to the Land of Light to save everyone. Guga nodded, his eyes fixated on the direction where Belial had been cast away. According to the original narrative, the battle would not conclude so easily. Moreover, Belial's recent escape was rather suspicious. In the original tale, it was the Zarabians who aided Belial's breakout, having stumbled upon the long-lost ultimate combat device. Yet, following the last battle in the monster graveyard, Guga recalled that the ultimate combat device had been sealed back in the Valley of Flames. This suggests that to release Belial, a formidable force must breach the Valley of Flames, hinting at a powerful orchestrator behind the scenes. What are you staring at? That fellow is already submerged in the magma, dead beyond resurrection. Mebius gently nudged Guga. Impossible to revive, he stated only halfway through. From the magma canyon where Belial had been cast down, dark purple energies surged, with the magma churning as if boiling. Then, Belial's sinister voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. No one shall leave here alive. Subsequently, the ground beneath him in the graveyard reverberated with monstrous roars. Countless souls of monsters emerged from within. Roar. Oh, brethren, we seek your support. Chapter 56. The elimination of Ultraman's power bank is in the original tale. This incident did not conclude simply with Belial being cast into the lava canyon. At this moment, the warrior chosen by the Riablandians revealed his final card. A chilling wind swept through the monster graveyard. Countless monster souls, drawn by his power, soared towards the lava canyon. With their continuous influx, a grotesque and colossal monster materialized before everyone. The multi-bodied creature, Birudara, made its grand entrance. Birudara, an ultimate amalgamation of numerous monsters from the graveyard, boasted over 200 monsters and aliens adorning its surface. More astonishingly, these monsters retained mobility even after merging with Birudara. Parts of their lower bodies fused with Birudara, while their upper bodies remained free to move. The sight of over 200 monsters moving in unison rendered Birudara akin to a rotting carcass swarming with maggots. Atop Birudara, Belial was fused, serving as the absolute brain controlling the actions of this multi-bodied monster. We are truly witnessing history. What manner of beast is this? Zeta gazed at Birudara, taken aback. Dina Ultraman's expression turned grave. This creature, emerging from the magma canyon, towers nearly 2,000 meters just in its upper half. It is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Belial laughed boisterously atop Birudara. If you feel fear now, you may surrender. Though I shall not grant you mercy, it may alleviate your suffering. The emergence of the colossal Birudara cast a shadow of despair over everyone. The indomitable Zero stepped forward. Surrender? Humph. Zeta echoed Zero's sentiment. In this universe, no Ultraman has an enemy they cannot conquer. Hearing this, Zero turned to regard the young blue warrior for the first time, his gaze seemingly conveying, "You have spirit. I have been acknowledged. Do you see it? I sense the possibility of becoming your mentor." Zeta discreetly nudged Taiga beside him. Indeed. Taiga gave Zeta a thumbs up. This lad trembles as he speaks. He is truly earnest in seeking mentorship from Cousin Zero. That creature is truly enormous. Guga and Mebius stood together, gazing at the giant monster looming like a mountain, feeling a slight shock. Although prepared for this moment, witnessing the colossal creature in reality was still overwhelming. What troubled Guga more was that as he scrutinized Birudara, Belial atop it was also assessing him. "So, you possess a great deal of energy within you, don't you?" Belial sneered. In the next instant, whoosh, the multi-bodied Birudara swung its massive arm, swatting towards Guga. Whoosh. This seemingly mundane action conjured a tempest throughout the monster graveyard. Birudara had targeted Guga. Its vast size rendered its swat alarmingly expansive, leaving Guga no time to evade. Thus, he could only brace himself with his left arm, channeling light energy from his chest to conjure a shield of light large enough to encompass his entire being. The barrier is ineffective. We must assist him, Leo Ultraman shouted. Guga, having already proven his capabilities in battle, would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the entire land of light if he continued to grow. We must save him, even if it costs our lives. Even if Guga were but an ordinary child, the Ultraman would still make the same choice. Children are the future. Halt. Zero aimed at Birudara's elbow joint and unleashed a powerful dual beam. Buzz. This beam had previously succeeded in pushing Belial into the lava canyon, but this time, it failed to yield the desired effect. The impact of the beam, formidable against the 50-meter Belial, was akin to a mere tickle for the 4,000-meter Birudara. Furthermore, the strike drew the attention of numerous monsters adorning Birudara's surface. Roar. Hundreds of monsters bellowed, gathering energy to unleash a barrage of colorful energy beams. Faced with this torrential assault, even Zero had to avoid the onslaught. I can give it a try? Behind a massive rocky outcrop, the human Leonix Raymond stood, wielding the combat device, poised to resonate with the ultimate combat device that Belial had just fallen from. As long as the resonance is successful, he can control the hundreds of monsters within Belialdora. To everyone's astonishment, his efforts prove fruitful. The resonance between the two battle devices succeeds, causing the countless monsters on Belialdora's surface to quiet simultaneously, as if they have fallen into a deep slumber. Concurrently, the massive creature Belialdora pauses its arm movement momentarily. Phew. Sweating profusely, Raymond breathes a sigh of relief at this moment. Yet, in the next instant, the monsters that had barely been subdued by Belialdora reopen their eyes. Roar. The earth-shaking roar is even louder than before. Raymond exclaims, "How can this be? How can this be?" The ancient warrior Ultraman Guts, now designated as Belial's primary target, echoes Raymond's sentiment. In the original text, Raymond could influence Belialdora, even causing it to disintegrate with his assistance. Why is this not the case now? Above Belialdora, a hint of disdain flickers in Belial's eyes. Humph, human Leonix, do you even know who your enemy is? As he speaks, it seems the spectators can glimpse the ethereal figure of the Reblondo alien emerging behind him. The creature, grotesque in appearance, has a head resembling a wrench, with eyes positioned on either side of its head. Regardless of whether others see it, Ultraman Guts sees it clearly and locks eyes with it. Faced with the former cosmic sovereign, Guts remains undaunted, even tilting his head to inquire, "Are you looking at me?" In that moment of eye contact, he comprehends that Belial intends to eliminate him, believing that as long as he exists, the Ultraman warriors possess an inexhaustible source of energy, making them difficult to vanquish. The Reblondo alien concealed within Belial also seeks his demise, for it fears him. Phew. Belialdora continues to strike, its colossal arms swinging as all combat-capable Ultraman warriors attempt to intervene, but to no avail. Ultimately, the massive creature's palm collides with Guts. Chapter 57. The God You Are to Face Few. Belialdora's simple arm swing stirs a tempest, successfully striking Guts despite the efforts of numerous Ultraman warriors to impede it. Standing at 4,000 meters tall, Belialdora's hand dwarfs that of the Ultraman, akin to a human's hand compared to that of the Ultraman. It is no exaggeration to say that under such overwhelming physical dominance, no Ultraman could emerge unscathed from this strike. Yet, remarkably, Guts appears to have done so. Everyone is astonished to witness Belialdora's hand coming to an abrupt halt upon striking Guts, as if it had kicked a soccer ball against an indestructible fire hydrant. Guts, unwilling to witness his dear friend Zeta meet a tragic fate, gazes at the scene in confusion. What is happening? Guts will be fine, right? The chances of survival seem negligible, nearly dismissible, rationalizes Taiga. The absolute disparity in size cannot be compensated for by energy alone. On the other side, Seven expresses uncertainty. There's still a fluctuation. Did Guts and Mephius manage to block it? In the next moment, whoosh, a pure, sacred white light emanates through the gaps in Belialdora's palm. So warm, Zeta almost gasps in delight. Nearby, the first Ultraman gazes sorrowfully. Is Mephius shielding his brother from this blow? Clearly, regardless of the outcome, it is unacceptable to the denizens of the land of light. Whoosh. As the radiant light spilling from Belialdora's palm grows brighter and warmer, crackling sounds resonate. The tightly clenched palm of Belialdora begins to tremble. In the next instant, boom. The thunderous sound of collision reaches everyone's ears. Belialdora's arm, influenced by the mysterious white light, returns at twice its previous speed. Then smack. The retreating palm strikes Belialdora's own massive head. It delivers a tremendous blow to itself. Above Belialdora, Belial is clearly stunned by this sudden turn of events, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, it is not only Belial who is bewildered. After Belialdora's palm is redirected, the entire monster graveyard falls into a peculiar silence. Everyone is left dumbfounded. What is that? The first to speak is Seiga, gazing in awe and wonder at the silver giant that has suddenly appeared nearby. The giant's form is unlike any known Ultraman race in the universe, enveloped in pure radiant light, with a pair of wings adorned with luminous feathers extending from its back, exuding a sense of holiness. Moreover, the astute Seiga notices the familiar physical characteristics of his friend on this mysterious giant, the uniquely shaped timer on its chest, and the three-head spikes atop its head. Is there another Ultraman with such a form in this universe apart from Guts? G-Guts? Seiga hesitantly calls out the name. To his surprise, the figure responds by tilting its head and giving a slight nod. It is truly Guts, awakening a new form in such a crisis? This is the most plausible explanation Seiga can conceive. Zeta leaps up in excitement. Wow. Guts, you look amazing. You remind me of someone I once met. But I can't quite recall who due to their age. Meanwhile, the first Ultraman reflects thoughtfully. On the dragon ship, the ordinary humans are more profoundly affected. The hidden knees tremble on the verge of kneeling. Suddenly, my knees feel weak. The ship's mechanic, Kumano, has transformed into a starry-eyed state. So cool. Is that the new form of the little warrior? Why did he grow in size after transforming? Ultraman warriors indeed cannot be understood by ordinary logic. As the crowd marvels at the origins of the sacred warrior, Guts, having switched to this new form, is aware that he cannot maintain it for long and must act swiftly. Thus, he gently beckons with his hand. Whoosh. In an instant, the head of the multi-bodied monster Belialdora falls. Boom. The colossal object's descent causes the entire monster graveyard to tremble. At that moment, the one trembling the most is undeniably Belial, perched atop Belialdora's head. What is happening? How can this be? Where did this giant come from? Where did it come from? I refuse to accept this. Guts raises his hand lightly and speaks calmly. I only concern myself with slaughter, not with answering questions. The raised hand is not an apology, but rather a signal that Belial must train harder. Bang! The exquisite manipulation of energy and immense energy explosion obliterates Belialdora's fallen head into a mass of flesh and blood, executing a swift kill. Barely escaping from the magma gorge, Belial has no chance to return to imprisonment, meeting his demise in an instant. The first Ultraman's bulbous eyes tremble. Did you all just see him strike? Everyone shakes their heads in unison. No. The entire monster graveyard plunges into a deathly silence once more. After a pause, Seiga remarks, at least the outcome is favorable. Everything has concluded. This time, it should truly be over. I must speak with him. I need to hear him acknowledge the matter concerning Guts, he asserts. Zero reaches out to block Seiga's path. I want to see what this fellow is made of. To be so ostentatious. In a corner of the monster graveyard, Zero observes the sacred warrior with his back turned and expresses dissatisfaction. Hey, who exactly are you? Why are you here? You borrowed that kid's body, didn't you? I knew it. How could such a good child contain so much energy? Tell me, what is your purpose in all this? Zero's questions come in rapid succession, yet the sacred warrior before him offers no satisfactory response. At this moment, Zero felt a sense of humiliation as he extended his hand. The instant his palm made contact with that of the sacred warrior, the previously robust arm of his opponent began to shrink at a visible rate, reverting to the diminutive form of Ultraman Jinga. I'm a bit tired. I shall rest now, Jinga declared before collapsing into slumber. Given his current strength, it was evident that transforming into a larger form was not something to be taken lightly, as it was far too draining. Zero stood bewildered. As expected, this little one. Seaman hurried to his son's side, instructing, carry him back to the land of light. With this matter settled, we too must return. We shall discuss the recent events at a later time. Half a day later, the core of the plasma spark was restored to its rightful place. The Dipholita ray was reactivated, replenishing the energy consumed by the citizens of the land of light who had been trapped in ice for days. Upon regaining his freedom, The father of Ultra expressed his appreciation to those who participated in this mission. You have succeeded. Well done. Ace quickly inquired, has Jinga been found? That young lad pursued the fugitive to another star system. I wonder how he fares now. He is currently in the hospital of the Land of Light, replied Mephius. Ace, concerned for his apprentice's well-being, pressed, what? Is he injured? How did it happen? Mephius, feeling a pang of guilt, confessed, he was injured while protecting me. At the monster graveyard, he insisted on standing beside me to mitigate the impact of Belial's attack. In the end, I was of no help and only became a burden to him. The calamity of Belial's prison break had finally come to an end. The billions of citizens of the Land of Light were freed from their icy confinement. Curiously, when inquiries arose regarding the details of the battle at the monster graveyard, all who had experienced the conflict remained tight-lipped, attributing their victory solely to Zero. Only a select few were aware that the true hero lay at home, soundly asleep. This child was physically unharmed, but due to the overload of energy he had absorbed, his organs were exhausted, necessitating rest. The leader of the Silver Cross Army, the mother of Ultra, after examining Jinga, indicated to Mephius that there was no need for excessive worry. And how long will Jinga need to sleep? Zeta asked with concern, as he had many questions he wished to pose to Jinga. It could be a day or two, or perhaps even months, the mother of Ultra replied. That is such a long time without play, Zeta lamented, lowering his head. Taiga, exasperated, nudged Zeta, given how Jinga transformed in the monster graveyard. It's fortunate that he can recover through sleep. Understanding, Zeta nodded obediently. The mother of Ultra then gestured to Taiga. Jinga needs his rest. It would be best for you to leave now. The clever Taiga instantly understood, pulling Zeta along as he said, Come, I'll take you to the library to read. Whether you've been there before or not, you're coming with me. Once the two children departed, only Mephius and the mother of Ultra remained in the room. While conducting a comprehensive examination of the child, she discovered additional findings. The mother of Ultra activated a three-dimensional projection, pointing out the data to Mephius. This indicates the density of his muscles, and this is his bone density. As Mephius glanced at the data on the chart, his eyes widened with astonishment. These figures are far beyond those of his peers. Indeed, the mother of Ultra smiled. However, what is most critical is the distribution of energy and light within this child. But it doesn't show up. Is it not recorded? Mephius questioned, perplexed. With a calm demeanor, the mother of Ultra delivered the most astonishing news. It exceeds the machine's detection threshold. After a brief silence, Mephius inquired, what is the detection limit of the machine? The mother of Ultra replied, approximately 30 million. Mephius gasped. During his own evaluation for the Cosmic Patrol, his energy accumulation peak was merely 98, which already marked him as an extraordinary talent, considering his peers averaged just above 50. 30 million. What a staggering concept. Jinga alone could energize an entire squadron. The crucial detail was that this figure represented the machine's detection limit, not Jinga's true energy capacity. The mother of Ultra asserted, your actions in bringing him back are worthy of significant recognition. This child must be nurtured carefully. Mephius nodded, but after a moment of joy, he felt a sudden wave of melancholy. I do not seek accolades for myself. I merely hope that the patrol grants this child ample time to grow. In comparison to the warriors of the Land of Light, he was a prodigy, yet he remained a child. The mother of Ultra reassured Mephius that the patrol had indeed considered this matter. In the headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol, within the captain's office, the heavy drapes of the large windows were drawn, and several luminous figures convened in secrecy, releasing a fugitive, hijacking a spaceship, and transforming into another giant at a critical moment to swiftly vanquish a composite monster that even you could not handle. Zoffy listened to his brother's reports on the battle at the monster graveyard, feeling a sense of unreality. In an instant, yes, brother, must I repeat myself? Seaman nodded. It was not another giant. It resembled a new form. The first Ultraman interjected. Seaman insisted it was indeed another giant. After transforming, he did not communicate with us, did you not see? Moreover, what kind of form allows a 30-meter child to suddenly grow to 50 or 60 meters? The first Ultraman maintained his stance. His lack of communication was due to his focus on battle, as he was burdened with immense energy and had no time to converse with us. As for the transformation in height, while it is rare among Ultra warriors, it should not pose much difficulty, right? Seaman countered, another person. The first Ultraman retorted, new form. Seaman persisted, another person. The first Ultraman shouted, new form. Zoffy, overwhelmed by the commotion, interjected, "Enough. Let us wait for the child to awaken. We shall have our answers then." This made sense to them. The first Ultraman and Seaman exchanged glances. In a corner unnoticed, Ace, upon hearing tales of his apprentice's valiant deeds, couldn't contain himself and let out an ecstatic chuckle. My apprentice is truly remarkable. What did that kid do to make Ace so giddy?" Jack remarked, bemused. "By the way, I have something to discuss with you, brother," Seaman said, turning to Zoffy. "I have been teaching Jinga martial arts, but now that Zero has returned, I wish to spend more time with my son," Seaman admitted, his voice growing softer with embarrassment. "I would like to have the Leo brothers teach Jinga. Their martial arts surpass mine, making them more suitable. I have already spoken to them before this meeting." "Of course," Zoffy agreed without hesitation. "I can even grant you a few days off to enjoy quality time with your son." The first Ultraman concurred. It is time to make amends with Zero. Father and son should bond and strengthen their relationship. Also, Seaman, remember to temper your temper while spending time with your son. Seaman felt that his elder brother was becoming more verbose with age. I know. No one understands raising a son better than I do." 2 days later, at the Ultra Combat Arena, the first Ultraman gazed at the floating combat platform where Zero and his son faced off. His bulbous eyes flickered rapidly, filled with unspoken reproach. "Hey, is this how you spend father-son time, at the Ultra Combat Arena? Seaman, is this your idea of making amends with your child?" Yet, not all blame could be placed on brother Seaman. Jack offered a wry smile. It was Zero who insisted on coming. "Wait, don't say anything. It's about to begin." Ace leaned forward eagerly, his body inclined, eager not to miss the thrilling spectacle. On the combat platform, Seaman declared, "Child, I will not hold back." Gripping his throwing star, he assumed a combat stance. There are many ways to express love for a child, and engaging in battle alongside them is certainly one of them. Just so, let this burgeoning child, who has experienced the monstrous battlefield, witness the prowess of seasoned warriors. On the opposing side, Zero remained silent, relentlessly charging forward with his fists. Chapter 59. The Power of Noah, revised version, at the home of Mirabeus. Seiga and Zeta sat beside the bed of Ultraman Jinga. It had been a week, yet Jinga had yet to awaken. Zeta gazed at the slumbering figure, his thoughts drifting to the Ultraman arena. He had heard that today, Master Zero was set to engage in a father-son battle against Seaman, but as soon as school ended, Seiga had summoned him to visit Jinga. Seiga remarked, "If you wish to watch, then by all means go. Watching the match is undoubtedly more exhilarating than keeping company with a friend. I would never suggest that you neglect your friend." Zeta retorted, "What nonsense. I am Jinga's closest friend. I want to be the first to inquire about that silver giant that appeared that day upon his awakening. As for the outcome of the battle, he could merely inquire about it afterward." Indeed, a true friend, Seiga commended with a thumbs up. While the two children engaged in their conversation, Jinga finally stirred, his eyes illuminating faintly as he murmured, "No need to tease, Seiga. You coax Zeta as if he were a little puppy." "Who is a puppy?" Zeta replied indignantly. Then, realization struck him, and he excitedly turned to Jinga. "You're awake? That's wonderful, Jinga. Can we go now?" Seiga interjected, "What are you thinking?" "Jinga has just awakened and needs time to recuperate." Jinga responded, "Indeed. I have been lying down for too long. I feel the need to reacquaint myself with my limbs." Zeta reassured himself. "Well, is it not merely Master Zero's father-son battle? What is there to see?" "Wait, what did you say?" Jinga inquired with keen interest. Zeta explained, "Master Zero has challenged Commander Seaman to a duel, and they are likely already engaged in battle at the Ultraman arena." Jinga urged, "Help me up. I must see." The allure of excitement appears to be a shared trait among all sentient beings, especially when such a grand spectacle is at hand. Seiga reminded him, "Did you not just mention reacquainting yourself with your limbs?" Jinga considered this trivial matter could be surmounted. "Carry me. Let us depart." 2 seconds later, the window of the Mirabeus residence was abruptly flung open, and 2 beams of light shot forth at the utmost speed towards the Ultraman arena. Ultraman arena. Upon the levitating combat platform, Seaman touched his face, remarking, "That rascal strikes with such ferocity. Each blow lands squarely." "You said it yourself, on the arena. There are no fathers and sons, only opponents," Zero replied, adopting a fighting stance, his heart filled with genuine joy. After years of training, this day had finally arrived. "Old man, savor the love of your son." The audience section of the arena was filled to capacity due to the father-son battle, which typically attracted only a sparse crowd. By the time the 3 children arrived, there were no available seats, not even a place to stand. Taiga exclaimed. This seating area, which can accommodate over 100,000, is completely full. From the moment Zeta entered, his gaze was fixed on the arena. Let us just float above and watch. Wow, Master Zero is incredible. His combination of punches has left Commander Seiga dazed. Jinga nodded in agreement. His technique is fierce and aggressive. He strikes his own father even more ruthlessly than he does monsters. Taiga noted, Commander Seiga has counterattacked. His spear manipulation is masterful. I knew he would not easily succumb to his son. Jinga concurred. The bond between father and son is truly captivating. I love watching it. As the battle reached its climax, the otherwise aloof Zero chose to hold back, affording his father a semblance of dignity. As the battle concluded, over 100,000 spectators began to exit. In the exit corridor, Zeta remarked wistfully, Master Zero could have won. Youth is an asset. His reaction speed is evidently superior to Commander Seiga's. Taiga agreed. That is a valid point. Yet Commander Seiga possesses immense battle experience and a flawless, systematic approach. At this moment, Zeta remembered an important question he had yet to ask. Jinga, during that incident in the monster graveyard. Before he could finish, Taiga covered his mouth. The question you wish to ask is now one of the highest secrets of the security team. Is this a place for such discussions? Zeta, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded apprehensively. Just then, having completed his exit, Zero appeared directly in front of the three children. His gaze landing on Jinga as he called out, Kid, you're awake. Hey, what exactly happened to you in the monster graveyard? Zeta and Taiga were taken aback. Isn't that a top secret? Did he just inquire so openly in front of everyone? Was he not informed of the confidentiality when it was sealed? Jinga exchanged a glance with Zero, conveying, I am unaware. Taiga sighed in relief. Fortunately, Jinga was astute. With so many people around, it was clearly not the appropriate setting for such discussions. Zero would surely understand Jinga's implication and could wait for a more private moment to inquire. Zero responded, You're lying. You were clearly. Taiga's eyes brightened significantly as he quickly moved forward, covering his brother's mouth. How could you not understand? Zero exclaimed, Ugh, hurry and let me go. Taiga, why are you covering my mouth? This matter is confidential. There are too many people around. Taiga recognized that he could not engage in a roundabout conversation with his brother and could only subtly indicate. Zero understood. You should have said so earlier. Come to my house to talk. No one is home. Just as he finished speaking, Seiga appeared before them. Do not block the way here. You are hindering others. Also, Jinga, you need to come with me. At the headquarters of the Cosmic Security Force, Jinga sat, apprehensive, in the commander's office. Having been in the Land of Light for some time, it was his first visit to this center of authority. Across from him, Zoffy attempted to appear more approachable. Speaking gently, do not be nervous, my boy. I simply have a few questions to ask you. Jinga nodded, you may ask. And I will answer truthfully to the best of my knowledge. Zoffy smiled. Despite his differing appearance from the inhabitants of the Land of Light, Jinga displayed the demeanor of an ordinary child. He was not at all the ominous being that Seiga had described. He was merely a well-behaved boy. You are unaware of the reason you have appeared in this universe, correct? Jinga nodded, correct. Zoffy continued. Your memory has been compromised. How much do you recall of the battle in the monster graveyard? Jinga pondered, his clear eyes meeting Zoffy's gaze. He remembered everything. Seeing the child's honesty, Zoffy's impression of him improved. Could you elaborate? I had intended to hide upon entering the monster graveyard. But as the situation deteriorated for our side, I summoned my resolve and decided to step forward. Zoffy clearly did not wish to hear that. Please focus on the final moments of the battle, specifically when you, Jinga interjected, I harnessed the light of Noah. Chapter 60. Zoffy. This child is truly touching. Revised version. Zoffy was taken aback for approximately 3 to 4 seconds upon hearing the child's words. What? I harnessed the light of Noah. Jinga reiterated earnestly, fearing that Zoffy, due to his age, might not have heard clearly, even deliberately slowing his speech. Which kind? Zoffy swallowed, his heart racing more than ever. Although Ultraman had previously mentioned in meetings that the boy, upon transformation, bore a resemblance to Noah. Hearing Jinga confirm it so directly left Zoffy somewhat flustered. Noah, what does this signify? An Ultraman who has existed since the primordial age. The pinnacle of all beings who yearn for the light. A deity. Excuse me, did Noah take possession of your body? Zoffy inquired after clearing his throat. Did he utilize your body to navigate the monster graveyard? Zoffy speculated. You are indeed fortunate, young one. No, Guga shook his head solemnly. It is he who bestowed this brilliance upon me, granting me the liberty to wield this power at will. However, my frail body necessitates a period of rest after each use. Zoffy found the term bestowed exceptionally foreign. To give, it means Noah has relinquished his supreme divine power and bestowed it upon a child? How could this boy possibly deserve it, being merely a child of his own? Zoffy conducted a final verification, slowing his speech. His luminous eyes fixed upon the composed child. Can you assure me of the truthfulness of your words? You must understand, this is an exceedingly serious matter. Gu Jia nodded. Uncle, I can. Zoffy, having regained his composure after the initial surprise, nodded in return. Having held a high position for many years, could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the power Noah granted you? Gu Jia chose not to withhold anything, recounting his experiences on planet Babel, detailing every nuance. This narration extended for a full half-hour. After this duration, Zoffy, who believed he was prepared for the revelations, could not help but gasp. Indeed, quite remarkable. Your recognition by Noah must signify your unique qualities. Your choice to spare Sandrias reveals that you have not betrayed Noah's trust. Zoffy took a deep breath and continued. May I pose another question? Upon seeing the child nod, he inquired, why have you never mentioned this to us before? And why are you willing to disclose it now? Gu Jia answered candidly, because everyone witnessed my performance in the monster graveyard. Zoffy acknowledged, that is indeed true. Gu Jia sincerely responded, additionally, during my 6 months here, I have developed profound feelings for the land of light. I refrained from speaking earlier out of fear. Gu Jia inhaled deeply. I have acquired a power I should not possess, and I am uncertain of the calamities it may invite. Yet now, I reside in the land of light. I have friends and family, and mentors who care for me. I have support. I believe that if disaster were to strike, I would not be alone. Uncle, I may sound selfish. Across from him, Zoffy covered his eyes. No, not selfish at all. Good child, please continue. I have finished speaking. Gu Jia felt a bit embarrassed, indeed. A true warrior of justice. A few minutes later, Zoffy once again adjusted his emotions. I apologize. Uncle has lost his composure. I have gathered all that I need to know. Little Gu Jia, please keep our conversation today confidential, aside from your brother, understood? Understood. Gu Jia nodded. Zoffy waved his hand. Very well, return to rest. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek Uncle's assistance. Just as you said, the land of light will always be your steadfast support. Gu Jia seized the opportunity. Since you have said that, I actually have one more matter to discuss. May I keep my friend, the behemoth, close by? Zoffy, while inclined to agree, had to consider the safety of the land of light. That sort of monster is better kept in the Scientific Bureau's breeding grounds. Bringing it into the land of light could easily incite unnecessary panic. Gu Jia replied, Hikaru promised to gift me a monster ball to contain behemoth, and I can assure you it will remain discreet. Zoffy pondered. In that case, gifting such an item to a child is indeed a thoughtful gesture from Hikaru. Having it on hand would certainly avoid unnecessary trouble, but confining behemoth to the ball would subject it to a deep slumber, far less joyful than life in the breeding grounds. If you truly consider that monster a friend, then Gu Jia understood. Indeed, old behemoth would be more comfortable under the Scientific Bureau's care. I see now. Let it live in the breeding grounds. However, I wish to visit often and take it out to play sometimes. Zoffy nodded, a kind-hearted child. This is simple. I will contact the Scientific Bureau to enhance your identification card with additional privileges. Gu Jia replied, Thank you, Uncle. I shall return to my studies now. I have fallen behind on much work after resting for so long. The door to the captain's office opened and closed as Gu Jia departed. Shortly after, the door opened once more, this time revealing Hikaru. Hikaru reported, The data you instructed me to examine has yielded results. As he spoke, the expression of the chief of the Scientific Bureau gradually dimmed. All instruments responsible for measuring energy activity within him have reported errors. However, there is good news. Based on the accounts of all witnesses present, I have constructed a model. He then opened his hands, revealing a miniature moving model of a giant. Enhanced by the technological prowess of the Scientific Bureau, the small model appeared as exquisite as a living being. Zoffy was immediately captivated by the model in Hikaru's hands, his eyes reflecting the luminescent wings of the other, exclaiming, just as Ultraman and 7 described, it is indeed beautiful. As for resembling Noah, I fail to see the likeness. Zoffy remarked, although Noah possesses wings, I have yet to witness them fully unfurl. Yet, that boy's energy undeniably originates from Noah. Could these wings be a manifestation of Noah's wings once entirely opened? Captain, what are you saying? Hikaru was perplexed. Zoffy replied, Oh, I was just about to inform you that there is no need to investigate the energy within that boy. I have confirmed that he is utilizing the light of Noah. Hikaru exclaimed, What? Chapter 61, A New Teacher in Physical Arts? On the streets below the Cosmic Guard, Guga encountered Zeta. Zeta, brimming with curiosity, asked, Hey, what did they discuss with you? Guga waved his hand dismissively, recalling Zoffy's words of concern for his well-being. And Taiga? Zeta replied. Taiga is limited in his outdoor activities. Commander Taro fears he might sneak off to pilot a spaceship again. Taiga has already damaged 2 ships assigned to Commander Taro. Well, he cannot be entirely blamed, Guga said. Feeling somewhat guilty, his involvement was indeed present in both incidents. I said as much, but Commander Taro warned that if I plead for Taiga again, I would also be grounded. Zeta's voice trailed off. Guga responded, That shows great care for the child. Zeta noted, These are trivial matters. You still haven't told me how you transformed in the monster graveyard. Guga realized that without a direct response, Zeta would persist in questioning, so he earnestly replied, Zeta, I wish I could share, but I cannot disclose it at this moment. I understand. Zeta smiled. It's a secret, I can certainly respect that. No pressure. My curiosity isn't overwhelming. Guga nodded. Thank you, my good friend. I shall return to my studies now, as I have fallen behind on quite a bit of work during my rest. Would you like to study with me? After awakening, Guga noticed subtle changes in his life. The incident at the monster graveyard, even if the official narrative omitted his final strike against Bairudala, still marked a significant achievement worthy of recognition at a school assembly. However, Guga, wishing to maintain a low profile, vehemently declined, resulting in an internal commendation from the guard. Zoffy awarded him a star medal. Alongside him, the returning Ultraman Zero also received honors. On the way home, Guga's companion, Mebius, cradled the small box presented to him by the guard for his brother. Cherishing it dearly, you truly made me proud. During my mission on Earth, I was awarded a star medal for defeating the Ampelras with my team. At that time, I was already an adult and had been training with the guard for a considerable while. You, at such a tender age, have already been bestowed with this remarkable honor, despite not even being a member of the reserve team. More importantly, you have been recognized by Noah, which is no small feat. In short, your future is boundless. My dear boy. Haha. Gu Jia chuckled beside him. It's all thanks to my elder brother's excellent guidance. He was rather indifferent to medals, as at his young age, they offered him no real privileges or tangible benefits like direct financial rewards. However, seeing Mengbio so pleased brought him joy as well. I will keep this for you until the day you enter the security team or enroll in Ultra University, Mengbio said, fearing that the child might not take the medal seriously, and that power must not be misused either. Suddenly, Mengbio leaned closer, lowering his voice. I was quite worried while you were unconscious. All right, I will listen to my brother, Gu Jia replied obediently. Satisfied with his younger brother's promise, Mengbio nodded approvingly. That's good. Now that you're awake, I must resume my patrol duties. This time, Sailor will accompany me, and we may be away for a month or 2. You must behave while I'm gone. Although the hospital said you are fine, having endured powers not meant for you will certainly have its effects, so you need to rest for a while. Don't worry, brother, I will be the most obedient, Gu Jia responded, not forgetting to mention his beloved spaceship. By the way, what happened to the Cheburashka spaceship I requisitioned? It broke down at the border of the 78th Nebula. How did the security team handle it? Mengbio replied matter-of-factly, of course, it was confiscated. Did you think the security team would allow you to use it privately? Speaking of which, you must never engage in robbery again. You are someone who has drawn the attention of powerful figures. Forget it. I'll teach you, but if you don't listen, your new teacher will surely have something to say. Gu Jia asked curiously, new teacher? Is the homeroom teacher changing? Sailor volunteered to resign. And now Leo and Astra will be your martial arts instructors. I have complete confidence in leaving you in their hands. Those two can train even Sailor well. Let alone you. You might not be familiar with them since they don't stay long in the land of light, but their combat prowess and teaching abilities are unparalleled. Mengbio gave a thumbs up, his bulbous eyes sparkling, perhaps recalling the kick he received from Leo on Earth. Brother Leo, I feel he will be even stricter than Teacher One, Gu Jia mused. Realizing that under the tutelage of Leo and Astra, who are the strongest users of light and martial arts in the land of light, he was receiving an unparalleled honor. Yet, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Perhaps it was because these esteemed teachers were also known as the Brute and Dismemberment King throughout the universe. 2 days later, After school, Gu Jia arrived at the arena as promised to meet his new teachers. Hello, teacher. On his first day of learning with the new instructor, Gu Jia aimed to make a good impression and behaved exceptionally well. Good boy, no need to be so formal. We have met before, Leo said with a warm smile. He was delighted to return to the land of light, and even happier to teach this child. From their previous interactions, it was clear that Gu Jia's character was far superior to that of the troublesome sailor. Moreover, in the monster graveyard, he had benefited from Gu Jia's light energy and witnessed his various capabilities. More importantly, this child was recognized by Noah. Would Noah take an ordinary child under his wing? It is no exaggeration to say that the term genius is an understatement for students of this caliber. My training does not require such formality, Leo said. Gu Jia chuckled awkwardly. Leo suddenly changed his demeanor. Why are you joking around in such a serious place as the arena? Isn't it you said I should relax and smile? Go to that corner and do 1,000 squats. We'll begin today's lesson once you're done. Teacher, is this your way of establishing authority on the very first day? Outside the martial arts training facility, Seiga and Zeta peered in cautiously. Zeta held his breath. This new teacher seems capable of keeping Gu Jia in check. After 2 hours, Gu Jia concluded his martial arts training and exited the arena. Supporting himself with his hands on his hips, Seiga was already waiting outside and hurried over, concerned. Are you all right? I'm fine. I just did 1,000 squats. Learned some essential boxing techniques and got a bit of a beating, Gu Jia said with a flicker of light in his bulbous eyes, revealing a rather wretched smile. It's a minor issue. Does the teacher still punish students? How many hits does one have to endure to become an exceptional warrior like Sailor? Zeta felt a surge of pressure. Teaching is not punishment. It's guidance, Seiga replied, true to his father's nature. His words were precise. He then stepped forward and lifted Gu Jia. Go home and rest well. Massage your legs. After so much leg work, you won't feel it now? But tomorrow you'll definitely be sore. I know from experience. Did Commander Seiga train you like this? Zeta asked. Seiga shook his head. I requested it myself. My father was strict, but it was mostly about daily life. Zeta then brought up another topic, his brow furrowed. Hey, have you heard? Due to the recent disaster, the holiday has been postponed. It was supposed to be this weekend, but has been pushed to next month. Understandable. The Belial prison break incident just ended, and it will take time for life in the land of light to return to normal, Seiga remarked with understanding. Zeta said, by then, we'll have a 5-day holiday. Should we go somewhere this time? Gu Jia and Seiga responded in unison. No, we can't. Seiga had broken 2 of his father's spaceships and now had to return home before 8 every day. As for Gu Jia, with such a strict martial arts teacher, he would likely have an increased training load during the 5-day break, leaving no room for excuses. It's always like this. You both have your own commitments, Zeta said, his head hanging low, feeling dejected. By then, you can come to my house or train with me, Seiga generously invited. Gu Jia readily extended an invitation. You're welcome to join us. Zeta quickly waved his hands. No need for that. I appreciate your kindness. The next day, Gu Jia walked into class, his legs stiff like a robot. What is wrong with you? The curious girl Felina inquired, helping him to his seat. It's just a minor issue from yesterday's training. You are even more diligent than I am. Is your ambition to join the cosmic security team as well? Felina's big eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had observed Gu Jia's efforts since he transferred in 6 months ago. The term future felt both familiar and foreign to Gu Jia. At this point, he did not possess a clear and defined plan for what lay ahead. To a certain extent, he hoped that his future could be one of perpetual tranquility, living a life of ease. However, the cosmic order did not permit such complacency. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Jia finally replied, to be honest, I haven't figured it out yet. Felina's curiosity was piqued further. Then what are you striving for? Gu Jia replied, to achieve immortality. This aspiration was indeed quite grand, and Felina enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up. The teacher has arrived. Today's first class is monster studies. Gu Jia immediately straightened up in his seat and summoned the textbook for the day's lesson from the 3-dimensional projection. As the school bell rang, the blue-skinned monster studies teacher entered the classroom. Students, today we will continue our exploration of monster studies. Just a couple of days ago, we discussed the cosmic behemoth, Mismatched, a creature from the crab-shaped nebula. Interestingly, I have a few acquaintances at the Science and Technology Bureau. Recently, they have been fostering a Mismatched that is said to have a gentle temperament. The ancients proclaimed that reading thousands of books is no substitute for traveling thousands of miles. Therefore, for today's monster studies class, I have decided to take you to the breeding grounds of the Science and Technology Bureau. This will allow my students to observe the creatures from our textbook up close. Felina leaned closer to Gu Jia and whispered, "Is that how the proverb is used?" Gu Jia replied, "It's not about the literal meanings of reading and traveling. It has a deeper significance. Simply put, practical experience is more valuable than mere theoretical knowledge. Akin to the idea that what is learned from books can only scratch the surface of true understanding." Felina, somewhat confused, asked, "Oh, but what does your latter phrase mean?" Upon hearing her question, Gu Jia felt a sudden clarity, as if the convolutions of his brain had smoothed out. A wave of relaxation washed over him, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through a Norwegian forest or transforming into a butterfly after the rain. "You see, Felina, the assessments for the Guard Corps are not solely based on combat and physical prowess. They also consider intellect." Felina responded, "It seems that as long as one excels in other areas, failing the cultural subjects wouldn't be a problem, right? The Guard Corps values combat." Gu Jia countered, "But if you enter without understanding tactics, that would be disastrous, wouldn't it? Occasionally, you should read as well. During class, try not to play with your grip strengthener too often. Focus on your studies." Gu Jia spoke earnestly. The chatterbox Felina, who seldom engaged her intellect, contrasted sharply with her quiet and wise brother, Phyllis. During their whispered conversation, the teacher waved his hand, prompting the elementary students to quickly gather their belongings. Nothing could surpass the joy of playing during class time. If there were something better, it would be watching a movie during lessons. In the outskirts of the City of Light, at the Science and Technology Bureau's breeding grounds, Zeta leaned toward Gu Jia, saying, "I have a feeling that the bay monster the teacher mentioned is." Seiga nodded in agreement. "You're right, it is. Bay monsters are typically ferocious creatures that do not remain in breeding grounds for long, making Gu Jia's friend the sole exception." Zeta remarked, "I see." The breeding grounds of the Science and Technology Bureau, located in the suburbs, occupied a vast area, approaching the Ultra Arena. Gu Jia thought that while it was labeled as a breeding ground, it resembled a zoo, with each monster having its own habitat, designed according to their natural behaviors. Along the way, the elementary students gazed in awe at various monsters through transparent barriers. Gu Jia curiously asked, "Aren't zoos usually closed to the public?" "No. This is a breeding ground, and under normal circumstances, outsiders are prohibited from entering. It is a very private place," Seiga corrected him. "If it were open to the public, it would likely attract individuals with ulterior motives." "Oh, I understand," Gu Jia nodded. "Come quickly to see this monster," Zeta called excitedly from a short distance away. Gu Jia and Seiga approached curiously. In a specially constructed forest habitat within the breeding grounds, they observed a golden orb. Gu Jia stood frozen, as it was difficult to imagine a monster could be so rotund. There was a description stating it was the time-space monster Goldrass, discovered by the Science and Technology Bureau thousands of years ago on Planet 23. Glancing at the introduction sign and then at the plump creature, Gu Jia thought, Golden Dragon? The first time he had encountered this monster was in the series Ultraman Seiga. He vividly remembered this physically formidable creature. It was hard to fathom that such a powerful monster had been raised like a pet. The contrast was striking. Since it is a time-space monster, won't it run away? Gu Jia asked curiously. The caretaker approached the children and explained, "Yes, but it doesn't run far. It always returns, as there is no other place that offers food and shelter like the breeding ground." "Ah, so it is quite clever," Gu Jia chuckled, reflecting on how a monster could be so lacking in ambition. Inside the barrier, the golden dragon Goldrass seemed to sense the children's thoughts, lazily lifting its head and making eye contact with Gu Jia. After a brief moment, it quickly averted its gaze. From then on, Gu Jia had a renewed understanding of the creature's intelligence. This seemingly plump golden dragon possessed sharp wits. "You truly are something." Gu Jia gave a thumbs up to the golden dragon inside the barrier. "Now, look at this one. Why is this monster confined?" Zeta leaned against another breeding enclosure. Inside was a flying monster bound by a blue and white energy sphere. The creature had a pair of fleshy wings, a head resembling a tortoise, and a snake-like appearance, looking rather intimidating. "This is the time-space monster Elrabapa," the caretaker continued. "Its lair can create its own time-space, and it is capable of traversing through time. However, it is not as docile as the golden dragon, so it has been confined." Seiga appeared puzzled. "If it doesn't want to be trapped here, why not just release it? Isn't it a bit inhumane to keep it confined?" The caretaker patiently explained, "This monster has harmed people. and its time-space abilities assist the Science and Technology Bureau in conducting relevant research. Has the Science and Technology Bureau truly mastered the control of time and space? Gu Jia asked in astonishment. Not exactly. We've merely constructed a simple prison. Moreover, this prison was not created by us. It was inherent to the monster when it appeared. When we discovered it, we merely reinforced it. The caretaker reminisced about the circumstances of its arrival, feeling quite astonished himself, as if someone had delivered it right to them. Gu Jia nodded. Indeed, the universe is full of strange occurrences, perhaps due to his own experiences as a time traveler. He found it easier to accept some of the bizarre events in the universe. Suddenly, the teacher called out from a distance, summoning the scattered students. Everyone, come quickly. This is the bay monster we are discussing today. The students quickly gathered around. Compared to the other monsters confined here, this one appeared primitive. One student remarked sincerely. His classmates echoed, exactly. The others here are either so fat they can hardly walk or look fierce and menacing. In contrast, the bay monster seems rather daft. Inside the transparent barrier, the bay monster, currently inhaling natural gas, seemed to understand the children's words, indignantly responding with a grunt. How rude. Who are you calling daft? I am quite wise. Before Gu Jia could speak, Seiga, who had once ridden the bay monster, stepped forward. It is not foolish at all. It was a hero in saving the land of light last time. Is that so? The teacher inquired, moving closer to Seiga. Being the son of Commander Taro, Seiga had some knowledge of the hidden truths from that war, making it quite plausible. Yes, I can attest to that. It is my friend. Gu Jia stepped forward as well. I see. The teacher fell silent. Ultraman Gu Jia, the elite warrior, returned from the outer realms with a remarkable child, the most outstanding student in his class. It was rumored that this child was secretly training with the Ultraman brothers and had made significant contributions in the monster graveyard, prompting the school to prepare a grand assembly for recognition. Whispers suggested that this young prodigy had even earned the Star Medal, a lifetime achievement in its own right. Is this your friend? Inquired Felina with curiosity. Another classmate skeptically remarked, that's just boasting. This behemoth is gentle by nature, and we can't understand its speech. Can I claim it as my friend too? Facing the doubt, Ultra Giga turned toward Behemoth, enclosed within the barrier, and subtly signaled to his dear companion, Old B. Show them what you've got. With that, Behemoth emitted a resounding cry and began to awkwardly maneuver its short limbs, attempting a clumsy backflip. The expressions of the classmates were a blend of astonishment and disbelief. Despite its short limbs, it actually managed to flip, but more importantly, it truly comprehended Ultra Giga's words and responded. Are they really friends? Absolutely. Before I arrived in the land of light, it was my only companion, Ultra Giga said, slightly lifting his head and leaning closer to the barrier. After all this time, did you miss me? Behemoth nodded in affirmation. Life here is wonderful, with no worries for food or clothing, but it lacks friends, Ultra Giga added. Come out with me, he proposed. The caretaker interjected, Young one, although this monster is your friend, creatures from the breeding grounds cannot be taken away. Indeed, having a monster roam the streets would surely cause panic, another voice chimed in. Ultra Giga remained silent. Retrieving his identification card, please verify my authorization. Whether Behemoth could be taken out had already been deliberated by Captain Zoffy and Officer Hikaru. The caretaker, with a mix of skepticism, accepted the card and scanned it with a portable device. 2 minutes later, the energy barrier confining Behemoth was lifted. Chapter 64. The most humiliating day for birds. The management of children by the security team is stringent, as it concerns the future of the entire planet. Thus, students rarely have the opportunity to leave the land of light before advancing to Ultra High School. Typically, the breeding grounds of the Science and Technology Bureau are not open to the public. Therefore, today may mark the first time these children encounter a monster in reality. Now, with the energy barrier open, the seemingly daft Behemoth stepped out, granting these children the chance to genuinely touch the monsters they had only read about in books. Yet, most of the children felt a twinge of fear. Despite its appearance, a monster is still a monster. Would it be safe to release it? The monster studies teacher felt a mix of shock and concern for the student's safety. The caretaker returned the identification card to Ultra Giga and reassured him. The security team and the Science and Technology Bureau will ensure safety. Since when did you have such authority? Seiga asked, astonished. It's only natural. After all, it is my friend, Ultra Giga replied, choosing not to elaborate on his accomplishments in the monster graveyard in front of his classmates. Instead conveying a knowing glance to Seiga. The astute Taiga understood and refrained from further questioning. Meanwhile, Zeta had climbed onto Behemoth's back. Silly monster. The land of light has spoiled you. You've gained weight since we last saw you. Behemoth retorted. Caw? What does that mean? Zeta inquired of Ultragiga, aware that he could comprehend Behemoth's calls. Perhaps you should not listen too closely, Ultragiga suggested. It's fine, speak freely. I won't take it to heart, Zeta declared, attempting to appear magnanimous. Reluctantly, Ultragiga translated. It says that while it can lose weight, you, being so foolish, will never become smarter. Laughter erupted among the classmates, even eliciting a rare smile from their usually stern teacher. The previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Fuming, Zeta retorted, silly bird. At this moment, Felina approached Ultragiga. Can I pet your friend? I've never touched a monster before. Ultragiga smiled. Of course, just be gentle, Behemoth won't mind. As these words left his lips, a throng of curious classmates rushed to Ultragiga's side. Me too. I want to touch it. Can I take a picture with it? I wish to pose with it. Ultragiga. Could you negotiate with your friend to lie beneath me during the photo, as if I've defeated it? Upon hearing the last request, Ultragiga firmly refused. That is unacceptable. It would be disrespectful to the creature. Silence. The authoritative teacher's voice resonated through the growing chaos of the breeding grounds, restoring order. Let us not forget. We are here for a lesson today. Then, with a smile directed at Ultragiga, he asked, could your friend assist us as a teaching aid for this class? Ultragiga respected Behemoth's wishes. That must be consulted with it. Not far away, reveling in its newfound celebrity status, Behemoth enthusiastically agreed. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of their teacher and the caretaker, the children were seated on the ground in an orderly fashion. Before them, Behemoth spread its wings, standing still as a statue. The teacher, wielding a glowing pointer, began to prod at Behemoth. Now, everyone observe closely. This is Behemoth's mouth. Do not be misled into thinking it feeds solely through its mouth. This organ is more often used as a weapon. Below it is Behemoth's energy absorption organ, which serves as its true mouth. As Behemoth was poked and prodded, it shamefully closed its eyes, wishing it was merely a figment of its imagination. It would have preferred to lie on the ground than endure this indignity. Nightfall arrived at the home of Ultraman Mebius. Ultragiga released Behemoth from its containment sphere. Here, this will be our new home from now on. If you like it, you can stay here for a while, but you must minimize going out. Behemoth surveyed its surroundings, curiously inspecting the place where Ultragiga lived. If you find the space too small, I can send you back to the breeding grounds, where the living conditions are indeed superior. Ultragiga remarked. Behemoth replied, Caw, I prefer to stay here, as I have no friends there. Ultragiga responded, all right, take your time to acclimate. I need to tidy up before heading to my physical training class. Are you coming with me? It's quite dangerous, he added. Teacher Leo is very cautious around monsters. As you witnessed, Behemoth, resolutely puffing out its chest, declared, Caw, I am a distinguished monster in the universe. Why should I shy away from danger? My beak is no less formidable. Later, in the Ultra Arena, Teacher Leo curiously eyed the small sphere in Ultragiga's hand. What is that? Ultragiga replied honestly. It's a monster sphere. It contains. Let it out. Why would you bring a monster to such a serious training environment? Leo asked, displeased. Ultragiga explained. Behemoth was bored staying at home alone, so I thought to bring it out for some fresh air. I might get in trouble with the teacher. With a clever twist in his mind, Ultragiga added, because I know you, Teacher Leo, are not only a master of physical training, but also a tactical genius. Leo maintained a stern expression, though a flicker of interest crossed his eyes. Continue. With sincerity, Ultragiga proposed. Thus, I wish to request that you also train Behemoth. Teacher Siwin can command capsule monsters in battle, often achieving unexpected results on certain battlegrounds. Both Beimonston and I can do the same. But we require a reliable mentor for training. I firmly believe that under the guidance of a teacher, our combined efforts will yield results greater than the sum of our individual contributions. Rayo, it seems you have a well-calculated plan, young man. However, if I am to teach you martial arts and help with the monsters, isn't that a bit too overwhelming? Guka, a capable person takes on more work, right, teacher? When Ultraman Noah bestowed his power upon me, he mentioned that if I were fortunate enough to receive your guidance upon entering the land of light, I would maximize the potential of his power. This clearly shows how much Noah values you. Rayo, taken aback. Really? Guka, absolutely. Chapter 65. Holiday plans. From the moment Noah chose to grant me his powers, I sensed that something might have gone awry with him. Now, only a remnant of his essence lingers within me, while his true form is lost, surely unable to communicate with the real world. So whatever Noah might say, I can fabricate it. After all, the teacher cannot verify its authenticity. This is what one might call a benevolent falsehood. Seeing Guka nod, Ryo felt a surge of delight and readily agreed. Very well. I will ensure to train you both diligently, making you the strongest combat duo in the universe. Now, release your monster friend. 2 seconds later, Baymonston appeared in the training arena, standing at attention. All the harsh words from before became irrelevant in that moment. Ryo, Baymonston. Baymonston, yes. Excellent. Ryo expressed his appreciation. Good bird. Now fly 10 laps around the entire field. Why are you standing there? Hurry and take off. 3 to 4 hours later, Guka and Baymonston exited the Ultraman arena together. Baymonston wobbled, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Guka smiled and asked, will you come again next time? The thoroughly honest Baymonston shook his head. No. Ryo appeared behind Baymonston. Not coming back? How will you train then? From now on, whenever Guka comes, you must be there. Absence is not an option. Once training begins, it must not be abandoned halfway. Do you understand, Private Baymonston? Baymonston stood at attention. Yes. Only then did Ryo leave, gesturing with 2 fingers in front of his bulbous eyes. I'm keeping an eye on you. Such training passed swiftly, and a month flew by. In the arena, Guka and Baymonston engaged in joint combat against training robots. Swish. 2 figures soared through the air. Whenever the training robots fired beams, Baymonston was always there to absorb the impact with his energy-absorbing organ. Meanwhile, Guka capitalized on the robots' counterattacks to strike back. In no time, their coordinated efforts took down dozens of robots. Watching from the sidelines, Ryo revealed a look of approval. Good. Your coordination is impressive. This training has truly paid off. Baymonston is nearly ready to graduate. I have taught it all I can. Baymonston, eyes filled with excitement. Finally, I can leave this place. I will return to the training ground, eat, sleep, and recover all the hardships I have endured these days. Moreover, tomorrow marks the establishment day of the Cosmic Patrol, granting us a 5-day holiday. Ryo then turned to Guka. Shall we continue training as usual? Guka sighed. Previously, he enjoyed training to become stronger. However, ever since his martial arts teacher changed to Ryo, he had been subjected to various high-intensity training sessions from different instructors, coupled with daytime studies, which had become rather exhausting. What are you thinking? Astra interjected. Don't even think about encroaching on our holiday time. Ryo nodded. Indeed, teachers also need rest. Therefore, you are free to allocate these 5 days as you wish. Guka felt a flicker of joy, but quickly calmed. There's still the light class. Ryo, Ace also needs a break. He has mentioned it to me. Fantastic. Guka exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. Astra cautioned. Don't slack off in training during these days. If your level drops below what it is now after 5 days, there will be consequences. Guka understood. After concluding today's training, Guka immediately contacted his 2 close friends. We have a holiday. Where shall we go to unwind this weekend? Half an hour later, the 3 children gathered at Taiga's house to discuss their holiday plans. Zeta, there's nothing entertaining in the land of light. My suggestion remains that we venture out to explore. Taiga nodded, smiling at Zeta. Sure, you handle the spaceship arrangements. Zeta instantly deflated. Can't we do without a spaceship? Just like that time Guka flew out. Do you have Guka's endurance? Taiga leaned closer to Zeta. Upon hearing this, Zeta's face turned crimson. I can't last that long, but can I fly quickly? If we get caught and sent back to the land of light, we might face disciplinary action, and the school might even issue a reprimand. Taiga understood the implications and was clearly unwilling to venture outside the land of light anytime soon. I was thinking about the artifact preservation place, Zeta remarked, finding Taiga's suggestion exceedingly dull. That's so lacking in excitement. Guka curiously asked, are there any peculiar places in the land of light that we Haven T visited? Zeta responded without hesitation. Of course, the land of light is vast. But speaking of something unique, I Haven T been to the interior of the Plasma Spark Tower. No. Guka and Taiga simultaneously shook their heads. The Plasma Spark Tower is the most conspicuous and heavily guarded area in the land of light. Trespassing there is illegal. Taiga proposed a new idea. We could visit the training grounds of the patrol or the prison. We can observe how the patrol warriors train and see the conditions of those who have violated the law in the universe, gaining insight into the consequences of crime. With that, Taiga stared at Guka and Zeta, silently urging them to behave more responsibly in the future. The prison is acceptable, Zeta offered. I haven't been to prison before, but can we actually get in? Uncle Taro surely has a way to get us in, right? Taiga, you're thinking too much. There's no such way, but you can write a request letter yourself. The Land of Light places immense importance on laws and governs the universe through cosmic justice. From a young age, we have been instilled with the concept of obeying and respecting the law. Visiting the prison will allow us to see cautionary tales. Although the prison does not encourage visits, they should not refuse, especially considering Guka's unique status now. Guka, all right, let us start writing. Dear Prison Director, I am a student from Ultraman Elementary School in the Land of Light. Prison Director's Office. The busy prison director received an email from the 3 elementary students and glanced at it with mild interest. These children are quite amusing. Instead of going to an amusement park during their holiday, they wish to visit a prison. Should we grant this request? Asked his assistant. The prison director shook his head. Of course not. A prison is a serious place. What would it look like for children to enter? Reply to them. But do so gently to avoid hurting their feelings. 2 minutes later, the assistant, tasked with crafting a rejection letter, made a new discovery. Director, look at this signature. Taiga. He is the son of Director Taro. The prison director waved his hand. There are no privileges in the Land of Light. The answer remains the same. Assistant, what about Guka? Should we refuse him too? Prison director, of course. Wait, which Guka? To all esteemed readers, please remember to show your support after reading. Chapter 66, Zeta, my tardiness is due to kindness. Guka, a name that has recently garnered significant attention among the upper echelons of the Land of Light. Of course, only a small circle within the core of the Land of Light is aware of his selection by Noah and the powers bestowed upon him. Nonetheless, aside from this, he remains a battle hero in the Monster Graveyard War. The youngest recipient of the Star Medal in the Land of Light, a warrior from a foreign tribe, has drawn considerable attention. Thus, when the warden heard the name Guka, his eyes brightened with excitement. Is that esteemed hero coming to our prison for an inspection? Approve it immediately and send him a welcoming reply. The assistant was somewhat taken aback by the warden's words. After all, he is merely a child. Can we really use the term inspection in reference to him? The warden, with an air of casualness, regarded this news as one of the few bright spots amidst a busy day. I'm just joking, but it's not entirely inappropriate to say so. You are unaware of the secrets of the graveyard, but I have heard whispers. That child is indeed our key to defeating Belial. He has already earned the Star Medal while still a student. It is only a matter of time before he leads us. Pausing for a moment, the warden continued. Find out when they will arrive and make the necessary preparations. I will inform my superiors. Furthermore, the escaped convict must be dealt with before their arrival. We cannot afford to be the subject of ridicule. At Taiga's home, shortly after the message was dispatched, Guka received a reply from the prison in the Land of Light. Warmly welcomed? Zeta approached Guka, glancing at the response with a smile. These adults are quite accommodating. I thought it would be difficult to get through. Just as he spoke, a new notification appeared on Zeta's 3-dimensional projection. Turning back, he noticed a striking red seal emblazoned with the word approved. Hey, isn't this reply a bit disproportionate? I feel the same, Taiga remarked with a faint smile. Zeta added, for Guka, it's a warm welcome. For us, it's merely an approval. The disparity in treatment is glaring. Surprised that the prison in the Land of Light would indeed show favoritism, Taiga remained pragmatic. If you were to wreak havoc in the Monster Graveyard, steering the tide of battle and aiding the Land of Light in reclaiming the Plasma Spark Core to save billions, you would also receive a warm welcome. Zeta deflated like a punctured balloon. Well, that would certainly warrant a welcome. Taiga chose not to dwell on the topic. Let us get ready. We'll meet at the prison in the morning. At this moment, Guka posed a question. Where's the prison? He was only aware of a cosmic prison under the jurisdiction of the Land of Light, which was constructed by the Ultra King to detain the traitor Belial. However, the one they were to visit was clearly not that. Taiga replied, never mind, we'll gather at your doorstep tomorrow. The next morning, despite the early assembly time, Guka awoke to find it already past 9 o'clock. Darn it, not even 5 alarms could wake me up. Next time, I'll rig them to deliver an electric shock at the set time. I refuse to believe I want to get up. After preparing, Guka opened the door to find that Taiga and Zeta had yet to arrive. Everyone is sleeping in. That puts me at ease. After a brief wait, Taiga appeared at the street corner. Sorry, I actually woke up early but accidentally dozed off again. He felt a bit guilty for making Guka wait. It's fine. I just got up, Guka waved dismissively. Zeta hasn't he arrived yet? Shall we head over to find him? Just as he finished speaking, Zeta sprinted across the street. Have you been waiting long? Sorry, I was just helping an elderly lady cross the road. Seiga replied. If you overslept, just say so. Lying is not good. There aren't that many elderly ladies on the streets of the Land of Light. Believe it or not, Zeta retorted, slightly annoyed. Not far from the prison of the Land of Light, Guka pointed towards a towering building. That must be the prison. It certainly occupies a vast area. He continued. Given that the Land of Light maintains peace across the cosmos, there should be many prisoners to contain. Can this building accommodate them all? Seiga explained, of course. It's not the only one. The Land of Light has thousands of prisons, big and small. This is just the largest, primarily housing the most heinous offenders. Moreover, the universe has seen an increase in criminal activity due to fluctuating energy levels, leading to overcrowding in prisons, an issue that has recently caused headaches for my father. I see. Guka nodded, contemplating a serious concern. With so many prisoners in the Land of Light, and the cosmic police force often deployed elsewhere, internal security may be compromised. If someone were to deliberately release prisoners, it could pose a significant threat. Seiga responded. The higher-ups in the Land of Light surely consider such matters, which is why prison regulations are stringent. The latest combat gear developed by the Science and Technology Bureau is first allocated to frontline combat personnel in prisons. As the three boys conversed, they arrived at the gates of the Land of Light prison. Two guards from the Red Tribe, armed with ultra-long rifles, stood at the entrance. Having been informed in advance, they were not surprised by the appearance of the three children. Do you have a pass? Seiga activated the projection device to display the warden's reply. No, we sent a request to the warden's email yesterday, and this is his response. Then please present your identity cards. We need to register. The guards' expressions softened as they collected the identity cards from the three boys. After completing the registration, the cards were returned, though both guards exchanged a curious glance at Guka. Is there something unusual about me? Guka inquired, puzzled. There's just a scarcity of Ultramen like you. One guard replied honestly. After a few more questions, they allowed the three boys to enter. Once inside, turn left and knock at the door of the second office. Someone will be there to guide you on a tour. Remember, do not wander around the prison. Otherwise, you might find yourselves locked up. The three children replied in unison. Understood. Soon, they stepped through the prison gates. Wow, Zeta exclaimed. Seiga, speechless, remarked, I don't see a single figure. What are you so amazed about? Isn't it surprising to enter a prison for the first time? Zeta retorted. We've reached a fork in the path. Left leads to the office area, and right leads to the isolation cells, Zeta observed, stretching his neck to peer toward the right. Look, there's a seal over there. Chapter 67. The prisoners within the Land of Light prison spans an area of 1,000 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to a human city. The prison cells are constructed from super concrete reinforced with blast-resistant alloys, impervious to light and resistant to explosions. Even the ampular aliens, who once wreaked havoc in the Land of Light, would have to serve time in confinement. At this moment, the three children stood at the junction leading to the staff office in the first prison district. Zeta noticed an anomaly at the isolation cells. A seal was affixed there. Seiga, equally curious, asked, What is the seal for? Should we take a look? Eager, Zeta was ready to advance. Yet, before he could take a step, Guka pulled him back. What are you doing? Someone will guide us on the tour. Let us behave. With that, Guka dragged Zeta toward the office the guard had indicated. After gently knocking twice, the office door opened from the inside, revealing a familiar figure before the three children. What were you thinking? Instead of enjoying a long holiday at an amusement park, you come to a prison? Jack Ultraman stood inside, looking bemused at the trio. Seiga asked in confusion, Uncle, what are you doing here? Jack replied, I manage not only the Nebula branch, but also the prison system of the Land of Light. Much like your father oversees the cosmic police force. I received a report from the warden last night that you three would be visiting the prison, so I came to see for myself. I had hoped for a relaxing couple of days off. Jack's tone carried the familiar exasperation of a working individual. Seiga felt a sense of embarrassment for having caused trouble for his uncle. Shouldn't this matter be handled directly by you? They've said these days are a holiday. Even the prison guards deserve a break, leaving only the basic security forces behind. Who would be idle enough to play with a few children in a prison during their time off? Jack sighed. All right, enough standing around. Let's take a stroll up ahead, Seiga suggested. Jack closed the office door and led the children towards the right side of the corridor. As they passed through the long hallway, Zeta inquired about the seal on the isolation chamber. Why is there a seal on the isolation room? Jack explained, pointing at the chamber. Not long ago, a prisoner escaped while being held in isolation. This very room is under suspicion of having been tampered with, and it is currently undergoing inspection. Once the inspection is complete, it will be back in use. Escape? Who could possibly break free from here? Jinga looked around, marveling at the audacity of escaped prisoners. Jack sighed, clearly troubled by the incident. It was a Bobber alien imprisoned for war crimes. This species is adept at shape-shifting, making them exceptionally difficult to locate after they escape. But enough of that. Let us continue forward. I'll show you the cells. In the oppressive atmosphere of Block 1 of the Light Kingdom prison, Jack led the 3 children into the cell area. The prison provided only the most basic living facilities, a bed, a table, and a toilet within the cell, surrounded by 3 iron walls and 1 energy barrier. Alarmingly, both the barrier and walls were soundproof. As Jack activated the barrier, all surrounding noise vanished. Shortly after, he mischievously turned off the lights in the cell, plunging the space into darkness and a profound silence. Jinga instantly felt a tightness in his chest. Similarly, Zeta placed his right hand on his heart, expressing, I've heard that heavy criminals face sentences exceeding 1,000 years. It's torture. I feel I couldn't endure a day here. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Jack turned the lights back on and replied, Of course. We can't allow criminals to live too comfortably. Otherwise, what would be the point of their rehabilitation in prison? You all need to pay more attention, especially you. His gaze landed on Jinga. Jinga stood at attention. Me? What about me? Jack leaned closer, speaking softly. Last time, you let a prisoner escape and even hijacked a Cheber starship. You could have faced 10 years for that. Jinga forced a bitter smile upon hearing this. When would this incident ever fade? Everyone kept reminding him. Rest assured, Uncle, I promise I won't make that mistake again. Well, unless in special circumstances. All right. I believe your words, Jack nodded, then leaned in closer to whisper, Truth be told, I don't think it was that serious. There are priorities in handling matters. And you did reasonably well. However, as the administrator of the prison system, it is essential for you to respect the law. Jinga looked at the bracelet rack in astonishment and nodded, understood. Jack opened the barrier. Now, let us continue onward. I'll introduce you to some of the prisoners in this block. Seiga, ever the kind-hearted one, interjected, Isn't that inappropriate? Prisoners deserve privacy. Jack agreed. While that may be true, the serious offenders here would be better off dead. Privacy isn't of much consequence. Keeping them here for thousands of years is far more fitting than granting them a quick death. Allow me to introduce you to them, and you will understand. In the corridor before the cell area, Jack pointed to the magma alien within the right side barrier. The prisoner had clearly noticed the commotion outside and was banging against the barrier. However, the soundproofing was remarkably effective, and Jinga and the others heard nothing. These are the magma aliens, a species you should be familiar with from your history lessons. They are among the most notorious extraterrestrials, engaged in human trafficking and warfare. This one is a minor leader, directly responsible for the deaths of millions during cosmic raids. Do you believe such beings deserve human rights? Jack gestured towards another cell. And over here is a former leader of the Macon Duo species. You know this species well. They are intelligent beings with advanced technology. Many of the gaming consoles you enjoy originated from this planet. This individual, upon assuming power, advocated for the resurgence of Macon Duo's greatness, instigating a star tax war and diverting internal conflicts to neighboring star systems, attempting to incite war. He also manipulated the planet's economy for personal gain. Initially, the Light Kingdom refrained from interfering in planetary politics, as it was their internal affair, but he was reported by the Macon Duo people themselves, requesting the Light Kingdom's intervention. Fearing that his allies would influence the trial, he voluntarily sought imprisonment and trial. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 5,000 years for embezzlement, corruption, and inciting war. And then there's this individual, Jack continued, the Ongsang Star person. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he has committed heinous acts against monsters. He has tormented over 100 creatures, including Red King, Bermula, and Nilonga. No one could advocate for the monsters, which is why the Light Kingdom intervened. Jinga exclaimed, seeking support. Chapter 68, Foolish Child. Jinga had always known that the Light Kingdom had a broad jurisdiction. However, upon entering the prison and witnessing the array of disordered criminals, he realized just how extensive that jurisdiction was. The universe contained countless behaviors deemed illegal, shocking him to the core. After expressing disdain for the Ongsang star individual, the group continued onward. In the corridor, the three children curiously observed their surroundings. At one moment, as Jinga passed by a cell door, a large face suddenly pressed against the screen, staring intently at him. This alien, whom Jinga vaguely recognized, was a mutated demon. The Scientific and Technological Bureau speculated that he was an ordinary being contaminated by negative energy and had only been imprisoned 2 years prior. With investigations on his body still ongoing, knowledgeable Taiga posed a question. I understand that negative energy can breed monsters and pollute them, but how can it now also contaminate ordinary life in the universe? Jack responded, that's precisely why he is under investigation by the Scientific and Technological Bureau. Thus, under Jack's guidance, the children spent the morning touring Block 1. After observing the basic living facilities and understanding the activities of the prisoners, the three children unanimously concluded that they must avoid breaking the law. The Light Kingdom prison was relatively humane by universal standards. Yet the stringent supervision and quality of life instilled a sense of dread, making one feel as if a single day there would be unbearable. From now on, I will never engage in activities that adults prohibit. Taiga realized the gravity of unlawful conduct and resolved to be a well-behaved child. There was no need to be overly fearful. As long as one acts justly, I believe we will never find ourselves in such a place, Jack reassured. Sensing the children might lose their spirited energy from this excursion. Shall we play this afternoon? I can take you to Block 3, where the truly notorious individuals are held. The three children simultaneously shook their heads. Jinga instinctively remarked, we've collectively decided to visit the amusement park instead, having just witnessed too much evil in the universe. They felt the need to seek innocence and cleanse their souls at the amusement park. Zeta questioned, when did we? But Taiga quickly covered Zeta's mouth. The decision just made. All right, I won't keep you any longer, Jack smiled and nodded. By the way, keep an eye on that Bobber alien incident. I don't expect you to capture the criminal, nor do you need to search extensively. Just report any unusual occurrences to the prison authorities. Jinga replied, understood. After a brief farewell, the three children swiftly departed from the prison. As they finally emerged from the cold, austere edifice of metal, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. I felt quite suffocated while inside, Taiga remarked, pointing to his chest. Guka nodded in agreement. I felt the same. Those who work in there are truly remarkable. Are we really going to the amusement park this afternoon? Zeta inquired at that moment. Guka pondered, realizing that he had never been to the amusement park himself. All right then, it's near my house. Let us head over there to relax, he suggested. After concluding their rather unpleasant visit to the prison, the three children took flight towards Guka's home. As they approached Guka's house, Zeta seemed to spot something, abruptly halting in midair. Wait, he exclaimed. What's got you so startled? Taiga turned back. Zeta grinned. This morning. I told you I was late because I helped an elderly lady cross the street, and you didn't believe me. He pointed downward at an elderly woman from the land of light. Look, that's the grandmother I assisted this morning. Guka followed Zeta's finger and indeed spotted a hunched-over silver-haired lady. It is well known that the Ultras from the land of light have exceptionally long lifespans. For instance, Ultraman father and mother are over 100,000 years old and appear hardly different from the young. This was the first time Guka had encountered an Ultraman exhibiting such obvious signs of aging. Roughly estimating, she must be over 200,000 years old. Perhaps she had witnessed the first ignition of the plasma spark tower, experiencing the transformation of Ultramen from human forms to their giant forms. She is a living fossil of the land of light. Come with me. She can surely attest to my story. Zeta urged, grasping Taiga's hand. I believe you, Taiga replied. Somewhat speechless. Upon seeing that old lady, I was convinced. Zeta insisted. No, what if she is just some random elderly woman? You need to come with me to ask her. If I indeed assisted her, you must apologize for your doubts this morning. Do you know how much impact that cold cutting remark has on a 3,000-year-old child's psyche? Fine, Taiga relented. Ultimately, he was led by the persistent Zeta to the elderly woman. Zeta gently patted her on the back. Grandma. The slow-moving lady was startled. Turning around, she pointed a finger, ready to perform. You, however, upon realizing it was a familiar, cheeky-looking elementary student, she remarked, Oh, it's you, little friend. Zeta pointed to his own face. Grandma, you really are forgetful. I helped you across several streets this morning. The old woman's expression immediately darkened, showing no desire to engage with this child. She had intended to go to the Ultraman cosmic port that morning, but this child insisted on helping her. Mistaking her for a lost, forgetful old woman and dragged her through several blocks to the Cosmic Security Bureau's entrance. Did she not know if she needed assistance? What a superfluous and foolish child. Do you remember? Zeta pressed, eager for her acknowledgement. No, I don't, the elderly woman replied, deliberately turning her face away to deny him. Seiga, who had been dragged along by Zeta, exclaimed, "What do we do now, Zeta?" Zeta, undeterred, insisted, "Grandma, just take another look at me. How many kind elementary students like me do you think there are in the land of light?" The elderly lady replied, "Actually, there are quite a few. If you walk for half an hour on this street, at least 20 people have offered to help me." She had disguised herself as an old woman precisely because the people of the land of light are eager to assist, making it easier to ask for directions. However, being an elderly woman made her too conspicuous. She was planning to find a corner to disguise herself as a young person. Unfortunately, before she could find an unoccupied corner, this annoying child had already discovered her. Chapter 69, Shock. Mischievous child assaults elderly woman in the street. On the street, Zeta, along with Seiga, blocked the elderly woman, desperately trying to jog her memory with words. In retaliation, the elderly woman, who liked to help others, decided to show this kind-hearted student the harshness of the universe by shaking her head throughout their conversation. Eventually, Seiga could no longer bear it and placed his hand on Zeta's shoulder, saying, "All right, I believe you. I truly believe you. From the moment you wanted to prove yourself, I was already convinced. I'm sorry, Zeta, for suggesting you were late and making excuses this morning." Zeta replied, "I truly don't need your reassurance. I really did help her." Seiga felt that the more he explained, the more complicated it became. "I genuinely believe you. Let's just let this grandma go, otherwise the enforcers might think we're bullying her." Meanwhile, in the sky, Gu Jia, who had initially been amused by the commotion, began to sense something amiss. The ultras from the land of light are highly intelligent. Even if they age, they shouldn't forget things to such an extent. So, was this elderly woman intentionally toying with the children? If Zeta had helped her cross the street, why was she denying it? If her initial denial was a prank, her continued refusal to acknowledge Zeta in front of his friends was somewhat malicious. Having lived in the land of light for over half a year, Gu Jia had never encountered another Ultraman with such ill intentions apart from himself. "Grandma," he thought to himself, piecing together the situation. Gu Jia descended to join his friends, subtly positioning himself in front of Zeta. "Zeta, let her go. Allow her to leave." He then took hold of the elderly woman's hand, saying, "Where are you headed, Grandma? Let me escort you." The elderly woman cast a satisfied glance at the oddly shaped little Ultraman. Though the little one looked peculiar, he was quite kind. "To the nearest public airship station. I need to take a ship back home." "All right, I'll help you," Gu Jia replied, guiding her forward. Zeta and Seiga followed closely behind. "How could she not remember me? Is it possible I'm not handsome enough to be memorable?" Zeta muttered. "Let us not dwell on this meaningless matter," Seiga sighed, exasperated by Zeta's fixation. As they walked ahead, Gu Jia quietly remarked, "You're a Bobber alien, right? You did a commendable job mimicking an elderly woman from the land of light." The elderly woman displayed a bewildered expression, seemingly not understanding. Gu Jia directly exposed her. "No need to pretend. You've already revealed yourself. Before we arrived, you seemed quite lively, yet upon our approach, you feigned frailty and dementia. Who are you trying to deceive? Furthermore, a kind elder from the land of light would never treat a child so harshly. Your disguise is still lacking." Realizing her elaborate facade had been so easily unraveled, the Bobber alien abandoned her pretense and lowered her voice, saying, "You're quite clever for a little one. Don't shout. I escaped from the land of light prison. If you dare utter a word, I'll ensure all of you perish here. You're clever, but not clever enough. If I were you, I would have called the authorities first," Gu Jia retorted. "How do you know I wasn't just floating above, signaling the security team?" The Bobber alien disguised as an elderly woman replied, "You are indeed a bit clever, but your confidence is misplaced. Right now, you are the biggest flaw." With that, the Bobber alien grasped the small Ultraman's arm, declaring, "Even if my identity is exposed, I can still escape the land of light by taking you children hostage. I don't understand why, having recognized my identity, you would voluntarily approach me." Gu Jia candidly responded, "Because I sensed something was off about you. However, I couldn't pinpoint your identity. I deliberately approached to test you." The Bobber alien scoffed, "Well done. In under a minute, you've been deceived twice. The little creature truly does not wish to continue living. The Babylonians are remarkably quick-witted. Uttering such words signifies that one has not reported the incident. In an attempt to showcase cleverness, one instead commits a foolish act. Ultraman, you rascal. Who says uncertainty precludes reporting? Replied Giga, raising his hands in exasperation. We just emerged from Ultraman prison, and my uncle is Jack Ultraman, the warden there. He stated that any lead regarding escapees can be relayed to him without confirmation. Just the lead is sufficient. Additionally, I can be a warrior from the land of light in pursuit of you. During this exchange, the Babylonians were astonished to feel the grip on the small warrior's arm encased in a layer of frost. The extreme cold caused their reactions to slow down. Meanwhile, the small warrior's shoulder was barreling toward them. A shoulder tackle, known as the Iron Mountain Slam, is a close combat technique that utilizes the shoulder, back, and hip to strike the opponent. Giga preferred to refer to it as the Kuin Fist. With a resounding thud, Giga's seemingly fragile body collided with the elderly lady. Due to the freezing effect, the Babylonians suffered the full brunt of the impact and were sent flying, crashing against a promotional wall on the street. Meanwhile, Zeta and Taiga stood in shock at the scene. Just moments ago, everything was fine. How did Giga suddenly resort to attacking an elderly woman? Had their visit to prison that morning been in vain? Did they not understand that such actions could lead to imprisonment? At the same time, pedestrians on both sides of the street were drawn to the unexpected turn of events. The justice-driven Ultraman warriors prepared to intervene. Stop! Whose child are you? What are you doing? How can you treat an elderly person this way? As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, Taiga rushed forward to intervene. He simultaneously signaled Zeta to step in and halt Giga. Have you lost your mind? That is an elderly lady. Even if she is forgetful and irritating, one cannot resort to violence. Taiga urged. Take a closer look. Giga pointed toward the elderly lady against the wall. At that moment, the Babylonians, having suffered a heavy blow, could no longer maintain their disguise and reverted to their original form. Zeta's bulbous eyes blinked in disbelief, even rubbing them in suspicion. An extraterrestrial? Just moments ago, it was clearly a Babylonian. The Babylonians excel in the art of disguise and deception. We were all fooled, Taiga explained. So how did you discern that, Giga? Giga replied. I initially sensed something was amiss, so I approached to inquire. Dear readers, if you could kindly support the author by recommending their work, it would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 70. Jack, you dare to ask for this? When the personnel from the Land of Light prison arrived, the Babylonians were imprisoned within a block of ice by Giga. The large ice block on the street quickly attracted a throng of onlookers, many of whom apologized to the virtuous and astute young warrior. My apologies, I mistook you earlier. This Babylonian is truly despicable, masquerading as an elderly person to elicit sympathy. I was a bit harsh earlier. I offer my sincerest apologies. I, too, was in the wrong and was about to use my Ultraman spear against you, remarked a nearby female warrior, who promptly stowed her weapon. It's no trouble. It's all the Babylonians' fault for being so cunning, Giga smiled in response. Jack approached Giga with a cheerful demeanor, patting the clever child's shoulder. Well done. In just a short while, you apprehended the fugitive. You've saved us considerable effort at the prison. You've been an immense help. Speak up. What do you desire? I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. Giga pondered, casting a hopeful glance towards Taiga. Taiga, undoubtedly aware of the most suitable request to maximize their interests without being unreasonable, responded with excitement, pointing first at the headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol above, then at his wrist. Giga displayed a look of confusion, scratching his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Ultraman bracelet on Jack's wrist. Is Taiga suggesting I request the Ultraman bracelet? Didn't he mention it was a treasured item, rare in the Land of Light? Is that even an option? No worries. If you have a request in mind, speak freely. I will endeavor to accommodate you, Jack assured, signaling his subordinates to take the Babylonians away. Can I have the Ultraman bracelet? Giga hesitantly inquired. The Ultraman bracelet, one of the Cosmic Patrol's premier tools, can transform into nearly any weapon or item, offering great versatility in battle and serving as a crucial asset for Ultraman warriors. Giga recognized its value and had long desired it, but hesitated to voice his wish. Now that Taiga had hinted at it, surely requesting the bracelet would not be a problem? Jack's body stiffened momentarily, finding himself in a dilemma. This kid really knows how to make requests, and it's right at the edge of what I can manage. Normally, the Ultraman bracelet was merely a tool to him. He could still fight without it. However, the bracelet had accompanied him through countless battles, earning him fame across the cosmos. Even many malevolent extraterrestrials had given him derogatory nicknames referencing the bracelet. Though unflattering, it underscored the bond between him and the bracelet. Now, this child simply vocalized a desire to take his cherished bracelet. Seiga and Zeta were equally astonished at Giga's request. Even the ever-imaginative Zeta found this implausible. Has he always been this audacious in his requests? Seiga, covering his face, remarked, Jack is really in a tight spot now. Nearby, Jack Ultraman covered his bracelet with his hand, wrestling with the dilemma before ultimately prioritizing the bracelet over pride. Let's consider another request. I can contact the school to issue you commendation letters and grant you extra credits. Or how about I gift you a new Ultraman spear? Giga, sensing an opportunity, replied. All right, thank you, uncle. Soon, Jack Ultraman led his team away as the crowd dispersed. Seiga hurried to Giga's side. How could you dare ask for the bracelet? Wasn't he that gesture meant to imply I should ask for it? Giga was puzzled. Of course not, Seiga replied. Recalling the moment, I meant you could ask uncle to grant you extra credits and recognition. That would ease your path into the cosmic patrol in the future. Then why did you point at your wrist? Giga inquired. Seiga explained, I meant that time is running out. We need to make our request quickly before the amusement park stops selling tickets. Giga and Zeta chimed in. You don't even have a watch. Why are you pointing at your wrist? Zeta quipped. Anyone would take that the wrong way. Giga seized upon the crux of Seiga's words. Wait. The amusement park is stopping ticket sales. We must hurry. 2 days later, at the Bureau of Science and Technology, Jack Ultraman approached Hikaru's office to voice his request. Hikaru responded, You want to create a new Ultraman bracelet? That will not come cheap. You could upgrade your existing bracelet. It's for someone else. Jack replied with a pained expression. That child, Giga, wanted a bracelet, and I initially turned him down. But upon reflection, since I can't give him mine, I could arrange for someone to craft a new one. I suppose I can bear the cost. The child was chosen by Noah, playing a pivotal role in the Belial prison break incident and subsequently aiding the prison in recapturing the escapees. He merely desired a bracelet. It was not as if he sought a plasma spark. Just give it to him. Jack thought he would initially cover the costs and later negotiate reimbursement with his elder brother, Zoffy. Who could have such influence? Hikari remarked half-jokingly. Jack recounted the events to Hikari. Guka helped me capture an escaped convict. Hikari, upon hearing this, expressed admiration for Guka's perceptiveness. While others failed to see through the disguise of the Babel Star people, he did, showcasing his quick wit. All right, since it is a gift for that child, I shall waive the labor costs. However, you must cover the material expenses. Furthermore, considering the child's unique status, I have decided to use the finest materials in the universe for his gift, which may be somewhat costly. What do you think? Hikari sought Jack's opinion. That is acceptable. Gifts should never be of inferior quality. 10 minutes later, Hikari presented a list of items along with a price sheet. Upon glancing at the figures, Jack felt a rush of blood to his head, nearly choking on his breath. Did you not just say it would be somewhat expensive? This price is exorbitantly high. It amounts to 300 years of my salary. The cost of crafting a bracelet should be merely a fraction of this. Considering it is a gift for Noah, I naturally aim to utilize the finest materials, Hikari replied, feeling slightly embarrassed by Jack's reaction. How about I cover part of the costs? You can say it carries my heartfelt intentions when you present it. Chapter 71. Guka's new bracelet as an ambitious inventor and researcher. Hikari was determined to create the perfect accessory, even if it meant subsidizing the costs himself. Although the honest Jack felt this was inappropriate, he ultimately decided to take the plunge, withdrawing his savings to cover several centuries of his earnings. Watching his funds dwindle to less than half made Jack's heart ache. You will craft the strongest ultra bracelet in history, correct? Hikari nodded seriously, absolutely. Then I can rest easy. Jack felt as though all his energy had been drained, clutching his chest as he slowly made his way to the door. That evening, while undergoing physical training, Guka noticed that something seemed amiss with his teacher, Leo. Teacher, where's your armlet? Guka inquired curiously. If memory served him right, Leo's armlet was crafted from the Ultra Cape, a gift from the King of Ultras, which he had always cherished. Hikari borrowed it for research purposes, Leo replied. Now, do not dwell on that. Focus on your training. Prepare for my Lion's Fawn. The Ultra Bracelet took half a year to create. During this time, Guka had completely graduated from his light training, mastering all the skills of Ace, the King of Light. In terms of physical techniques, his progress was not as rapid, as physical training required steady and methodical practice. No matter how sharp his mind or how strong his learning ability, They could only serve as supplementary aids. Nevertheless, Guka made impressive strides, evolving from being thoroughly bested by Leo to holding his own in one-on-one matches. Recently, Leo and Astra had been discussing outfitting him with training armor. In the evening, as Guka exited the school gates, he spotted Uncle Jack waiting at the entrance. Initially intrigued, he soon realized that Jack was indeed there to see him. "What brings you here, Uncle? Did something happen at the prison?" Guka asked with curiosity. No, Jack shook his head. "Do you remember 6 months ago when I promised to write a commendation letter for you and present you with an ultra-long gun?" Guka, wanting to spare Jack any embarrassment, playfully responded, "I remember. The commendation letter arrived. But perhaps you forgot the long gun due to your busy schedule?" "No, I did not give you the ultra-long gun because I have something far better for you," Jack revealed, pulling out a small purple box. The opulent hue of the box made Guka realize that its contents were extraordinary. "What is it?" Guka asked, both curious and expectant. Jack smiled as he slowly opened the lid. Inside lay a silver bracelet with smooth lines, its exterior etched with intricate patterns that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. The most striking feature was the 3 amethyst crystals set atop the bracelet. Under the illumination of the plasma spark tower, the crystals shimmered with a dreamlike glow, captivating Guka at first glance. "Is this for me?" Guka exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Observing the child's exhilaration, Jack felt that the expenditure of hundreds of years' worth of earnings was worthwhile. "Yes, this is an ultra bracelet specially crafted for you by Hikari." According to him, it resonates with the light of Noah within you. After a brief moment of excitement, Guka quickly regained composure. "Uncle, this is quite precious, isn't it? Am I worthy of it now? Perhaps you should take it back. I merely aided you with a small favor, and it feels too burdensome for me." Jack gently shook his head. No, aside from you, no one in the land of light is deserving of it. Wear it. It is rightfully yours." Beneath the box was an electronic instruction manual. "Your bracelet has several new features added by Hikari. You will have to explore them yourself." "Thank you, Uncle. You are the best uncle." Guka, no longer holding back, accepted the bracelet and then hugged Jack's leg. Jack patted Guka's head. "All right, I have matters to attend to. I must be off." On the way home, Seiga and Zeta surrounded Guka, examining his left hand adorned with the bracelet. Zeta, filled with envy, remarked, "Wow, the craftsmanship is truly exquisite. Especially those 3 crystals, they are stunning." Seiga nodded in agreement. "It appears even better than my father's bracelet. Uncle Jack certainly went all out to repay your kindness." "Can I give it a try?" Zeta asked. No, Guka decisively refused. The new treasure had just come into his possession, and he had yet to fully explore its potential. Remembering the existence of the instruction manual, he took out a 3-dimensional projector and uploaded the manual for display. Soon, a 20,000-word usage guide for the bracelet appeared before Guka. Upon seeing the flood of text, the 3 children fell into silence. Zeta felt dizzy at the sight of so many words. "Isn't this a bit excessive? At this rate, it will take us until next week to read through it." "Look here," Seiga exclaimed, discovering something unusual in the manual. The instructions highlighted that this bracelet, through research on Leo's Ultra Cape, included a spatial traversal function, allowing the user to traverse alternate dimensions using energy. "Spatial traversal," Seiga exclaimed, momentarily speechless. This technology was still in the development phase at the Science and Technology Bureau, and as of now, only Leo, clad in the King of Ultra's cloak, could clearly traverse dimensions. With this bracelet, Guka became the second. This bracelet could no longer simply be described as a treasure. It was akin to a divine artifact in the land of light. Seiga remarked, "It is hard to imagine how much Uncle Jack invested in creating this bracelet." Suddenly, Zeta raised a finger. "Why don't we give it a try? Let's see if this spatial traversal function works." Seiga shook his head. "We cannot do that in the land of light. The Science and Technology Bureau has already set up restrictions to prevent anyone from directly using wormholes to invade the land of light. So to experience this function, we would have to go beyond its borders. Speaking of which, we are now first-year students at Ultra Junior High. We can apply to leave, right?" Seiga contemplated for a moment. "Normally, we could apply, but we 3 have records." At that moment, Zeta glanced at the instruction manual and discovered a new feature of the bracelet. "Look, the bracelet can accelerate our flying speed to a certain extent. It can even shield against instrument detection. Utilizing the bracelet to depart from the land of light and experiment with new functions, shall we?" "Guka, are we sneaking out again?" Zeta whispered. "Don't you want to give it a try? It can shield us from detection devices. We can go and return quickly without being discovered." "Guka, all right. Let's set off. Chapter 72. Mebius returns. If one were to identify a flaw in Guka's life within the Land of Light, it would be the limitations imposed by his youth, restricting his freedom of movement. However, Jack's recent gift of an upgraded Ultra Bracelet has perfectly remedied this. The bracelet possesses an intrinsic cloaking ability, allowing its wearer to evade all known detection devices in the Land of Light. Thus, as long as we stealthily venture out and return promptly, there is no fear of being caught. No, Seiga responded, echoing his previous objections to Guka and Zeta's escapades. Nothing will happen, Zeta assured as he leaned closer to Seiga. We are now mature middle schoolers of the Land of Light, capable of independent action and ensuring our own safety. Seiga, aware of Zeta's tendencies, shot him a skeptical glance. Had you not said that, I might have believed you. Even if you don't trust me, you must have faith in Guka, Zeta insisted, gesturing towards Guka, who was engrossed in examining the bracelet. Guka, a student of Ace Ultraman and Leo Brothers, had already earned Ace's recognition and graduated in terms of light manipulation. Regarding combat prowess, I firmly believe Guka is on par with any member of the security squad. Even if we were to encounter unforeseen circumstances, Guka would assuredly protect us. Moreover, have you forgotten about his formidable Ultra Bracelet? Seiga hesitated. That Zeta's assertions about Guka's combat capabilities were indeed grounded in truth. Let's venture out to test the bracelet's spatial traversal abilities and return swiftly. It won't take long. At that moment, Guka provided the crucial encouragement. With Guka's assurance, Seiga, eager to experience another realm, nodded affirmatively. All right then. Subsequently, Guka activated the bracelet's cloaking function according to the instructions. With a whoosh, a purplish semicircular light shield emanated from the crystal at the center of the bracelet, enveloping the three children within its protective embrace. How exhilarating! Zeta exclaimed, hiding behind the light screen, unable to contain his laughter at the prospect of leaving the Land of Light. Guka, let us head straight to the ultra-cosmic port. A few minutes later, the trio successfully evaded detection systems at the ultra-cosmic port and arrived at the docking area. As Seiga retrieved Taro's identification card, Guka quickly pressed his hand down. If we board a spaceship, we will certainly be discovered. Let's fly instead. Seiga understood this well. He piloted the ship with the intent of making a swift round trip. The flight speed is too slow. Guka believed his current flying speed rivaled that of a small spacecraft. No worries, I will carry you both. Zeta asked, carry us how? In the next instant, Guka flexed his well-defined arm, securing Zeta and Seiga around the waist. Then, with a whoosh, they shot upwards like a bullet piercing the sky. Ah! Zeta let out a cry, feeling the humiliation of being lifted. At the ticketing area of the ultra-cosmic port, security personnel armed with rifles exchanged glances. Did you hear something strange just now? I thought I heard Zeta shouting. Zeta and his friends are not trying to sneak out again, are they? Rest assured. The ultra-cosmic port boasts the universe's finest detection instruments. Without proper registration, even a cosmic fly cannot escape. Hey look, Commander Mebius is back. Just as Guka and his companions departed the Land of Light, Mebius hurriedly landed at the ultra-cosmic port. After passing through security, he disregarded the no-fly regulations and rushed towards the headquarters of the Cosmic Security Force. As Mebius soared away, the security personnel at the ultra-cosmic port recognized the seriousness of the situation. Is something major happening? Mebius, known for his humility, composure, and kindness, was evidently in a rush. This could only mean trouble. Wait, is something missing beside Commander Mebius? I recall he left with Zero 6 months ago. At the Cosmic Security Force headquarters, in the captain's office, Zoffy pondered deeply after listening to Mebius's report. Where could Zero possibly be? Mebius recalled Zero's disappearance. We detected mysterious spatial fluctuations near our patrol route, and Zero insisted on investigating. After Zero went missing, I searched the area, but found no trace of him. The situation inside remains unknown, and I cannot enter recklessly. Zoffy surmised. Are you suggesting that Zero's disappearance may be linked to that unknown fluctuation? Mebius nodded. I wish to enter and investigate thoroughly. Zoffy remained cautious. Bring along researchers from the Science and Technology Bureau to conduct a risk assessment of the fluctuation first. Outside the Land of Light, within the asteroid belt, Guka continued to peruse the lengthy instruction manual. When will we reach this alternate space? This manual is far too extensive. While Guka and Seiga examined the instructions, a bored Zeta squatted nearby, playing with stones. Eureka! Seiga exclaimed excitedly. Guka, look at this 7th clause. Let us give it another try. All right, Guka agreed, aligning his hand with the crystal of the bracelet. Following the manual's guidance, he performed energy infusions into the 3 crystals 13 times. With a crackle, a soft lavender light radiated from the bracelet, creating a spatial distortion before the 3 children. Wow, we finally succeeded, Zeta exclaimed, tossing aside the stone and jumping up in excitement. Wait. As Zeta was about to step through the spatial portal, Taiga promptly intervened. We don't know what's on the other side, Zeta countered. How can we know unless we take a look? Guka proposed. How about I go first? If it's safe, I will call you. Taiga advised cautiously. That's not wise. What if we lose contact? Zeta chimed in. What if someone is waiting on the other side with a weapon? The moment I peek through, I could be struck down. Taiga and Guka, you have quite the imagination. Taiga, while your thoughts may seem crude, they are not without merit. It is a possibility. Let us all charge in together. Let us be a bit bolder. We'll surely be fine. Guka exchanged glances with the 2 beside him, clasping their hands. Taiga and Zeta did not respond verbally but nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 children simultaneously shouted in unison as they vanished into the spatial distortion. At the same moment, within the Land of Light, in the Science and Technology Bureau, an alarm blared from a device. Hikaru, who was listening to Mebius recount the circumstances of Ciro's disappearance, instantly grew tense. This is bad. Chapter 73. Reunion with the Dragon Spiral. Do you know where Ciro is? Mebius inquired, noticing Hikaru's sudden shift in expression. Hikaru explained, no, but some time ago, Jack asked me to create an ultra bracelet for Guka. To ensure it matched Guka's Noah light, the bracelet is equipped with the finest functions, including spatial traversal. Given that this function was newly implemented, there were many uncertainties, so I set up an alarm in the lab. If used, I would be alerted, and the coordinates of the traversal would be displayed. Mebius understood. The alarm just went off, indicating that rascal Guka has utilized the spatial traversal. Hikaru nodded. However, the device did not display any coordinates. This means the child has ventured into an unknown realm not recognized by the universe, and he will not return shortly. Why? Mebius was aware of Hikaru's thoroughness. Knowing that issues could arise, he would have certainly made preparations for contingencies. For instance, by setting an automatic return function for the bracelet, one can simply reactivate it to return to the location prior to their journey. Hikaru, as I just mentioned, this feature is something I have only recently researched. After its initial use, a period of 240 cosmic hours must elapse before it can be utilized again. Mebius expressed his frustration. I should have disabled that function when giving the bracelet to that child, who so loves to explore. It's all my fault, Hikaru lamented. At this moment, Mebius felt overwhelmed. With Ciro missing and Jinga lost again, it's truly worrisome. We should search for Ciro first. He has been missing for a longer duration. As for Jinga, you mentioned he would return in 10 days if all goes well. That is contingent upon favorable circumstances. And currently, no one knows where he has traversed in this distorted space. The 3 children floated in the boundless depths of space, gazing in disbelief at everything around them. Before them were countless orange glowing vortices, emanating a gravitational force that rendered the entire space tumultuous. Zeta inquired, what are those vortices? It appears that this alternate dimension is indeed unlike the known universe. The well-read Taiga shook his head in confusion, feeling a strange familiarity. As a traveler, Jinga, having read the original work, began to search his mind for relevant information. Before he could recall anything, suddenly, a spaceship burst forth from one of the orange vortices. Coincidentally, this was a vessel the trio had seen before. Zeta exclaimed, the dragon ship? Is that one of the human vessels? Could it be that this place was opened by humanity? Jinga shouted as he rushed forward. Don't just stand there. Catch them before they collide with the meteorite. Half a minute later, with a loud thud, Jinga stopped the dragon ship from crashing into a meteorite with his own body. Inside the dragon ship, Captain Hinata and Rei, having been pulled into the distorted space, were still in a state of confusion. After a while, Captain Hinata turned to the Ultraman outside the ship to express his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Huh, Jinga? Rei instantly recognized the young Ultraman he hadn't seen in half a year. Beside Jinga, Taiga, Zeta, and Captain Hinata simultaneously asked, how did you end up here? Then they responded in unison, we are equally perplexed by the situation. Jinga urged them to speak one at a time. Rei recounted, we received a distress signal and brought supplies for rescue, but upon reaching the source of the signal, we discovered a vortex ahead. Before we could react, the powerful gravitational force affected the dragon ship's engine, and we were drawn in. Zeta remarked. What a surprise you all encountered. Captain Hinata asked. And what about you three children? Did you come out here to pursue a criminal? Taiga succinctly explained. Jinga obtained a new tool. And we, Ray summarized. So, you must be here for fun, but it seems difficult to leave this place. Jinga replied. This is no issue. The manual states that the bracelet can automatically return during spatial travel. He waved his wrist adorned with the beautiful bracelet. That is wonderful. Captain Hinata exclaimed with delight. This place appears exceedingly dangerous. My suggestion is to not linger and return promptly. Jinga calmly pulled up the manual. Wait a moment. Let me check the tutorial for the one-click return function. Jinga noted, returning might take some time. Taiga expressed his frustration. 10 days? We will surely be discovered. This is terrible. I'll be grounded again. Who can we blame? It's due to not examining the manual carefully enough, Zeta quipped. The two humans aboard the dragon ship reassured them. It's all right. As long as we can return, waiting 10 days is not a concern. Suddenly, the control panel of the ship displayed another distress signal. Ray activated it, exclaiming, the distress signal originated from here. Wait, this frequency is the signal wave of the dragon ship. Captain Hinata asked, Dragon ship? Then what are we currently piloting? Could it be that the dragon ship is malfunctioning due to a lack of maintenance? Ray began adjusting the controls. I'm not sure, but according to the coordinates, the source of the distress signal is from the planet ahead, Zeta suggested. Since we have nothing else to do, let us go take a look. At that moment, Jinga finally recalled the relevant plot concerning this peculiar space. In Ultra Galaxy Legends side story, Dark Lopus, the Salome aliens are manufacturing replica Ultraman brothers here. Taiga gently nudged Jinga. Jinga, why are you daydreaming? Let us move together. Jinga positioned himself in front of everyone. It's better not to go. The entire distorted space contains only that one planet, which serves as the base for the Salome aliens. Going there means confronting countless machine Ultraman brothers with combat abilities nearly equal to their originals, as well as the formidable Dark Lopus. If Zero is there, the safety of our group might be somewhat assured. If he is not, relying solely on myself. Without invoking Noah's power, I cannot possibly defeat Dark Lopus and so many Ultraman brothers. Moreover, using Noah's power would require a period of recovery. Thus, Jinga resolved not to use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Jinga declared, the dangers on that planet are unknown, and as you mentioned, the distress signal was sent out by the dragon ship, which may involve a conspiracy. What if it's a trap? With just as few, we wouldn't even be able to escape in the event of danger. Jinga understood that the distress signal originated from the dragon ship of a parallel universe. With just a few children, how could they possess the capability to assist? Chapter 74. Is the parallel universe real? In the distorted space. After utilizing the Ultraman bracelet to traverse to this location, Jinga and his companions encountered the dragon ship. Aware of the Salome alien base on the planet within the distorted space, Jinga wished to avoid setting foot there for the sake of everyone's safety. However, the frequently blinking distress signals from the dragon ship led Captain Hinata and Ray to harbor different thoughts. So, are we to hide in a corner for 10 days? Zeta felt somewhat humiliated by this idea. This is the safest course of action. Jinga and Taiga spoke almost in unison. Afterward, Taiga looked into Jinga's eyes, filled with admiration. I knew Jinga was different from the reckless Zeta. I concur with Jinga's perspective, Captain Hinata added. How about this? We pilot the dragon ship to that planet while you wait for us nearby. If we Haven T returned in 240 cosmic hours, you can leave first. Jinga shook his head. If we go, we must all go together. If we don't go, then none of us should. If you encounter danger there, we cannot simply stand by and watch. Ray reassured, you're still children, and besides, rescuing our companions is our responsibility. We are Ultraman. Taiga provided a brief response. In the universe, Ultraman embodies justice. Because we are Ultraman, we cannot turn a blind eye to the peril of our comrades. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm on the dragon ship began to sound urgently, indicating the intensification of the distress signal. Taiga turned to Jinga. How about it? Seeing humanity's resolve, Jinga ultimately nodded. If danger truly arises, I can still hold my ground. At worst, I can activate Noah's form to clear the area. As for the subsequent recovery period, I hope that no other evildoers enter this distorted space. After making a decision, the three young Ultraman and the human spaceship slowly headed toward the tan-colored planet at the center of the distorted space. They had not traveled far when Jinga was the first to notice a light point flying out from that planet. Watch out. Upon uttering this, Everyone cautiously concealed themselves behind a large floating meteorite. Jinga, flying at the forefront, peeked out, watching as a series of light points flew far away before signaling. Let us go. We shall continue our journey. On the unknown planet of distorted space, the three young Ultraman and the dragon ship descended. Three young warriors, having arrived for a rescue mission, diminished their sizes to match that of humans, fearing the colossal form of the giant. On a small hillside, Captain Ray and Hinata emerged from the ship's cabin, wielding a beeping detection device. It's nearby. Let us split up and search, suggested Ray. I think there's no need to separate, countered Guka, pointing in a specific direction. In the hollowed area ahead, a damaged spaceship lay in wait. Upon sighting the vessel, both Captain Hinata and Ray instinctively turned to glance back at the dragon ship behind them. Their minds clouded with confusion. Another dragon ship? Captain Hinata furrowed his brow. While there were similar models of the dragon ship within their fleet, each was distinctly painted to differentiate them. Even identical designs bore unique serial numbers. However, the ship before them was not only identical in color, but bore the same serial code as their own dragon ship. This is exceedingly strange, Ray thought. Fearing he had fallen victim to some monstrous illusion, and readied his combat device to summon Gamora. Let us take a closer look, Guka suggested. Fully aware of the unfolding situation yet opting to lead the group forward without revealing too much. Soon, they arrived beside the damaged dragon ship. Drawing nearer, they could distinctly hear the sound of labored breathing emanating from the other side of the vessel, as if someone was enduring immense suffering. Ray and Captain Hinata exchanged glances, simultaneously drawing their sidearms and advancing cautiously. The three young warriors followed closely, with Guka feigning a sense of tension to maintain a semblance of normalcy. After half a minute, the two captains stood face to face, wide-eyed with bewilderment. Seiga and Zeta wore expressions of confusion. What is happening here? Is this a disguise by the Zorabians? Lying beside the ship, Captain Hinata, his head bandaged and his uniform torn in multiple places, appeared gravely injured, weakly responding, I am Hinata Hiroshi, captain of the dragon ship. Then who am I? The uninjured Captain Hinata questioned, pointing to himself in disbelief. You are also Hinata, but you and I do not belong to the same universe. The weakened captain explained. We are in a distorted realm. Did you notice those swirling vortices outside? They connect to countless parallel universes. About 2 weeks ago, our dragon ship accidentally fell into this dimension while on a mission. Due to our bodies being incompatible with this twisted space, members such as Haikage, Kumano, and Haruna have disappeared one after another. In his final moments, Kumano attempted to send a distress signal, which is how I was able to see you. Seiga's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Parallel universes? Having read about this concept in books, he was experiencing the connection to a parallel universe for the first time. So, is it a universe of duplicates? Zeta ventured, articulating his understanding. Seiga replied, something like that. But they are mutual duplicates, and there is likely more than one such copy. Where there is one parallel universe, there could be countless others. Zeta pondered, so, there might be countless versions of me. How fascinating it would be to converse with myself. As the children delved into discussions about the concept of parallel universes, the injured Captain Hinata let out a pained cry. Ugh. Simultaneously, a strange glow radiated from his body. Could it be that both humans and Ultraman are, at their core, beings of light? Zeta was taken aback, sensing he had stumbled upon something significant. Is it possible that this is merely a precursor to Captain Hinata's disappearance? Guko inquired, recalling the Captain's earlier statement about the distorted space repelling individuals from parallel universes. The injured Captain Hinata nodded. Yes, this young Ultraman is quite astute. Seiga, puzzled, asked, shouldn't individuals from parallel universes have similar experiences? Don't you know, Guka? If they were truly identical, shouldn't these two old captains be lying together? Zeta's mind finally began to churn. Seiga interjected, the distorted space doesn't count. Let us not discuss this for now. I have something important to tell you. Sensing his impending disappearance, the wounded Captain Hinata interrupted the conversation between the two young Ultramen. The Salomines have established an experimental site on this planet. They, have created duplicate Ultramen brothers, intending to use these robots to dominate the multiverse. In the past 2 weeks, we have been in conflict with Ultraman Zero, Ugh. After another anguished cry, the wounded Captain Hinata's body grew increasingly luminous and began to fade. Captain, Ray rushed forward to support the captain from the parallel universe. Please help Ultraman Zero, stop the Salomines. After uttering his final words, the injured Captain Hinata transformed into particles of light, vanishing completely. Seiga curiously inquired, did he truly disappear? Or was he sent back to his original universe? Guka responded, if he could return to his original universe without taking any action, why would he seek help? Upon hearing this, the mood shifted dramatically, growing heavy with gravity. Ray began to contemplate their own predicament. If they did not leave promptly, would they meet the same fate? Did I just hear that Ultraman Zero is also here? Seiga spread his hands. Zeta quickly nodded in agreement. With Master Zero here, all troubles will be resolved. We will not face any danger. Guka, having made a discovery, moved away and replied, then how did that captain just disappear? Zeta retorted, why must you always dismantle the hope of others? After Guka's reminder, Seiga grew increasingly aware of the perilous nature of this planet. And there are duplicate Ultraman brothers. They sound rather formidable. Zeta, ever curious about everything, was eager to witness what a duplicate looked like. You'll find out if you look this way, Guka said. Having made a discovery while exploring. Standing atop the hillside, he pointed downward. Zeta, intrigued, followed Guka's finger to gaze below, where countless bodies of Ultramen lay strewn about. The original Ultraman was bisected. Ultraman 7 had a large hole in his chest. Ultraman Jack was impaled with an Ultraman spear. And parts of Ultraman Ace were scattered across the ground. Zeta, stunned by the horrific sight before him, gasped, oh my. Seiga exclaimed, how many have the Sailomines created? Zeta then realized, wait, did Ultraman Zero handle all of this alone? How incredibly powerful. I truly made the right choice in my master. But where is Master now? Guka recalled the glowing points he encountered when entering this planet. We may have missed it. Those abnormal lights we evaded earlier were likely Zero and the duplicate Ultramen. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to assist Master. Zeta exclaimed, eager to follow his mentor. Wait a moment, did you hear any strange sounds? Seiga tilted his head slightly, focusing intently. Moments later, everyone heard a series of sharp, metallic clashing sounds. Guka was the first to look up, his gaze fixed on the sky. Above them, a black claw was descending rapidly. The source of the cacophonous noise was the chain connected to this black claw. Stand beside me, Guka shouted, his body swelling with energy. He then raised his hands, a white-purple light shield rapidly expanding from his palms. With a resounding crash, the falling metallic claw struck Guka's light shield. The immense force forced Guka to kneel, but thankfully, his extensive martial training allowed him to withstand the impact. Seiga nervously asked, what is this? No sooner had he spoken than the sound of chains echoed again. This time, the noise came from behind them. Gamora. Ray quickly raised his combat device to summon Gamora, ready to assist the Ultraman warriors. Gamora, step back. I'll take care of this. Guka shouted. The enemy's assault came too swiftly, leaving Gamora with no choice but to serve as a shield. This is indeed the only ally I possess, and I cannot afford to lose it at this moment. After shouting, Guka leaned forward, flicking his wrist. A hum resonated as the high-speed, rotating white-purple light wheel shot forth. The sound of friction echoed painfully as Guka's unique 8-part light wheel collided with the second metallic claw. Its power still fell short, Guka sighed. Observing that the 8-part light wheel failed to cleave the flying claw, he raised the Ultra Bracelet high and shouted, Iron Wall. Crack, crack, crack. The Ultra Bracelet on his wrist rapidly expanded, the nanomaterials extending to transform into a thick alloy shield within moments. The shield, elegantly shaped, bore a faint purple hue and was emblazoned with the insignia crafted by Hikari specifically for Guka. Clang. In the next instant, the claw crashed against the shield, leaving shallow white marks. Guka did not dare to delay. With one hand, he summoned the high-speed rotating 8-part light wheel, gripping it tightly. He then, wielding the light wheel, aimed at the metallic chain connecting to the claw. Ace had taught that light skills need not always be employed at a distance. Ultra light saw. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The high-speed rotating light saw sparked a shower of flames upon contact with the chain. After a brief pause, click. The chain connecting to the metallic claw was successfully severed. Simultaneously, a roar echoed from thousands of meters away. Zeta, why Haven T? I heard this roar before. Because it belonged to a mechanical beast. Guka transformed the shield into a long blade, charging skyward with the gleaming silver weapon in hand. Occupying the high ground, he enjoyed a broad view. Spotting the true instigator of the attack, the mechanical Gamora, not far away. The mechanical Gamora, a monstrous creation of the Sailomines utilizing a combat apparatus from another dimension. possessed significantly greater combat prowess compared to the original Gamora. On the distant ground, the mechanical Gamora lifted its gaze, locking onto the little giant in the sky. A hum emanated as a strange glow appeared at its chest's energy emitter. In the next moment, a violet beam was unleashed. The mechanical version is indeed much more ferocious. Gu Jia maneuvered his body swiftly to evade the beam, accelerating sideways to draw closer to the mechanical Gamora. Throughout this process, he continued to gather and compress energy. The forbidden technique, the decapitating blade, had remained in use since he learned it. Today was the perfect opportunity to test it against this Gamora. In the Salomine experimental base. In the main control room, the Salomine Hirosha monitored the mechanical Gamora's view through a synchronized display, witnessing yet another Ultra warrior. How did this young Ultra child enter the distorted space? We must resolve this quickly. A nervous staff member responsible for monitoring the mechanical Gamora's data responded. The mechanical Gamora has exerted itself, but this child appears to be extraordinary. Humph. Hirosha scoffed. How extraordinary could an ultra-elementary student be? Could he possibly wield the decapitating blade and cleave the mechanical Gamora in one strike? In the next instant, a crescent-shaped light blade indeed appeared on the monitor. Then, zzz. The screen went dark, the signal lost, and silence enveloped the room. Support is requested. Chapter 76, Zeta. I envy you. In the Salomine Spire base, the staff, donned in work uniforms, stared in disbelief at the snowflake-patterned monitor. Hey, isn't this strange? One staff member adjusted his glasses with a chuckle, spreading his hands. An ultra child with 3 head spikes. You've missed the point, Jego, retorted a female staff member with rabbit teeth. The focus is on why such a small ultra warrior appears in distorted space. I have meticulously studied the laws of the Land of Light. Underage children are prohibited from venturing out alone. Hence, there may be adult ultra warriors accompanying them. As she spoke, a glint of wisdom sparkled in her eyes. You are the one being ridiculous, another staff member chimed in. The key issue is why such a young child can wield the decapitating blade. The forbidden technique of the ultra race, Ace's dismemberment skill. Why can that child use it? Just like that, our painstakingly studied mechanical Gamora has vanished. Vanished? Enough of your bickering. Hirosha snapped, feeling a headache coming on from his subordinate's chatter. Even if he can wield the decapitating blade, he is still just a child. The replicas of Ace that we manufactured, having studied Ace's data, can also utilize similar skills. Albeit with slightly diminished power, what is there to be surprised about? Liozzi, go release the mechanical Ace and give that ultra schoolboy a couple of slaps. Hirosha commanded his subordinates. Yes. The Salomine designated for the task marched towards the control panel. Beep, 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 beep. After a series of intricate adjustments, a transparent cover opened in the central robot storage chamber. Clang, clang, clang. The mechanical Zoffy emerged, striding with indifference. Oh dear, you really are foolish. The Salomine called Jego said, pushing Liozzi aside incredulously. Watch me. Half a minute later, the mechanical 7 stepped out. Upon witnessing her incompetent subordinates, Hirosha's face turned green with frustration, covering her eyes in disbelief. The reason she had yet to dominate the universe was largely due to the lack of a competent assistant. Foolishness. The female Salomine with rabbit teeth appeared to be the most astute, shoving the first 2 aside and skillfully releasing Ace. Then, the 3 turned to Hirosha, my lord. Since they are all out, let us release them all. Jego rubbed his hands together. Let that little boy witness the perils of the universe. You. Witness. What? Hirosha slapped Jego twice. Look at that monitor over there and see what is happening with Zero. The password has been set. It has been 2 weeks. And we still haven't captured Zero. My father was defeated by 7, and now this conflict has passed to our generation. I must surpass Zero. Hirosha clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes narrowing with determination. Near the graveyard of the mechanical ultra warriors, Gu Jia, for the first time employing the decapitating blade on the battlefield, effortlessly dispatched the mechanical Gamora. A fierce wind swept across the barren wilderness of an unknown planet, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand in this vegetation-less expanse. Gritting their teeth against the wind and sand, Seiga and Zeta stood still, unmoving. Seiga, possessing limited knowledge of the skills of ultra warriors, felt an overwhelming strength and sharpness. It is the decapitating blade. Seiga provided the answer, his demeanor suddenly turning profound. The ultra decapitating blade, in its normal state, resembles a serrated light wheel. Similar to the ultra cutter, a part light wheel, but its power is several times greater. Beyond the wheel form, the decapitating blade has numerous extended applications, such as the vertical decapitating blade, horizontal decapitating blade, and even the multi-layered decapitating blade that covers a wide area of impact. Each of these forms demands rigorous energy and manipulation precision, as its immense power makes it exceedingly difficult to wield, categorizing it as a forbidden technique in the Land of Light. 2 months prior, upon learning that Gu Jia had graduated from ACES training, Seiga speculated that his friend had mastered this skill. Yet, it was merely a conjecture, for achieving such a feat would be rather extraordinary. Within a year, mastering all the skills of the illustrious ace, including the decapitating blade, one must understand. Ordinary Ultra Warriors may never even touch the threshold of mastering the decapitating blade throughout their lifetimes. Yet Gu Jia had just used it. That crescent-shaped vertical decapitating blade effortlessly cleaved through the mechanical Gamora, splitting it in two. At this moment, the mechanical Gamora's body lay severed on the ground, sparks of electricity flickering between the two halves. Reflecting on his friend Gu Jia's omnipotent skills, while he himself had yet to launch even the first beam, Seiga helplessly gazed skyward. He had to admit, he felt envious. Hey, did you see that Gu Jia actually used that skill? Zeta, oblivious to Seiga's subtle change in mood, poked him twice. So impressive. That's a forbidden technique from the Land of Light. Although it's forbidden, I recognized it at first glance. I must be quite knowledgeable, right? Forbidden techniques aren't meant for just anyone to learn, but since Gu Jia has mastered it, can't he teach us as well? Does that mean I could use the decapitation technique soon? Seiga turned to Zeta and said, "Sometimes I envy you." Zeta scratched his head, puzzled. Huh, never mind. Go have fun, Seiga sighed. Meanwhile, Gu Jia was rummaging through the remains of the mechanical Gamora after defeating it. There must be some useful parts here. If I bring them back to the Land of Light, perhaps I can exchange them for money. If not, I can sell scrap metal. And these bodies of mechanical Ultra Warriors should be valuable too. Although Gu Jia wasn't too short on funds in the Land of Light, he felt the need to have some money on hand, such as for returning favors regarding the Ultra Bracelet. Such a remarkable bracelet must be expensive. Uncle Jack gave it to him for free, but he couldn't just take it without offering something in return. Though it was a hassle, maintaining relationships was essential. Hold on. Something seems to be coming our way. Seiga suddenly shouted a warning. At the same moment, Gu Jia sensed a menacing sound cutting through the air above him. Looking up, he clearly saw 3 mechanical Ultra Warriors, Mechanical 7, Mechanical Ace, and Mechanical Zoffy. Of course, there were not just 3 Ultra Warriors in sight, they were also launching attacks. 7's head boomerang, Ace's decapitation knife, and the 87 ray shot from Zoffy's palm. Run! Gu Jia shouted as soon as he realized the danger. These attacks were no joke. Being hit would not simply leave him bruised, but could lead to far more severe consequences. In a flash, the 3 mechanical Ultra Warriors' attacks approached Gu Jia's body. Clang! Gu Jia first deflected the head boomerang controlled by Mechanical 7 with the long blade in his hand, then lunged forward. Boom! The decapitation knife from Mechanical Ace and the 87 ray from Mechanical Zoffy struck behind Gu Jia, unleashing 2 massive explosions. Although Gu Jia wasn't directly hit by the rays, he still felt the scorching wind rushing from behind. The reason he opted to evade the attacks from the Mechanical Ultra Warriors was that he was unsure of the might behind those 2 rays. The power of the decapitation knife goes without saying, while the 87 ray is known as the most potent single-target ray in the Land of Light, reaching a terrifying temperature of 870,000 degrees, capable of obliterating 99 of known life forms in the universe. If he miscalculated, he might not make it out alive. Moreover, the Ultra Bracelet was a newly acquired treasure. It would be unfortunate if it got destroyed. Be careful, Seiga yelled again after Gu Jia narrowly dodged the first ray's impact. Buzz! Gu Jia turned back to see that the insidious Mechanical Zoffy was continuously firing the 87 ray, now sweeping towards his position once again. The terrifying heat, though not directly hitting him, still made Gu Jia feel a burning sensation. That's ruthless, he muttered, and decisively activated the invisibility feature of the Ultra Bracelet. His body vanished in place. In the sky, the 3 mechanical Ultra Warriors instantly lost their target and turned to search in confusion. In the control room of the Salomine base, one of the staff scratched his head in front of the monitor. Lost the target? How did he evade the mechanical Ultra Warrior's detection? It must be that Ultra Bracelet on his wrist. Halosha leaned forward in her floating chair. To be able to obscure even the perception of mechanical Ultra Warriors, this is no simple feat. This little Ultra Warrior can be disposed of. But we must obtain that bracelet. Wait, if he has already learned the decapitation knife at such a young age, perhaps we could use his data to create a new Ultra Warrior with even greater combat power than our ultimate weapon, Halosha pondered. We must capture this little Ultra Warrior alive. But we can't find him, one of the staff exclaimed. Halosha kicked one of her subordinates and said, "How foolish. Ultra Warriors place great importance on their companions. If we can't find him, won't he come to aid his comrades? I refuse to believe he won't intervene." In the graveyard of the mechanical Ultra Warriors, the invisible Guga was searching for an opportunity to attack. Having never used the invisibility feature of the bracelet in battle, he was uncertain whether using a ray would expose him. It was safer to engage in close combat. In the sky, after a fruitless search, the mechanical Ultra Warriors received commands from their base and swiftly redirected their attacks. Swish. Mechanical 7 was the first to throw his head boomerang. Buzz. Mechanical Ace followed with the Metallium Ray. Gamora. Raymond shouted as he saw the enemy change their target. Roar. Gamora, being a beast, obediently followed orders and stepped forward. Its horns turned red as it unleashed the ultra-vibrational wave in a ray-like form. Buzz. The two dazzling beams collided. Unfortunately, despite Gamora's desperate efforts, it could only hold back Mechanical Ace's Metallium Ray for a brief moment. After failing to match the opposing force, Gamora turned to look at Ray. Its eyes filled with complex emotions. "Ray, make sure everyone knows I'm not a coward." Just as the Metallium Ray was about to strike Gamora, the hidden Guga finally made his move, aiming for Mechanical Ace's back and thrusting his long blade forward. Flash. The blade penetrated the mechanical body with an ear-piercing sound. Fortunately, the attack succeeded, destroying Mechanical Ace's energy core in one strike. With a loud explosion, the core reactor of Mechanical Ace detonated. The terrifying shockwave instantly sent Mechanical Zoffy, Mechanical 7, and Guga flying thousands of meters away. The head boomerang thrown by Mechanical 7 was also deflected from its original trajectory due to the explosion and was ultimately swatted away by Gamora. As the explosive winds rushed past, two humans were blown away, but Seiga reacted quickly and caught them. "That was too dangerous," Captain Hinata said, shaken. "These mechanical Ultra Warriors are truly formidable." Raymond felt guilty for involving the little Ultra Warrior in this conflict. It was the right decision not to come to this planet. "We cannot deal with such enemies." Zeta replied, "Now that we're here, let's not talk like that. What we need to do is help Guga win this battle." Seiga said, "No need to help, just don't cause trouble. I think the farther we retreat, the better." Just as he finished speaking, a cry reminiscent of Tom Cat echoed from the distance. "Ow. It hurts, it hurts. Listen, Guga sounds like he's in real pain. Can we just stand by as friends?" Zeta couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward. Seiga, too, felt Guga's cries were truly pitiful and couldn't help but stretch his neck to peek. In the distance, Guga was engaged in a fierce battle with the two mechanical Ultra Warriors, exchanging blows. The clash of flesh against metal resonated loudly. Although Guga had undergone professional combat training and tests showed his muscle and bone density far exceeded that of his peers. They also indicated that his sensory acuity was several times greater than that of ordinary Ultra Warriors. Furthermore, strictly speaking, Guga was still just a teenager. He could endure pain, but not to an extreme degree. Facing steel with flesh made every clash feel as though he were willingly subjecting himself to torture. Stop. Ultimately, Guga decided to end the pointless physical confrontation and stepped back. Across from him, the two mechanical Ultra Warriors displayed a hint of disdain on their otherwise calm faces. In the control room of the Salome aliens, several individuals monitoring the mechanical Ultraman warriors could not contain their laughter. "Haha, this little Ultraman is simply hilarious. Engaging in a physical confrontation with steel, does he think he is Zero? He may not be Zero, but I sense he possesses a cunning even greater than his," remarked a staff member with rabbit-like teeth. "Is he merely relying on clever tricks? Can his cunning possibly secure him victory in this battle?" sneered Halosha. In the next moment, one of the staff members, who had been glued to the monitor, was the first to notice something amiss. The strange timer on the little warrior's chest appeared to be glowing brighter than before. No, it was not just a slight increase. Something was shooting out from within. The timer beam. This little one had unleashed the timer beam without any preliminary movements after disengaging from the physical confrontation. "Oh no, my screen has gone white again. I need support." Chapter 78. What is wrong with that? On an unknown planet within a distorted space, near the graveyard of mechanical Ultraman warriors, The astute Guka realized that engaging in a physical contest against robots as a mere mortal was tantamount to seeking torment. Thus, he intentionally created distance between himself and the adversaries. Simultaneously, he charged the timer beam within his chest. Typically, the timer beam requires a preparatory phase before use. And among the few in the land of light who can wield it without such delay, Ace stands out as a paragon of finesse. Guka had previously needed to charge this attack for a considerable duration, as Ace had taught him to consider energy modulation, killing efficiency, and personal energy reserves when using light, striving to inflict maximum damage with minimal energy. However, at this moment, the purple beam emanating from Guka's chest was instantaneous. Guka realized that his energy reserves were plentiful enough that he did not need to contemplate such trivialities. He could simply unleash it. Ace mastered the utmost techniques of light, while Guka was a numerical anomaly. With a resounding whoosh, the robust and resplendent purple beam instantly engulfed the two mechanical Ultraman warriors. On the ground, all spectators of this battle found their faces illuminated with the purple hue cast by the thick beam in the sky. Zeta exclaimed, "How did Guka accomplish that? The beam he fired is even thicker than his own body. I want to learn that too." "You won't be able to," Seiga retorted. Although he himself could not yet wield light, his years of accumulated knowledge allowed him to deduce Guka's method of releasing the beam in that moment. No other warrior from the land of light could employ such a skill without regard for energy. "That little warrior has grown significantly stronger since the last time we met," Captain Hinata remarked. "In contrast, we have not only stagnated but found ourselves in increasingly dire straits." In the sky, since Guka was focused solely on indiscriminately unleashing energy, the beam's potency was slightly diminished. It did not instantly obliterate the two mechanical Ultraman warriors. Instead, it gradually eroded them under the relentless barrage of light. First, the outer layer of the faux Ultraman paint faded, followed by the inner metallic skeleton, sensory systems, central control systems, and core reactors. Moments later, the two mechanical Ultraman warriors had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. Exhaling, Guka lightly patted his chest twice, relieved to have won. He could not deny that facing the mechanical Ultraman warriors was quite daunting, but thankfully, he had the upper hand in skill. "Did you think this matter was truly concluded?" Just as Guka had finished dispatching the two mechanical Ultraman warriors, a distorted female voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Guka looked up to see 5 Ultraman warriors in various stances, with the voice emanating from the foremost mechanical Zoffy's loudspeaker. "Cease your resistance now, and I may spare your life, as well as that of your companions. Otherwise, you shall all perish. I shall grant you 30 seconds to make your decision, little one." A minute passed. Guka raised a finger. "This is a significant matter concerning the honor of the Ultraman warriors. I need to consider it carefully." A piercing laugh from Hylosha echoed through the loudspeaker. "Hee, the little one values honor. Then I shall grant you a minute." With a minute of respite, Guka immediately flew towards his friends. "What should we do now? Should we confront them directly?" Zeta clenched his fists, brimming with battle fervor. Seiga casually raised his hand, swiftly extinguishing Zeta's fiery anger. "What will you use to confront them?" Guka replied, 3 I can manage, but being surrounded by 5 would be quite troublesome." Zeta counted on his fingers. "There are 5 of them, and we have 5 too. Plus, we have an extra monster on our side. The advantage is mine." Seiga, sensing reality, interjected, "I believe that is unwise." Zeta turned to Guka. "Guka, say something. You requested a minute to consider. You must have a plan, right?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Guka. Calmly, he replied, "There is no rush. With my trump card in hand, I am unperturbed. Worst case, I can activate Noah's form and eliminate them all. What I need to do now is buy time. If Zero arrives, the battlefield will change. If he does not arrive, I will feign surrender and stall a bit longer. I have no desire to fight." After Guka's words, silence enveloped the group as the tension of panic spread within each heart. Finally, the allotted minute had elapsed. The 5 mechanical Ultraman warriors hovered before the group. Among them, Mechanical 7 removed the head spike and aimed it at Seiga's neck. Hylosha's voice resonated. "What are your thoughts now?" "I do not favor indecisive children." Guka propped his chin, feigning contemplation. "Almost there. I will arrive at a conclusion shortly." The head spike in Mechanical 7's grasp edged closer to Seiga's neck. Zeta interjected, "If you think any longer, it seems Seiga might meet his end." "Do not rush," Guka replied, casting a glance back at Mechanical 7. His gaze seemingly penetrating through the robot, and locking onto the individuals seated behind the monitor. Proceed, just avoid harming the one with the bracelet. The others are fair game. Hylosha commanded without intention to grant further opportunities. Simultaneously, the head spike above Guka's head detached. With a swift clang, it intercepted the descending hand of Mechanical 7. Run! Guka bellowed. Without hesitation, Seiga and Zeta turned to flee. Guka controlled the remaining 2 head spikes, directing them towards Mechanical Zoffy and Mechanical Jack, while positioning himself in front of Mechanical Ace and the first Ultraman. None shall pass today. Little one, why are you so ungrateful? Hylosha scoffed. I had given you a chance. Guka suddenly pointed skyward. That remark was not mine. Mechanical Ace tilted his head as Hylosha's voice responded. Guka continued. It was Zero who said that. In the sky, Zero descended in a flying kick, flames igniting his legs. I said, what is wrong with that? Chapter 79. Zero, I am actually a good child? Hearing Zero's shout, Guka breathed a sigh of relief. There is nothing quite like the sense of security that Zero provides. Boom. As Zero landed in a flying kick, his first foot struck none other than his mechanical father, Mechanical 7. The flying kick of Zero originates from the Leo flying kick developed by Leo himself, merely rebranded with a new user. How should one extol the merits of the Leo flying kick? The elite warrior of the Cosmic Patrol, Morabius, who has personally experienced the formidable power of the Leo flying kick, has remarked, the Leo flying kick transcends the very essence of Ultraman's power. The force of this kick equates to that of a 10,000-ton explosion, effectively annihilating foes in a single strike. At this moment, as Zero descends from the sky to deliver a kick to Mechanical 7, the result is no different. A single blow renders Mechanical 7 into mere fragments of a hero. Beside him, Guga's eyes sparkle with admiration. So cool, Zero. If I put in some effort, perhaps in 2 or 3 years, I too could master the Leo flying kick. What brings you here, kids? Zero inquires, slightly tilting his head as he stands alone against the remaining 4 Mechanical Ultramen. It's a long story. Once we take care of these guys, I will explain everything to you. With that, Guga raises his hand towards his rift timer, drawing forth its purest energy. Brother, your battle isn't over yet. Rejuvenated by the influx of energy, Zero lets out a joyous exclamation. After 2 weeks of intensive combat since entering this distorted space, his energy had long been depleted, leaving his body weary. With nearly all his energy spent, he could only rely on sheer physical prowess to contend with these mechanical beings. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the most potent power bank from the Land of Light has arrived. Although it merely replenishes energy without restoring his spirit, this sustenance allows him to endure for at least another 2 months. No, with this kid's energy reserves, he could provide multiple boosts. If he collaborates with him, wouldn't that be an Ultraman perpetual motion machine? Quite clever. This time, when receiving Guga's energy gift, Zero felt no displeasure as before. Instead, he gave the boy a thumbs up. Let's do this together, brother. Guga, armed with his Ultraman bracelet and long sword, prepared for battle. You don't need to intervene. Leave this to the adults. Zero scoffed, placing his right hand upon his chest, the green light of the Amirim illuminating brightly above him. With a swift motion, an ultra-fine beam of Amirim energy shot forth, slicing through Mechanical Zoffy and Mechanical Jack with the precision of legendary nanoblades. After the cut, the 2 mechanical beings remained intact for a moment before splitting into 2 segments. Thus, in just 2 moves after Zero's arrival, 3 of the 5 mechanical Ultraman brothers were vanquished. The remaining 2 were left to be easily handled. Look, that's my master, the excited Zeta exclaimed, pointing at Zero in battle. Isn't he incredibly cool? Captain Hinata rubbed his ears, finding the little Ultraman a tad noisy, yet he refrained from commenting. We know Ultraman Zero. Within the control room of the Salomine base, a frustrated Halotia slammed her hand against her floating chair. How could Ultraman Zero return so soon? Has he already dealt with that batch of mechanical brothers? Commander, I believe the mechanical Ultraman pose no real threat to Zero, a staff member suggested. We had painstakingly worn him down using a swarm tactic, and we're beginning to see a glimmer of victory. Yet, this unknown little Ultraman has completely replenished his energy. Activate Dark Lopus. Halotia ordered decisively. Another staff member hesitated, saying, but we cannot fully control Dark Lopus right now. If that terrifying creature goes out of control. Halotia interjected, then we shall equip him with the Dekutagir armor to restrict his actions. He must heed our commands. Why are you standing there? Open the hatch. On an unknown planetary battlefield within the distorted space, with a final explosion, all 5 mechanical Ultraman brothers were eliminated. Zero sighed in relief and turned to Guga. Now can you explain? Guga replied, we utilized the Ultraman bracelet to traverse time and space. The following 200 words are omitted for brevity. Upon hearing Guga's account, Zero's yellow eye lights flickered. Wow, I recall you guys are still in elementary school, right? We're in the first year of middle school now, Zeta quietly corrected. Zero retorted, what's the difference? You dared to leave the land of light and run around out here. You truly possess some skills. Including their prior escapades of releasing prisoners and hijacking a spaceship, Zero calculated the children's mischief and realized, compared to them, his own childhood had been exceedingly well-behaved. His mischief had been confined to the land of light, while these 3 children had recklessly roamed the universe committing crimes. This is not a place for you. You must return immediately. Zeta clenched his fists. We already understand the situation, Master. Rest assured, we will help you win this war. First, your presence here is a burden. Zero raised one finger, then a second. Second, do not call me Master. I have no foolish disciples like you. Leave at once. The return function has not yet activated, but you can use the rift to return. However, which door? The distorted space was riddled with whirlpools leading to parallel universes. Entering the wrong door could result in permanent disorientation in the cosmos. Zero contemplated and acknowledged the validity of Taiga's concern. Then you all hide for now. I will destroy the evil alien base, and we can regroup afterwards. Just as he finished speaking, Zero noticed Guga's body suddenly tense, his gaze directed at a particular spot. Curiously, Zero followed his lead. Master? Zeta continued. That must be an Ultraman who closely resembles you, but with a different color. Zero, unsure of the means through which the dark giant communicated, suddenly exclaimed, Dark Lopus. So you claim your name is Dark Lopus? Oh, to kill me? We shall see if you possess the capability. With that declaration, Zero soared into the sky, charging directly at Dark Lopus. Soon, the silver-blue figure collided with the dark golden one, and the battle commenced. Wow! Guga watched in excitement from the sidelines. Raymond stood atop Gamora, strategizing. We must find a way to assist. Chapter 80. The robots go haywire. Dark Lopus, the giant clad in black and gray Dakota gear armor, bore an uncanny resemblance to Zero in his armored form, appearing as if he were Zero's shadow. At this moment, on the wild terrain of the unknown planet within the distorted space, an intense battle unfolded between the true self and its shadow. After utilizing Dark Lopus to stall the mightiest Ultraman Zero, Halotia, coveting Guga's potential, dispatched another team of mechanical Ultraman brothers. Upon seeing the group of mechanical warriors on the horizon, Guga realized it was time to take action. Run. We must flee. At the same time, Zero shouted. I will hold them off for you. You all need to get moving. Guga's mind raced. As long as they remained in the distorted space, even if they ran, they would inevitably be pursued. Brother Zero, please, help me buy some time. Ray, having experienced so much alongside this young warrior, recognized his extraordinary potential. Despite his doubts, he chose to comply. Leave it to me. Gamora, prepare for battle. The ancient beast Gamora swallowed nervously, steeling himself. These are merely mechanical minions. I'm all in. Zeta shared the same assessment of Gamora, a regular ancient monster, yet facing 5 mechanical Ultraman brothers. The clash of primal instinct and technology carries an inexplicable sense of destiny. Stay out of my way, little monster. Zero remarked sternly, though his heart softened. A crimson glow radiated from the eyes of the Dark Lopus. In the next instant, this enigmatic robot surged forward with an astonishing speed, launching a powerful punch at Zero. Bang! Caught off guard, Zero was sent flying, crashing into several mountain peaks. After this display of might, the Dark Lopus cast a cold glance at the fearless Gamora lying on the ground before shifting its gaze back to Zero. Emitting a chilling mechanical voice, do not underestimate me. After this declaration, it ignored Gamora and charged once more towards Zero. As the Dark Lopus soared away, a new team of mechanical Ultra brothers arrived, hovering above Gamora and looking down upon the scene. Let us go, Gamora. Lei raised his battle instrument high. Whoosh! White steam billowed from Gamora's nostrils, and its body transformed into a vibrant red at an observable pace, initiating the super shockwave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zero, having regained his footing after being blasted away, removed his 2 head projectiles and combined them into the Zero double sword, charging towards the Dark Lopus. The battles on both fronts commenced simultaneously. On the ground, as Gamora, Zero, Zeta, and even the Panlong struggled against the mechanical Ultra brothers. Guga let out a cry of pain. At this moment, he curled his body, floating close to the ground, enveloped in a purple radiance. It was as if a new sun had risen on this sunless planet. In the control room of the Salomines, Halotia keenly sensed the anomaly with the young Ultra Warriors. Immediately instruct the mechanical Ultra Warriors to stop that little one. This monstrous creature is far too bothersome. Is it still not dead? The staff member wore a face of annoyance. Halotia pondered, an ancient beast out of touch with the times. Paired with a human aircraft and two juvenile Ultras, can entangle the mechanical Ultra brothers for so long. It seems they require another upgrade to truly dominate the universe. I believe it's an operational issue. If I were in charge, I would eliminate those troublesome entities in an instant, a staff member volunteered eagerly. On the battlefield, as energy continued to mobilize, Guga's body grew increasingly luminous. Ultimately, even the Dark Lopus, engaged in fierce combat with Zero several dozen kilometers away, sensed the unusual energy fluctuations. This robot, a culmination of the universe's most advanced scientific technology, voiced its confusion. A life form? How could it possibly store this before it could finish? The distant purple sun erupted with a thunderous explosion. A tremendous wave of purple energy surged forth, indiscriminately sending everyone flying. Even the formidable Dark Lopus could not escape, being propelled several kilometers away. On the other side of the battlefield, following the energy explosion, Guga transformed into a figure reminiscent of Ing Zheng from a mobile game after unleashing his ultimate power. Swish, 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 swish. Countless cross-shaped energy blades erupted from his body. A superfluity of decapitating blades pierced through the 5 mechanical Ultra brothers, leaving them riddled with holes. Soon, the 5 mechanical Ultra warriors collapsed to the ground, their surfaces flickering with erratic sparks. Guga gathered his energy, a smile gracing his face. In heaven and on earth, only I reign supreme. Observing the success of his battle plan, Guga exuberantly declared. At the Salomine base, following the explosion of the purple energy wave from the young Ultra, the base felt the repercussions. The outer defense barrier has been breached, and the base's energy system is malfunctioning, reported a staff member. I never imagined that little one possessed such power, Halotia said, excitement gleaming in her eyes, longing to possess that mysterious young Ultra. You lot. First, repair the defense barrier and energy system. The rest of you, deploy 2 more batches of mechanical Ultra brothers. We must retrieve that young Ultra, given his current performance. I am confident I can transform him into the most formidable weapon of invasion in the universe. With that, Halotia raised her hands in exhilaration. Just as the leader of the Salomines envisioned the future, a staff member feigned panic, gazing at the display screen. Commander, the Dark Lopus has already subdued Zero, right? Then you all should clean up the battlefield. Halotia seemed to have immense faith in the Dark Lopus she had salvaged. The staff member replied, No. That entity has gone out of control. It has shattered the Dakota gear armor that controlled it. What? A momentary panic flickered across Halosha's previously calm face. The Dark Lopus, a mysterious robot she had rescued, had eluded her control despite numerous modifications. She had reluctantly released it against Zero, intending to conduct a real-world test. Unexpectedly, the feared scenario had come to pass. At that moment, the staff member responsible for monitoring the Dark Lopus shouted, Commander, those little warriors have also reached Zero's side. Hey, Dark Lopus, who allowed you to do that? Come back. Chapter 81, The Rift of the Universe. In the wilderness of an unknown planet, the Dark Lopus, having shattered its own Dakota gear armor, revealed a form identical to Zero's. The only differences lay in its color and that singular eye. What should we do to assist our master now? Zeta gazed at the unfolding battle, feeling his eyes were insufficient. Wait a moment, until the opponent unleashes their ultimate move. Guga replied, maintaining vigilance while observing the battlefield. The Dark Lopus's ultimate move, the Dimension Core Storm, could directly transport individuals to the rift of the universe. For ordinary beings, the rift was an eternal prison, but for Guga and his companions, it represented a temporary refuge. We should apply more pressure. Observing the Dark Lopus hesitating to unleash its ultimate attack, Guga decided to join the fray. At that moment on the battlefield, the Dark Lopus and Zero transformed into 2 beams of blue and red light, continuously colliding, separating, and colliding again. Interestingly, in this fierce battle, Both identical warriors had lost their head projectiles. The Dark Lopus's head projectile was severed by Zero, while Zero's head projectile was knocked away by the Dark Lopus during their intense struggle. At this moment, the two beams of light, locked in perpetual collision, seemed to have reached a peculiar balance. Suddenly, a third beam of light entered the fray, countering the red light alongside the blue. After being grazed by Gu Jia's decapitating blade, the Dark Lopus quickly retreated, a look of puzzlement appearing in its singular eye. What did you just use? Zero noticed something amiss and turned to Gu Jia. Gu Jia calmly replied, decapitating blade. Hey, don't casually say something so outrageous in such a calm tone, Zero retorted. I was merely on a patrol mission. Having left the Land of Light for just half a year, and you've changed so much? Zero exclaimed. Huh, I thought this was an extraordinary skill. It seems quite ordinary if you can master it too, he added. Brother is right, Gu Jia acknowledged, knowing Zero's personality and following his lead. At the same time, the Dark Lopus ascended rapidly, its chest emitting mechanical friction sounds as the gears whirred louder. Soon, the timer on its chest transformed into a laser cannon after a complex series of component adjustments. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Energy rapidly coalesced at the cannon's mouth. Zero scoffed. You think I'm an old man who can't dodge a charged beam from that distance? Brother, wait a moment. Just as Zero prepared to launch another attack during the Dark Lopus's charging interval, Gu Jia pulled him back. What is it? Zero queried, displeased. Gu Jia replied, how should I respond? To express a desire for a tumultuous encounter might indeed lead one to be perceived as a masochistic deviant, wouldn't it? The rationale behind such a sentiment is bound to be questioned, especially regarding the knowledge of the Dark Lopus energy cannon and its effects. To admit having perused the script would be a challenging explanation, and should the truth be unveiled, one might even be deemed a heretic by the Kingdom of Light. I find myself devoid of security. After much contemplation, Gu Jia opts to weave a fabrication. Upon hearing such words, Zero is momentarily silenced. Good sir, is this truly the time for such remarks? The opportunity for action is slipping away. Should the Dark Lopus and the Salomine succeed, the multiverse would be doomed. In the heavens, the Dark Lopus finally completes the convergence of the dimensional core storm. With a resonant hum, a white-purple energy beam erupts from its chest, expanding at the front like an ever-widening energy vortex. Just moments ago, Zero was confident in his ability to evade this strike, but as the energy tempest truly descends, he finds the surrounding space distorted, his evasion slowed. Ultimately, after a desperate struggle, he is ensnared within the energy storm. Similarly caught in the maelstrom are Zeta, Seiga, and the dragon ship. The colossal dimensional core storm, upon striking its targets, rends the fabric of space. Half a minute later, silence reigns over the battlefield, leaving only the Dark Lopus behind. The newly arrived mechanical Ultra brothers encircle the Dark Lopus, confirming the disappearance of all others. What is the purpose of this? Echoes Halosha's voice through the loudspeaker of mechanical Zoffy. The Dark Lopus offers no reply, appearing to have entered a state of fatigue post-battle. Its crimson eyes dimming as it lapses into standby mode. Let us take him back, Halotia states, both reluctant and weary. In the cosmic rift, existing within the universe are spatial fissures filled with temporal turbulence and various entities that have inadvertently entered this realm. At this moment, Gu Jia finds himself amidst this kaleidoscopic world, observing meteorites, debris, and the wreckage of alien spacecraft. The inhabitants of these vessels, eroded by the passage of time, are reduced to mere skeletal remains. Where are we? Captain Hinata inquires, bewildered. It should be the cosmic rift. There are relevant records in the Scientific Bureau's archives, Seiga replies, surveying the surroundings with excitement. Zeta remarks, so? That fellow's skill appears so formidable, yet it is not a destructive ability, but rather a portal? What could the mind of its creator have been thinking? Seiga responds, is the skill truly weak? One cannot escape the cosmic rift through ordinary means, unless one possesses the ability to tear through space or wield immense energy to manipulate it. Your fate will be akin to his, gesturing towards the corpse within the alien ship. Hey, Gu Jia, what are you doing? Gu Jia replies, I am searching for any item on the body that might confirm his identity. He has been missing for so many years, and his family must be worried. Captain Hinata, with a gentle gaze, asks, are you planning to send him home? Truly a kind-hearted warrior of the Kingdom of Light. Gu Jia raises his hand, retrieving the spacecraft into his spatial bracelet. I cannot claim to be virtuous. I was also examining whether he possessed anything of value, considering it payment for his return home. Captain Hinata, Reconsidering his previous assessment, muses, this lad is remarkably different from the stereotypical ultras. Seiga interjects, return what belongs to the deceased. One should not take from the dead. Guka spreads his hands. He possesses nothing of worth, yet I am resolute in returning him home. As for which planet he hails from, that shall be investigated upon our return to the kingdom of light. At this moment, Zero finds himself in distress, as a group of children chatter incessantly beside him, causing his head to throb. Cease your chatter. Do you have a means to leave this place? Guka responds. We can utilize the fusion beam. Zero, gazing skeptically at the children, asks us. Guka clarifies, all three of us. In the next instant, the space tears open, revealing Leo Ultraman clad in a cloak. Chapter 82. Leo, difficulties in training a disciple. Time rewinds to half a day prior. The return of Mebius brings news of Zero's disappearance. Having mentored Zero for many years, the bond between Leo and his disciple is profound, compelling him to urgently search for him. Not long after, the news of the three children's disappearance reaches Leo's ears. Both of his disciples have vanished. In a state of confusion tinged with despair, Leo and Astra split up to seek their lost students. Strangely, upon reaching the borders of the Kingdom of Light, he spots Zero's head spear embedded in a meteorite. Subsequently, through the heightened sensory perception cultivated from years of training in cosmic martial arts, Leo successfully locates Zero's position via the head spear and, utilizing the properties of his ultra cloak to traverse space, enters the cosmic rift. Within the rift, Leo's form floats amidst the heights, his cloak billowing without wind, creating a haunting rustle. Zero and Guka, both having trained under Leo, simultaneously sense the killing intent emanating from their master. Run. Thus, a chase unfolds within the cosmic rift. Zero stands still. Leo admonishes. I entrusted you to accompany Mebius in familiarizing yourself with patrol duties, and yet you chose to abandon your post. Do you understand the chaos this has caused within the security force? With your personality, I fear for your safety outside. Zero retorts as he flees, Master, you are being overly cautious. My character is without flaw, and my strength is evident. Leo exclaims, You've become quite proud, haven't you? And you, Guka? Not yet even the height of a monstrous thigh, and you flaunt your new tools. Do you think spatial traversal is a mere game? And to bring along two friends. If trouble arises, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Stand still. Let me strike you once, and we shall consider the matter settled. Guka dares not pause. While Leo specifies a single strike, he does not clarify the intensity, and Leo's flying kick would certainly count as one strike. As he runs, Guka sincerely admits his fault. Master, this was truly an accident. I promise to remain in the Kingdom of Light from now on. Minutes later, Leo is astonished to find he cannot catch either of his two disciples. Zero, without need for elaboration, has long surpassed his skills through years of training, while Guka is an anomaly, an endlessly enduring powerhouse. His only apparent flaw might be his aversion to pain and inconvenience. On a floating island within the cosmic rift, a composed Leo gazes at his two disciples with a complex expression. Do elaborate. What exactly transpired? After a moment of catching his breath, Zero recounts the events of his traversal into the distorted space and his encounter with the Salamines. Those depraved cosmic fiends seek to dominate the multiverse using the mechanical Ultra Brothers. Can I allow such a thing? Absolutely not. Thus, I must hasten to thwart their plans. I shall accompany you, Zeta fervently declares, stepping forward, but before he can proceed, Seiga pulls him back. Do not complicate matters. Leo turns his gaze towards the three children. Guka sheepishly smiles. We happen to converge while testing our spatial traversal abilities. Enraged, Leo seizes Guka and delivers two swift kicks to his rear. Testing? Just happened? You're truly asking for it. Feeling wronged, Guka protests. Master, you just said to ease up. How can an adult not keep their word? Leo disregards this topic, stating, the cosmic rift is not entirely inescapable. We should be able to breach a path to the distorted space using the fusion beam, just as I did upon entering. However, during its use, someone must remain to stabilize the energy output. We will all three employ the beam, with Guka staying behind to maintain the energy stability. Once accomplished, I shall return to retrieve you. Leo proposes a plan. No. At this moment, Guka shook his head. The mechanical Ultraman warriors were formidable adversaries, especially with the Salamines possessing an entire legion backed by the immensely powerful Dark Lopus. Eradicating them all seemed impossible, even for Master and Brother Zero combined. However, Guga did not articulate the rest of his thoughts. Instead, he pointed to his own chest, implying, "I can, the light of Noah can." Previously, he refrained from utilizing that power on the battlefield, feeling that it was not yet a true crisis, that the time to reveal his trump card had not arrived. Moreover, the subsequent period of weakness posed a risk as he lacked a safeguard. Although he would later reunite with Zero, the intense battle left Zeta and the humans nearby, causing him some concern. Now, however, his companions were safely positioned. Once he and Zero returned, it would be the definitive moment for a hunt. With Zero recovering from his weakness, the chances of unexpected complications were minimal. Seeing Guga's gesture, Leo instantly grasped the situation. "Is it possible?" Guga replied, "It must be done. The Salomines are preparing to dispatch forces across the multiverse. Once those mechanical Ultraman brothers are sent into various parallel universes, resolving the situation would become exceedingly difficult." Ultimately, Leo chose to entrust this heavy responsibility to the disciples he had meticulously trained. "Very well, it shall be entrusted to you." After a brief moment of respite, Zero Ultraman rose, declaring, "I am ready. Let us begin." Guga promptly followed suit. Subsequently, the three of them floated in midair, each releasing beams of light. A dazzling high-heat beam coalesced in the air, shooting forth into the vibrant, void expanse. With a peculiar sound, a spatial gateway opened, cleaved by the light from the cosmic rift. "Let us proceed." Leo continued to maintain the beam's output, glancing at his disciples with pride. Without uttering a word, Zero and Guga transformed into two beams of light, soaring into the spatial portal. Leo, observing the departure of Guga and Zero, felt a sense of unease. Surely, he was more suited for the task than Guga. Zeta watched as Guga and Master Zero vanished, tilting his head in confusion. Taiga's gaze flickered, likely having guessed something. Yet he refrained from revealing the truth to Zeta. It is because Guga possesses infinite energy, allowing Brother Zero's power to reach its zenith. "Have you forgotten Zero's performance in the monster graveyard?" Zeta took pride in his master. "Ah, so the main force still relies on Master. Well then, it is time for us to return." After sending off his two disciples, Leo turned to face the Dragon Palace alongside Taiga and Zeta. Zeta inquired, "Shall we not wait for their return?" Taiga replied, "Fool, they will undoubtedly return directly to the Land of Light." Chapter 83, Inadequate Villains. At the Salomine base, after a frantic repair by the staff, the protective barrier surrounding the entire facility was reactivated. At this moment, within the base and in the hangar, numerous capsule chambers housing the mechanical Ultraman brothers began to open with a clang. In the center of the hangar, Dark Lopus stood tall, the dimensional core in its chest emitting waves of dangerous spatial fluctuations. The Salomine leader, Hylosha, floated beside Dark Lopus, her gaze conflicted as she surveyed the hangar. Although the mechanical Ultraman brothers required further optimization, the base had already been discovered by the warriors of the Land of Light. Thus, dispatching forces to the multiverse was more urgent than ever. With that, Hylosha turned to her assistant. "Activate the dimensional synchronization device and activate the dimensional core in Dark Lopus's chest. Prepare for transmission." "Yes." A loud response echoed from below. Clang. The mechanical Ultraman brothers were awakened, while mechanical arms systematically transported them to the transmission platform. The white and purple dimensional core in Dark Lopus's chest began to glow brighter, casting light that enveloped the mechanical Ultraman brothers on the transmission platform. The staff shouted, "Transmission will be completed in 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. I will become the leader of the new empire, and I shall lead the mechanical Ultraman warriors to carve out a vast territory." Hylosha felt the plan nearing success, her excitement directed towards all her creations in the hangar. Suddenly, the purple light emitted from Dark Lopus's chest vanished. Hylosha, interrupted, angrily glared at her subordinates. "What is happening?" The staff responded in a panic. "The control center of Dark Lopus has malfunctioned and cannot send control commands." Hylosha questioned, "Was it not already debugged?" "Ground staff, unknown." Before the words could settle, a low hum resonated as Dark Lopus's crimson eye illuminated, coldly and disdainfully surveying the world. Clang. The massive robot began to turn its head, its shoulder and neck structures moving, producing a cacophony of mechanical friction. Floating beside Dark Lopus, Hylosha sensed an ominous premonition. Turning back, she realized that Dark Lopus was fixated on her. "You have returned." Dark Lopus emitted a synthesized mechanical voice. They have returned. Hylosha, what do you intend to do? Ridiculous. The single eye of Dark Lopus seemed to reflect mockery. A diminutive insect attempting to control my power. In the next instant. Clank, clank. Dark Lopus fully regained its operational capability, its body detaching from the tower's support. Simultaneously, its flickering eye shone once more. Buzz. A high-heat beam shot forth from its eye, obliterating a vast array of capsule chambers housing the mechanical Ultraman. Boom, boom, boom. With Dark Lopus's sudden rampage, numerous mechanical Ultraman warriors were destroyed, their core reactors exploding, and the entire hangar erupted in flames. Outside the Salomine base, Guga and Zero, poised to strike, exchanged bewildered glances. We haven't even made a move, yet the inside has already exploded? Zero's tone was laden with confusion. It seems Dark Lopus has gone berserk, Guga speculated. Others may be unaware of Dark Lopus's true origin, but he was not. This robot was created by the Belial Galactic Empire, and like its creator, it was proud and malevolent. Zero suggested, let us go in and take a look. Inside the Salomine base, Dark Lopus suddenly went berserk, forgetting its origins, and unleashed a horrific slaughter upon the Salomines who had sought to control it. By the time Guga and Zero arrived, the hangar had transformed into an inferno. Countless mechanical Ultraman warriors lay in ruin. This simplifies matters, Guga remarked upon witnessing the scene. You have returned. Dark Lopus turned coldly to face Zero and Guga. I will handle this. Zero raised his hand to shield Guga, fully aware of the young warrior's reasons for accompanying him. However, he did not wish to involve others in his personal vendetta against Dark Lopus. Thus, bang, bang, bang. The two giants, nearly identical in form, clashed in an instant. Guided by Zero, the battleground shifted outside the base, leaving only Guga and the beleaguered Salomines within. After searching the area, Guga approached Hylosha. Looking down at the deranged scientist and schemer. Oh dear, who might you be? Did you not wish to dispatch forces to the multiverse? Instead of sending out the mechanical Ultramen, you seem destined to send yourself away. Humph. Hylosha turned her head in humiliation. As Guga spoke, he began to search for the surviving Salomines. I will not kill you. Instead, I will bring you all back to the land of light, where you shall face the judgment of cosmic justice. That being was not of our creation, Hylosha murmured, touched by the small warrior's actions. We inadvertently discovered him drifting in space. At that time, he was severely damaged during dimensional travel, and we repaired him. Unexpectedly, he has developed self-awareness, yet remains oblivious to gratitude. With a tone imbued with regret, Hylatia remarked, do not attempt to wield power that does not rightfully belong to you. You cannot fathom whether it brings blessings or calamities. Upon hearing these words, Gu Jia felt an unsettling sensation within. The light of Noah could also be deemed a power not inherently his own. How could Hylatia's words resonate so profoundly, almost as if she were admonishing herself? Thank you, kind Ultraman, for still being willing to extend a helping hand to the Salomines. After casting one last glance at the luminous little giant ahead, Hylatia resolutely collided with the adjacent metal pillar. The plan to invade the multiverse had been thwarted by the very robot she had repaired, leading Hylatia to believe that she should meet her demise with this humiliation. Just as the malevolent Salamian's head was about to strike the iron pillar, a soft, glowing hand swiftly intervened before her head. It was rather careless to resort to suicidal tendencies at the slightest inconvenience, Gu Jia thought as he grasped Hylatia's form. I want you to live and face judgment. To simply end your lives would be too lenient. As he spoke, he recalled the Ultraman prison he had seen and couldn't he help but smile. Now, go obediently to serve your time. Hylatia remarked. This little Ultraman is indeed stranger than he appears. Alas, while the price of fanfiction is tolerable, it is disheartening to see this book, which has garnered hundreds of thousands of readers and even topped the new releases list, priced so low that it is hard to bear. Hence, for the longevity of this work, I hope all readers who appreciate this book can lend their support by merely clicking to generate some love, perhaps by viewing an advertisement. Thank you. Chapter 84 Stupid Brat. After addressing matters at the Salomine base, Gu Jia hastened with the prisoners towards the battleground where Zero was engaged in combat with Dark Lopus. On the battlefield, the returning Zero unleashed a fighting spirit far stronger than before, attacking with ferocity, as if he were an indefatigable machine. Realizing his defeat was imminent, Dark Lopus pressed a hand against the dimensional core embedded in his chest, preparing for self-destruction. Just as Gu Jia arrived at the scene, He witnessed a blinding white light erupting from Dark Lopus's chest, the lights flickering wildly. The dimensional core held boundless spatial power. Should it detonate, it could obliterate the entire warped space. Gu Jia had witnessed the explosive force in the original narrative and knew he had to prevent this catastrophe. Firstly, to shield the remaining survivors from the explosion, which would spread at an alarming rate, Zero himself had barely escaped in the original story. Secondly, to return to the Land of Light with clues regarding Belial's galactic empire for further investigation. As a traveler from another world, Gu Jia was privy to the identity of Dark Lopus's creator, yet the inhabitants of the Land of Light were still unaware. Given his own identity limitations, it was inappropriate for him to disclose this information directly. Bringing back clues would enable the Land of Light to commence its research on Dark Lopus earlier and bolster its defenses. Although Zero had traversed parallel universes and vanquished Belial's galactic empire, that was a world devoid of his existence. The butterfly effect is easily comprehensible. Even the smallest changes within the universe can trigger monumental upheavals. His own traversal would become the greatest variable, altering many potentialities. Let us go. On the battlefield, as Zero observed Dark Lopus preparing for a last-ditch effort, he decisively rushed towards Gu Jia, intending to flee with his little brother. However, Gu Jia gently shook his head. Leave this to me. Each syllable of those 3 words heralded a monumental shift. Gu Jia's voice, once youthful and clear, transformed into one that was grand, solemn, and sacred. This tranquil tone instantly calmed Zero's previously agitated heart. Thus, Zero watched in awe as his little brother's form underwent a remarkable transformation. The originally purple, black, and silver body was enveloped in a pure white radiance. Under the influence of this light, the diminutive figure rapidly elongated, assuming the stature of a fully fledged Ultraman. During this process, radiant wings unfurled from his back, each energy feather shimmering with a soft golden glow. Moments later, a silver-white giant materialized before Zero. Upon witnessing Gu Jia revert to this form, Zero felt his heart race uncontrollably. Their last encounter had been in the monster graveyard under dire circumstances, where he had failed to perceive Gu Jia's transformation, merely feeling that the giant was impressively formidable. But this time, he beheld the manifestation clearly, feeling as if a true deity had descended, leaving him utterly awestruck. Meanwhile, Gu Jia chose to disregard Zero's astonished expression and reached out towards the self-destructing Dark Lopus. With a swift gesture, the tumultuous energy erupting from Dark Lopus's chest began retracting along its original trajectory. Soon, the timeline of Dark Lopus was reverted to a state prior to the detonation of the dimensional core. The formidable robot exclaimed in confusion. However, before he could comprehend the situation, his head suddenly tilted to the side, and the crimson glow in his eyes extinguished instantaneously. After forcibly shutting down Dark Lopus with the light of Noah, Gu Jia signaled to Zero, "Take him back to the Land of Light. Leave immediately." "And what about you?" Zero inquired. "I will ensure everything is resolved within this warped space. It disrupts the balance of the multidimensional universe and should not exist." After speaking, Gu Jia extended his hand, enveloping Zero and Dark Lopus together. Then, leaning back, he threw them as one might toss a baseball. With a swift motion, the expelled Zero transformed into a point of light, vanishing from the distorted space. As he was thrown, Zero seemed to curse under his breath, "Stupid brat." One day later, in the Land of Light, at the headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol, in the conference hall, Zero stood before his father, head bowed in acknowledgement of his punishment. "You were instructed to patrol, yet you ran amok, causing trouble for everyone. You might as well stay at the Plasma Spark Tower as a guard. Let us see where else you can go." Upon hearing this, the other Ultraman brothers exchanged peculiar glances. Entrusting Zero to guard the Plasma Spark Tower? Old Seven was quite bold in his notions. Enough about the child. He thwarted the Salamians' conspiracy. Jack pulled the irate Seven aside. If not for him, the multiverse would have been in peril. Surely, that counts for something good. Seven continued to insist, merit or demerit, they cannot cancel each other out. A mistake is a mistake. The original Ultraman intervened, also concerned for his younger brother. "All right, let us hear less from you. With your disposition, it's a wonder you maintain a good father-son relationship. How is that child Gu Jia faring now?" The original Ultraman glanced at Mebius. "He requires rest after utilizing that form." This time, he stabilized considerably, Mebius responded candidly. Zoffy remarked, That child has indeed accomplished a great feat. Hikari nodded in agreement. After Zero exited the warped space, it began to visibly contract, completely vanishing in under half a minute. The singularity of the multiverse has dissipated, and the lives that had perished within the warped space have returned to their original universe. As he spoke, Hikari stood and voluntarily took responsibility. This is a failure on the part of the Science and Technology Bureau. We should have identified the emergence of the warped space in a timely manner. Zoffy waved his hand, signaling Hikari to take a seat. It is not entirely your fault. The universe is vast, and the Science and Technology Bureau cannot monitor every detail, given the limitations of our technology. He then inquired, have we yielded any results from the analysis of the robot Zero brought back? Hikari, the analysis is still ongoing, but it is certain that the robot does not belong to our universe. The metal used to construct its body does not exist here. Furthermore, the dimensional core within its chest holds immense research value. In the future, we may be able to harness it to traverse the multiverse and save lives in other realms. Ace interjected. That creature's appearance is rather peculiar, isn't it? Why does it resemble Zero? Hikari, the possibilities are numerous. Perhaps once we retrieve its memory files in the future, we will uncover the answers. Chapter 85 Hikari, it was not in vain to have endured your pain. A week later, at the home of Marabu, Zeta inquired amid his homework, how long do you think Ultraman Jinga will be asleep this time? Seiga, who had already completed the assignment set by their teacher, urged, don't change the subject, hurry up and write. Is your approach to this problem correct? What does it mean that defeating the volcanic monster, Barton, requires Captain Zoffy's involvement? I have reason to suspect that you are insulting the captain of the Space Guard. Your attitude is quite improper. Zeta, with clarity in his gaze, turned back to ask, not at all. I considered that Captain Zoffy had once faced a setback against Barton and must have diligently studied ways to counter it over the years. Isn't this line of thinking valid? Seiga nodded, acknowledging Zeta's reasoning. True, but I still think you shouldn't write it so directly. You must elaborate on the strategies to combat the monster. Recalling the image of his master, Zero, effortlessly dispatching monsters in the graveyard, Zeta muttered, a single beam of light would resolve it. How complicated could it be? A voice nearby interjected, that idea is plausible, but can you actually fire a beam? I cannot, but I certainly will in the future, Zeta confidently replied, only to realize his oversight and hurriedly turn to the bed. You're awake. How's your recovery? What exactly happened when you returned and the space distortion occurred? Ultraman Jinga's bulbous eyes flickered. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed something missing from his left wrist. Where is my bracelet? Where is my grand, beautiful bracelet? My treasure. It hasn't been confiscated, has it? Zeta replied. Captain Zoffy feared we might exploit the bracelet's abilities to sneak out to the land of light. So he had Commander Hikari impose certain restrictions on it. Currently, the bracelet is undergoing modifications at the Science and Technology Bureau. At least it hasn't been seized. Jinga sighed in relief, feeling this was acceptable. Zeta, full of anticipation, said, back to the main topic. What transpired after you entered? Seiga gently tugged at Zeta. It's a confidential matter. Jinga isn't at liberty to discuss it, so let us refrain from asking. After a brief pause, Jinga explained, there's nothing particularly secretive. I utilized the light of Noah and transformed into the form you saw in the monster graveyard. The cost was my physical exhaustion, necessitating rest. Upon hearing this, Jinga noticed the room had fallen into an eerie silence. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Zeta swallowed hard. Are you saying that the form you took in the monster graveyard is one you can control freely? I thought it was as if a deity had possessed you. Your imagination is a bit too vivid, Jinga chuckled awkwardly. Only Seiga grasped the crux of Jinga's words. The light of Noah? The legendary force that brought peace to countless universes? The fabled Ultraman god? The one worshipped in the temple of planet Babel? Seiga's chest rose and fell rapidly. He had suspected Jinga could freely wield that formidable form during the space distortion, but he had never linked it to Noah, believing it to be an innate ability unique to Jinga's Ultraman race. Jinga, yes. I can also share with you the process of how I obtained the light of Noah. Several minutes later, the room once again fell silent. Zeta's eyes sparkled with envy. How incredible, to be recognized by Noah while wandering through the universe. Seiga retorted, it's not as simple as you say. Jinga nearly perished in there, you know. Then why didn't you tell me when I asked last time? Zeta questioned, recalling the previous conversation with dissatisfaction. Jinga, Captain Zoffy advised that this matter pertains to Noah and must be treated with utmost caution, hence I should avoid sharing it with others. There's also something I withheld from you. Zeta, typically carefree and reckless, asked, what is the difference between telling you and telling the entire school? Then why are you willing to share now? Seiga continued to inquire. Because you are my friends, and I believe this matter should not be concealed from you, Jinga responded. I didn't mention it last time, partly out of selfishness, fearing my friends would let it slip. But after 2 periods of recovery, with my friends by my side, how could I be so heartless as to hide it? It's too touching. Zeta moved closer to Jinga, embracing his dear friend. Can you show me that ability again? You know, when you sprout those massive wings and zoom away. Seiga interjected. Didn't Jinga say using that ability would exhaust him? Zeta looked down, seemingly disappointed. Ah well, I guess I'll have to wait until the next battle to see your performance. Seiga, a true friend should protect his friends. Ensuring Jinga does not have to use that ability again. That is our responsibility. Zeta felt a paternal aura radiating from Seiga and stepped back. I got it. I was just curious. Seiga leaned closer to Jinga. Are you able to move now? My legs are a bit numb. I need a moment to recover. Jinga replied as he sat up. By the way, I will need both of you to accompany me to the Science and Technology Bureau shortly. I must retrieve my bracelet. Jinga thought fondly of his precious item. By the way, have you heard any updates from the Science and Technology Bureau regarding that black and gold robot? Seiga shook his head. No? Jinga, then we'll have to inquire together when we get there. Half an hour later, at the Science and Technology Bureau, Hikari's office. Hikari looked at the children with a peculiar expression. Jinga, you truly are attached to your bracelet. You rush here immediately upon waking. Clearly, you are eager. Saying this, Hikari chuckled as he opened his drawer, retrieving the modified bracelet. The invisibility and space travel functions have been restricted. From now on, you all must behave properly in the land of light. Jinga, but what if I need to use it on the battlefield in the future? Hikari, you can submit a request through the bracelet to the Science and Technology Bureau, which I will approve. You will still be able to use it. Once you reach adulthood, the restrictions will naturally be lifted. Sounds good. Jinga accepted readily and then leaned in closer to Hikari, whispering, Brother, how is the research on that robot progressing? I feel it holds significant research value, and I specifically returned it in the form of the Light of Noah for you. Hikari, you, even at such a time, were considering me. Indeed, it was not in vain to have endured your pain. There has been considerable progress. Yesterday I accessed the robot's memory, and guess who I saw inside? Who? Jinga feigned ignorance. Hikari, Belial. Chapter 86. Damn it, my mind itches. Belial? Upon hearing Hikari's response, Jinga feigned surprise. Is it the Belial we know? I cannot say for certain. You have already confirmed the existence of parallel universes. So it is not surprising that there exists another Belial in a parallel universe. However, the Belial in the memories of Dark Lopus shares the same malevolence as the one we know. Hikari replied with precision. If it is indeed the Belial we recognize, then we have much to discuss. What exactly transpired in the monster graveyard? Hikari's gaze turned toward Jinga, who was the one who ultimately confronted Belial. Only he could provide the answer. As Ultraman Guy reminisced about the past, he confidently declared, my actions at that time should have ensured his demise. How is it possible that he survived? Hikaru, stroking his chin and slightly bowing his head, pondered aloud. Perhaps it is due to the unique geographical conditions of the monster graveyard. Even after Belial's death, his soul still lingers. He might have found a new vessel and resurrected himself by borrowing a body from a parallel universe. Guy shook his head, lost in thought. That doesn't quite add up. It has only been half a year since Belial's escape. So how could he have revived and amassed such a formidable force, creating advanced robotic technology in that short time? Hikaru responded earnestly, I have considered this deeply. It is possible that the relative flow of time between parallel universes differs. While only half a year has passed in our universe, a century may have elapsed in the one where Belial currently resides. Of course, this is merely speculation. To truly validate this hypothesis, we must explore the parallel universe. Currently, I am studying the dimensional core of Dark Lopus, seeking a safe method for traversing between parallel universes. Regardless, your retrieval of Dark Lopus has greatly aided my research. As the conversation progressed, Hikaru turned his attention back to Guy. You may seem carefree, but your attention to detail is remarkable. The fact that you thought to bring back Dark Lopus indicates your potential as a researcher. Guy, have you truly considered joining my Science and Technology Bureau after graduation? Guy responded, here we go again. I can endure the rigors of training. but I cannot withstand the solitude of research. Hikaru, sensing Guy's emotional shift, wisely chose not to press further. If there's nothing else, you may return. I must begin my research. The genius who developed the dimensional core designed it with such intricate precision that deciphering it within a short time frame will demand much of my attention. I may even need to invite scientists from Planet 40 to assist. Guy interjected, Planet 40? It is another Ultraman planet in the universe, where the residents closely resemble humans. They utilize Ultraman psychic amplifiers to transform their bodies at the molecular level, becoming towering Ultraman. The powerful Ultraman Jonias and the wise Ultraman Tatas hail from that world. In fact, I could assist you with this task. Hikaru rolled his eyes at the recently awakened Guy's suggestion. Forget it. If I let you all out of the land of light, who knows what trouble you'll cause? Guy retorted, what chaos could we possibly create on Planet 40? Besides, last time, we inadvertently did a good deed. Sighing, Guy added, enough talk. You should discuss this with Captain Zoffy. Outside the Science and Technology Bureau, Zeta remarked, what a pity. I would love to meet the legendary Planet 40. I've heard that another Ultraman race lives there, vastly different from us. Guy agreed, indeed. Seiga, feeling speechless, replied, indeed. You need to catch up on your studies during your sleeping hours. Don't even think about going out to play again. Guy dismissed it. It's just a week's worth of lessons. I managed to catch up on 300 years of lessons in half a year, so a week should be a breeze. Just then, the three children bumped into Zero, who was heading to the Science and Technology Bureau. Master Zero, Zeta exclaimed excitedly. Hey. Zero, startled while flying, nearly lost his balance. After a moment, he approached Zeta and playfully slapped the top of his head. How many times have I told you not to call me master? I have no disciple like you. And do not startle me mid-flight. Distractions can lead to accidents. There are countless flight paths, but safety must always come first. Have you heard that phrase? Zeta nodded, looking dejected. And you, finally awake, huh? Zero then turned his gaze to Guy, flexing his wrist. Impressive, tossing me around like a ball in twisted space. Even Master Leo never treated me that way. Guy chuckled awkwardly. That was an emergency situation. By the way, where are you headed, brother? Zero casually replied, to the Science and Technology Bureau. Father said Hikaru needs to see me. I wonder if it's to provide new equipment. Upon hearing this, Guy and Seiga exchanged knowing glances, immediately deducing Hikaru's intentions. After all, Hikaru had just mentioned inviting scientists from Planet 40 for collaborative research. With the surge of negative energy across the universe and many Ultramen dispatched to quell turmoil, the available personnel in the Land of Light are limited. Zero, who has not yet been assigned a formal role, is idle yet powerful. He is the perfect candidate to visit Planet 40 to invite and escort scientists safely back. Brother, how about we make a bet? Guy suddenly proposed. A bet on what? Zero, confused by Guy's motives, was intrigued. I can foresee the future, Guy said mysteriously. I can predict what you are about to do. Zero waved his hand dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. If I can't do it, how can you? Guy calmly continued. If I guess correctly, you owe me a favor. If I am wrong, I shall owe you a favor. Since you believe I cannot guess, it's a win-win for you. Zero felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Damn it. My mind is itching. As Zero hesitated, Seiga shot Guy a knowing glance. Guy instantly understood and pressed on. Brother, you're not afraid, are you? Afraid of losing? Then forget it. The provocation was evident. Anyone educated in the Land of Light would see through such tactics. Yet Zero, as you know, was different. Nonsense. Zero retorted, annoyed at being challenged. Who says I'm afraid of losing? Let us make this bet. If you guess wrong, you must transform into that form again and fight me. This time, I will throw you like a ball. Deal. Guy nodded. If I win, we'll discuss the conditions afterward. Wait. Zero interrupted. But Guy swiftly gestured dramatically as if preparing to divine his future. Are you ready, Brother Zero? I shall now foresee your future. All right. I see it. You will go to the Science and Technology Bureau, where Hikaru will assign you a task to invite and escort scientists from Planet 40 back to the Land of Light for collaborative research. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Why would the Land of Light work with Planet 40? Zero shook his head. Guy remained unperturbed, simply pointing toward the entrance of the Science and Technology Bureau. Brother, you can verify it for yourself. Zero huffed. You should focus on preparing for battle. Half an hour later, Zero emerged from the Science and Technology Bureau, looking dazed. I was really seen through. Could that kid truly foresee the future? My father mentioned that the power of that child stems from Noah, who can predict the future, so it isn't entirely surprising. How infuriating to lose to them in a wager. As Zero grumbled, he walked away from the Science and Technology Bureau, only to be met again by the three children, who had evidently been waiting. Guy, seeing Zero's expression, knew he had succeeded. Did I guess correctly? You guessed right. Did you use Noah's power? Zero questioned, perplexed. Zeta, straightforward as ever, explained to his master. No, we merely visited the Science and Technology Bureau before you and caught wind of some relevant information. Zero retorted. So you little rascals have conspired against me? I can't believe I was deceived by a bunch of kids. Good grief. It would be better if I could truly foresee the future. After confirming that Guga was merely trying to fool him, Zero crossed his arms angrily, raising his chin to meet their gazes, and demanded, Now, speak up. What is it that you intend to achieve by scheming against me? With a gleeful rub of his hands, Guga replied, You are going to the Science and Technology Bureau to escort a scientist, and I want to accompany you. Zero, perplexed, questioned, Is it really necessary to go through such elaborate means for something so trivial? Can't you just talk to your guardian? Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. You will talk to your guardian, won't you? Guga chuckled. If we notify our guardian, there is no way we'll be allowed to go out. If we could leave through conventional means, why would we bother going through you? I refuse, Zero stated firmly. That would be illegal. In the land of light, breaking the law comes at a great cost. I have first-hand experience with the repercussions of trying to acquire the plasma spark core. At that moment, Zeta interjected, Master, please take us with you. We won't cause you any trouble. If we are discovered, we can just say we followed you secretly. Taiga added, As long as you are willing to bring us along. We promise to listen to you once we arrive. I will be your loyal aide. Ultimately, Zero, who kept his promises, relented. Can you truly assure me that you will follow my instructions? Absolutely, the three children responded in unison, standing at attention with serious expressions. Zero hesitated before nodding. Very well, but we must ensure everything is executed flawlessly. You must first inform the school to take a leave of absence. We will depart the day after tomorrow, and it will take approximately half a month. That evening, Guga returned home, happily humming a tune as he caught up on his homework. Upon returning from a day of work, Mebius remarked, the little rascal is finally awake. What is you in such high spirits? Oh, nothing, just a good mindset. Guga casually replied, not disclosing the plan to sneak out. Mebius reminisced about the conversation he had with Captain Zoffy earlier that day and relayed. You repaired the distorted space and brought back Dark Lopus to the land of light, which is quite an accomplishment. The security force is considering awarding you a star medal and would like to know what other rewards you desire. I want the right to enter and exit the land of light freely, Guga stated without hesitation. Mebius fell silent for a moment, contemplating. While your combat abilities are commendable, you are still quite young and inexperienced. Given your prior escapade, the security force will likely not approve. Why must I stay in the land of light and not venture out? Mebius questioned. Are you unaware of the dangers outside? Guga turned to him, responding earnestly, Brother, I've heard that cosmic disasters are occurring frequently. I am anxious. I also wish to contribute to the peace of the universe. Having known his younger brother for over a year, Mebius could discern truth from fiction. Such sincerity. Surely, it's not just because you want to have fun? Guga shyly smiled. Well, that is partially true. The universe is vast. I want to explore it. A calm sea does not produce skilled sailors. Experiencing various events during growth should not be detrimental. Mebius pondered. Encountering certain challenges too early can indeed affect one's psyche. I feel quite mature now. Guga persisted in his plea. After a moment of hesitation, Mebius gently patted his brother's head. All right, I will discuss this with Captain Zoffy, but he is unlikely to agree. Prepare yourself mentally. Additionally, I must continue my patrol duties and cannot stay with you for long, Mebius added. Guga embraced his brother lightly. When are you leaving? The day after tomorrow. Okay, I will see you off at the ultracosmic port. Please be safe out there, brother. Mebius, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, assured him, Do not worry. No one in the universe can harm me. Time swiftly passed, arriving at 2 days later, at the ultracosmic port. Amidst the throngs of people, Guga waved farewell to his brother Mebius. Before soaring away, Mebius left him with a warning. Captain Zoffy will not approve of your leave. Behave at home and do not wander. Guga nodded, rest assured, brother. With that, he hurried towards the port's gate. Chapter 88, Target 40, Initiating the Smart Drive. Indeed. Just after Mebius cautioned his brother against running off, Guga did just that. This time, without any cloaking devices or bypassing security, he was escorted by Zero. Since the monster graveyard battle, Zero had emerged as a rising star within the security force, well known throughout the Land of Light, garnering considerable respect. Given that Guga and his companions were already familiar faces at the ultra-cosmic port, their excursion proceeded smoothly, finally adhering to the rules. The guards at the ultra-cosmic port exchanged smiles as they glanced at Zero accompanying the three children, who were behaving well. Guga exclaimed, I hope I didn't cause too much trouble for my brothers before. The port guard waved dismissively, it's fine. Just be sure to listen and not trouble Zero. Absolutely. Guga replied cheerfully. Once they passed through security, the four boarded the spacecraft allocated to Zero by the Science and Technology Bureau. Nice performance, you little rascals. You really do resemble obedient children, Zero remarked with a cold smirk. Well, we are obedient children, Guga replied earnestly. This outing, on the smaller scale, could be seen as a simple adventure, but on a grander scale, it was about assisting the Science and Technology Bureau in resolving issues. Such youthful individuals are indeed a rarity in the universe. Zero, unyielding, directly called them out. Your audacity knows no bounds. Upon reflecting on the spacecraft, he awkwardly pondered, so, how does this big fellow operate? Since starting school, Zero had been sent to the Juvenile Detention Center, and he hadn't had the opportunity to obtain a spacecraft pilot's license over the years. I'll handle it, Seiga responded. Although he had not yet reached the age to apply for a pilot's license, his eagerness to learn and the resources at home meant he was well versed in various vehicles. In no time, the spacecraft's engines roared to life, and flames erupted from the rear. After setting the destination, Seiga relinquished control. With the assistance of the intelligent driving system, the spacecraft ascended, heading towards Planet 40, millions of light years away. After completing these tasks, a glimmer of yearning appeared in Seiga's eyes. It's definitely a spacecraft from the Science and Technology Bureau. The intelligent driving system can even manage wormhole traversals. It's far easier to operate than my father's ship. Zeta voiced his concern. Hey, we just left the gate openly. Do you think the Land of Light really won't notice? Guga reassured him. I've informed the school and Professor Leo. Everything is in order. Don't worry, if we are discovered, I'll take the blame. Zero grunted. When you were scheming against me, you all had such audacity, yet now you are shrinking back. Truly a bunch of children. All right, with the intelligent driving system in place, we need not worry about the rest, right? Zero said, reclining in his seat. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me when we arrive, and keep it down. With that, Zero tilted his head, his lights dimming. In the serene cabin, the children exchanged excited glances, reveling in the exhilaration of sneaking out. Zeta exclaimed, hooray. Seiga shushed him, quiet down. Each Ultra Star has its own unique culture. We must understand that planet first to avoid conflicts. The academically inclined Seiga pulled up information about Planet 40, meticulously studying it. Finding Seiga's seriousness dull, Zeta turned to the silent Guga beside him. What are you doing? I'm sensing the energy within me, Guga replied. The battle within the warped space made him acutely aware of his own limitations. Despite harnessing the same light, his power was significantly diminished compared to that of an ordinary Ultra Warrior. Indeed, he possessed an immense reservoir of energy, yet without enhancing his skills and techniques. His efficiency in combat was woefully inadequate. At present, Ultraman Guka was diligently attuned to his body, striving to enhance the control of every muscle over the light. Following the teachings of his mentor, Ace, feeling the weight of monotony as he glanced around and noticed his friends occupied with their own tasks, the board Zet decided to recline his chair like Master Zero. The spacecraft of the Science and Technology Bureau was indeed impressive. It soared through the cosmos at light speed without a hint of turbulence. Even upon entering a wormhole, the vessel merely experienced a slight oscillation from the distorted space, oblivious to the peacefully slumbering Zet. In contrast, the battle-hardened Zero could not sleep as soundly as Zet. Awakening amidst the gentle tremors, he found everything around him distorted. Pondering how many more wormhole jumps remained. This should be the last one. Seiga tilted his head towards the large display screen of the ship. No sooner had he spoken than the turbulence ceased, and the distortion came to an end. Whoosh! The spacecraft traversed the worm gate and arrived in a resplendent starfield. Just at that moment, Guka concluded his energy sensing, raising his head to behold the dazzling light streaming in from outside the vessel, casting his face in a soft lavender hue. It was a beauty akin to a dream. As the starfield reflected in his eyes, he murmured. Seiga echoed his sentiments, marveling at the nebula's beauty, which indeed matched the descriptions found in books. Once you join the Cosmic Patrol, and commence your patrolling duties. You will discover that there are countless such scenic spots throughout the universe. Zero maintained a calm demeanor. Following the final wormhole jump, the spacecraft flew at light speed through the cosmos, swiftly arriving at a vibrant green planet. Seiga glanced at the three-dimensional cosmic map to confirm the information. Indeed, this was their destination. Planet 40, where the inhabitants transformed into colossal ultras using the Ultra Mind Amplifier. Moreover, the architectural style here was quite unique. Typically, constructions on planets were above ground, with underground cities only considered in harsh environments. However, the surface conditions of Planet 40 were quite favorable, and the majority of its inhabitants resided in underground cities. According to official statistics, there were over 9,000 underground cities on the planet, with nearly 90% of the population conducting their lives underground. Gu Jia speculated. Perhaps the establishment of underground cities was a measure to prevent the disruption of normal life by monstrous invaders? Seiga replied, there is a possibility, but it is not the primary reason. After all, Planet 40 possesses robust defensive capabilities. In my estimation, the architectural environment of Planet 40 is related to a significant battle they experienced long ago. But let's not dwell on that. The ship is about to enter the outer defense barrier of Planet 40, and I have yet to submit the docking request to their port. Half an hour later, at the 40 Cosmic Port, the silver-blue spacecraft landed and powered down. With a hiss, the hatch opened, and Zero, accompanied by the three children, stepped out of the ship. Wow, what a delightful view. This was Gu Jia's first remark upon landing. The scenery of the Land of Light was not lacking, but the light pollution was rather severe, making it feel blinding no matter where one went. In contrast, he found himself more at home in the Earth-like ecological environment of Planet 40, as he was originally from Earth. Chapter 89, Blood of the Rebels. At the 40 Cosmic Port, several ultras from the Land of Light, whose appearances starkly contrasted with the ordinary citizens of Planet 40, attracted everyone's attention as they entered the hall. Soon, the reception staff hurried over to greet them. Hello. My name is Taraki, a student of Ultraman Jonius. You must be the esteemed guests from the Land of Light, correct? Upon hearing that familiar phrase, Gu Jia nearly lost his composure. That name suggested a diligent and hard-working individual. Haha. Taraki merely smiled shyly. The reason for your visit has already been communicated to my teacher by the Science and Technology Bureau of the Land of Light. Currently, discussions are ongoing regarding the selection of scientists to travel to the Land of Light, so it may take some time. Allow me to escort you to your accommodations. Sure. Zero nodded, following the young warrior towards the entrance of the underground city. Along the way, the enthusiastic Taraki shared insights about the customs and culture of Planet 40, and the group engaged in lively conversation. As the dialogue flowed and relations warmed, Taraki finally ventured to ask the question that had been on his mind. Is it just the four of you escorting the scientists to the Land of Light? Do these children also count as combatants? They appear to possess less combat prowess than the scientists. Who is escorting whom? At this moment, Seiga clarified, no. We came to witness the legendary Planet 40 for ourselves, so we volunteered to come along. Taraki was even more puzzled upon hearing this. If the three children volunteered, then the original selection must have consisted of only one warrior. Taraki glanced back at Zero, whose fierce demeanor and triangular eyes appeared intimidating. But is it not a bit disrespectful for the Land of Light to send just one warrior to escort a group of scientists? Unless this fearsome warrior possesses combat capabilities akin to those of Ultraman Jonius. But how could that be? If there are any questions, feel free to speak up. The astute Seiga noticed Taraki's shift in demeanor. No worries, we have just arrived at the entrance to the underground elevator. Taraki shook his head, not wishing to escalate tensions. Such a large elevator? Gu Jia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the expansive elevator chamber ahead. Ordinary elevators that accommodate a dozen people are already considered maximal. However, the elevator to the underground city on Planet 40 could easily fit several hundred individuals, a rather exaggerated sight. Taraki replied, it is, after all, intended for city supply purposes. As the group stepped into the elevator, it activated and descended rapidly. At this moment, Taraki explained, the underground cities of Planet 40 are primarily constructed about 30 kilometers below the surface, so it may take some time to reach. By the way, you have not eaten yet, have you? Once we arrive, I will take you to the cafeteria at the training base for a meal, and then we can arrange for your temporary identification cards to facilitate your movements on the planet. Zet was initially inclined to decline, as the warriors of the Land of Light could sustain themselves solely on energy, rendering meals superfluous. However, Before he could voice his refusal, Taiga intervened. It would be ungracious to reject their hospitality. Eating is not a significant issue. It also provides an opportunity to observe the training base of Planet 40. Taiga said, "All right, I appreciate it." During the seemingly tedious descent, Guka casually inquired, "I noticed that the surface environment of Planet 40 is quite pleasant. Why do you choose to reside underground?" Taraki responded, "That is a long story. Initially, Planet 40 had more surface buildings, and the underground cities were primarily used for refuge. Until a traitor named Hela emerged. In pursuit of eternal life, he forsook his powers of transformation into an Ultra, leading 3,000 followers to rebel against Planet 40 and establish his own empire in the distant Dark Nebula. You have likely observed during your time on Planet 40 that the skin tones of our Ultras differ somewhat from those of the Ultras from the Land of Light." Taiga nodded. Indeed, all of them exhibit a red and white color scheme, somewhat reminiscent of our Silver Clan, but upon closer inspection, there are notable differences in appearance. Taraki continued to explain. The red and white coloration is the typical hue of the inhabitants of Planet 40 after utilizing the Ultra Mind Amplifier. In contrast, the warriors born within Hellas Empire in the Dark Nebula possess additional black hues. To return to the topic, Hellas rebellion grew in strength within the Dark Nebula, launching a lightning assault on Planet 40. Before long, the surface fell entirely, forcing all residents to retreat into the underground cities. Although the war ultimately concluded in victory, the inhabitants of Planet 40 largely chose to relocate underground, leading to an ever-increasing number of underground cities over time. Zeta, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly realized that the core issue was, after all, the matter of war. After a brief conversation, the elevator successfully arrived at the underground city. With a soft hiss, the elevator doors opened, revealing a high-tech metropolis before everyone. Above the underground city, a massive artificial sun illuminated the surroundings, making the brightness indistinguishable from that of the surface. Furthermore, floating ships were ubiquitous throughout the city, and the buildings exhibited various graceful forms. The group, accustomed to the cities of the Land of Light, displayed little astonishment. In terms of technological advancement, the level of 40 was not significantly different from that of the Land of Light. Otherwise, they would not be collaborating on research. Ahead lay the training grounds of the defense team of 40. Subsequently, Taraki guided everyone aboard the floating ship. Arriving at a building marked with a sign stating training ground, authorized personnel only. After a verification of their identities, the group followed Taraki into the training facility. Inside, upon seeing the 40 warriors training in the open area, Zeta curiously inquired, "Why are there no Ultramen training here?" Taraki explained, "The people of the Land of Light evolve into the gigantic Ultramen under the influence of the plasma spark towers. Their giant forms represent your original appearance. Conversely, for us at 40, our normal state is human. We only enlarge when utilizing the Ultraman Mind Enhancer." "Ah, I see," said Zero. After Taraki's explanation, Taiga noticed something unusual in the training arena and nudged the nearby Guga, saying, "Hey, look over there. Didn't Taraki mention that the Dark Nebula warriors led by Hela have black stripes on their bodies? That fellow over there has black stripes. He must be a dangerous individual." Guga glanced at the giant pointed out by Taiga and shook his head. "I can assure you he is not." "Why?" Taiga asked, puzzled. Guga smiled enigmatically. "Because that individual is the Sage of Strength. He is your future ally, Taiga." "Are you referring to Sage Tatus?" Taraki approached upon hearing the conversation. "That fellow has a complex background. I can explain the black stripes on him." Chapter 90. Guga, it seems I understand now. Taraki continued. "Remember I told you that Hela established her own empire in the Dark Nebula? Due to the energy and special magnetic fields there, the Ultramen born in that region develop black patterns on their bodies. Sage Tatus's father was once a member of the Dark Legion. However, realizing he was on the wrong path, he sent Tatus back to 40 when he was very young." Zeta and Taiga nodded in understanding. Taraki expressed admiration for Tatus, his eyes sparkling as he recounted the sage's past. "Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is an exceptionally skilled warrior. In battles against Hellas Legion, he has achieved numerous victories, earning the Star Medal and the title of Sage from the Great Sage. The title of Sage is akin to that of the Ultraman brothers within the Land of Light. Only those who have made significant contributions to 40 are honored in such a manner." Just as he finished his introduction, Tatus, who was training soldiers, noticed the guest from the Land of Light, who clearly differed in appearance from the 40 warriors. He approached them. Zeta instinctively stepped back behind his master as the muscular warrior drew nearer. Such a physique was rare among Ultramen. His arms seemed thicker than Zeta's head. Zeta gestured to emphasize this. "Look at your lack of ambition," Zero remarked with a casual glance at Zeta. "What use is sheer muscle? Combat is not a bodybuilding competition." Tatas reached the group and, having clearly overheard Zero, responded with a calm and accepting demeanor. "This guest from the Land of Light is correct. Combat is not solely about muscle size. Fitness is merely a personal hobby. However, the strength gained from rigorous training does have its advantages in battle, such as increased power and aesthetics, which also enhances my confidence." "Indeed, you train remarkably well," Guga said, curiously approaching Tatas and poking at his bulging muscles. At the child's actions, Tatas felt puzzled. He had studied the Ultramen of the Land of Light, but could not recall such a species. However, his curiosity turned to delight upon hearing the child's praise of his physique. "This little one has an eye for quality. I've been told by many that my muscles are too large, with some even comparing me to a bullfrog on Earth. Yet, this child from the Land of Light has shown a rare appreciation for my physique." "Indeed," Tatas responded. "Feel my shoulders. Shoulder training can broaden them, effectively improving the head-shoulder ratio and making one appear more upright and robust. Come, feel my back. The back muscles are my pride." At that moment, Taraki murmured, "Impressive." Of course, he was not referring to Tatas, but rather to the little guest from the Land of Light with 3 head spikes. Just one remark had garnered the favor of Sage Tatas, indicating that this little fellow had a good grasp of social nuances. Truly, there are no simple individuals in the Land of Light. Tatas exchanged a knowing glance with Taraki and offered, "Next, let me take you on a tour of the training base." Taraki replied, "Senior, I was planning to take them for a meal." Zero interjected, "Actually, warriors from the Land of Light only require light energy and do not need to eat. Right now, I am more interested in how the warriors of 40 train. Since our guests have expressed such interest, we must accompany them." Tatas smiled amicably, leading the group onward. The current training participants in human form were new recruits who had yet to fully master the Ultraman training enhancement period. The small training area ahead was our elite training ground. Seiga observed the massive warriors training ahead. "Indeed, the warriors on the field have transformed into giants." Tatas explained, "In actual combat, the effectiveness of giant warriors is significantly greater, making the enhancement of Ultraman form skills crucial. These young individuals are currently practicing the Pranamam Ray of 40. "The Ray? But those look like energy balls to me," Zeta pondered, 2 question marks appearing above his head. Seiga, who had researched 40 before their arrival, clarified. "There are 2 methods for firing the Pranamam Ray. One involves gathering energy in the right hand and launching several energy spheres, which are incredibly powerful. The other is the familiar ray firing method, which takes longer." "Yes, those young warriors are learning the first method of ray firing." Taraki admired Seiga, the little warrior who seemed somewhat familiar, as he displayed a deep understanding of 40. It was evident he was quite the academic prodigy. "Aren't you concerned we might learn your ray techniques by observing your elite warriors train?" Zero joked. "Haha, that is virtually impossible," Tatas chuckled lightly. "Though we are both giants, the energy we wield and the manner in which it circulates within our bodies differ greatly. If a warrior from the Land of Light were to master the Pranamam Ray of 40, it would be a fortunate event for both our worlds, as it would indicate the emergence of an exceptionally rare talent." Tatas displayed great generosity. "We will need some time to select scientists. You may have to stay in 40 for a few days. If you wish to learn, you are always welcome to observe." Collaboration among scientists would allow us to learn from each other. As they conversed, Guga's eyes were keenly observing the elite warriors employing the Pranamam Ray. I seem to be starting to understand it." Taraki turned, puzzled. That little warrior with 3 head spikes is quite audacious. It seems he is starting to grasp it quite well. At such a tender age, one might assume that the young child is yet to grasp the intricacies of the light from the Land of Light. Young one, mastering the Pranamam Ray is no trivial task. Ordinary elite warriors often dedicate decades, if not centuries, to this pursuit. Some may feel they have caught a glimpse of its essence, but they remain leagues away from actually unleashing the light, Taraki remarked, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. "I have only comprehended a fraction of it. I shall need to seek your brother's guidance for a more thorough understanding," Guka humbly replied. He then turned to the amiable Tatas. "Brother, might you elaborate on this for me?" Chapter 91. Zoffy, something seems amiss. After landing on Planet 40, Guka and his companions were escorted to observe the training grounds of the elite warriors. During this time, as he observed the warriors adeptly wielding the pranamam ray, Guka felt as though he had begun to understand its nuances. He gazed expectantly at Tatus, hoping for a comprehensive explanation of the technique. Beside him, Taraki's eyes flickered momentarily. Does this little one perhaps possess lofty ambitions beyond his reach? He mused, recalling Tatus's words about prodigies mastering skills from 2 planets. Just moments ago, he had regarded the child as quite astute, but now it appeared that this delegation from the Land of Light was comprised of peculiar characters. Very well, Tatus thought. Meeting the child's clear, innocent gaze, he understood that this small warrior might not be capable of mastering the technique. Yet he felt a pang of compassion and could not bring himself to refuse. There are several key points to utilizing the pranamam ray. First, one must have exquisite control over the light. You must attune yourself to the energy within, channeling it from your chest. He continued, demonstrating the proper stance for launching the ray. For your initial attempts, feel free to infuse it with additional energy. The more you channel, the clearer your perception will become. Guka nodded in understanding, while Tatus offered a physical demonstration. As Tatus meticulously conveyed the essentials, he smiled at the young one, saying, to master the ray, practice is essential. You may remember the key points I just mentioned and give it a try. It is entirely normal for the first 10 years to struggle with sensing the energy flow when attempting to use the light. With diligent training, you may yet learn something valuable. Very well, I shall give it a try, Guka replied, resolutely stepping onto the training field. The moment the uniquely styled inhabitants of the Land of Light entered the training area, they caught the attention of the warriors in training. As the child ventured further into the arena, confusion spread among the elite fighters. Are they from the Land of Light? Their appearance differs greatly from ours. I heard we are engaged in a scientific collaboration with them. They must be escorting the scientists. A young man accompanied by 3 children? They appear no older than I am. What can they possibly contribute? Is the Land of Light showing us a lack of respect? Hey, that child should step back. We wouldn't want the light to harm him, one warrior cautioned. I wish to attempt using the pranamam ray, Guka declared, recalling Tatus's earlier advice. Upon hearing this, several elite warriors could not contain their laughter. Little one, you truly have bold aspirations. The pranamam ray is not something just anyone can master. Perhaps focus on learning the foundational techniques of the Land of Light first, they chuckled. Go ahead and try. We still have training to complete, came the jeering remarks. Though these laughs were devoid of malice, their collective sound was somewhat jarring. Guka remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the mockery. He focused intently on the target a kilometer away, mimicking the stance Tatus had demonstrated, raising his hands first above his head, then spreading them wide in a fan-like motion, and finally crossing them before him. As he completed the series of movements, an eerie silence enveloped the observing elite warriors. Surely, I cannot be the only one witnessing this. Is that child's forearm glowing? One murmured, astonished. This child is not merely posturing. He possesses genuine skill. Skill? It is more than that. Who among us has ever managed to condense light on their very first attempt at the pranamam ray? On his inaugural attempt, Guka had already grasped the foundational techniques. Even if this attempt were to falter, with time and perseverance, mastering the pranamam ray would be inevitable. By the stars, Taraki exclaimed, his bulbous eyes flashing frantically as he gestured frantically to Tatus. This little warrior's claim to understanding is not mere bravado. Tatus felt a surge of excitement coursing through his muscles, his chest heaving with anticipation. To have invoked energy on the very first attempt, this child is indeed an extraordinary prodigy. Meanwhile, on the training field, Guka raised his forearm. Buzzing with energy, it rapidly coalesced into a brilliant white orb. Although the sphere had taken shape, uncertainty loomed over Guka as it was his first attempt. He continued to infuse the orb with energy, whispering to himself, more, just a bit more. As he poured energy into the sphere, it grew larger and more radiant. After a moment of silence, the orb's brilliance rivaled that of an artificial sun. Outside the training base, ordinary residents of Planet 40, returning home from their errands, noticed an unexpected brightness in the sky. What are those scientists doing? It is supposed to be evening, yet they have brightened the artificial sun to this extent. Are we to have no respite? Yet another resident chimed in, wait. The light doesn't seem to be coming from above. It's emanating from the direction of the training base. Did they perhaps install an additional artificial sun for the warriors? They seem intent on making them train day and night. I feel for them, remarked another. Why is the brightness still increasing? Something feels amiss, one observed. Within the training base, Tadas quickly realized that the orb in Guka's hand had grown larger than that of an adult Ultra Warrior. Seeing the child continue to add energy, Tadas shouted, "Enough! It is time to release it. Using the method I just taught you, swing your arm and launch the Pranamam Ray Sphere towards the target. Focus solely on sending it forth." "Understood," Guka replied, raising the energy sphere and aiming at the distant target, slowly extending his right arm before unleashing a powerful swing. Whoosh! The orb, comparable in brightness to an artificial sun, soared forth, striking the target with unerring precision. No, it was beyond merely hitting the target. It consumed the entire mark. The moment the energy made contact, Guka's painstakingly gathered power erupted. Boom! A colossal explosion. Destined to be etched in the annals of Planet 40's history, engulfed a significant portion of the training field. In the land of light, Zoffy, engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What a curious sensation. Why do I feel so cold? Chapter 92. Zoffy. Yes, it is our people. How much chaos can a child unleash? Guka provided the answer, having transformed the training grounds of Planet 40 into a mere wasteland. Had it not been for the presence of seasoned warriors in attendance, if it were not for the valiant efforts of Tadas, Ciro, and the timely arrival of Jonias, the catastrophe wrought by Guga would have necessitated several soul rings and possibly years of confinement on the allied planet of the Light Kingdom. Outside the training ground, Tadas gazed sorrowfully at the chaos surrounding him, where warriors lay scattered and disoriented. Oh no, what a blunder! The child merely wished to experiment with the pranium beam, and it was he who had encouraged him. He bore the brunt of this disaster. Who could have anticipated that this child, on his first attempt with the pranium beam, would unleash such an overwhelming force? Is this truly an ordinary Ultraman child? Such explosive power could scarcely be harnessed even by a typical 40 warrior. Tadas reminisced about the moment, relieved he had called a halt. Yet vexed he had not done so sooner. Meanwhile, Guga, Zeta, and Taiga stood side by side, their faces charred from the explosion. Ahead, amid the towering flames of the training ground, the frantic rescue efforts continued. "It seems we have stirred up quite the trouble," Zeta murmured softly. Taiga gently tugged at Zeta, signaling that now was not the time for words. "Let us remove the seams. We are in deep trouble." Guga, filled with trepidation, asked, "Do you think anyone was hurt?" Zeta, speaking without a thought, replied, "Of course, there were injuries. The warriors near the explosion were thrown high into the air. If not for Master Ciro, we would likely be in grave danger ourselves," Guga lamented. "This is my fault. I always felt the energy buildup was insufficient," he said, wiping the soot from his face, only to smear it further. At that moment, a young warrior named Taraki approached the trio, his gaze shifting to the small child with 3 head darts. His expression was complex, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. "Let me take you to clean up," Taraki said softly, patting Guga's head. "Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. It is a failure of our training ground's safety measures. Everyone will be fine, especially with so many wise individuals here, including Commander Jonias." Guga nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Guga turned to see medical personnel carrying a stretcher. On it lay a familiar 40 warrior. As Guga looked at the unknown warrior, their eyes met, and the warrior managed to rise, exclaiming, "It was him." Guga, laden with guilt, prepared to apologize. But the warrior interrupted, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Good lad, I misjudged you." With that, the warrior fainted. "A talent like yours is indeed rare," Taraki remarked, stifling a laugh, though the gravity of the situation made it difficult to find humor. A day later, in the underground city of 40, Guga and the others were accommodated in a hotel for visiting dignitaries. Since the disaster, Guga had not dared to rest, fearing he might be taken away at any moment, and remained glued to the television, following the rescue updates. Finally, the hotel television broadcasted news. The cause of the explosion at the Royal City's training base has been identified as a new type of beam weapon developed by the Science Bureau. They extend their sincere apologies to the affected citizens. Moreover, after a day of rescue efforts, we have results. Thanks to the assistance of the wise Jonias, Tadas, and the guest Ciro from the Light Kingdom, there were no fatalities. However, there were 132 serious injuries and 896 minor injuries. Upon hearing there were no deaths, Guga exhaled a sigh of relief. If any Ultraman warrior had perished because of him, the burden would have been unbearable. Taiga noted, with 132 serious injuries and so many minor ones, It seems the Light Kingdom will owe a significant sum in medical expenses. Isn't Guga the one who caused the explosion? Why does the news attribute it to the Science Bureau? Zeta questioned. Taiga speculated, if it were said to be the fault of the Light Kingdom, it might incite public outrage among the citizens of 40 and jeopardize relations between the two factions. That is one reason. As for another, I heard from Sage Tatas that Guga is a rare talent, capable of mastering beam techniques from 2 planets. Such a prodigy must be well protected, much like the secrets of the monster graveyard in the Light Kingdom. Zeta realized, I see. So Guga is somewhat constrained, unable to claim credit for his achievements. Guga replied, I made a mistake. It's not the time to dwell on that. The key issue is how the Light Kingdom and 40 will handle this situation. Taiga, what do you think are the chances I might face imprisonment? Guga looked at his friend, who, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head. Imprisonment is unlikely, but restrictions on movement and fines are certain. My brother Mebius might be in trouble too. No, Zeta and I are in trouble. At the headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol in the Light Kingdom, a warrior reported to Captain Zoffy. According to our investigation, the 3 children, Taiga, Zeta, and Guga, are not within the borders of the Light Kingdom. Surveillance at the Ultraman port captured footage of them leaving with Zero. Zoffy felt a slight relief. That's why it felt off. Those 3 children have ventured out again. Thankfully, they found an adult to accompany them. While Zero may not be the most reliable, his temperament is well suited for managing children. Wait, doesn't Zero have a mission? Zoffy pondered aloud. The young warrior continued, he does. Zero's current assignment is to escort scientists to 40 for joint research, commissioned by the Science Bureau. Zoffy nodded. Good, so Zero took them along to 40. That works. Even if they didn't apply for leave, their safety is ensured there. I hope those 3 behave and do not cause any diplomatic incidents. Just as he finished speaking, a holographic communication from Jonias of 40 appeared on Zoffy's control panel. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but after a moment's hesitation, he clicked to connect. Jonias, it has been a while. Yes, we have dispatched a delegation to escort the scientist from 40. In the captain's office at the Cosmic Patrol headquarters, Zoffy was in communication with Jonias. Indeed, we sent a delegation to escort the scientist from 40. Initially, there was only 1 warrior, but do not underestimate that child. He is the finest of the new generation in the Light Kingdom. Yes, 3 children accompanied him. That was our oversight, and I must apologize. I hope the 40 side can take good care of them. What? Your training base exploded? A significant portion of it is gone? That is truly unfortunate. As Jonias discussed this matter, Zoffy's mind raced. Such incidents could carry significant implications when a nation raises an internal issue. It indicates one of 2 possibilities. Either a common enemy is at play, or individuals from their side are responsible. Instantly tense, Zoffy inquired, who did this? Zero? Jonias. Do not be upset. The Light Kingdom is willing to compensate for all damages to 40. If Zero is not responsible, that is a relief. So, your mention of this incident, does that mean the Hella Legion has returned? Not at all. What? Guga caused the explosion? Minutes later, Zoffy ended the communication, resting his forehead in exasperation, sighing deeply. Although Jonias stated that the primary responsibility for the incident lay with 40, the implications were far-reaching. However, the radiant beam that caused the explosion at the training ground was indeed emitted by Ultraman Jinga, and the Land of Light could not simply turn a blind eye to it. These children are certainly a handful. They never let me rest. Nevertheless, merely glancing at it allowed Jinga to master the 40th level Pranamum beam. His talent for light is even more formidable than Ace suggested. In the hotel, Jinga could no longer endure the fatigue and climbed into bed. Just as he settled in, Zero entered the room. Phew, these past couple of days have been exhausting. Brother, you must be worn out. Allow me to replenish your energy, Jinga exclaimed, bouncing out of bed with eagerness. All right, I need to take a shower. Why are you following me? Zero chuckled at his younger sibling. You're quite anxious, aren't you? You feel you've made a grave mistake. Jinga lowered his head, remaining silent. It's all right. I've already spoken with the 40th officials. They acknowledge that the responsibility primarily lies with them. You're still just a child. It's not your fault. Furthermore, they have invited you to continue training at the temporary training ground to enhance your proficiency with the Pranamum beam and prevent similar incidents in the future. Such is the magnanimity of the 40th. Jinga felt a twinge of guilt. Can I visit the hospital to see the injured? If you wish to go, then go. Zero replied, stepping into the shower. After receiving Zero's affirmation, Jinga turned to his 2 friends. Before he could say anything, Taiga and Zeta were already by his side. We'll accompany you. At the 40th Sage Hospital, the explosion had left the wards overflowing with patients. The three children, carrying a pile of gifts they had just purchased, hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to begin. The kind nurse, recognizing the three young Ultramen as guests from the Land of Light, approached them. You've traveled from afar to visit the injured. Haven to you? Just register here for the second and third floors. Thank you, sister, Jinga replied gratefully. Inside the ward, the 40th Ultra Warriors had returned to their human forms while recuperating. Consequently, upon entering, Jinga found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces. However, it mattered little, for anyone who had made it to the hospital was there due to his actions. Observing Jinga's silence, Taiga was the first to present the gifts. This is a small token of our goodwill. Suddenly, a young man with golden hair broke the silence. That beam you fired yesterday was magnificent. After this initial remark, the ward erupted with excitement. Once we're healed, can you demonstrate it again? Don't feel guilty. I'm not in much pain, just a broken leg and a few ribs. I'll be fine in a few months. Hey kid, what is your name? Jinga introduced himself. I am Jinga, Ultraman Jinga, a warrior from the Land of Light. Mebius Ultraman is my brother. The patients exclaimed, is this really your first encounter with the Pranamum beam? I've seen many prodigies, but none as talented as you. Jinga, I'll remember you. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional warrior. By the way, would you be interested in joining the 40th? I assure you, here you will receive the best resources. Hearing their words, Jinga smiled. Haha, I truly admire this planet, but the Land of Light is my home. I sincerely apologize for what transpired yesterday. Please accept these gifts. I will return tomorrow to check on you. For now, I must visit other wards. The warriors of the 40th were remarkably kind, and not one blamed the child for the incident. Rather, they all expressed admiration for this unique boy. After completing their rounds in the wards, Jinga and his companions departed the hospital and coincidentally encountered Titus ascending the stairs. Titus the sage, Taiga acknowledged. There is no need for such formality. You may call me brother or just my name, Titus replied, his eyes showing signs of fatigue. He then turned to Jinga. So, you are Jinga. The fault for yesterday lies with me. You are quite remarkable. Both Jonias and the great sage share this sentiment. By the way, if you three have time, you may wish to meet with the great sage. He expressed keen interest upon hearing about yesterday's events. Great sage? Zeta inquired. Taiga whispered in explanation. The great sage is the highest leader of the 40th, akin to our Ultraman king. Zeta asked earnestly. Does the great sage often leave the 40th? Titus, having heard the question, patiently clarified. No, the great sage rarely departs from the 40th. However, he is often preoccupied with his own affairs, so he seldom makes appearances. Typically, we have little opportunity to see him, with Jonias being the one who interacts with him the most. Titus continued. Even if you Haven team met Jonias, you've surely heard of him, correct? Taiga nodded. Indeed, he is reputed to be the strongest warrior of the 40th. Jinga recalled the scene from yesterday's rescue. He seemed to be present as well. He must have stood about 70 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. Titus held Jonias in high regard. During the Hera rebellion, Jonias was the definitive force that vanquished Hera. Returning to the matter at hand, he instructed, when you have the time, seek out Jonias at the highest tower in the city center. He will take you to meet the great sage. To all esteemed readers, after enjoying this tale, please show your support. Your love fuels our passion. Thank you. Chapter 94. A turn of events in the universe. In the accommodations arranged for guests by the 40th, Jinga, upon learning of the great sage's desire to meet him, relayed the news to Ciro, the team leader. This should be a good thing. If they want you to go, then go, Ciro casually responded. By the way, is it just the three of you who are to meet him? As he spoke, Ciro gestured to himself, subtly indicating his own involvement. During the interim, while the 40th prepared for the scientists, he found himself quite bored, having little to do but wander the underground kingdom. The prospect of meeting the legendary great sage of the 40th was certainly more appealing than remaining cooped up indoors. Then let us all go. The great sage likely won team mind, Jinga suggested. As they chatted, a knock on the door interrupted them, and Taraki's voice called out, "Guests. The communication from the Land of Light has reached the science department, specifically requesting to meet with you." At this revelation, all present gasped in unison. Oh no, we're surely going to be scolded. Minutes later, Taraki set down the three-dimensional projection device from the Science Bureau. This is for you. It will facilitate your communication with the Land of Light. You need to return it. The Science Bureau will collect it after your departure. With that, seeming to sense the tension, Taraki swiftly exited the room. Let us power it on. After a prolonged silence in the room, Zero exchanged glances with the children. The three of them stepped back simultaneously. Brother, you should do it, Taiga urged. Look at you all, so timid. It's just a scolding, after all, Zero remarked, adjusting his appearance before boldly striding to the projector and pressing the power button. With a chime, the three-dimensional projection unfolded throughout the room. At its center stood three miniature Ultra Warriors composed of light and shadow, Zoffy, Seven, and Taro. As soon as the projection activated, Seven, upon seeing his son, shouted, Zero, do you understand what trouble you've caused? Even the brash Zero shrank back slightly, feeling guilty. Why shout so loudly? It's not like I can't hear you. Seven retorted. You, a newcomer without the ability to lead a team. How dare you take 3 children away from the Land of Light? But they're all fine. Old man, you're just overly emotional, Zero muttered softly. Seven's silver face flushed with anger. You little brat. Taiga interjected suddenly. Uncle, this isn't Zero's fault. We insisted on coming along, and he's too kind-hearted. Yes, it's our fault for being so headstrong, Zeta added. I'm sorry too, Jinga chimed in. Ultraman Gu Jia possesses a keen insight into the prevailing circumstances. Ultimately, the trio are but children, and any misstep will merely result in a reprimand or a brief period of confinement. However, for Zero, a distinguished member of the security team, any incidents would lead to a more complex situation. Taiga, do you truly have the audacity to speak, having learned the art of deception? In the projection, Taro appeared composed during the match, yet this very tranquility rendered the sixth brother of Ultraman all the more intimidating. Taiga has maintained a good rapport with his father, devoid of any hierarchical sentiment typically found in father-son relationships. But this time, after being reprimanded, he stood at attention, humbly acknowledging, Father, I recognize my mistake. Upon returning to the Land of Light, I will accept any punishment. Ah, I heard you unleashed a planium ray. Is that true? Zoffy inquired, gazing at Ultraman Gu Jia. Zeta, vouching for his friend, affirmed, yes. Gu Jia conjured an energy sphere with one hand and casually unleashed it, causing an explosion on the training ground. Zoffy paused momentarily, contemplating. Your aptitude for light is indeed remarkable, yet such recklessness cannot be permitted again. You shall receive a record of this incident, and furthermore, the security team will impose a fine. As you currently possess no funds, your guardian will be responsible for the payment. I have already informed Mebius of the situation. I will not chide you, but consider how you will explain this to your brother. Gu Jia lamented, I dread facing Mebius. With his demeanor, he may not scold me. Yet his calm disappointment is far more daunting. Surely, he cannot cast me out from the Land of Light. Moreover, Gu Jia sought to appeal to Zoffy on behalf of the great sage, though he did so indirectly. Upon hearing this, Zoffy expressed surprise. Ah, you certainly have connections. Even we have not encountered the great sage often. I had intended to send someone to escort you back immediately, but since the great sage wishes to meet you, I shall relent. However, do not cause further trouble. Behave yourself. Understood, Gu Jia nodded, genuinely resolved to be obedient. In the Libra 32 star system, Mebius, who was leading a patrol mission, received an Ultraman signature from Zoffy. After reviewing the signature, Mebius's bulbous eyes flickered with astonishment. I have only just departed. And that boy has already accompanied Zero to 40? Quite impressive, and he even blew up the warrior training ground. Is that Gu Jia? The team members inquired curiously from the rear. I have long heard you mention that child's exceptional aptitude for light. Truly remarkable. The barrier strength of the 40 training ground should rival that of the Land of Light. If he can demolish the training ground walls, he could undoubtedly obliterate monsters with ease. At such a tender age, to wield light rays is already extraordinary, and their power is so formidable. What face do we warriors have left? Why on earth would he destroy 40? This misstep could lead to an undeniable diplomatic incident. Indeed, destroying the training ground of the Land of Light is equally unacceptable. Listening to the discussions of his team, Mebius, engrossed in the Ultraman signature, appeared shrouded in a cloud of gloom. However, upon reading the final line, his countenance brightened. The explosion caused by that child, while learning the planium ray at 40, was an accident. Moreover, he has already mastered the planium ray. That lad has even learned the signature technique of 40. As a distinguished warrior of the Land of Light, Mebius understands the challenges of acquiring skills across species. It is rumored that even locals of 40 take a century to learn the planium ray. Gu Jia is truly exceptional. Let us resume our patrol. After pausing for a moment, Mebius smiled, then continued with his mission. I shall address my younger brother once the task is complete. Along the way, the team engaged in casual conversation. Captain, what do you think is causing the frequent dimensional distortions in the universe? That is for the Science and Technology Bureau to investigate. There are many malevolent races in the universe, making it difficult to pinpoint suspects. Could it be the work of individuals from a parallel universe? Chapter 95, Great Sage. What are you doing? In the subterranean royal city of 40, the highest tower serves little practical purpose. Its primary function is to beautify the city and provide a prominent point in the underground realm. Additionally, it symbolizes power, housing the upper echelons of the defense force. After explaining their purpose to the guards, Gu Jia and the others were escorted directly to the second-floor office. Is this where Commander Jonias conducts his business? Gu Jia inquired, somewhat taken aback. It differs from my expectations. According to what I've seen on television, the higher the rank, the higher the office should be, as those in power typically look down upon the masses. Indeed, the guiding guard, oblivious to the child's astonishment, kindly knocked on the door twice. Commander Jonias, guest from the land of light, wish to see you. After a few minutes, faint sounds emanated from within, followed by the opening of the door. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of high heels echoed as a blushing female secretary rushed out of Jonias's office. Gu Jia first cast a glance at the departing secretary, then turned to Jonias, astonished. Well, Jonias, you, with your thick brows and large eyes, engage in such activities? Inside, Jonias appeared in human form, sporting medium-length black hair, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and chiseled features that exuded the allure of a mature man. Why are you all looking at me with such peculiar expressions? Jonias asked, bewildered. Have you misunderstood something? That girl is my secretary. She requested an advance on her salary because her brother was injured in the recent explosion. Her flushed cheeks are due to tears. Upon hearing this, Gu Jia immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, how could Jonias, as an Ultraman warrior, engage in such behavior? Wait, an injured brother due to the explosion? So, in essence, this incident circles back to me? I am truly a despicable being. Gu Jia clutched his chest, feeling the pangs of conscience. In the office, Jonias continued. Have you come to prepare for your meeting with the great sage? Yes, Gu Jia affirmed with a nod. Very well, allow me to attend to these documents first, and I shall escort you shortly. Jonias glanced at his somewhat disordered desk. After several minutes, Jonias, now in his Ultraman form, exited the office. Follow me. With that, he led the group as they soared from the second floor. Is this Jonias Ultraman truly formidable? Zeta whispered to Taiga during their flight. Extremely formidable. He is akin to a grandfather figure within the land of light, Taiga elucidated. The great sage seldom appears, and Jonias is the actual leader of 40. Not only does he excel in leadership, but his combat prowess is also exceptionally strong. Zeta, intrigued, continued to inquire in hushed tones. Could he defeat my master? Likely. Taiga pondered for a moment before responding. Zeta's bulbous eyes sparkled, gaining a tangible sense of Jonias' strength. He is indeed that powerful? Nearby, Gu Jia listened to the discussions of his two friends, beginning to draw comparisons in his mind. To measure the strength of these two, a definitive benchmark is needed, an impending adversary. The Golden Idol Tartaros. Jonias would undoubtedly be able to contend with the Golden Idol, while Zero, prior to awakening in his stacked box form, Ultimate Radiance form, had previously faced setbacks against the Golden Idol. Thus, it seems reasonable to assert that Zero currently falls short of Jonias' strength. However, in the realm of Ultraman, comparisons of power are never absolute. Past achievements and statistics are not definitive. Just as Zero, who once dispatched monsters with ease in the monster graveyard, would later encounter difficulties against the mech of Dada. Hence, the combat capabilities of Ultramen are heavily influenced by their respective states. For instance, Zero, rampaging through the monster graveyard, would find even the Ampera aliens facing defeat. For instance, standing upon the towering silver giant of the rear mountain, endowed with limitless potential. Encountering the Dark Zakis would merely require a few blows. Just as the thoughts of Guga began to drift further away, the guiding Jonias spoke. Before us lies the dwelling of the Grand Sage. It is necessary to land here, for flying above the Grand Sage's abode is somewhat disrespectful. With a nod, Zero descended first, closely followed by the three children. It was only upon landing that Guga realized the Grand Sage's residence was not situated within the city, but rather on the outskirts of the underground city. Moreover, it appeared to be quite distant from the urban expanse, surrounded by undulating forests. Upon touching down, Zeta exclaimed in wonder, "Is this truly underground?" The trees, the flowers, the grass here seemed to surpass the environment above. All of this was made possible by the artificial sun developed by the Bureau of Science. Jonias smiled, leading the group onward. During their walk, he took a moment to regard the child with three head darts among the guests from the Land of Light. "I have heard you are not a native of the Land of Light." Guga nodded. "Indeed, it was my brother, Mebius, who brought me to the Land of Light." Jonias reflected, "Your talent for light is remarkable. I spent much longer mastering the pranum light in my youth. Young one, take care of yourself. While the universe is home to many geniuses, few have the opportunity to truly flourish." "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle," Guga responded. "Uncle?" Jonias echoed. "I quite like that title. Henceforth, do call me that." After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, an open space within the forest revealed itself to the group. Jonias raised his hand to point at the wooden cabin in the center of the clearing. "That wooden house ahead is the Grand Sage's residence. I shall not accompany you. You may proceed on your own. As for the customary formalities, I trust one need not reiterate them. Ultimately, what you glean from the Grand Sage will depend on your own abilities." Ciro fell silent for a moment, sensing that Jonias might be withholding something. At the cabin's entrance, Ciro knocked on the door. "Grand Sage, I am Ciro from the Land of Light. I have brought Taiga, Zeta, and Guga to see you." After a considerable pause, a hoarse voice from within responded, "Why so many names? Was I not calling for just one person?" At these words, the atmosphere outside became instantly tense. Ciro remarked, "Had I known, I would not have come along." "Ah, was it just one person? Is it Guga?" As he spoke, he gently nudged Guga. "The Grand Sage wishes to see you. Quickly, go inside." Guga glanced back at the others before gently pushing open the ajar door, entering with a soft voice, "Grand Sage, I have arrived." "Grand Sage, what is it that you have taken out?" "Grand Sage, do not give it to me. I do not wish to consume it."